And we're back here at the Black Canyon 100K. I'm Chris Warden. My co-host, Andy Jones-Wilkins, is probably off looking for something to eat, trying to get a sandwich from the aid station, perhaps. I want to give a shout-out to our most recent finishers, Michael Roy, 10:40.27, Ian Stewart, 10:41.11, Cameron Winters, 10:41.53, and I also actually missed our first finisher of the 100K that's in the 100-mile challenge. Jesse Rosales, 10:19.29. And I'll be honest, I would have figured Jake Jackson would have been the first one because I know Jake, but shout out and kudos to Jesse Rosales. I wanted to bring in a few people in the studio that I've gotten to know over the last a couple months in one case, couple years in the other case. So I'm here in the studio on site with three people that I'm a huge fan of. I've got closest to me, right to left rather, is Patrick Cavanaugh, Caleb Stevens, and Ross Kiwi. Now, Patrick and Caleb ran this race for the first time today. They're both locals, and Ross paced for the first time today. But you've also run this race. You ran it last year, correct? Yeah. What was your time? 10:42. Caleb, what was your time today? Did we catch that?
It was around 10:22 something.
10:22?
Yeah. Something right around there. 10:22, 23.
So, Ross, what are you doing, man? These guys beat you. Well, that happens. But congratulations to the two of you for getting it done today. Obviously, you dealt with a very unusual set of circumstances to start this race. And either one of you can pipe in on this. Well, I know when you found out that there was a delay in the start today because I messaged Patrick. Had I had your phone number, Caleb, I would have sent it to you as well. But what was it like when you got that message, realizing that you were initially going to be 2 hours and then possibly more? Like, how did that affect you in your preparation this morning?
Yeah. I'm a coffee fiend. So woke up in the morning, already down 2 espresso shots. So when we got here, I was ready to go. And I know you told me, you're like, oh, well, time for a nap then. I was like, there's no sleeping in this one. So no, just try to chill, keep it relaxed. I think it's so mental, these races. So the more that you get negative about it, I think the more you go into that race that way. So just like, yeah, we're going to have some fun. It brings me back to my Midwest Minnesota roots, running there in the snow and the slop. So it was a good time.
Right before Caleb's answer, Vasilios Pashalitis, I probably butchered that, 10:44.56. I think that's also faster than Ross, but go ahead, Caleb, now.
Yeah, so my parents are actually out here this weekend, so it was really nice to be able to have a few extra hours with them. My dog was in the car, so that was great. It's one of those things where you remember that it's not supposed to be easy. It's a part of the challenge, and if you're not mentally strong enough to handle a 2 or 2.5 hour delay, like, you're going to have a pretty hard time on the course. So I just tried to keep that in mind, got a few extra cups of coffee as well, and just tried to stay calm and ready.
So I know that I got intel from our audience that this is your PR by a significant margin on the 100K.
Yeah.
Has it just been a steady progression, or was this like the day that you were hoping to have?
No, it's definitely been a steady progression. I mean, moving out to Arizona has been big for me, being able to train on mountains and being able to run, this type of terrain. I got into the sport 2 years ago, and it's just kind of been this constant kind of growth. So, I'm excited to continue to push it. I'm doing Cocodona in May, so it's one of those things where it's like, all right, next one, let's go, right? So, yeah.
Shout out to Melissa Ostaszewski, who just finished. I know it was Melissa. I didn't see it, but I saw Joe Corcione, who was pacing her. So congratulations to Sarah. Patrick, this is not your first 100K. You've run longer distances before. But was this your most successful 100K, given your previous experience?
Yeah. Last 100K that I did was Canyons back last year in April. So I had some serious leg issues during the middle of that, but finished that one, and then this was by a long shot. I think by 4 hours or so, 3 hours. Wow. Yeah, something right in there.
That's really impressive.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so
I mean, Canyons is no joke, but that's still a wide margin. Sidebar, I just realized, Caleb, you should be like connecting with these guys and training with these guys because you're all obviously you finished a good 30, 40 seconds apart, so you're definitely in the same realm in terms of, that's my sidebar. Ross, Of course, you went from pacing a golden ticket winner in October in Ragnar de Botts to pacing Patrick. I mean, what happened?
I told him I made an exception this time that I would pace him. But no, it was the other way around. That was an exception, but this is the first time either one of us paced the other, even though we've been.
Because you guys train together all the time.
Yeah, we run a lot of long runs
Hundreds of
together.
miles a month between the two, like running together. You guys literally, shout out to both of them because there are our quote fast group run leaders pretty much every week for our Aravaipa group trail run scene. But of course, Ross stepped up to the plate in October to pace Ragnar de Botts to a golden ticket win at Haviland, second place at Haviland 100, and of course pacing Patrick to his finish here. What's your next race that one of these people can pace you?
I don't know, because my big race this year, I guess Patrick won't be able to pace. So
What's your big race this year?
Crazy Mountain 100.
Where's that?
Montana.
I've heard about that race. I think it was you that told me about that race.
It sounds kind of wild, so
yeah.
that's why I signed up for it.
So, Caleb, what's next up for you on the docket?
I've got Crown King Scramble, and then I'm going to
Yes.
do Whiskey Basin to get ready for Cocodona. Yeah,
Wait, you're running Cocodona?
I am.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm just excited that you're running Crown King. Of course,
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard that if you run Crown King Scramble, that you first of all have to stay up there overnight,
Yeah.
and second of all, I have to cook your breakfast because that's just kind of how it rolls up there.
Michelle has filled me in on all the details, so
Good.
that's why I'm doing it. Yeah.
You know, Michelle having one of the grittier performances in recent Crown King
Yeah.
memory, breaking her nose and still finishing that race.
Yeah.
So, obviously we think the world of Michelle. That kind of brought it up to another level. So, Patrick, what's up next for you?
Yeah, I'm on the wait list right now for San Juan Solstice, so hopefully got that one, and then for sure Telluride Mountain Race, and then I'm going back to Saddles again this year. See
So-
what it's like the other direction.
So you guys, none of you are doing anything easy coming up. You're all like, pick the hardest thing and run the hell out of it. You know, that's pretty amazing. So, you know, I just wanted to, when I saw all of you like there, I was like, you guys got to come on and hang out with us. So, I think the world of all three of you guys, local flavor here at Black Canyon 100K, helping to, show the people traveling here how it's done. Definitely some different conditions than you might have been used to. Sometimes it's hot, sometimes it's cold. This was a little bit of everything
This was
year.
fun. You got snow, you got hail, you got rain.
Yeah.
We saw lightning. I mean,
Yeah.
you almost hit everything today.
Everything except like a big heat wave.
Yeah, we didn't get that one.
Well, that means you just need to keep coming back and running it because that'll eventually get you here. I can tell you from personal experience. Patrick, Caleb, thanks for coming on. Ross, any last words of wisdom for people that want to pace somebody at a race like Black Canyon?
I don't know. Just
Have that guy lead you, because he just kept on pushing my pace when I wanted to slow down.
He's got experience at that. He
Yeah.
really
and then
does.
at the end, I'm like, "There's 2 lights up ahead. I think you can catch them."
Yeah, I was one
Sorry.
of them. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, guys, for joining us here. Congratulations on your finishes. Great job, Pacer. And obviously, I'll see you guys around here real soon. So thanks for joining us.
Cheers. Thanks, Chris.
That is Patrick Kavanaugh, Caleb Stevens, and Ross Kiewit. Let's talk about the finisher. We've been talking about the finishers all night long. We've been naming everybody as we go. We're recognizing people as we can. Our most recent finishers: Leah Ling, 10:46.27; Bronson Fiore, 10:49.08; Kristen Schindler, 10:51.17; Joshua Ferguson, 10:52.14; Mariah Nikolova, 10:52.37; Antoine Jolicoeur de Rocher. As soon as I extended his name, I lost the 10:52.37, and Melissa Ostaszewski, 11:17.29. Those must be a few of those might have been wave 2 finishers.
They might have been wave
then.
2 finishers,
So,
yeah.
Shout out to those finishers.
Justin, I hear you. I just saw Coop, Jason Coop over at the finish line, and he expects Lucy any minute. Justin was asking about Lucy Bartholomew. She should be en route between Doe Spring and here.
Yeah, we'll confirm if if there were any sort of issues with Melissa's tracking, the finish line guru here, Andy Klink, is on top of things, and if there are any sort of modifications or adjustments that need to be made based on what waves people were in, rather, we'll let you know. Brian King, 10:53.41, our most recent finisher. And we're going to do our best to keep up with everybody, but at the same time also having a chance to interview people in some cases as they cross the finish line, because it's Air Vipe After Dark. It's
That's
kind of
right.
what we do.
Yeah. We are going to bring folks in to interview. We are going to have the static finish line cam on constantly, so you can see the finishers, and we should catch up with finishers as they come through.
Yeah. It's
we're nearing the 11-hour mark.
Yeah, we're keeping eyes on the finish line, so we'll definitely make sure to give everybody their shine.
And as we did about 45 minutes ago, if you're on the chat or you're watching the live stream and looking for a loved one, a friend, a training partner to see how they're doing, and you want us to keep track of them or give them a shout out, throw it onto the chat and let us know. Here's a couple of more lights coming into the finish.
Also, Jordan, can we pin the live stream runner tracking to the top of the chat as well? Thank you. All right. Kyle Peterson, 11:24.36. We'll verify. I believe that was Jackie Menard, actually. I'll verify that. But among the next runners we expect to come in from Doe Spring, the final aid station, a couple of familiar names, particularly on the women's side. Lucy Bartholomew, Kat Bradley, and Abby Swift, all potentially coming in here in the next bit of time from Doe Spring. Bobby Peavy, one of the earlier leaders in the race, is approaching Table Mesa. We'll keep an eye on these finishers as they hit the line, and we'll do our best to let you know. Yeah, no, Alex, I'm with you there. 11 hours, given what the runners had to encounter, is absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, absolutely.
But looking ahead to into the night, as Benny Mardones once sang, I feel like it's going to get really rough for these mid and back of the packers, because when I've finished this race, I mean, I actually did the calculations, and of my 4 finishes, I was a combined 69 minutes under 17 hours. So
Right.
I got my golden tickets by making the most of my time on the course. 16:54, 16:57, 16:11, and 16:49. But one of the things that these runners had to deal with is early dark.
Yeah.
Because they
with a
started
9:30 start.
2.5 hours later or 3 hours later, given wave 1 or wave 2. I'll be honest, I would have tried my best to sneak into wave 1, even though I don't belong in wave 1, mainly because I want that extra half hour of daylight, because I know how cold it gets. Some of those little dips down into mini slot canyons or water crossings, they call it the agua fria. That's not a misnomer. That is absolutely, what is that, an aptonym that they call it?
I think it is.
Yeah, it is definitely cold water. So I would have done my best to try and get into that early wave, simply because I want to get as much done by the end of the daylight as I could.
Cook Forest trail racing coming to us, I know, from the beast coast of Roxylvania, cheering on Sayard Tanis. I know who you are.
I know who this is.
This is loud enough to be.
Well, let's take a look and verify.
A shout out for Ben Moore. We'll keep an eye out for Ben. 1066.
Yeah.
The year of the Norman Conquest, by the way. That's a great number.
Yeah, that was Art Garcia. Had a big crowd cheering section, and Jackie Manhard as well, crossing the finish line. It's a little bit
Who
trickier.
was the Leadville winner in 2023.
Jackie was?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's again.
This is a different race than Leadville.
It is.
Yeah.
It is for sure, but it kind of speaks to the test to what kind of field you're also looking at here. I
Mhm.
mean,
Yeah.
Jackie with a very respectable 20th place after winning Leadville, which is obviously, an iconic race in our space. So
Make this big. The other side of the clicker. We're expecting Joseph Fiora. Is it Fiora or Flora?
Joseph Flora,
Flora?
Lucy Bartholomew, Matthew Dobler, potentially. Oh, is that Lucy right there? Right there in the... I thought that it was.
We'll wait for the.
The verification on our end. We're actually, we can not quite see the finish line from where we're at. We're actually in a unique slot. We're actually about 50 feet before the finish line, but the physical setup here. So there is a bit of a little shelter, I guess that's what you'd call it right here,
Yeah.
right in front of us, that divides the trail in two. Like, you have to pick a lane, left lane, right lane. There's no wrong answers, but we can only see half of the final stretch of the race. So if somebody runs on the other side, we can't necessarily tell who they are. But it looks like we have a couple of headlamps
So
coming
maybe
in.
is there a refresh on that? Because I think the folks are saying it looks like it was Lucy, but there's a couple more finishes.
Yeah, I thought that was Lucy. We'll have to see if Lucy will come on with us and talk about her experiences here as well.
Do we have any others that you lined up for interviews?
Not yet. Yeah, that was Leonardo Santania, 10:58:31. Lucy Bartholomew, 10:59:27, sliding under that 11-hour mark, and Matthew Dobler,
Just
11
over the
hours
11-hour
and
mark.
36 seconds. Verify that I didn't miss anybody in the 100-mile challenge. I did not. I'm going to actually open up a window so I can keep an eye on that simultaneously. The temperature has dropped precipitously out here.
It has.
If I had to guess, I don't know what it says. Okay, it says 51 on there. I'm taking the under on that one. And
Oh yeah.
hammer the under.
Jordan confirms.
I've got
Our
42
producer.
degrees,
He
so-
knows his temperatures. He's got his he's got his blanket.
Yeah, and if I'm wearing a puffy, you know it's cold because
Oh yeah.
Maybe, but
As long
yeah.
as it doesn't burn anything down.
yeah. So we do have a space heater here as well that we're setting up. Shout out to Melissa Ostazuski and Sarah as well, I believe, still out there on the course. Alex asking a fun question. What would this course be like going the opposite way, gradual uphill the entire time? Yeah, and it would be awful. I can tell you from personal experience, because in 2017, this race was literally run as an out and back. It was 50K out, 50K back. At the time, the 50K mark was an aid station called Soap Creek. And we basically ran the first 26, 27 miles were identical to what the runners do now, or very close to it. And then the last couple miles were kind of a reroute. They did move the aid station that year, I remember, because for those not familiar, Soap Creek is on a really nasty, short, sharp uphill, and that was not part of it. They had to move the aid station simply because I believe that the original Soap Creek was just on the other side of a bit of rushing water. And in 2017, the conditions were just nightmarish. I mean, take what these runners had in the first 5 miles and make it 60. It was really bad. But we did 50K out heading downhill and then 50K heading back uphill the exact way we came. And so rather than a net downhill, which most Black Canyon years tends to be, because it is a point-to-point that drops about 4,000 feet overall, it was an and out and back with a net of 0. And I get it. Like, that's, obviously a loop course or an out and back is going to have a net of 0. But, man, it was a hard year. Sideways rain, 40 degrees the entire day, 6 inches of water or 3 inches of mud in a lot of sections of the course. And it was brutal. So I can tell you from experience that the gradual uphill just eats you alive. I actually came close to dropping at the final aid station at Antelope Mesa in 2017, even though the final 6 miles were fairly flat. But it would be brutal to go the other direction and have that net climb. And one of the things about this race is that the first 20 miles are, quote, the easier, the faster portion. Let's put it that way, the faster portion. So for runners to be going the other direction, the last 20 miles would be an absolute nightmare. Yeah, Alex, I've got one of the things about our coverage this weekend. I mean, I'm sitting here with giants, and I'm in awe of the people I get to hang out with and work with on a regular basis on these events. I mean, you look at, I'm sharing the chair with Andy Jones-Wilkins, Scott Trayer's coming on later, Callie Vinson, has a huge social media following, Corinne Malcolm and Skylar Hall, greats of the game in this very young American ultra running coverage platform. I'm just a back of the packer that happens to love this sport. But in this case, in Black Canyon, I'm the grizzled veteran because I've actually run this race 4 times, or finished it 4 times. I've DNF'd it twice, too, but I don't like to talk about those years. But yeah, I've run hundreds of miles on the Black Canyon course. The first 3 years that I ran this race, they had 3 different finish lines. So I've seen it all out here on the Black Canyon 100K course. We just had another finisher there. Let's give them their credit. That was Dylan Leppert, 11:05:37. I'll see if I've got notes on Dylan. I have notes on over 200 runners, but I don't have any notes on Dylan. But Dylan was a late entry. Based on his bib number 1149. That's probably why I don't have any information. But Dylan is a local here in Arizona from Flagstaff. Dylan ran the Haviland 100 last year, is registered for it again this year. Okay, so he's done it twice, and this year is leveling up and registered for Cocodona. So we'll get 5 days of Dylan over the course of the first week of May. So congratulations to Dylan on his finish. Maybe we'll have to talk to him and figure out exactly what's wrong with him for wanting to run this race or run Cocodona. I kid. It's gorgeous. That's why people want to run Cocodona. Yeah, Travis, I believe you are correct in regards to Heather Jackson's official finish. I don't know what happened with her tracker for some reason as we see Ben Moore cross the finish line. Congratulations to Ben. Heather Jackson's finish, I believe her tracker showed as DNF, but we all know that she did not DNF. She came in almost immediately after Corinne Chalvoy, so I would think that her finish time was 13th, and I believe just under the 10-hour mark, so maybe 9:55, give or take. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know for sure. I just know that I saw her cross the finish line, and to be honest, I'm as inspired by Heather gutting out a very difficult race under these circumstances, given that things didn't go her way. I'll never fault an elite level runner for dropping at an ultra simply because this is how they make their living, and to chance injury or further complications in a race where it's not going your way, I don't necessarily think that they should feel any pressure to do so. But I do think that when somebody like Heather is able to push through, I think that that's an amazing thing. And I have a lot of respect and admiration for those runners who do push through when things aren't going their way. And we're going to have a few of those today that, maybe names and runners that you would normally expect to finish much closer to the front. I mean, if we're being, honest and frank, I mean, Jared Hazen running to a 47th place finish, that's not normally where we see him. Even though it was a very stout field, I mean, Tank is a kind of guy that you usually see floating around in the golden ticket hunt. But he didn't have a great day. Shea Aquilano, another one. Shea has finished in the top 10 in this race and is a rising star in the trail and ultra running space. And Shea ran a 10:24, which was not her best race, but she got it done. So I admire that greatly. So that's right.
Hey, Chris,
Okay.
I got a special guest.
Awesome.
Come on up here.
Yeah, no, Dina, and I get that. It's understandable to
going too.
not be 100% sure. It's kind of hard to
I don't
follow
think it's live
sometimes,
yet, so-
but
Am I sitting here?
but yeah, Heather Jackson did not DNF. She finished 13th on the women's side. We'll see if we can get that adjusted on the official timing, and we'll find out what her final placement was in her final time. But I believe it was just under 10 hours and in 13th place. But joining us now is another special guest. You look a little bit like you're done for the day.
I feel like I've lived about 12 days out there.
Lisa Bartholomew, welcome. Thanks for joining us here on the Black Canyon 100K live stream. How did it go out there? What went right? What went wrong?
There's not a long list of the right things. There's a long list of the wrong things. Just from the very get-go, I feel like my stomach wasn't really working super well, and then that mud was just, something that in Australia we don't experience. The snow was beautiful, but again, like super hard to run through, and then it was just kind of went downhill from there, like literally and everything else.
Well, you're no stranger to running in the desert. I mean, you've been out here plenty of times. When you're coming out here and the first thing you see is like, okay, do I need to grab a puffy? Do I need to, add an extra layer? Do I need to, make for a longer day? Are those things that, that kind of alter your mindset, especially in the situation that this morning you thought you were running at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
But you ended up having to push it back a couple hours. How did your preparation maybe differ for this race versus other ones that you've run here in Arizona?
Yeah, so I've never run in Arizona before. This is my first time.
My mistake. I
No,
thought you
no,
had.
you're totally fine. So I packed as if I was here for what I was sold and misled with a warm race in February in the desert. I was training in the Australian summer, feeling pretty confident in that ability. So I actually ended up borrowing Chris Meyer, who came third place today. So I was wearing his long sleeve, his gloves, and I really hoped that something would have rubbed off. But when I heard that he got third place, I feel like it was pretty awesome. So yeah, none of my kit that I was really wearing is my own, and that's why I've got mad chafing on my shorts and everything.
I apologize. I realized that the last time I saw you running in person was in Silverton, and I think of Silverton as being Arizona. So that's what I was thinking, and I realized that. I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, well, I'll be back for sure. I need a little bit of time from this race, but I do want to get back to the Arizona desert and to the races here. It's really, really I've been here 3 weeks and just had such a special time.
So I was just down here listening, chatting with your crew and your coach and so forth, and you ran for 11 hours on 4 gels.
Yeah, don't recommend.
I mean, I know there was probably a reason for that, but that's not to be recommended, right?
I am not proud of that statistic. No, not at all. It was, I had for the first time in any of my races in 12 years of running, I actually had a nutrition plan laid out, thanks to Jason Coop, my coach, giving me a prod. But, you can write it all down and lay it all out, but you have to go with what you got. And like those 4 gels went in and probably 3/4 came back out. So I think I probably made up 1 gel out there, and yeah, it was pretty gnarly out there.
Yeah, I mean, and sometimes you have days like that, and you've been in the sport long enough to know that, like, when those days come, you've got to deal with it.
Yeah.
You could have folded the tent. Did you think about folding the tent at all, or
Every
were you
step
like,
of the
no?
way.
Did you? Did you? Yeah.
I did. Yeah. It's, the cool thing about this race, 100K having pacers, is that, I got to Bumblebee. I was kind of, was seeing things starting to unravel. And then it was kind of, I'm going to say 20 kilometers because I'm Australian, but 12 miles to getting Abby Hall. And I've always wanted to run with her. She's one of my biggest inspirations, best friends. So, I wanted to get to Deep Canyon, and then, I wanted to get Amanda Basham out there to bring me home. So those little carrots got me going and kept me going, because otherwise, had I been on my own, I would have been sitting down a lot earlier.
Well, and Abby and Amanda, I mean, they're awesome runners, and they've had, adversity in their own right. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe the three of you can sort of bond.
We definitely bonded over it out there, especially Amanda. She's had some gut issues like quite recently, and she's like, see, I told you it sucks. And I was just like, dude, I didn't need to see it to know it. Like, I didn't need to feel it. But yeah, it was cool to have them both so experienced and both just like fully loving the whole experience.
Yeah. So I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to go a little bit off script and just shift away from the race and talk about last year's Western State and your experience with your dad. Cause I remember the first year you came to Western States and got third place, and meeting your dad at the finish line, proud papa, I was volunteering down there, and he was sitting on like 5 tickets in the lottery, and, he was still trying to do his thing. And then to see it sort of come full circle, and then not even realize, when he came around the track and missed it by a minute and a half, that he missed that crucial turn, or it's not even really a turn, right? It's that fork after Green Gate, which I, by the way, remember Anita Ortiz missing. Anita Ortiz won the race and actually passed me twice. That was embarrassing because she passed me once, then she missed the same turn your dad missed.
Yeah.
The same thing happened. They're like, we're not supposed to be going downhill,
Yeah.
and everything else. But what was so incredible about that film is how open you were emotionally to the experience, and especially, at Pointed Rocks, where it was kind of clear that it was going to be a sprint there.
Yeah.
The film just warmed my heart. Even if I hated Western States, it would warm my heart. So you can imagine how it felt, being someone who loves Western States. But when you saw that film being made and you lived, did it at all? I guess the one thing I want to ask is, did it at all alter the sort of sadness about him missing it?
The film was such an incredible part of his healing process. After Western States, he went away with my brothers, one of who's not a runner, and they just kind of just forgot that it ever happened, just moved on. And then when he got home, he was having a really hard time accepting people saying, that was so inspiring, congratulations. And he's like, don't congratulate me, I didn't finish, Mm-hmm. The film coming out and realizing the impact and seeing the comments and the shares and people getting around it, it really made him very proud of what he achieved out there. No doubt I thought about him a lot out there today. I was like, it could be worse. I could be at 90 degrees right now, so at least I'm standing straight. But yeah, it's definitely been a really key part of the process. And I'm lucky that Dylan Harris is here filming me here, because, he's just an amazing storyteller, and he's now part of the family.
He kind of knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he's all right.
Quick break here. I want to give a heads up to the most recent finishers here. Kat Bradley, 11:10:42. Congratulations to Kat.
Oh, awesome.
Abby Swift, 11:16:25. And our second of the 100-mile challengers, Jake Jackson.
My man,
your
Jake,
boy Jake.
Jake.
11:17:21. We'll maybe I'll see if I can go and corral Jake to see.
I'd love to drag Kat in.
Dude, 100-mile challenge. I just could not.
He only has
in these conditions.
He only has 7 or so hours.
I cannot even fathom. I don't want to see that track. I don't want to see.
Yeah,
you have to go ultra. It's like Groundhog Day.
Yeah, no. I got PTSD. No, thank you.
And think about those runners in the back of the pack that had to start 2 hours later. that maybe take 18 hours.
And that
20 hours
mud
out
has
there.
been churned up by us. You
Yeah.
know, I thought of it. I'm at I wasn't at the front, but I was in the front of the field. And I just remember, Dad would always say, yeah, Lucy, but think of the people that you've now just cut this up and they have to endure it. And that's just
Oh, don't even start. As I started to deteriorate in my running career, I remember being in one race where it's like, oh, this is what a picked over aid station looks like. The volunteers are tired and there's no more grilled cheese and they're like, now we're out of bread.
well, I didn't contribute to the aid station lacking
Well,
of
that's
food.
true. You didn't eat any of that.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
The last thing I did on Lucy's dad and your relationship is, as somebody who's a dad of 3 boys in their 20s and they grew up coming to all my races, and fortunately for them, they've all taken on they all bike.
Awesome.
They're cyclists, so they're gonna last a lot longer than me. But that bond that you and your dad have with the trails and with what you do and what your passion is, I mean, there's nothing like it. And for a dad, it's just so you could kind of see that at the same time as it was his moment.
Yeah.
It was also all y'all's moment,
Totally. And to have my brothers there, especially Tom, my middle brother. who-
Yes, and that was so poignant. He
So-
was just I don't, he,
Yeah, he was
he
like,
had no
"What is this
clue. I'd
thing?"
never seen any of that.
And so that meant a lot to Dad. And I think the win from the day came from the fact that he had his 3 kids there.
Yeah.
And, we came together and we just kind of all went back to when we were 10 years old and just bickering and fighting and making stupid comments. And yeah, it was really special. And that was kind of something that, he will forever remember. But yeah, I mean, my relationship with Dad is just, it's just everything to me. And it's why I'm in this sport.
Yeah. Well, it's a great sport, and the sport is better because you're in it. And we're a one big happy family, and it was great to see you out here today. And some days, like we say in America, some days you're the windshield, and some days you're the bug. And maybe
Feeling buggy.
Maybe today
Feeling
you're
buggy.
feeling a little buggy, but you'll have your windshield days soon enough.
I love that.
Lucy
Thank you so much.
Bartholomew, everybody. Thanks for coming on, Lucy.
Thank you.
And thank you, Dylan. That was so much fun. She's the best. She's bubbly and fun and exciting, and
It's amazing to see somebody be so bubbly and exciting after 62 gritty miles and only 4 gels consumed.
yeah, 4 gels.
That's gonna be something. That's like.
So were you out? Were you out?
McKnight level?
Were
right
you
there.
out hunting down some interviews, or
I was. I talked to a mutual friend of ours, Jake Jackson, and he he's got to get ready for tomorrow
He
morning.
has to get ready for tomorrow.
But he said he'll try and swing by, and which means he'll totally swing
Yeah.
by. Jake, I mean, I saw him carrying his 360 camera as he was coming in.
Yeah.
For those of you that are connected with Jake Jackson, a member, multi-time member of the U.S. national team, winner at Desert Solstice. He's won Coldwater Rumble 100. Great runner. You're talking about a sub 14-hour 100 miler.
Yeah.
Really great, fascinating guy. For a guy who's not a full-time runner, he runs like one.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
And he runs with joy.
He does.
runs with joy, and that's what and Lucy runs with joy, even when she's just going on 4 gels for 11 hours.
Yeah, they're
You know?
they're both actually great representatives and ambassadors for the
Yeah,
sport.
absolutely.
And I do make that into a cliche at times, but I'm a big fan of both of them. So I'm really excited to have Jake come and join us here in a little bit as well.
So
to
we're
talk
hearing
about-
in the chat too that that Shannon Howell is nearing the finish. Shannon, as I mentioned earlier, the pride
Yep.
of Greenville, South Carolina. I might be able to convince her to come on, but she's also really one of those under the radar people, and she might just slink away before I
Corey-
can even catch her.
Corey Kowalis, Kyle Peterson, our most recent finishers. Corey Kowalis, 11:20:53. Kyle Peterson, 11:24:36. Hey, buddy, come on up. Grab a seat on the couch and grab a microphone, and we'd love to chat.
Thank
This
you,
is-
John Armstrong. I'm glad that you now know that I like Western states.
John is a good friend of mine. Yeah, right. This is a guy who's no stranger to our live stream coverage. In fact, you were my first exposure to you as a runner in person was the very first one we ever did, Desert Solstice 2018, which you won on the men's side with a big staggering 157 miles. I remember it very well, like it was yesterday. She did have a world record that day, but
Yeah.
but Jake Jackson, welcome. Thanks for joining us yet again on one of these live streams. You're basically they should put you on the payroll at this point for as often as you come on with us.
I need to buy a second house out here is what I need to do.
Yeah,
Well,
you
now
do.
here, no.
We would love to have you move to Arizona. Obviously, you live in Loma Linda,
Right.
California.
Southern California.
So, but you
Well, all the
they-
Californians are moving out here, dude.
Yeah.
he makes his second home here in the valley at Aravaipa finish lines. So, Jake, you're doing the 100-mile challenge this weekend as part of a training cycle,
Basically.
which
Yeah.
is nuts. That's nuts.
It's all for this stupid race called Cocodona that I'm doing in May.
Yeah,
so-
Jake is preparing.
You're
for,
probably going to run on Monday.
I probably will. Yeah.
Yeah, and Jake also let us know inadvertently that he's got next week off, and of course
Yeah.
we're going to be in Vegas covering
Yeah.
Jackpot, and
That is not going to happen. I'll tell you that right now.
I
Missy's
think
already
there's
put
still
the kibosh
spots
on
Oh,
that.
I
one.
am. I'm putting it
Okay,
in.
all right.
Yeah,
so,
after today, yeah, and then tomorrow, of course.
so
There's no way.
this whole situation with you doing the 100-mile challenge, you were expecting to take off from Mayer at 7 a.m.
Right.
You're a very talented runner, thinking probably in the 11-12 hour range for your first 100K, then be able to go and get a full solid night's sleep. But then chaos.
Right.
Obviously, your start time was pushed back 2.5 hours to 9:30 a.m. You now have to compose yourself in about
I don't
10
think
hours.
I don't think they're pushing the 60K start, are
No.
they?
No. I hope not.
Yeah, I mean, at what point did you realize? I mean, I'm sure it had to be maybe a good 30 seconds after hearing the announcement that this was going to make your weekend substantially more difficult.
Well, the thing that I thought about first is I was planning about 10:30. I'd be done before the sun went down. And I thought, thank God I put that headlamp and brought it with me because, 2.5 hours I just finished in the dark.
Yeah.
If I had not had that,
So do you just put it in your pack from the start?
I brought it out here from home just thinking, well, what if something goes wrong? And so I put in the drop bag and brought it on the bus and
had
it. So, yeah.
A quick
But-
shout out to our most recent finishers, Sebastian Scheider, 11:24:50, Shannon Howell, 11:27:03. We're here in the studio with Jake Jackson, the most recent finisher of the first leg of the 100-mile challenge,
Right.
with yet 60K to go starting at 7 a.m. you're obviously a very talented runner. We went over your accolades, talking about your experiences with the national team and your wins at other Aravaipa events, having a 100K Coldwater Rumble. What you have to feel a little bit bad for those runners that were going to be like flirting with 17, 18-hour finishes and now going to have a turnaround tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's the two guys that I'm rooming with up at Bumblebee Ranch. They're still out there, and I think one of them was shooting for 14, and the other one for 12. And I'm sure because of the mud, their days got pushed back. And one of the guys, Bryant, he's doing the 100-mile challenge too. So
it could be like a midnight
Yeah.
finish, and
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what happened with their races and see if he's still going to get up and run tomorrow. So
with your expected time, the everything else, what are the positives that came away from your experience today? Was there anything that you were very pleased with over the course of your time on the course?
yeah, I mean the number one thing is this is my only DNF. I DNF 2021.
Oh,
I came out here with lingering COVID effects and just had to pull the plug about halfway. So just getting the finish alone today was just, that was
That's
like my number
fantastic.
one priority. So
Yeah.
it's nice to get that buckle finally.
no,
So,
that's great, and congratulations on getting that done. That's one of the things that I've loved about this race is, runners such as you and Craig Hunt, who are extremely talented, who actually both of you in 2021 did not have the day that you hoped or expected, and coming back and getting that buckle and getting that finish here in 2024. So congratulations to you on that. With regards to your training for Cocodona later this year, do you feel that with the sideways conditions, because 2021 was a much warmer year,
right. Yeah.
do you think that maybe you're not getting the benefit of the weather maybe that you were hoping for? Because Cocodona is going to be crazy hot.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, it'll be my first 200+ mile race. So it seems like anything you do now until then is good for Cocodona.
That's
like weather, terrain, getting up in the mountains more. I mostly run on the track. That's kind of like my deal, the 24-hour stuff. So it's like any bad experience that happens at races or in training is just perfect training for Cocodona, it seems like.
Actually, Kevin Goldberg, no stranger to the Cocodona
Right.
game, posted, keep that what if something goes wrong attitude for Cocodona. It'll serve you
Oh,
well.
yeah, definitely.
So that'll be somebody you're competing with. And to delve into the Cocodona field a little bit more, that field is getting pretty stout.
Yeah, it's getting wild.
I mean, you're a very talented, capable runner in your own right. Obviously, stepping up to the 250-mile distance is, going to be a big deal. But, you're going to be towing the line with Jeff Browning, Michael Versteeg, String Bean, I believe, is on the Arlen Glick
and when you
jumping
see
in.
Arlen in there, it's like, okay, it's getting crazy now.
It is getting
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you looking forward to about that race, and what aren't you looking forward to?
I think obviously the lack of sleep, that seems like everybody's problem with that, doing these long races. But, I was telling my wife, I'm more nervous about doing the 250 miles of multi-day races than I am for my first 100-miler.
Yeah.
It's just way, 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 way out of my comfort zone. And I've gone back and forth thinking, I want to be competitive. I don't, and just want to take in the whole experience and get some knowledge and come back maybe the following year and be more competitive. So, really with these races being so long, you just got to take whatever you're given in that moment and just deal with it. Make the best out of it.
Do you have are you pretty good? You must have an iron gut.
Yeah, my stomach is actually pretty good.
Right. And I mean, because somebody who does a lot of different, a lot of different terrain, a lot of different amount of time, it seems like, do you have a set thing you do, or does a lot of it depend on, in a track race where you're pegged at a heart rate and it's going to be the same the whole way,
Yeah.
versus of something like Cocodona that's going to be up and down and so forth. Will you stick with the similar plan? I guess this is like in a 24-hour race or 48-hour race versus something like Cocodona.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely gonna start incorporating just solid foods, more, just basically what they're gonna have at the aid stations. I mean, I can get by like today. I probably ate, I don't know, 20, 25 spring energy gels throughout the day,
And no solid food.
no,
Yeah.
a couple bananas and watermelon here and there,
Yeah.
but that's pretty much where I got all of my calories
And
from.
you really can't. I mean, if you multiplied that by
Yeah.
4, you might die.
Yeah, I mean, I can get by with maybe 100 miler on
Yeah,
gels,
yeah.
but at the end, you're just like forcing them down.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how great they taste in the beginning. Like by the end, you're done.
Are you going to come out here and get on the course?
I am doing the training run in April, so I'll be
Nice.
back out here.
Which I love the fact that Steve does that, and that, like, Coop and I have been talking about this. What race do you know where everybody says you've got to run the first 37 miles? Like most people say, you got to run the canyons, or you got to run the Handies, or you've got to run Hope Pass, right, in these iconic races. Here they say, no, you got to run from the start to Crown King.
Yeah, you just have to do it.
I was up there working that aid station, and it has an 18-hour cutoff, and I was like, 37 miles with an 18-hour cutoff, and there's people coming close to it.
I remember when we did our live stream and we talked with AJW, and he goes, I've never seen so many runners look so terrible. It was kind of a side turn that I did not expect for him, because I figured he'd talk about how great everybody looked, be positive. No, he said everybody looked like crap.
Right.
So that's something to look
Of course,
forward
the ones that dropped out, I was like, you paid $1,800 to run 37 miles? They didn't like that.
No.
I will say, I appreciate. I'm going to circle back around to something you said, talking about like this is kind of an experience for you, this Cocodona approach, and that maybe you can use it towards a future effort. That was kind of the mentality that a guy that you've raced with before, Jimmy Strayhorn, who runs Desert Solstice regularly, had last year when he ran Cocodona. I spoke with him, and he used Desert Solstice actually, basically, he said, as part of his training cycle to get ready for Cocodona. And now he's, I guess, technically like in that second year of approach. So I thought that was really interesting that both of you come from a flatter, faster track type background, wanting to come out and experience Cocodona, to potentially, like, you look at it as a long game. You're not looking at it as like, I'm going to get it done and be done with it. It seems like you've really, and he as well, maybe that's something in common with you, long distance, 24-hour type runners that you have as a commonality, is that your approach to training is much longer of a game than maybe the rest of us.
Yeah. Talking to Nick Curry, he's run Hard Rock several times, and after he set the American record at Desert, he said that's the hardest thing he's ever done.
Mm-hmm.
And you would think it's the complete opposite. For most people, that's what they think is running up the mountains the hardest, And so I'm kind of hoping what I take away from Cocodona is like, maybe that's the hardest thing I've ever done. Maybe 24-hour racing won't seem as hard when I come back. Hopefully.
That's an admirable approach.
And
I
that,
appreciate
my
your
friend, is
positivity.
how twisted we are.
Yeah. Jake, thanks for coming on and hanging out with us. Congratulations on getting
you.
this one done. Obviously, you said this was a race that you really wanted to finish because of your previous experience. And go get some rest and,
And good luck.
and have a
Rest
good
up.
day tomorrow
Yeah.
morning
I'll
as well.
see you at the 60K start line.
That's
Yes.
right. You'll be
But that's
racing
it,
one
just at
another.
the start line.
Jake, thanks for joining us.
All right. Thanks,
Good
guys.
to see you, man.
Jake Jackson, no stranger to our live streams, as I mentioned.
Absolutely.
A guy who has raced it all. In terms of the stuff we cover, the flat fast stuff like Solstice,
Just nothing, like any surface, any distance. Jake Jackson, and just with a smile on his face. And
yeah,
just
and
an awesome attitude.
and we're gonna put that to the utmost test
yeah,
here
we'll
this
put,
May. So,
indeed.
always a fan of Jake's. Gonna
Let's
go over
run down the finishers.
absolutely our most recent finishers here at the Black Canyon 100K, presented by HOKA. Mickey Davis, 11:28:24. Kyle Shanone, 11:28:36. Nick Drozdiak, 11:30:45. Rachel Hawkins, 11:31:15. Joanna Fortier, 11:31:31. Lizzie Jones, 11:33:35. and Bill Walters 11:34:21. We are about 110 finishers, give or take, into the evening, into the night, as it were. And if things hold to form, we've got about 400 or 500 more at the absolute minimum.
Absolutely. I mean, and they're going to roll in, and we're a little bit after 9 o'clock, so we're closing in on the 12-hour mark.
Did I mention Lizzie Jones right there? Did I mention 11:33:35?
Lizzie Jones just finished.
Thank you very much,
Lizzie
Casey. Yeah, John, that first Cocodona was super hot. John Marushek and John Armstrong both.
Marushek commenting on the training run, which is the 37-miler that'll take place on April 5th that Steve's organizing. It's a bear.
Why wouldn't you just run Crown King instead? Yeah. I mean, I make you breakfast the next morning, so I think that's got to be a lot more fun. But you know what? I mean, so that race actually kind of combines tenets of Black Canyon and Crown King for that first 37 miles. That's a lot. It's a lot to take in.
It is.
Looks like we've got a couple of headlamps coming up the hill here to the Emory Henderson Trailhead here in Phoenix, Arizona, where the Black Canyon 100K presented by HOKA draws to a close. We are going to be here until, what are we at now? Plus 2.5 hours. We're talking.
We're closing in on 12 hours.
But
So at 9:30, it'll be the 12-hour mark, which gives the Western States qualifiers, if they took the early wave, 5 more hours.
But
the overall cutoff is
math. I'm going to write this down because I know I'll forget it later.
Is it 20?
It's 20 hours.
So
9:30, so 5:30 a.m. for wave
/
6
a.m. for wave 2, with the 60K starting at 7 a.m. Fortunately for us, Chris, we have the A team coming on board at 11 o'clock.
I can't wait for that.
Callie Vinson and Scott Trayer.
You're going to be able to go and get some sleep, and I'm going to be hooting and hollering.
You'll be the third wheel on that team, and that'll be fantastic.
I'm so excited. I'm actually just going to slide my stuff over to the couch and give them the desk.
And just let them do their thing.
Yeah, I figure that maybe I'll kind of help them, get acclimated, and maybe after a good, maybe 20, 30 seconds, they'll be able to take everything over from there.
Yeah, and I think once they do their thing, we'll pretty much lose our jobs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But you know what? Some things are long overdue.
Yes, indeed.
Callie and Scott, they're going to be coming in a little bit past midnight after AJW goes and gets his rest time. I'm going to fly solo for about 30, 40 minutes, and I might grab some people off the street, because that's what we do here at Aravaipa After Dark. We do whatever we want.
Exactly. It's Aravaipa After Dark.
Matt and Jamil, and Zach, they like to think they're in charge, but frankly,
but where are they now? They're all gone. All the fancy
them.
people are gone. We've got our worker bees here.
I've got my seltzer water. I've got my glasses.
We're crushing it. We're doing fine. We're finding some interviews. But yes, in the chat, by the way, folks, we'd love to hear from you. We're closing in on 12 hours. I know many of you are following along on the tracker to see your friends and loved ones. A shout out to Mike Moose Schneider, absolutely crushing it at the back of the pack. We love to hear that. Is the temperature back down to the low 30s?
No,
I don't think it's quite there yet here at the finish line. Again, this is the lowest point on the course, but
I got a text from somebody.
Yeah.
From somebody who wanted to wish you good luck for tomorrow. Karen Bonet. Karen Bonet Natraj was wanting to wish you good luck. Karen, no stranger to this race. I believe she's got like 5 or 6 finishes here as well. And at this point, we're gonna, if you want us to recap, who has won the golden tickets, we can do that. We've got plenty of time. We're also recognizing and appreciating the finishers that are coming across now, but we're also going to be following the mid and the back of the pack. We do still have some cameras out there. As soon as we have viable images and connections, we'll do our best to provide those for you, because this is important to us. This is basically the extension of something that you and I posed to Aravaipa last year at Black Canyon. One of the things that AJW and I wanted to do, in addition to our coverage of the golden ticket chase and the elites, which we love doing, don't get us wrong, I am honored to call these races with these amazing athletes, but the meat and potatoes of the community is those middle and back of the packers. Like, yeah, it was cool to see 8 guys break 8 hours and to see half a dozen women break 9 hours today. But we're going to have people out here that are running this race that are taking 14, 16, 17, 20 hours. Last year's final finisher, Mike Melchiors, who has finished this race every year since its inception, finished this race in 19 hours and 55 minutes.
Yeah.
He's out there in the course still, as far as I know. And man, if there's one person that I really want to see come in at the end of this race, it is Prescott's own Mike Melchiors, to know that he would be a perfect 11 for 11. The only person, this is a 1,000-person field, and only one person has made it that many times.
Well, and I want to say how appreciative I am of Jamil and Matt and the rest of the Aravaipa Mountain Outpost team to say, yeah, let's do it. So last year we did it for a couple hours. We sat in the tent with Jubilee and Jamil, and we did it, and we called people in for interviews, and they were like, that was great. AJW and Chris, you want to do it for 5-6 hours? Call in all the finishers. If this was last year, you would still see this camera up here, the static camera.
We kept it static,
and
quiet,
no commentary. But we're trying to, we want to enhance the experience, and this is what we do at Mountain Outpost. Is we want to honor. Here's a couple of headlamps coming in. I know we occasionally miss a runner. We bring people in to interview, but every finish every finish at the Black Canyon 100K is an important finish, is potentially life-changing for the person who's doing it. Maybe they're getting their Western States qualifier. Maybe they're finishing their first 100K ever. And we want to do our best to honor it. So cheering on, in addition, Bib 162, Luke Harbin. Shannon McDevitt is weighing in on that. We're hoping good things for Luke.
Our most recent finisher, Bib 319, Claire Todd. I was able to catch that one as she came in. See, folks, if you put your bib on right square in the middle, the live stream can catch it. So there is benefit to it. I get, sometimes you put it on your leg. I'm a leg guy. I'm
a leg guy too, yeah.
But if you put it right square in the middle, then we can see it as it comes across the finish line. And we're able to identify you faster. We'll still identify you.
Lori says there's so many middle and back of the packers doing a great job. Indeed, we have 111 finishers right now.
And over 1,000 people started this race.
So 800 plus are still out there. Sure, some have missed the cutoffs. Some have twisted ankles. Some have decided to call it for another day. But we're going to have a steady stream. And this is the beauty of being right here in the studio, having the studio right here at Trailside.
Yep.
I mean, these athletes are coming right by us, and we're thrilled to. Of course, if we had drones, if it was daytime, we could see it more. But here we're. I mean, again, here's a headlamp coming through. You can see it right here. We're just if we can catch a number, we will.
And if not, we'll have it momentarily after the fact. That looked like it looked like Bib 1154, Justin Ponelt. Our other recent finishers, I think I did catch Bib 1053, Adam Drozek, 744, Lyman Hawbaker, 1051, Keegan Rumsey, 877, Colton Gale.
And keep in mind, a lot of these folks come from far away, out of town, maybe coming down to the desert, hoping for some warm, sunny weather.
And they got this.
We might hit the 70s tomorrow. So the 60K folks will be happy, but
Jonathan Skloven Gill, 1146.51.
Jenna Maffey, a mother of 5, and such an inspiring story. We will keep an eye out for Jenna. Sheldon Oter on the last leg, apparently on his way in from Doe Spring.
There are 35 runners between Doe Spring and the finish line right now.
Yeah, we're gonna
have many people.
Yeah. John, again, letting us know he was at Bumblebee in Deep Canyon. Lots of stomach issues. Yes, lots of stomach issues out here in the desert. Going out too fast, the dry.
Some races only have 35 finishers.
Yeah.
We've got 35 in our final 5K.
Yeah. Alex Myers asking about golden ticket races. This golden ticket series has evolved so much. I mean, I've been around the sport long enough where I remember when it first started, back when it was the Montreal Ultra Cup in the late 90s. The the goal of the Western States 100 board is to provide an opportunity for the race to have as competitive a front end of the field as possible. The races at this point are all 100K and 100 milers. There's Luke, Shannon McDevitt weighing in. I think right now, I mean, we're incredibly honored and privileged to have 2 Arizona races of the 7 golden ticket races that are held. Javelina in October and Black Canyon in February. I mean, I think it'll continue to evolve, but
Sure.
we know that Western States will figure out a way every year to find 24 to 30 spots for elite men and elite women to get to their race. And at least for now, we awarded 6 today.
Yeah, congratulations to Luke Harbin, our most recent finisher here. And I think that, and I get it. I know that there are people who might look at the fact that there are multiple golden ticket races, in the Phoenix area, and maybe look at that with a little bit of contention. But man, come out here and run one of these 2 races. Run Javelina 100. Run Black Canyon. You'll see that these races are special. And I know I'm biased. I mean, I've run, Javelina 100. I've run this race multiple times. And I've been out at these courses and I've covered these races. I've been at other races elsewhere too. I've been at other special races. But what we have here is something pretty special. I mean, we've got the capacity and the capability to handle 1,000-person trail races. Not a lot of places in the country can handle that.
No, and I think that's ultimately the difference maker.
Absolutely.
Is that our trails can absorb those numbers. Our infrastructure can absorb those numbers. Aravaipa can provide services for those numbers. And so not only for golden ticket, but also for qualifiers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's perfect.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
And so that's one thing I am proud to be, associated with the organization and with the efforts that Jamil and Jubilee. Jubilee is the race director for
both
these
of those races. Yeah.
So I didn't realize she also does Whiskey Basin as her quote funds on the side race in April. But her year, like I would say 11 months out of the year, is dedicated to the preparation and the meticulous work that she puts into both Javelina 100 and Black Canyon. So as long as these races continue to provide a high level of service support and now coverage, I think that we're probably going to see them stay a part of the
a little
equation.
inside baseball here. I came up here to the finish line at about 6:30 this morning. We know the start was delayed. Jamil and Matt were here, and I was chatting with Jamil about how everything went down. He's like, I got a text from Jubilee at 2:15 a.m. There's 2 inches of snow up here at Mayer High School. She's camped out in her camper at Mayer High School. 2 inches of snow. 2:15 a.m. They go to work.
Yeah.
They go to work. Jubilee's out here still cheering in every finisher. She's right over here in the timing tent. And, I mean, that's what this takes. And of course, yes, was it an inconvenience? Was it awkward? Did it cause some consternation to have a 2.5-hour delayed start? Absolutely. But as Jamil said, what's the alternative? Cancel the race?
Yeah.
I mean, what would be worse?
Absolutely.
So good for them, good for the team. And, man, here we are.
And it was a huge inconvenience. I was at Anthem. I was actually pulling into the parking lot when the decision was made. A few minutes before the announcement made public through our back channels of communication, where we were told that the race is going to be pushed back at the time 2 hours. I was like, oh boy.
Right.
The runner that I was shuttling to the shuttle buses was like, oh boy. I mean, we all knew that it was kind of like an oh crap moment.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you kind of roll with it. And I think that with everything that we kind of had to deal with in terms of hiccups and adversity here, I think that they did a great job. And again, I work for the company. I'm patting Aravaipa on the back for it, but man, there was a lot that went into making sure this race went off as well.
Well,
as
and
it
isn't
did.
that a metaphor for ultra running? I mean,
Problem solving,
everything's great at the start.
figure it out.
Look at Lucy. Lucy said she had a great nutrition plan on paper,
And then
she ate 4 gels.
Absolutely.
So we're having a 4 gel day here at Black Canyon.
That's what we're
but the finishers are streaming through, and we're having a great time here. Chris and I taking you into Aravaipa After Dark. We love it, and we hope you do too. Please let us know in the chat if you have someone you're cheering on, if you have someone you're pushing to the finish. We'd love to shout them out for you.
Our most recent finishers: Luke Harbin, 11:47.34; Aaron Lee, 11:48.40; Matt Burrows, 11:51.22; and Michael Cady, 11:51.24. Hey, you want to come on and hang out with us for a couple minutes? I'd like to talk to you about your experience today.
Yeah, and let me run to the restroom.
Absolutely. Grab a seat on the couch and grab a mic, buddy. So this is somebody who spends far more time behind the camera than in front of it. And I cannot express how much we appreciate what you do, first of all. Folks, this is Shad Burkholz. And Shad is not only a fantastic runner and has run not only some of the coolest races in the U.S., but around the world, but also you seemingly love to film these races. My first experience in getting to know you was the fact that you had run, I believe, 85 miles in follow filming at Cocodona.
Yeah, the first year was like 80, like 83, 85, something like that.
And so now, like, the kind of running joke is that these races that are, quote, only 100K or only 100 miles are kind of like a day off for you.
Yeah, it does feel like that sometimes, but...
So, Shad, you were out, at least, where were you in terms of your coverage on the course? Were you only at Black Canyon City, or were you all around?
So I started off on this side of the river crossing at Black Canyon City, and then I chased some of the leaders on both the male and the female side up that first hill coming out there.
Mm-hmm.
Got dropped by Hayden pretty quickly because he was smoking up that. Regrouped myself, and I was able to at least, pull up with through the fifth male, and then headed back down so I could try and catch Heather as she was coming up as well, and followed her up the whole way. And then after the top 5 females came through there, then I had to book it the 3 miles back to Black Canyon to get back here, and then I brought in all the leaders here at the finish line as well.
Quick shout out to our most recent finisher, Brandon Doogie, bib number 1142. So, Shad, how many miles have you logged so far today? Because I know you've got to be keeping track of this.
Yeah, today was a light day for me, and there's reasons for that, because I am racing next weekend. But so I only did 15 miles today.
Only 15 miles, doing follow filming. That's the thing, is that it's not just like you're running with the elites at the front of the field. You're running with the elites, carrying a camera, trying to focus a gimbal, while also maintaining your footing. And that area that you were running in is not a very simple stretch of terrain to run. So I'll admit, I'd be concerned to be running down by the Agua Fria and then coming out of that when you're following somebody like Hayden Hawks.
Yeah, I kind of felt sorry for him having to listen to me breathing so hard as I was chasing him up the mountain. But yeah.
But sometimes that's just what it is. I mean, this is really just another day of training for you, as you mentioned. It's not going to be long before we see you on our next live stream, is it?
No.
So you're actually competing next weekend in Henderson, Nevada. I always got to make sure that we specify Henderson, Nevada at Jackpot for the US ATF 100-mile US Championships.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
I feel fit.
Good.
Training block didn't go necessarily what I was expecting, but I'll go out there and see what I can do.
But Shad, you've been in kind of in a perpetual training block ever since I've known you.
Yes.
I mean, if you're not running 85 miles following runners at Cocodona, you're running UTMB or you're running, races up in the. What did you run? Bighorn this year, was it, or was it?
No, so this year was a pretty light year. I only had UTMB and then a couple smaller races.
Okay.
But
Just a couple small things around that. But no, I mean, I've loved following your running journey and getting to know you as part of these live streams has been awesome. Seeing you up in Silverton, just, going out and enjoying the trails out there, whether you're racing or whether you're filming, I just, I had a blast hanging out with you last summer up in Colorado last July. But I just wanted to, first of all, invite you on to talk about your experience today. And also, thank you for everything you do. This is a person who has done a lot for these live stream commentaries and coverages, because without people like Shad, it doesn't happen as well as it does. It doesn't happen at all.
I love it.
Shad, thank you very much. I just wanted to bring you on and offer our appreciation here with Steep Life Media and with Aravipa and Mountain Outposts for all that you do. So thank you very much, man.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Shad Burkholz, folks, one of the people who makes this whole thing go. Look forward to following his journey next weekend. He was behind the camera this weekend, but next weekend he'll be in front of it as one of the people running Jackpot. I expect Shad to probably finish before midnight in terms of his 100-miler. He kind of shrugged and nodded. That's I would think that would be a great day for Shad. So he is, a great runner and an even better person. Apologies, a little bit of a dry spot in my throat there. We've had a couple more recent finishers. Adam Williams, a 100K or a 100-mile challenge runner, has finished his 100K 11:45:44. Looking on the quote straight 100K side, Jenna Maffey 11:56:08, Jimmy Burnett 11:56:19, Michael DeCello 11:59:07. 123 runners came in under, actually 124, 125, 26, 127 runners came in under 12 hours. So that's got to be a record for this race. I mean, we talked about the fact that more people came in under 10 hours than in previous iterations of this race, but the fields just get more stacked and faster every year. Not just necessarily in the front, but from top to bottom, from front to back. I think we see a lot more amazing runners every time we do this. Last year, as part of the Black Canyon race, just taking a quick peek at Ultra Sign Up, it looks like about the same number finished. Looks like about 136 finished in under 12 hours last year. So we're actually just shy of that this year. So I might have to retract that to a small degree, but it was also pretty sloppy up in the high country. So I think things kind of balance out. But we're here until, what did we say, 6 a.m., I think is what we're hanging out until. So this stream goes until 6 a.m., and then we're done with the 100K, and then we're going to take, I don't know, like maybe a 20, 30-minute break, and then start our 100K coverage. So, thank your producers if you happen to see them around town or at races. If you see somebody working at, first of all, if you see us filming, come by and wave, say hi. We'd love to get to know you. Come out to Javelina. Come out to Black Canyon. If we happen to be, doing a race for another organization, we'd love to see you. We've been at Run Rabbit Run. We've been at Hard Rock. We've done, races all over the Southwest. Don't be shy. Come and say hi. Come and introduce yourself. We love to communicate with the people who like to watch us. We're here for you. If you weren't watching, we're not talking. At least we're not talking to anybody out there. We have another recent finisher here. We are going to verify who that was. Michael DeCello, actually, 11:59:07. That was Leah Brown, 12:02:11. Congratulations to Bib 917. Leah Brown. And we've got I want to see how many people are actually still in the race at this point. So we've got roughly 774 people on course. So, or actually including the finishers. So, of course, I promised myself I wouldn't do math on the air, but I do have a calculator, so. So we've got about 650 people, give or take, still out there in the course at this point. Of course, AJW is going to be hanging out with me until about 11 p.m. tonight. I think he's over in search of a sandwich or something. Maybe stretching out to get ready because he's running the 100K or the 60K tomorrow. But AJW will be joining me again shortly, but then he'll give way to a couple of brand new commentators that I think you're really going to enjoy because I've spoken to the two of them about the prep work they put in, and they've crowdsourced a wealth of information about the runners that expect to finish in the last few hours of this race. Scott Trayer and Callie Vinson. I had Aaron McKnight, who works for Air Viper Running, came up to me and handed me an envelope, and it had a card in it, and I didn't open it, but I said, "What's this?" And Aaron said, "It's from a runner who wanted this to go to the live stream." And I realized that Scott and Callie had been crowdsourcing for information for runners that want to be recognized in the overnight. And I guess that this is a card that this runner, they wrote their bib name or their name and their bib number on the card. So I handed it to Scott and he was just tickled at the notion. So Scott and Callie, I don't know exactly what they've got prepared, but man, it's going to be awesome. So looking forward to that. Most recent finishers, Lori Enlow, 12:02:45. Dave Kesterson, 12:03:05. Congratulations to Lori and Dave. Of course, importantly, the two of them are now eligible for the Western States Lottery. In order to be eligible for the Western States Lottery after finishing this race, you have to do so in under 17 hours. I can tell you from personal experience, having done it 4 times and cutting it as close as possible, I was the final finisher to break 17 on 2 occasions. It's not easy. Even though it is a net downhill course, it is deceptively tough. Another finisher here. We'll see if we can catch who this is. I'm assuming this is Kyla Mayer. Well, maybe. Yeah, I think that's Kyla Mayer. Don't quote me on that, but we'll verify here when I get my information. Yeah, John in the chat, math is stupid sometimes. Sometimes. Of course, I know that I believe John is like a mathematician by trade or something like that, like quite literally. So he's a funny guy too. Folks, thanks for tuning in with us here. We're going all night. So, the few, the proud, the loyal, we're glad to have you. I'm Chris Warden, and we're just kind of hanging out, soaking it all in tonight. Do we have any cams at any of the aid stations at all that we can flip around to? If we don't, that's fine. Oh, Stephen is at Doe Spring. I know that. Dr. Stephen Crawford, mind you. Let's see. Oh no, it's Dr. Stephen Crawford. Yes, yeah, he is a PhD. We have another couple finishers here as well. Also, a guy who runs a lot of races in his own right. He's run a couple of 200 milers. Dylan Tanner, Tim Pfluger. Congratulations to the two of you. Dylan Tanner, 12:05:35. Tim Pfluger, 12:06:30. Another finisher. Okay. Looks like we've got, oh wow, that's some high quality resolution for out on the course right now. Let's be honest. So this is Dr. Stephen Crawford's feed at Doe Spring? Or is this it's Stephen Cam? Okay, so yeah. So this is Doe Spring. And Doe Spring is kind of a no frills aid station. It's a pretty small, pretty basic setup. And it's only 3 miles from the finish. Actually, it looks much bigger than I remember it, to be honest. Having last run this race in 2020, well, having last finished it in 2020, let's leave it at that. But yeah, so these runners have got about 3.6 miles to go before they actually get to the finish here. So, if they're making it this far, they're going to finish the race, and it's just a matter of time before we see them. So, we'll be following these runners' journey here and see them maybe in just a little bit. So that was bib number 1095 that we saw out at Doe Spring. That's Tim McKenzie. So, Tim McKenzie, come on down. We will see you here soon enough. Let me check to see who some of our more recent finishers are as well. If we can pivot back to the main shot. Want to give some of these finishers their due. Perfect. Thank you very much, guys. Let's see. Man, we've got a lot of runners out there. It's taken me a few seconds to scroll through the field. I'm not gonna lie. But for those that are interested in a specific runner, I'm doing my best to cover as many of them as I can. But we do have a live link at the top of the page. That is to our running tracking. It's largely accurate. In some cases, we've had a little bit of sideways action on it, but like, for instance, it is showing Heather Jackson as a DNF. I know for a fact Heather did not DNF, watched her cross the finish line in 13th place on the women's side. So, there are a couple of tune-ups that we might need to do, but our most recent finishers, let's see. Here we go. John Trongard, 12:07:06. Nick Dvorak, 12:07:51. Brandon Clark, 12:08:22. And Andrew Johnson, 12:08:24. Congratulations to the four of you for getting it done out here on the Black Canyon Trail in a day where a whole lot of things went sideways. Yeah, we had some weather issues, some delay issues that took things. Be careful, buddy. We've got AJW playing around with the heat lamp off to the side.
I got called into the medical tent
to
do a little consultation. It's fine. It's
Okay.
all good.
Who? Oh yeah. Wait, did Kyla run jackpot the year with it Garmeyer did?
Tim Pfluger, I know you from the Beast Coast, Pennsylvania, 8:47. Good work. Nico Teller, 11:33. And he's doing the 100-mile challenge. I'll see you out there, Nico, at least at the start. How many people left on the course, Chris?
About 640, 630.
640.
yeah, no, I mean, I'm dead serious. So Kyla, actually, Shad is going to do us a solid and hunt her down and tell her to swing by whenever she's ready. So Kyla has got some pretty impressive runs on her resume, and I think that this warrants our having a discussion
Who
with
is
her.
that?
Kyla Maher, who is somebody I'm not familiar with. So Kyla, as a tune-up, ran Coldwater Rumble 40K this year and ran and finished second place.
Ooh.
7th overall. Finished 6th place at the Bear last year in a 25:59:59, so just under 26 hours.
And what did she just finish this in?
She just finished it in just over 12 hours. She's run Crazy Mountain, too.
And have I told you about Crazy Mountain?
Yes, you told me about Crazy Mountain because that's when Patrick said he was running it.
It's a fantastic, relatively new race up in Montana, and
yeah, no, this is great. I'm looking forward
come
to
on
talking
in.
to her.
Welcome to the House of Fun.
Our most recent finisher, Nico Teller, doing the 100K or 100-mile challenge, finishing the 100K in 12:06:31.
Of course.
Let's.
You want me to open it for you?
So our most recent finishers, we've got a few of them that came through. Fei Gao, 12:08:34. Dennis Patinotti, 12:10:06. Sheldon Oder, 12:11:10. Jordan Moon, 12:11:21. And Daniel McLeod, 12:12:14. But Kyla, is it Mar? Okay, that worked.
It'll work.
Welcome. So Shad was telling us about you. I guess you're a member of the Bozeman running community up there. And so that's one of the things that is near and dear to my heart, because in addition to doing the live streams, I set up, I'm the admin and person who's like point person for Aerobike by Group Trail Run. So, sorry. Yeah, let's hear your.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me now?
So,
Can you hear me now?
but
So
yeah,
you organize group, you're in
Yes,
the
yeah.
community.
So I started Bozeman Run Club 3 years ago. I've been in Bozeman for 4 years.
Okay.
So, and we have a few Bozeman Run Club people running today.
I'll be honest, Chad, I didn't know you were from Bozeman. I just assumed you were from all over, to be honest.
And
I
you
mean,
probably came down here expecting some nice warm weather and escape from the cold and all that.
Oh my gosh, when I'm sure a few people have said this, but when it was delayed 2.5 hours, I was like,
For an inch of snow. yeah, you can't make that up.
yeah,
what is happening? I was ready. I was like, ooh, I'm going to have an advantage. Snow.
and
The bus companies from Phoenix.
Yeah.
They don't do
yeah,
snow.
I heard that. I heard, is it illegal? I heard it's illegal, but maybe that was just like an Arizona.
No,
person.
that's, yeah.
Okay.
Once people understood, and we tried our best to convey, obviously, like with school bus drivers in Phoenix, they're not used to driving in any snow, and so I gotta be careful.
Better safe than sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it didn't
Yeah.
bother me, but I did thought I was ready for the snow.
Give them bumper to bumper traptic, and they can do it no problem.
This is why I was slow today. It's because I didn't get to run in the snow. All of my training has been in the snow.
Well, you had a little bit of a light dusting at the high end of the course, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of snow.
Yeah, and then we got mud. So love mud.
Yeah, I've heard it was pretty sloppy, but then you got to lower country, it kind of dried out a little bit.
Yeah.
So I went and I started peeking your ultra sign up a little bit, because that's what we do.
Oh.
And you're no stranger to running around here. You've been
was just
logging
here 3
a lot
weeks
of miles.
ago.
Yeah, you
Water
ran.
Rumble.
You also ran Mogi on Monster 42K last year.
Yep.
Kicked the crap out of me, because I was actually one of the final
Oh.
finishers of that race. But so you're no stranger to these Arizona
I like doing
deserts.
the short Air Viper races and prep for
The long Air
the
Viper
long.
races.
Yeah. Well, I
course,
did the
no,
Mogi
it's one of
42K before the.
It's one of the
Before
great
Bear.
things about the Air Viper races. They have all those distances. So
Yeah.
It's why I can finish so many of them. my DNFs dropped precipitously when I stopped doing all of the 100Ks and 50 milers and dropped down to the 5Ks and 10Ks. I only DNF a few a year now at this point. So, but Kyla, what was your experience like out there? Are you happy with how things went for you?
I was sick a week before this race. Like yesterday, I was having a rough time.
really,
Oh my gosh, snot! It was Snot Rocket City today. So expectations were pretty low.
snot
And
non heaven's door.
no, I the main reason I came out to do Black Canyon is because the athlete manager for the brand Janji, and so we have a exciting new athlete team, and a couple of them are here today. So I wanted to be here to support them and to do some networking and stuff. So
Nice.
yeah.
What did you think of the expo yesterday?
The expo was so fun. That was also cool to see. Janji hasn't dabbled in the world of expos yet, so it was nice to check it out. I had a lot of fun.
You guys have thrown some swag our way.
Yeah.
We got a couple
Yes.
boxes of
You
stuff for Run
I
Rabbit
shipped that
Run.
to you.
Yeah, that Run Rabbit
We
Run
appreciate
box.
that.
That was nice. Yeah, I love those shorts.
Did it get there in time?
Oh, barely.
Yeah,
It was Steamboat. It had to take a couple,
Yeah.
little.
It's like
Well,
flying
we'll
the
get you guys
Steamboat
some
itself.
more. Yeah.
Getting
we'll get you some
there
more.
in any regard takes.
But
a couple of
how
them.
did today go? I cat tongue. That's the last, like, I still have cat tongue. Has anyone said that? Like,
No.
I'm so dehydrated.
Oh,
Oh, you are.
feel free to take a sip of your
Well,
beverage
take
at
a sip
any
of your
time.
beer then. Come on now.
We also have
It's
Flota.
going to my head. I'm like, oh, And my mom's probably watching.
We also have Flota if you're so inclined as well.
With a competitor. Actually, I do kind of want to try it. Can I?
Yeah, absolutely. We love
Cheers. I love Satisfy.
folks. This is Aerovipe After Dark. If you are unfamiliar, we basically do whatever we want as long as we make sure we give the racers their due. Oh, hey, can you open that for her?
Oh yes, I'm the opener.
All right. Most recent finishers here at
I'm
the
not
Black
the
Canyon
closer,
100K.
I'm the opener.
Jordan Moon, 12-11-21. Daniel McLeod, 12-12-14. And Alicia Davis, 12-16-03. Congratulations to them. We're keeping an eye on runners as they approach the finish line. But Kyla, what do you think of the Flota?
I like it.
Tastes like
It's
flat soda.
Flat.
It's exactly what it... What?
Is it grape?
It should taste like cola.
I think you just get.
I have cat tongue.
you get
Things are a little off right
it's
now.
It's the purple label. It's just like purple label.
And of course, Mike Versteeg is on the can, so you're...
Big fan. Big fan.
So yeah, you seem like you're pretty satisfied with how the race went for you, despite the conditions early on and everything. And
Yeah, I had a great time.
good,
Beautiful
good.
course. Everyone was so nice out there. Made a bunch of friends. Had a great day.
That's good. So what's next on your schedule? Is there anything on the horizon as of yet, or
Well, lots of sleep.
What did you say? Kyla did. Was it the bear?
yeah?
I did the bear. Yeah.
What year?
Last year.
So you're doing 100 this year?
Yes.
What?
I am doing 2. I did 200s last summer.
Yeah.
A little back-to-back action.
And
I
one
di-
of them
So
the
did
other
you
race.
do Crazy Mountain?
I did.
Well, tell us about it.
I got second.
Nice.
Yeah, and it was my first 100 finish. Second attempt. My first 100 didn't go well.
And,
That was
I mean, I've heard awesome things about Crazy Mountain.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was amazing race. Everyone come to Montana.
So are you going
hang
back?
out.
Are you going back to do it?
Yes,
this year?
I'm gonna go back to do it. Second time.
And
I've got
then-
Bighorn 50 is first,
Okay.
then Crazy 100, and then
Must be.
5 weeks later, I've got I'm Tough.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good. That's
So
a
you
good
like
season.
the tough stuff, like.
Like hard stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is a little bit of an interesting detour for you then
This
to come
is a
down
sprint. This
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fast downhill.
yeah. Yeah.
So is part of it the intention of having a lottery ticket for Western states then, or
What, doing this?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know.
You just came down to do it.
I just came to hang out. Like I said, we've got some athletes I'm supporting. It's very cold in Montana right now. This is a nice little vacay.
It's a
and then
whopping 45 degrees out right now.
I also trying to get more of the Janji folks out to the
Sure.
Aerovipa races. The Janji's co-founder, Mike Bernstein, paced me 30
Oh, nice.
miles.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
And he came from Boston. He's struggling right now. I think he's like, hitting up the aid station
did you drop
hard.
him? Did you drop him?
I really wanted to, but that's actually why I was so slow. I had to wait up for Mike.
I love
That's
how
a good
he
story.
just puts it out there on Front Street. There's
Yeah.
no
I didn't want to embarrass him. It's his first time pacing.
until you just basically tell it's all on the
You
live
know
stream.
these are recorded, right?
Yeah, he's gonna come back and he's gonna watch this and did you see what I was on the live stream?
Hey, quick, Jordan, get the timestamp on that.
Yeah, so of course you don't want to embarrass him when it's just you and he out on the trail, but then you come onto the live stream and then you
kinda my
share the
MO.
story for the world to hear for all eternity. But
Yeah.
it sounds like you had a great day out there, all things considered, and we're grateful that you came down here to not only to run the race, but help to represent John G as well. It sounds like it was a great weekend for you all involved, and we're looking forward to seeing you around here in the future.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
This was a
come
lot
on
of fun.
Cocodona one of these years.
I have paced it,
Uh-huh.
Oh, who'd you pace?
and Jeff Garmeyer,
Oh,
also a
yeah.
Bozeman guy.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that must have been rough.
It was rough. It was rough.
I mean,
No, I had a
it's
great
like
time. He's a
20
very
miles
good
of
friend of mine.
conversation.
Yes.
Did you
Yes.
say anything?
Have you guys paced him?
Been around him enough to know.
Been around him. Just get him going.
He came
What'd
in-
you have for dinner?
When he after he finished having 100 last year, some runners when they're done with a 100-miler, they'll talk, but give them an hour or two to decompress, to get some calories in. Jeff basically walked from the finish line down and sat down. We hadn't even
We
really
didn't
reached
even
out to
invite
him.
into the stadium.
And he came in
He
and
just
just
came in. He's like,
sat down and
"Hey,
talked.
what
And
are
he
you
was
guys up to?
and he was ready to tell stories. And this is like at 3 a.m. Like that's Jeff Garmeyer for
Well,
you. So
have you guys had him on? He's somewhere around. He's,
of course he is. He's omnipresent.
I'm sure he'll
pacing,
find us.
crewing.
Yeah, he
I'll
knows,
send him over.
he knows he's always welcome to come on and hang out with us. So Kyle, thank you
Hey,
very much for
thanks a
joining
lot.
us.
Thank
coming
you.
on.
Thank you. Nice chatting.
Fantastic.
Kyla Maher, one of our more recent finishers here of the Black Canyon 100K. Bozeman.
And someone in the chat thinks they should be called the Bozeman Bozos.
I mean, it's
a
right there.
suggestion. Yeah. All right.
All
See
right.
ya.
Take
Enjoy
care.
that floata. Triple fisting.
Kudos to Shad for connecting us there. That was a great,
Indeed.
great discussion. Uh-oh. News.
Deep Canyon.
Like stuck? Like, what does that mean? Like, go down the stream stuck? Or does it mean like... Oh, well,
Oh, gee.
I've had chairs like that, so that doesn't really... Oh, wow. What?
Do all the 60K starters
Yes.
they have to go through that creek?
Yeah.
Or do they like maybe pick them up on the?
Well, they got to
probably-
park there.
They got to park there, right?
Yeah, so
everybody in the morning has to go through that creek. Who knows how many cars might float away?
yeah, let's verify that we've got are we still on or okay, cool.
Aravipa After Hours full.
Era
bleep-
After Dark.
No, this is right. I'm just reading After Hours full.
Oh,
blank
John.
Leap stride into the absurd.
John, I can't believe that. I can't believe John would incorrectly label this.
I know now that it's Aravipa After Dark.
John,
even
it's
though I-
Aravipa After Dark. I made it up
Yeah.
one day and it just stuck because I forced
But
it to
that
stick.
full A stride, I think the line earlier today,
It just
it just
came out.
It just came out.
Yeah, and
Just came
and having worked in radio for nearly a decade and also like doing these streams for
Yeah.
about 6 years at this point, I had never blurted out like a soft expletive
Yeah.
unintentionally, and that one just kind of came out.
Just came out.
But
John, you don't need to apologize. Chris gets on my case all the time for
Oh,
calling it Aravipa After
John,
Hours.
he's kidding. John doesn't apologize about anything. Trust me.
So,
Most re-
hey, in the chat, let us know we're closing in on 10 o'clock. So 12 and a half hours for the 9:30 starters, 12 hours for the 10 o'clock starters.
our most recent finishers. Let's see. Jeff Devlin, 12:18:46. Jeffrey Hemgen, 12:20:53. Michael Bursum, 12:20:56. Cal Kalamia, 12:21:13. And Ben Paxton, 12:22:32. Yeah, see, Tussey Mountain Back Races said that what I said was right for the moment.
It was. It totally was. So you got to just own it.
I do. Well,
You gotta own
fair.
it.
Folks, for those who might have missed me dropping a weird phrase, I just happened to be excited at watching Hayden Hawks and who was it? Who were the young gun? The
Hans Troyer.
Hans Troyer. Hayden Hawks and Hans Troyer basically duking it out after they left Gloriana Mine, and I was just amazed at how fast they were running, and I just said, that's a full ass stride right there.
Full ass stride.
It was,
and it started trending on
people
Twitter.
people
and-
called me out on it on
Oh,
Twitter,
full
and
ass stride.
I was like,
Absolutely.
oh well. But you know what? I was enthusiastic. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, it's hard not to get excited when you see something like that going on. I mean, let's be honest. Some of these races have their lulls in what's going on. This race really didn't have that.
Not a lot of lulls.
I mean, especially in the golden ticket chase. First of all, there was only one name on both sides that was really right where most people expected him to be the entire time, and that was Hayden Hawks on the
Yeah.
men's side. You know, on the women's side, Rachel Drake was kind of like people thought, but then But Heather Jackson was in the lead for most of the race, but then fell back to the pack, and it was chaotic on both sides. So we were super excited.
And the men behind Hayden Hawks were swimming around.
Yeah,
in a lot of different places.
I'm gonna see if I can.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna take.
We got a good fist pump finish just now.
Yeah, let's find out who that was. That was
cool.
Let me take a quick look and find out who our most recent finishers are. That was.
By the way, if any of you still in the chat are running the 60K tomorrow, first of all, go to bed. Second of all, give me a shout out and look for me at the start. I'm running the race tomorrow, and I'd love to hang out and chat with you. I'm gonna get my full money's worth out of that.
You can look for him, but you'll hear him much quicker.
Yeah.
Jake Galliani, 12:27:35. Elise Lagerstrom, 12:27:40. Our most recent finishers. Now I'm gonna take a look and so Deep Canyon Ranch, Bumblebee. I'm looking through our DNFs to see if there have been any notable DNFs later in the race. That we might not have
we haven't
caught.
done a DNF check in a while.
I mean, we had. I mean, at this point, if it's an elite runner that hasn't come in yet, odds are they are probably a DNF. But I'm just kind of keeping an eye out. I think that one of the more notable DNFs that we caught very late in the race, and this is one I didn't hear discussed. It could have been. But Pequan Yu, the Chinese runner,
that was a late DNF.
Dropped at Table Mesa, getting to Table Mesa in 6:15. That's mile 51. That I believe that Pequan was actually in golden ticket contention, high golden ticket contention at that point. So things must have really gone sideways for him at that point, and that's unfortunate because I've seen. That's the second time I've seen a runner who was in golden ticket, not only contention, but, potentially position, have to pull the plug at Table Mesa, which is, less than 10 miles out from the finish line. That was actually a really surprising DNF to see.
Travis Longcar mentioning Sarah Beal dropped at Table Mesa.
Oh, okay. Thank you,
at
Travis.
least according
Appreciate
to Strava.
It. And actually, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through the Table Mesa DNFs, and if there are any at Doe Spring, which I doubt, but because if you made it to Doe Spring, I mean, you're going to do your best to drag yourself that extra 3 miles. But Amanda Childs dropped at Table Mesa as well, because the runners that made it to Table Mesa, in 11, 12 hours, moving pretty well. So. Very few drops at that point from the front of the pack. Michael Morrison, unfortunately, Cyril Garcia, and like that's about it. That's only like 4 or 5 drops at Table Mesa at this point. I mean, we're still, many, many moons away from seeing the end of this race. I mean, as of right now, we still have about 620 runners here on the course. So bib number 1, Mike Melchiors. The
bib number 1.
The only legacy finisher to complete this race every year. Left Black Canyon City at 11:45:59. So that would mean that Mike has about 8 hours and 15 minutes, or 8 hours and 14 minutes to go the remaining. Okay, so things have changed.
There you go. There's your math.
Things have changed. So about a marathon? No, a little bit more than a marathon, because that was about 28 miles. So Mike's going to have to grind it out. Yeah. And Dean Hansen, bib number 2, who has finished all but 1 year. Dean, both of those guys are Prescott area trail runners, longtime members of the community there. Dean Hansen, 11:40:22 at Black Canyon City. So about 5 minutes ahead of Mike, but I would assume that they're both probably kind of running together at that point.
Mark's asking about 7:99 and 4:52. Stephen Kukta and Matthew Bristow. Chris will do a quick little search for that.
Steven Kukta looks like he did not start the race. I'm showing him as a DNS. And what was the other bib number?
It is
452.
452. Matthew Bristow.
Bib number 452 is not Matthew
not
Bristow.
Matthew Bristow.
So, but I'll look him up by name.
All right.
If you're interested in runners, Matthew Bristow is bib number 897. Cottonwood Gulch. So that's about mile 48, left at 11:11:19, or arrived at 11:11:19. I believe that the timing mat is at the front of Cottonwood Gulch.
Okay.
If I remember correctly. My memory gets a little bit hazy at that aid station.
Yeah.
So
It's a tricky one.
lots of ramen, lots of warm fluids to help me get across the creek at that point, across the Agua Fria. If you're interested in other runners as well, you can check them on the runner tracking, which we've got at the top.
It should be it's pasted at the top of the chat.
Yep, absolutely. We are here at the finish line of the Black Canyon 100K. I'm Chris Warden.
Andy Jones Wilkins here. We'd love to hear where you're from, what you're up to. I know maybe some of you are overseas and it's tomorrow already. Would love to hear what you're up to today on Sunday. And if you're looking to find out about a runner or you're tracking one and you'd like us to...
That was Shelby Farrell.
That just came through?
Yeah. We'll have to grab Shelby.
We'll have to grab Shelby.
Shelby Farrell has been a part of our live streams in the past as well. I'm going to actually probably sneak over and get her. Before I slide over, Merrick Butkowitz, 12:29:22. Eileen Biscaja, 12:30:59. And Lauren Chico Mascalo, I believe.
Oh, nice work.
12:31:35. Yeah, that was Shelby Farrell, and frankly, I think we need to see if she'll come on here shortly.
Oh, we need a Shelby Farrell interview for sure.
I will go and see if she's going to have the strength.
She's going to give everybody a lot of fun. So again, this is Aravaipa After Dark with Chris Warden and Andy Jones Wilkins. I'll be on for another hour or so before I get a few hours of sleep in the trailer that is right behind the tent from which we're broadcasting. It's a beautiful evening here. The skies are clear. It's chilly, crisp and cold, probably going to go down into the mid-30s this evening. For those of you prepping for the 60K in the morning, it should be cold at the start and warm at the finish. And if you run fast enough, you can get home in time to see Taylor walk into Allegiant Stadium if you care about such things. Another finisher coming through. They're kind of coming through in ones and twos, and will probably do so for the rest of the night again. If you're just joining us, which would be really surprising, but if you are just joining us, the start of the race was delayed by 2.5 hours due to hazardous road conditions going into the high school, Mayer High School, where the race starts. So the normal 7 o'clock start was pushed to 9:30, thereby pushing all of the cutoffs 2.5 hours ahead of time, except for those who went out in the second wave, which was about half of the field that went out at 10 a.m. And, of course, those cutoffs were pushed ahead on a full 3 hours. So those folks have been out 12 hours and 6 minutes. We are there's a lot of action here. At the finish, the aid station, finish line aid station is in full swing. The shuttle buses are rolling through. The parking lot is full. We have our overnight team ready and willing and working on the live stream. Another finisher and a pacer coming through, holding hands, full steam. Very nice finish right there. As I've mentioned a couple of times already, it was fun to chat a little bit with my good friend and the race director of Western States, Craig Thornley, who was here earlier. I think he's gone home to, or not home, but gone back to where he's sleeping, which is probably in the back of his truck. He handed out the golden tickets. He was 6 for 6 today. Sometimes athletes will take a break. Will ask to take a week or two to decide whether they're going to run Western States, or might even decline the ticket on the spot. This year, here at the Black Canyon 100K, all 6, 3 men, 3 women, when offered their ticket, literally within minutes after finishing, they all accepted. And so no rolling down this year at Black Canyon. And the field is just about set now for Western States. There are only 4 golden tickets left, 2 men and 2 women, which will be awarded at the Canyons 100K at the end of April. I think I also want to take a moment to point out that this is the second in the World Trail Majors series, a new series of races launched in 2024, representing 10 of the most iconic trail races in the world. The first race went off last month in Hong Kong, the Hong Kong 100K. The Black Canyon 100K is the second in the World Trail Majors series. The third race will come on a couple of weeks from now at Trans Gran Canaria, and then a series of 7 more races spanning the globe from Canada to Switzerland to Asia and islands out in the Pacific and the Atlantic. So if you're so inclined, check out the website for World Trail Majors. We here at Black Canyon are thrilled to be part of the World Trail Majors, and excited for what the future holds for this exciting series.
Our most recent finishers, as we mentioned, I was able to confirm that was Shelby Farrell. It finished in 12:34. Thor Johansson, 12:35.44. Zach Valentine, 12:35.47. And Robert Chacon, 12:36.57. And I spoke with Shelby, and she has some thoughts. And she is more than willing to share them with us when she gets a little bit more calories in her system and gets composed. But she is definitely, and she's going to throw on another layer, but she's going to come and join us here on
Very
the
nice. So she has
the
some
couch.
thoughts, huh?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a
She has
shocker.
lots of thoughts. But no, Shelby Farrell, no stranger to coverage. She's been a part of our live streams for years. She has occasionally been a host. She has carried a camera with us, and we've had conversations with her when she was running Cocodona. So
she's done podcasts. She's done like pre-race interviews for races, and a little bit of everything.
Any other any opportunity we get to hang out with Shelby, we're more than excited to do so. So we'll be speaking with her here in the studio in just a little bit.
And it was funny to hear Kyla talk about Garmire.
Yes,
I mean, if we really needed to kill a couple of hours overnight, we could just roll him in.
Yeah, that's well, Garmire. I can just give up my seat. Can you imagine Jeff Garmire and Scott and Callie? That might.
Oh goodness!
Is
there a race going on?
Right. Okay. Most recent finishers: Zar Tulin, 12:39.03. Lindsay Clemens, 12:39.04. Claire Wolf, also 12:39.04. And Tony Garzolini, 12:39.11. Congratulations to the 4 of them. And like I said, we've got a handful of finishers whose times did not hit the standings correctly, as far as I can tell. Okay, actually, you know what? I take that back. I see that Heather Jackson's finish has been input now. She finished in 13th place with a time of 9:56.53. Not the day she probably hoped to have or expected to have, but like I said, I give credit to elites who finish these races. They're under no obligation to do so. This is their life's blood. This is their life's work. And if you're tempting fate or trying to push hard through an injury on a day is not yours, I think that it's admirable if they do, but no shame if they don't. So hats off to her for.
Well, and she nipped a legendary runner Mark Hammond by 6 seconds.
Yes.
So In the chat, Tam Jin, Lindsay Mastery. Yes, Lindsay Mastery is an athlete I coach. She lives down in Chandler.
Oh, you coach Lindsay?
This is her first 100K. She had a great run at the 60K at Coldwater, and it sounds like she's cruising. Maybe you could look her up, but I suspect I would guess the timing would be she'd probably be rolling.
So Tam is a friend of mine, and
All
she
right.
actually is the organizer of the Cupid's Undie Run in Phoenix. And hats off to Tam for the charity work that she does with that organization. I believe last year raised over $25,000 for charity for children's tumors, and looking to better that this year. And also the reason why I'm flying out on the first flight back from Jackpot next weekend. Like, I don't have a chance to soak in the Las Vegas experience after we're done with Jackpot. I fly back first thing the next morning because I've been honored by Tam as she has asked me to return and MC the event, despite me MCing it last year.
Oh,
so
wow, you didn't screw up bad enough.
No, I'm excited to come back and to be a part of the Undie Run to raise money next weekend. So
that's fantastic.
We will keep an eye out for Lindsay, obviously, Tam. But thanks for all you do.
Comments: Cupid's Undies Run sounds skimpy.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to delve into it, I'll see if I can get a little bit of information to give a little bit further detail. But I want to also give credit to our most recent finishers, Ashley Hawks, 12:42.22, and Tim McKenzie, 12:43.51.
Oh, I did see Lindsay down there, so she's probably a few runners away. If you could get her Table Mesa split, I'd love to.
So if you Google cupids.org, and I feel like, okay sharing this during another race, but Cupid's Undie Run isn't really a race. It's more of a fun run where everybody shows up and runs in their underwear. Street legal. Nothing extremely salacious or anything, at least that I saw.
Well, you've been running in your underwear for years at Javelina.
No, I've been standing in a corner in my underwear.
As you are in costume as a Zoom meeting.
Yes.
Which, by the way, you did long before Zoom
I was very
meetings were a
prescient.
thing. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Cupid's Undie Run raises charity or raises proceeds for neurofibromatosis research, which is children's tumors. And once Tam made me aware of the cause and the efforts, I was honored to be asked to help MC and coordinate their events. I don't do much more than show up and try and get people excited. I guess it's really not much different than what I do here, but I'm honored.
It's a good job for you.
Yeah, you know what? I enjoy it, and I'm honored to be a part of it. So if you're interested in that sort of charitable opportunity, there are Cupid's Undies runs all over the country. Just go to cupids.org, and it's a good cause. You're helping help with children's tumor research. So thank you very much.
Very good, Tam. Get back to that list. So it looks like, oh no, that's Jocelyn Wintry. Okay.
Oh, Anthony Saviola. He knew instantaneously. Yeah. So if you watch the movie Top 2, the Dylan Harris Aravaipa running film, so I didn't know that this B-roll footage of me dancing at
yes,
dancing in my underwear would be immortalized.
Thank you, Anthony.
Yeah, so that was me in my underwear. Hey, buddy.
Look who's
here. You want to come and say hi? Please do.
Everybody knows it. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to Jubilee Page in the house.
The race director of the Black Canyon 100K.
Black Canyon 100K. Jubilee, how are you?
Oh my gosh.
It's been a kind of a stressful day.
It's been a fun day. It has been an interesting challenge of a day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I understand it. When I was up here chatting with Jamil before it was light out, he said he got his first text from you at 2:15.
That is correct.
A.M.
Yeah.
And it all started there.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So you have some news.
Yeah, I do actually. So we are. This was pertaining to the 60K. So this is possibly going to affect you, maybe not. But for those individuals who are looking to take a shuttle bus in the morning for the 60K, we are actually going to pick you up at Shalene's on 17 and that north lot instead of Deep Canyon Ranch.
So the people don't have to go through the river.
Correct. So we don't want you to go through the river if you're not comfortable through the river. We understand that there's a lot of people like shuttling. So if you are shuttling and you have that shuttle ticket, we want you to meet at Shalene's and our buses will pick you up there. And then once you finish, we will shuttle you back to your car. And the lovely thing is, like, Deep Canyon Ranch and Shalene's is like right across the highway from each other. So it's about 5 minutes.
Because of course you don't want people driving up and parking and leaving their cars at the high school.
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
Can you explain why we're needing to make this change for those that might not be familiar or asking why?
Yeah, so this is the first time that we've used Deep Canyon Ranch as one of our main aid stations, and this is about halfway point, and it is incredible and wonderful. However, with the amount of rain that we've received this year, the creek there fills up a little bit, and so while it is safe to cross for most vehicles, I know that there are a lot of individuals who are uncomfortable crossing as well. And then some people try to cross and maybe they, we've had one report, I think, of a car getting stuck. But it's solid bedrock, and really, if you take it like slow and easy through that little creek, it will kind of scoot you right onto the other side. But I don't want individuals who are nervous about that to have to cross it or feel like they have to cross it. And I don't want to cause any kind of backup along that mine road because that is an active mine. And so that road leading down to the creek and into the ranch, we just want to make sure that that's clear and that is usable on both sides of traffic, right? So we're just going to make this little adjustment, and then we'll kind of see, we always learn a lot in the first year of trying something new.
Sure.
And we're just going to make this little adjustment and hope it's a little bit better and easier for people in the morning.
Does it look like, from your standpoint, of course, this morning you had to do a lot of schedule shuffling. Does it look like the schedule will be able to stay relatively the same? So, people who might have been planning to go to Deep Canyon, they can just go to Chalene's and the schedule will pretty much be the same.
Yeah, no, I think it's exactly the same. And honestly, and that's the lovely thing for my buses as well, that the route is the same, the drive time is the same, because Deep Canyon and Chalene's is essentially right across the highway from each other.
That's right.
So it's about a 5-minute diversion. Instead of going left, you're gonna go right. That's it. But you're not crossing any water or anything like that, and we don't. Yeah.
And the start time will be the same.
The start time is the same. The cutoffs are the same. Yeah. So everything that we're looking for the 60K is going to proceed just the same. And it looks like a lovely and sunny day. So, no snow, no surprising snow.
I think the 60Kers got the good draw this year.
I'm telling you what.
And of course, we're here with race director Jubilee Page, giving us information on the 60K. First of all, does this mean that those runners, when they actually get to Deep Canyon for the finish, is there going to be a shuttle back across, or do they have to walk across?
No.
It's a 64K.
We're gonna make you hoof it right across the highway. No, not at all. No. So once you finish, we want to celebrate you and do all the things, but also, if you're just looking to get back to your car, then we can shuttle you right back.
And also,
that would be pretty funny, though.
I assume this is also going to be conveyed to and connected to the runners via email.
Yeah. So an email's actually already gone out, and we've already made those kind of switches logistically, so the shuttle bus companies know. We sent out an email to all of the runners, and then I think we're going to probably post it on social as well. But I wanted to hop on here and just kind of share as well.
All you 60K runners who I told to go to sleep, wake up.
Wake up and
Because,
please.
don't go to Deep Canyon.
So well, they can, but like high clearance perhaps, or
Well, no,
like,
not at all, really. Like,
Okay.
if you're comfortable crossing and you want to go to Deep Canyon Ranch, or if you want to, if you're one of those who likes to get dropped off at Mayer High School, even though I say that that's limited parking, there is limited parking. So if you want to go and watch the start and drop off your runner.
But
you
that's
know.
what we're here for, because Mayer High School is bonkers on race morning.
Yeah.
It is.
It
Having
is.
run this race enough times, like, I know that Mayer High School in the morning is a bit of a loony bin
It
in
gets
terms
goofy
of
very fast.
Yeah, because there's one way in and one way out.
Correct.
So, folks, if you're interested in going up to the high school, I really strongly urge you to reconsider because there's only one entry and egress at Mayer High School, and it becomes chaotic when you've got buses coming in and people trying to make their way. Just keep it easy. We've got drones. We've got footage. We'll have cameras on site. You'll be able to see the start, and we just want to make it as painless as possible for the runners to be able to handle things tomorrow.
I will say that like it might not be as chaotic as the 100K was this morning, certainly. And because I mean, like the weather looks really good, and like it's a smaller field, and there's one wave. So we want you to enjoy the race how you want to enjoy the race, and so whatever that race day looks like for you and your crew or your family, we want you to kind of like enjoy it. So.
One other question I actually had, and this is something that Zach Marion raised his hand for, but with the 100-mile challenge,
Yeah.
there are going to be runners who are going to be possibly hitting this.
100%. Yeah, and I'm very, very excited for
Okay,
it.
so
Okay. I already know it.
You're
Like,
cutting me off at the
Zach
path.
Marion was like, if somebody needs a ride, I will personally
Okay,
take
so
them in
that's
my car.
I know the answer, but I still want to finish the question
Okay.
for those that are watching. For those runners who are going to be finishing the race here at like 5:30 or 6 and still need to get to Mayer High School for a 7 a.m. start to the 60K,
Yeah.
do you have them covered?
100%. Yeah, no, they can make it. I promise you they can make it. It is
love it.
it is so funny because I believe Andre Lee did this one year for the 100-mile challenge.
Of course he
and
did.
like he finished kind of in the later evening for the 100K, and then like maybe got 20 minutes of sleep, and it was probably on the shuttle drive up, and then started the 60K and and rocked and rolled. So, and I think it might have been for his Cocodona training if I remember right, but so I am fully anticipating that happening to someone, and especially because we were delayed today with the 10 o'clock wave, which was the final wave for the 100K. If there was a 100-mile challenger, we did ask them to start in the 9:30 wave, in the earlier wave, to give them that extra 30 minutes.
If they needed to be told to do that, though.
I know we did, but at the same time, like if there was like someone who snuck into that second wave, then their final cutoff is at 6. That means they could get a shuttle up to Shalene's or get a ride up to Shalene's. And that would probably be like around 6:20, up to Mayer, and then would put them up at Mayer by like 6:50.
Yeah. So,
I love it.
worst comes to worst, as we said, Zach Marion has already said that he'll bring them up himself.
I love it. Yeah.
But yeah, I'll be honest, like part of me almost wants to see somebody like fade that, like, maybe finish this race in like 19 hours and their only break is literally the ride back up to the start. And you can call it the Groundhog Day double, like at that point, because you're literally like,
I mean, that's the lovely thing about the challenge, right? So
Yeah.
the challenge is like however you're going to take it on and like how you're going to manage that time and that pace.
yeah.
So it's really interesting because someone could have a completely different experience within that same challenge. And I love it.
Yeah,
That's
I think
great.
Jubilee, I thank you for your time. Is there anything else you needed to share with us?
Not
or-
really. No, I just wanted to make sure that everybody in the 60K knew that, please check your email because we've got some good information out there for you. And we look forward to seeing you at the start in the morning.
All right.
Thanks.
That's awesome.
Race Director Jubilee Page, we thank you for your time and keep up the
She's
great
breaking
work.
stuff.
Yeah, well, So yeah,
Jubilee, thank you so much.
I'll be honest. I love the idea of Corinne Chalvoy and Katie Asmuth like having some like that kind of storyline that they can share and convey, because we'll be, I mean, or either myself or Scott and Callie will be able to tell them this runner finished the
could
black.
you imagine, like, you guys are here, a finisher comes in, let's just pick a number at 5:45.
Yeah.
They're perfect. They're a legitimate finisher. They're under the cutoff. It's 5:45, and that race starts at 7.
Yeah, and they have a 40-mile car ride ahead of them.
Yeah.
That would be such a great story to follow. I would be rooting so hard for that person. That would be an amazing thing to witness.
I'd also just love to see what they did in that car ride, you know?
Oh, they'd be sleeping, I hope. Shout out to our most recent finishers here at the Black Canyon 100K. Tim McKenzie, 12:43.51. Brandon Cooper, 12:49.50. Jim Curtin, 12:53.15. Laurent Bouchard, 12:53.45. Jake Cunningham, 12:54.10. And Daniel Adlong, 12:57.35. Looks like we're going to have, let's see how many runners are between Doe Spring and the finish. Maybe,
Someone was asking on the chat, we do not have a camera at Doe, do we?
Here and there. I know that Dr. Stephen Crawford is out there, and that he has been, when we've got signal, we've been able to bring him his view on, but let's see how many runners are between. Okay, there we go. That is Doe Spring 8, about 3.6 miles out. I know this because I made the aid station people in 2020 promise that it was 3.6. Actually, 2018 was the year that I made them promise. They didn't lie.
Yeah.
But so these runners are basically gearing up for that final home stretch.
I think you moved it.
Oh.
We're still seeing your top two. There we go.
Well, it was just said twice.
Oh, yeah.
People are trying to
the top two
embarrass me.
I have to. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, this is the Rob Martin cam back at.
Wait, is this the Rob cam at Table Mesa, or is this? Oh, this is the Stephen cam at Doe Spring.
At Doe Spring. Okay. There you go. Thank you, Jen. This is what we have at Doe. And we're gonna just say 3.5ish, 3.6.
It's 3.6. I made them promise.
You made a promise, yeah. And it worked, and it matched your watch.
I think so. Yes. Yeah. Most recent finisher. Looks like we haven't had anybody's time registered just yet. I thought we had somebody swing by, but it's kind of hard to tell because half of the course is blocked from where we're sitting. Next time we'll have to ask them if they can move this tent about maybe 20 feet further down the course. Mm-hmm. I did like last year. We were actually like literally right at the finish line
for the finish line.
But then again, we also didn't have the full studio set up. We basically had the laptop that Jamil had rigged for us, and we sat in the timing tent.
We were basically sitting like we were in the timing tent.
We were sitting in Andy Klink's lap. Yeah. So basically, at least for part of the time. These runners are at Doe Spring with just a couple miles to go. Just 3.6, famously. Do we have a camera at Table Mesa at all, or okay, all right. So I believe that Rob has to spring into action to crew somebody late in the race.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah, and he might be running tomorrow. I can't keep track.
That's classic Rob.
That is definitely something that Rob would do. Another one of our local
a loyal
group run leaders, a stalwart in our Aravaipa trail running community.
In the fun group and sometimes the super fun group.
Yep. Yeah. He is one of our leaders here locally, and we appreciate everything that he does.
And, one of those kind of classic ultra folks who came from the world of hiking and backpacking.
That's right. He was a thru hiker. Yeah.
And it was very much and I think it's not a stretch to say has the largest calves of anyone in the valley.
So he's like a champion farmer, or
his calves are his actual calves. although he might do well as a farmer too. But
He's very smart.
yeah, he's a very smart guy. He went to MIT or something like that.
Washington.
That one, yeah.
Excellent school.
The MIT of St. Louis.
I don't know why that made me laugh so hard.
Of course. I mean, every town needs an MIT, and St. Louis has Washington.
This is true.
The one part that's a bummer about that is every time people have to say, "Oh yeah, I go to Washington University in St. Louis."
Couple of education interested geeks here
Yeah.
handling Aerovipe After Dark. One who actually worked in education and one who researched pretty much every major university in the world before he figured out that he ended up in all places Arizona State.
Yes, but after 34 years, I have parted ways with education, which is kind of refreshing, and I'm making my way in the world of running.
But you're able to do things like hang out with us all night and
Absolutely.
run races on Sunday mornings and
do Cocodona live stream on a random Wednesday and things like that. Oh, I think that was Feggy. I think Feggy might be doing the 100-mile challenge. John,
It's
Feggy,
that-
Yep, there he
that
is.
sounds, okay. So for those that aren't familiar, Feggy is a bit of a legend. Can you care to explain why?
Yeah, so that's John Feggy Verzi. He might even be able to hear us. John is, among other things, a Barkley Marathons finisher, like the full deal.
Yeah.
all 5 loops, and is a mid-packer.
Yeah,
is
like,
not has not broken 24 and 100 miler.
He's strong. He's a very strong runner.
And but has 27 hours Western States and 37-hour Hard Rocks, and I mean he's done a lot.
Yeah.
And the year he did Barkley, it was a tough year, and he made the 5 loops, and he's a legend. He's up in Flagstaff now, and yeah.
Yeah, and that's one of the amazing things. We talk about Barkley in such hushed terms because it's such a difficult race.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're having the day and you're talented enough, the finishers aren't always those high-end elite athletes. It's somebody with that grit and that gumption. And I'm not saying I'm as good of a runner as Feggy. I'm not. I've never have been. But it wouldn't be inconceivable for somebody like me to be able to train up to be at, quote, his level.
Yeah.
Now, he's also incredibly brilliant as a human being.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about, again, the corollaries between like higher education and ultra running. I think he's a PhD.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like you would no hesitation there.
Speaking of that, by the way, someone mentioned California University of Pennsylvania.
And I believe that California has a California University.
And they do.
too.
And Rob has chimed in that he is on his way back.
So yeah. So
now I wonder if that's on his way back here.
So this
And if
speaks
he is
volumes.
on his way back here, I wonder if he has his flask.
So Feggy, a Barkley finisher,
Yeah.
hit Doe Spring in 13 hours, and currently, let me see where he is at currently on the race placement. Just 232nd place.
Yeah.
This man finished Barkley.
Yep.
It can be done if you have the right
He's
day.
a one-speed guy. He's gone back to Mountain Masochist 50 miler in Virginia every year since he moved away, and chases. It's a notoriously challenging 50 miler with a 12-hour cutoff, and he notoriously chases the cutoffs every year, and he's a one-speed guy.
Yeah.
And I mean he's out here. I think he is doing the double, or the 100-mile challenge, I should call it. So he probably wants to get in here. I mean, if he's
I'm not showing him as doing in the 100-mile
oh,
challenge.
you're not. Okay.
No.
So maybe he's just doing this.
He's taking it easy today.
Yeah.
Of course, John also had a very dynamic year last year.
Well, he did the Western States Hard Rock Double, and that was fun because when he finished probably, around the same time he's going to finish this year. And
Yeah.
we brought him right on,
Yeah.
and we asked him what his training was going to be. He said, I'm just going to run a lot.
and yeah, and he did the double. And the cool thing about when he was drawn for the Western States Lottery and the Hard Rock Lottery is that his name was on both screens at the same time.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, so we were actually following this at McDowell as we are, want to do every first Saturday in December. The true running nerds come and sit and now have the big screen to watch the lottery simultaneously.
So both screens were up and his name was on both.
Yeah. So that was a really cool thing, but he wasn't at that race. He was actually across town running Fat Ox. And Jamil actually stopped Feggy during his race. It's a single mile loop, and said, "Hey, I want to congratulations to you for winning the lottery." And he kind of smiled, and people started clapping. And Jamil was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! I didn't say which one." And so, of course, he ended up getting into both. Is that
and this
is that
year,
Sarah Ostaszewski?
one of our local.
That is.
Local, yep.
That is
Sarah.
Sarah Ostaszewski.
One of our local legends is in the double this year. Nick Curry. I don't know if he was.
Oh, that's right.
I don't know if he was on the same screen, but he is in both. And this year is a particularly tricky year for the double because it's
13
days.
Oh, wow.
The year I did the double, it was 13 days, and it was rough.
So, yeah, that looked like it was Sarah Ostaszewski at the finish. Okay, our most recent finishers, Victoria Green, 13:02:51. Austin Lowe, 13:07:23. Sarah Ostaszewski, 13:07:43. Sarah's sister, Melissa, finished a little while ago. Congratulations to the two of them who have, I believe, a combined 13 Black Canyon finishes.
Really?
Oh, yeah. They're here every year.
They're just
and
annuals.
Yeah. They basically, I don't know if that is something that they just say, well, this is on our calendar and this is where it stays. But yeah, congratulations to the two of them. I know that they're both a year ahead of me in the Western States Lottery. They're going to be on year 7, I believe, and I'm going to be on year 6, assuming I get a qualifier in this year.
Was it Sarah who was number 10 in the Ultra Runner of the Year?
Yes.
This year? Yeah.
Number 10, tied for number 10 in Ultra Running Magazine's Ultra Runner of the Year award.
That was a nice little nod to one of our local runners.
She won Cocodona, and she set a course record at Uray 100.
Yep.
2 tough races.
Yep. I'm glad the committee took note of that, and yeah.
Yeah, and we've talked, and you've talked at length at the selection process. So, Sarah Ostaszewski, having probably not a great day in her eyes. I mean, she's an extremely talented runner, finishing 47th on the women's side. But it is what it is. I'm sure that she'll basically take her experiences from here and apply accordingly.
Yeah.
So, congratulations to Sarah and Melissa Ostaszewski for their finishes here. We're keeping an eye on the finish line.
10:40. We are 12 hours and 40 minutes into the second wave. We are 13 hours and 10 minutes into the first wave. Those people who started at 9:30 and 10 a.m. from Mayer High School after our delayed start. If you are just joining us, we just had Jubilee Page on, just explaining a slight variation and change in the schedule. Not the schedule for tomorrow. The schedule will go as planned, but the pickup drop off, or the pickup for the buses, will be at the same location as the Race Expo at Chaleen's on 17, rather than Deep Canyon Ranch. The finish of the race will be at Deep Canyon Ranch, and then you can just hop on a quick 5-minute shuttle over to where your car is at Chaleen's. So probably easy for everybody. And then, you can, when you get back to your car, you can hop into Chaleen's, grab a burger, drive home, and watch the second half of Travis and Taylor.
Chaleen's actually was a pretty great venue for the expo yesterday. We had our elite panels as well as our preview show we held there. Although by the time the preview show rolled around, we were just kind of literally sitting around in a half circle in chairs.
Yeah, I did like that venue.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to go back.
I hope it becomes a keeper because it was very festive and
so
nice.
I'm trying to think. So there was the hotel in Anthem where they used the convention space area. We did that one year. the old Black Canyon event center that is now been sold. It was not available to us. That hosted it as well. There was a restaurant in New River that hosted it one year as well. I can't. The name escapes me. And now at Chalene's, I think it's a great venue. Of course, Chalene's on 17. If you're a watcher of Spike TV and you wonder why does that sound familiar, yeah, that place was on Bar Rescue about 8 years
was
ago.
on Bar Rescue. What is Bar Rescue?
Bar Rescue is a show where what's his name, John Tapper. I was almost said Jake Tapper, but I know that's not him.
That's right.
But John Tapper, a bar and restaurant expert, is he goes into restaurants and helps them straighten their things out. And
So does that mean it needed to be straightened out?
from the sound of things, I mean, the name of the episode was "A Horse Walks into a Bar," and that is truth in advertising.
Oh,
there,
really?
So, oh, yeah. But
I can see that.
But yeah, it's super clean and nice on the inside now. Most recent finishers: Sayard Tanis, 13:10:32. Christopher Severson, 13:10:49. Congratulations to them. We just had another finish across, and I think I saw a Pete Mortimer sighting. If I was not
Really,
mistaken.
Pete's Meats?
I have to check to see if we can find out what if
Let's
maybe
see
he was
what he's up
he
to.
could have been pacing somebody. Let me double check that really quick over there.
Tony's asking how many runners left to arrive. I mean, we're talking
Not like 575, give or take.
550, 575. I mean, we're at. I think our total finishers is about one. What do I want to say?
Okay, so we're at 100. Okay, so we actually have a
170.
I'm just gonna say M. Di Giovanni, 12:32 or 13:12:31,
Mhm.
and Patrick Stone, 13:13:07. So
we are fully in the mid pack right now. By the way, those of you following home, this would be the mid pack, and we
Yeah.
had.
I think anything above the 12-hour mark
Yeah.
would be considered mid pack.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Ross Kiewit saying it sure looked like Pete.
Yeah, so Ross Kiwi was in the studio earlier with us as he paced Patrick Kavanaugh, and we had a good time with them. Okay, so it's hard. I'm gonna just kind of eyeball it, but I think we've got about 550 people on the course still at this point, give or take. It's impossible to say with any exact certainty because there's a couple people whose bibs are still showing at. Hidden Treasure, which was mile 12, and Bumblebee, which obviously they're way past Bumblebee or they're done. Like anybody who is still on the course, I'm assuming their last ping was Black Canyon City, because if you haven't made Black Canyon City at this point, I might need to pull up the cutoffs. But at Deep Canyon, if you're at Deep Canyon right now, you're in deep.
You're in deep.
Yeah. So because you would have basically the second half of the race, which is much harder, and maybe 7 hours. So actually, at this point, we might be closing up the back end of that. I'll verify the cutoffs as well, and because I think you really got to be at Cottonwood Gulch at this point in order to have a safe shot at a 20-hour finish. But I'll be right back.
All right. Well, as Chris goes out to see who he might be able to corral in to come into the couch. I am Andy Jones Wilkins, V Vega, asking what the cutoff is. The absolute cutoff for the race is 20 hours. The cutoff, I guess you'd call it the intermediate cutoff, or the cutoff to be credited with a Western States qualifier, is 17. Keeping in mind that we had two waves at the start, a wave that started at 9:30 a.m. and a wave that started at 10 a.m. So the hard cutoff for 20 hours for the 10 a.m. starters is 6 a.m. And as Chris and I were chatting about, were there to be a person, and it's very likely that there could be, who's in the 100-mile challenge that is running the 100K today and the 60K tomorrow, that was kind of on that cutoff bubble. They could conceivably finish here, at the trailhead at 5:58 and need to get up to Mayer High School by 7 o'clock to do the 60K. So 20 hours for the absolute cutoff, 17 hours for the Western States qualifier. Another finisher coming in triumphantly, looking good with Pacer in tow. We are covering the race through the night. I know that if you've followed us along in Black Canyon live streams in the past, we have not always covered with live commentary all through the night. We also have, for our first time, we're covering the race right from trail side. In past years, we've covered it mostly from the studio down on 24th Street. But we're thrilled to be here. We're covering the race. Chris and I'm going to sign off in a few minutes, probably right around 11 o'clock local time, so I can get a little bit of sleep before the 60K. Chris is going to stay on and transition over to our very special guests, Scott Traer and Callie Vinson, who are going to take us through the night. And then Chris will probably jump right back on. And then we've got a great team for tomorrow for the 60K. First time ever, by the way, live streaming the 60K. It's a very competitive 60K field, by the way, this year. No golden tickets at stake, no anything like that, but still a very competitive field with some prominent names in the ultra running space that'll be towing the line starting at 7. Katie Asmith and Corinne Malcolm and Corinne Shalvoy, I know we've got 2 Corinnes, are going to be anchoring that coverage. It looks like Corinne Malcolm will be our field reporter, and Corinne Shalvoy and Katie Asmith, all of whom you've seen today, will be anchoring here in the studio. And we'll have our drone team out there and our follow cams as well. So a full weekend of race coverage here at the Black Canyon Ultras, brought to you by Aravipa Running and HOKA. And I suspect those 60Kers, we heard Jubilee's announcement a little bit earlier about the slight change in the transportation plan. Shouldn't affect people very much at all, but slight change in the transportation plan. But I also think it would probably have a significantly improved trail conditions come 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm sure most of the snow, with the brilliant sun today and the temperatures creeping up into the low 60s, melted most of the snow up there above 4,000 feet, and perhaps even dried out a bit of the mud. I know that even when I was just taking a jog out from Black Canyon City down to the river crossing to follow the leaders, the trail had dried up significantly since I had traversed that same section yesterday during the shakeout run. So should be dry and fast tomorrow. Maybe some muddy sections for that first 10 miles, but I suspect nothing like we saw today. Maybe a couple puddles that you could probably go around. River crossings will probably be still pretty high, so you can 60Kers should plan on some wet feet. But other than that, a good clean course. Again, summarizing, all 6 golden tickets have been awarded. All have been accepted. Our top 3 men and top 3 women. And of the 6, 5 will be brand new Western States runners. Only Hayden Hawks out of the 6 who won their golden tickets today have not run the race before. And this is one of the exciting things about, where we are in the sport and the kind of the exciting aspect of the future of the sport is that we have new faces, new legs, new bodies, new runners coming in literally every year. And it's fun to see. I know I was particularly enjoyed our Chris's and my conversation a few hours ago with Shea Aquilano, who finished the race in a tad over 10 hours and 22 years old. Didn't have the day she wanted. Was running on a pretty badly twisted ankle, but soldiered through and got it done. And Hans Troyer, 23-year-old Hans Troyer from Georgia, was in the lead of the race for a while, faded a bit, still got the finish done. Is another tough up and comer. He was probably running a little bit on fumes, if I could be so bold, suggesting that, because he was just 4 weeks removed from his course record run at the Bandera 100K out in Texas, where, by the way, he took down a Jim Walmsley course record, which these days is kind of akin on the men's side to taking down an Ann Trayson course record on the women's side. A little group coming in right now. I see at least 3 headlamps. Yep, 3 headlamps coming into the finish. Looks like 2 runners and 1 pacer finishing together with smiles on their faces, going underneath that finish line banner happily. Huge thank you to our principal sponsor, HOKA. They've been part of our Era Viper races now for a few years and are wonderfully supportive, staging events throughout the week, starting with their activation on Wednesday evening with the Wednesday evening group run that Chris hosts every Wednesday, and then a little shakeout run right before the expo began yesterday. And obviously, big presence at the expo. Shoes for sale via Soul Sports. All of their trail models, including the new Tecton, were available. So huge shout out to HOKA for all of their support of the race. Squirrels Nut Butter, Chris Thornley's company, Satisfy, all hosting the Bumblebee aid station. We're really grateful for our sponsors. Tonri, a sunscreen sponsor. I got to sample a little bit of their product. Not only do they have sunscreen, but they have these cool wipes where you can put the sunscreen on via a wipe, which I kind of like.
Yo.
Hey, you're back.
I am back.
How's it going out there?
It's getting colder out there. Thank goodness we have a little bit of added heat for us. Going to give an update on our most recent finishers.
Please do.
Mike DiGiovanni, Patrick Stone, 13:07, Brady Thomason 13:14:43, Tate Armont 13:17:05, Todd Yerkes 13:17:41, Matt Cordy 13:17:49, William Palmer 13:18:49, Chris Zimnowski 13:19:30, Franz Konzak 13:20:26, Emily Mauser 13:21:51, Colin Smith 13:23:02, Andrew Schroeder 13:23:02, and Stephen Bennett 13:23:03. That's 192 finishers in the 100K and an additional 4 finishers in the 100-mile challenge. So we're approaching 200. Whoop, 2 more. David Curtin. Actually, 3 more. Wait. Yeah, 3 more. 2 more. I'm losing my mind. David Curtin, 13:24:58. Spencer Busby, 13:25:14. And a couple more finishers here coming in under the 13:30 mark. And still several hundred people to go.
Indeed.
So
all the way through the evening.
So
into the morning.
I talked to it was indeed Pete Mortimer, Pete's Meats, and I spoke with him, and
what did he do today?
So he paced Mike DiGiovanni to the finish, and
Okay.
And when they get a minute and Mike is feeling up to it, they're going to come and join us on the couch and talk about their experiences. And and we're gonna basically compare, notes on our coach here. So Pete Mortimer is my coach, in the interest of full disclosure, and also a good friend of mine at this point.
Is Pete coaching the gentleman he finished with as
Yeah.
well?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
nice.
I told him, I said, we're gonna have to compare notes.
Yeah.
Because Pete's a miracle worker in terms of what he's done for my running. I mean, I'm in a lull right now. I'm in a funk, and he's trying his best to help, pull me out of it. But, he helped coach me to a finish that I didn't think possible for my first trail 100 miler. So
Yeah.
he's a miracle worker.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's
So
great.
we'll talk with him. We're also expecting to hear from Shelby Farrell, who finished the race a little bit earlier. But we're giving these runners all the latitude and all the
they
time
need
in the
their
world.
Time to collect themselves and get warmed up and get fueled up.
Yeah, they can come over here whenever they're darn well good and ready, to be honest.
Yep.
AGW, you're more than welcome to hang out as long as you like. I know you've obviously got obligations in the morning. I don't want you to oversleep for things tomorrow. But is Mike ready to go right now?
Yeah.
You good to come and join us? Okay. All right. Well, AGW, it's been a pleasure as always. We're gonna run down these recent finishers as they come in. But Andy Jones Wilkins, good luck out in that 60K tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. And thank you, everybody, for following along. We're going to be on all night and all through the day tomorrow. But I'm going to go get a little bit of sleep. Chris, as always, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'll see you in the morning.
All right. Get some rest.
All right.
Our most recent finishers, you guys can come up whenever you're ready and have a seat, and I'll introduce you propers. But Robert Beverly, 13:28:11. We've got a few more finishers as well. Let's see. Yeah, Robert Beverly, our most recent finisher. We've got a few more that just came in as well. As soon as those load up in my system, I will share those. But right now, I also want to introduce our next couple guests here on Aravaipa After Dark. One of them is no stranger to Aravaipa After Dark. Has run several shifts with me at races. Not only a welcome guest, but also my coach and a friend of mine. We're here with Pete Mortimer and Robert DiGiovanni. Mike. I'm sorry, Mike DiGiovanni. I apologize. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Of course, the reason why I'm having you on here is, first of all, Mike, congratulations on finishing the 100K.
Thank you.
Sounds like you had a good day out there.
I had a great day, and I owe a lot of it to this guy right here. And I just serendipitously ended up with him as a pacer, and I'm pretty sure I beat my PR by about 3 hours.
Serendipitously. So, like, how did that come about?
So Eric Sensman is my running coach.
Oh, okay.
And a friend of mine was going to pace me, and she got double booked. And so I just, on a whim, just texted Eric and said, hey, if you know anybody who might be interested in pacing me, I'd love to have someone. And
Yeah, he's my coach, so he just reached out to me.
So he must have felt really inspired because he doesn't run this flatter downhill stuff. Like, if it's not going uphill, it's usually not his bag.
And I was surprised because we were kind of going back and forth with the choices for the distance. And we're like, oh, you can do this. And he was just like, oh, I'll do 30. And I was like, seriously?
Well, that part doesn't surprise me. Like, he'll drop in and do 30, but it's usually got to be like 30 uphill or 30 something gnarly. So what? Just the fact that you were feeling like doing a good deed for the weekend, is that why you're down here pacing at Black Canyon?
I just had to get out of that snow. I was so sick of it. So I've had
It's a
so
mess
much-
up there, isn't it?
It is. But after yesterday, I was just ready to get out of it. But no, I ran the Mesa half this morning.
Wait.
Yeah, it gets better, right?
Wait, you ran the Mesa half this morning, and then you paced him for a 50K.
Yeah. Well, I was pacing other friends at the Mesa half. Like one of them did his first half marathon. And
Okay.
They asked me to come out, and I was like, yeah, I'll come out. And then he asked me, and I was like, I think I could squeeze it in. And with that little delayed start, it
Yeah, the
worked
delayed
out,
start
yeah.
actually helped you, right?
Yeah, I had time to get breakfast, and then made it out here and it's ready to go again.
That's amazing. So things went really well. You said so this was not your first 100K?
It's my third.
Okay, and compare this with your previous results.
So my past two results were over 16. I kind of not exactly the same, distance, but like I want to say in the 1620 to 1650 range. And, I got 1315-ish today. And I think, what was that aid station? The one that you said where a lot of people tend to, is that?
Oh, it was the one before Table Mesa.
Yeah.
came out.
Oh, Cottonwood Gulch?
Yeah.
That's when, normally the carnage starts to unfold.
That's the dark place.
Yeah, there's carnage going on there for sure.
Yeah.
Speaking from personal experience, that's the dark place.
And Pete got me out of it, and we just kind of started moseying along and just got a second wind. And, just the last 10 miles, we were able to just really crank it up. He just like really pulled me along and got more out of me than I ever thought I would have got.
Awesome. So, were you running this race to get that Western States qualifier?
Yes, absolutely. That was the plan.
What year are you on?
This will only be year number 2.
Okay.
So we'll see. It's happened.
You got to start the journey somewhere.
Absolutely.
That's the thing. I mean, in some cases it takes a while. I mean, what did it take you, Pete? 5 years, 6 years?
All in all, it was about 7 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you were pre-COVID into the lottery, and then afterwards was when you got drawn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, in my case, I'm on lottery 6, year 7. So it takes some time, obviously, for a lot of people, but I also know people that have gotten in on one ticket.
I've heard the stories. It didn't happen to me last year. But what's that?
I said I hate those people.
Well, in some cases, absolutely.
Yeah, it's good.
But I mean, what drew you to Black Canyon as a qualifier here this year?
It was early in the season, and I wanted to get it out of the way as quick as I could and just get the qualifier
Smart.
under my belt. I'd heard about it, and it just seemed like a good race, and I was allured by the net downhill, which is very deceiving for anybody listening. It is not that easy, and so it took a lot of work. Pete reminded me a couple times, I think, before today, just pace yourself in the first, even though it's downhill. I probably went out a little too hot. As I said, I hit that dark place at that, that one aid station, but we pulled it off.
Well, it sounds like the two of you had a great day and clicked off miles and hit it off and everything. So, I mean, obviously I've run with Pete before a few times, and one of the things that I really love about running with him is that, he inspires the hell out of you when you're out there. Like he makes you feel like you can do anything, running through walls, that kind of stuff. So, did he give you that kind of pep talk and vibe when you were in that dark place?
Absolutely, and just keep moving. Let's keep going. He knew, in my opinion, he knew when to kind of slow back a little bit to let me recover, and then knew when to pull me along. And he kept talking about the last 5 miles being a good place to really pick up the pace.
Mm-hmm.
But he could tell I was feeling good, I think, at about 10 miles out. And we just started picking it up and making some real good tracks.
It was fun chasing everybody. Like every light we saw, I was like, oh, we're going to get them.
Have you paced this race before, Pete?
Yeah, actually, the last 2 years, I've run it a handful of times, but the last 2 years I've just paced, and the same section, and I love it. It's fun, and same having great results, with athletes and seeing them just crush their goals. It's just it's very, to me, that's the most rewarding part about doing this race. So.
I know that I know that you're completely shooting from the hip on that one, because I know how much you value the experience and the growth of your own athletes. Me being one, I can testify to that. But I also could see that you totally, for somebody that you might not have known or been familiar with their game, prior to the run, you're still going to pick it up and still, get behind their efforts and help them achieve their goals. And that's why I wanted to have you guys come over. When, first of all, I saw I was like, wait, was that Pete? And I didn't know you were going to be out here because, like,
I just show up.
Yeah, you do. Well, if there's a run to be had, then you're going to be a part of it. So, Mike, Pete, thanks for your time. I just wanted to bring you on and shoot the breeze a little bit. And congratulations on your finish, man.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Great seeing you, Chris. Yeah.
Take care.
Love you,
All right,
man.
take care.
All right. That was Mike DiGiovanni and his pacer, Pete's Meats, Pete Mortimer. If you want some Flota, take a can. Yeah, I know it doesn't work with your diet, but we're going to go over a couple of our more recent finishers before our next guest. Whenever she's ready, is more than welcome to come on up and join us. We are moving fast and furious here, as are the runners that are crossing the finish line. Our most recent finishers: Robert Beverly, 13:28:11; Richard Turley, 13:29:40; Joel Holsey, 13:30:24; Joshua Lawton, 13:30:39; Nicholas Beltran, 13:33:21. And you can just grab a mic and we'll just have ourselves a good old time. We also had a few runners from the 100-mile challenge cross the finish line. Rolando Mendoza, 13:07:30. Brandon Bowie, 13:07:48. Kelly Fruth, 13:26:07. And if you finished this race and you knew you had to run an additional 60K in the morning, how would you feel, Shelby Farrell?
Ooh, it'd be hard to wake up in the morning and get to that start line.
Well, Shelby Farrell is joining us here in the Black Canyon 100K studio. Welcome. No stranger to these live streams. Been a part of the trail scene here on Mountain Outpost and Air Viper running since our very first trail live streams. So,
wow.
You said something that kind of cracked me up. Can we flip to the main finish line? We'll keep an eye on that. We'll stay down in the corner.
Nice. Okay.
So, you said something that cracked me up and also made me want to ask questions further. This course is spicy. Expand, please.
Yeah, it's just it's spicy. I think it's a fast course, but it's still pretty technical. Something about that first 18.4 to Bumblebee always just like
It's deceptive.
it pounds you. Yeah.
See, I think that what happens is that, I mean, and I don't know what your paces were today, but I feel that sometimes runners go out I get it. You take what the course gives you. But in that case, you really have to be careful, because if you're not careful, you're going to look down at your watch and you're going to be running 5K PR pace in that stretch from Antelope Mesa down to Hidden Treasure. Because it's so friendly. It's so welcoming. You feel the pull of the trail and you're like, oh my goodness, I feel like I can, keep up this pace for a while. Meanwhile, you're losing, 400 feet a mile, and if you're not careful, when you flatten out at Hidden Treasure, it can make for a little bit of a rougher time. Did you fall into that situation, or were you able to kind of keep your brakes on an even keel heading down that stretch?
I don't know. I felt like I was trying to keep it on an even keel. I might have injured my foot pretty good out there, actually. Just like, yeah, it looks. I could show it to you if you wanted, but
please don't
save it for another time. I think the mud like really worked you, and I had a moment pretty early on where I just hit a rock funny and started to feel like pain in my metatarsals, and I think it sucked because I realized it wasn't going to go away. But it forced me to try to just like rein it in a bit. So I think I ran about as smart as I could for what I had today, and I feel satisfied in the end.
Good.
Yeah.
Racers had to deal with some unique issues at the beginning of their day.
Yeah.
I mean, how far into your rhythm were you this morning when you found out, oh, wait a minute, we're delaying 2 hours? I mean, were you actually going to be, I don't know, like, I mean, you and your husband, like, proudly are, like, kind of living the van life, and, was the van already in Mayer, or was it?
Yeah, the van was already in Mayer, and,
so that was actually probably a good thing.
Yeah, I had a friend text me pretty early and say, like, I think this is happening, and then I went on Instagram and saw the post, and I grew up on the East Coast, so I'm no stranger to a nice 2-hour delay snow day. So it felt kind of nostalgic looking out the window and seeing snow on the ground.
Nice.
But I felt really bad because I definitely saw brake lights and runners starting to arrive. I never actually really fell back asleep, but I did get to like lay in a cozy van for a while. So
maybe like kind of like in almost a meditative state, perhaps, just a very relaxed state.
I'm a chronic procrastinator, especially when it comes to training runs. So it kind of felt normal.
We had a flurry of finishers here. I want to go through a quick run of those. We're here with Shelby Farrell, who just finished the Black Canyon 100K, along with these people. Morgan Estelle, 13:34:15. Sandra Speary, 13:34:27. David Guerin, 13:34:05. Rosalia Garishi, 13:34:47. Jennifer German, 13:34:59. Howard Edmiston, 13:35:16. Devin Higgins, 13:35:54. Andrew Simpson, 13:38:01. Konstantin Adanasov, 13:38:22. And Graham Glennie, 13:38:59. That catches us up. We're only like maybe a third of the way through our finisher list at this point. It's been a crazy day. You talked about how your preparation had changed with it being a 2 and then 2.5 hour delay. Were you like potentially thinking and hoping that you might be finishing during daylight, and then you're like, oh, I have to pack a headlamp? Because if you start at 7 a.m. and you're scooting, yeah, you might only either maybe need one at Table Mesa. Did you have to kind of like pull it out of one drop bag and put it in another? Or?
Thankfully, I had thought about that, so I grabbed it pretty easily, and I got lucky. My headlamp lasted the entire way from whenever I turned it on after picking it up at. I had picked it up at Deep Canyon Ranch.
Okay.
So, and I saw a few people out there without headlamps, so I was very grateful that I had thought of that.
Yeah, that was one of the things we were concerned about here in the studio. And as I was doing coverage, I stopped out and did some filming at Black Canyon City. It's not quite the same as it used to be. It's a little bit quieter now, but I went out there and I was thinking to myself, it's like, man, if you didn't put your headlamp in at Deep Canyon, you might be in deep, so I knew that was gonna be one of the things that did change for some of the runners, and I felt bad for some of the runners who would maybe like drop their drop bags off last night at the expo. And hopefully they were able to triage and adjust accordingly. I mean, I don't know where you'd find a headlamp at 5 a.m, but you adapt, you overcome. That's part of the lovely world of trail running that we're in. You're no stranger to being in those situations where you have to, come to terms with the fact that the best laid plans often go completely awry. When you're encountering a race like Black Canyon, you've run basically all the big ones in Arizona at this point, at least all the big Era Viper races, but you did it backwards.
I did do it a little bit backwards.
Yeah, because you started at...
I started with Javelina. That was my first 100-miler, 2020, and it went very well with a lot of, like, rookie winging it mistakes. And then
you went straight to grad
Cocodona.
school.
Yeah, and then I
and
was
did
like,
Cocodona.
inaugural year Cocodona, let's go.
And then you stepped down to something less than a quarter of the distance in Black Canyon.
And it's only my second 100K. Black Canyon last year was my first, so it's a cool distance because I can definitely wrap my head around it. I know I'm good for 62 miles, but I think I still need to find some fire through.
It's understandable.
That distance.
Yeah, one of the things about Black Canyon and about 100Ks that I like is that it ruins your day, not your week.
Yeah. Yeah.
That extra 40 miles is a pounding, so...
I had trained a lot on the back half of the course, so that was cool to get there and feel like, all right, I'm familiar with this terrain. Like, I know it could hurt. Let's do it.
Well, sometimes it's just... getting to the front. I mean, are there ever times when you're at the start line where you're just like, I don't have it, or like times where, you just know that it's going to be your day? I mean, was this a day where you knew it was going to be your day, or was it?
If I were honest, like, I feel like I put in some really good training, so I knew that I would run strong. I decided to go pacerless, which was, I think, the right call.
Did you intend to originally have a pacer?
No, I was hemming and hawing over it, but I recently ran a successful 100-miler with no pacer, and I think that I was just, like, I grew a pair a little bit, Like, you can sometimes talk to your pacers and whine to them, and it's distracting. So it was cool to go back out there alone. And I saw several other females rocking no pacers. So I think it's definitely doable in 62 miles, like to really tap in your own mind there.
Well, I have to say, you know, from personal experience, I mean, I've finished this race 4 times, and all 4 times I've had a pacer. But if you can do it by yourself, you know, I'm sure that feeling is extremely gratifying. So
Yeah, it is.
And one more thing before you go, we'll let you get some well-earned rest. What's up next for you?
Oof, I don't know. So last summer I went after the long trail, fastest known time, and I fell short at 250 miles. The trail is about 273.
Oh wow, I didn't realize you were that close.
It was it was a gut punch for sure. So I definitely need to go back to the long trail. But first we're basing down in Colorado Springs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Got
my
a
husband
whole-
just became the Colorado race director. He's over there somewhere for Aravaipa. So I'm really excited to suffer in some altitude and experience the Colorado Aravaipa scene.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a whole new world for you. I think that you guys are going to enjoy it a ton up there, and you know, maybe I'll finally make my way up to Colorado Springs, as I've been telling myself I'm going to do for many a year.
Oh,
so.
you should. And I mean, if you need a race bib, I know who to talk to. So
You have connections
yeah.
in the Aravaipa, Colorado office?
So I mean, it's a pretty stacked race schedule. Silverton races.
There's a lot of activity up there now.
Yeah.
A lot. So, well, Shelby, thanks for hanging out with us, and congratulations on your finish. Go get some rest, and you know, have fun up in Colorado. I'm sure we'll see you soon.
Yes, you will. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thank you. Shelby Farrell, folks, joining us here in the studio. We're going to pivot back to the finish line and some of our more recent finishers, give them their moment in the sun. I'm sorry? Okay, cool. We'll also get some Rob Martin camera action, but we've got some finishers coming in. Let's see. Theo Worth, 13:39.15. Aaron Frizzell, 13:40.48. Derek Logan, 13:41.25. Stephanie Rosenbaum, 13:43.47. Robert Ongst, 13:44.06. Victor Farmiga, 13:45.28. And David Carver, 13:45.49. That is 229 finishers at this point. And we have, I believe, 2 finishers that we did not have before on the 100-mile challenge side. Kelly Fruth, 13:26.07, and Kathy Travnicek, 13:39.06. And, of course, Kelly and Kathy have roughly about 8 hours, 7.5 hours before their next race, because they're getting up to do the 60K in the morning, along with Jesse Rosales, Jake Jackson, Adam Williams, Nico Teller, Rolando Mendoza, and Brandon Bowie. So we'll be keeping an eye out on those runners and wishing them luck. Tim Hullerman, 13:48.46. Congratulations, Tim. We are at about 240 to 245 finishers, give or take, here at the 100K. And we're keeping an eye on, I don't think, Vega, I don't think that Feggy is finished yet, but he'll be around here, I'm sure, sooner rather than later. If he hit Doe Spring in 13:02, actually, I would not be shocked if he's in here in the next minute or two, to be honest, if I didn't miss him. Lot of flashing bright and shining objects out here. So if you're an easily distracted person, you may miss it. And as I mentioned, in our studio, we can see one half of the final finisher chute just fine. The other half is on the other side of a concrete wall. But yeah, we need to actually force a pivot on there. That's what we need to do to get them to move to the left. Not that I'll be able to ID all of them. It's much easier for me to ID the runners with the bib pinned clearly in front on the stomach. That gives me a better chance. As you can see right now, that's bib 611, Greg Carson, celebrating his finish in 13:50:17, approaching the 14-hour mark, which means those who are chasing that Western States qualifier have about 3 hours and 9 minutes to get it done. I don't know if the mic is picking it up, but the crowd is definitely having a great time out here. Doing what they can to inspire runners because it's gotten kind of cold out here. I'm going to take the under on the temperature on screen. It says 46, but I'm thinking it's probably closer to about 40. If I guess I'm catching 45, but I still think that seems high. Oh, 41? Okay, that makes more sense. I have the puffy on. I have not thrown my gloves on yet, or a beanie, but we're getting there. I suppose by the time my next co-hosts come in, and I pass the reins off to them, I'll be in a full-blown sleeping bag because we've had that happen before. Where Andy Jones Wilkins and I were sitting at the desk with sleeping bags underneath the table. So. That is definitely a part of covering some of these races. Love having the studio out here on the course and would not have it any other way at this point. The game has changed with our ability to actually get a fair signal. We just actually had one of the names we were talking about a little bit here. Mallory Lefkowitz, 13:51:52. Emily Ketty, 13:51:57. And John Feggy Varese, Feggy himself, the Barkley finisher, now a multiple-time Black Canyon 100K finisher, 13:52:23. I'm always curious to see what John's got coming up on his ultra sign up. I mean, he's usually got a list a mile long, so I'm going to peek right now. Okay, so he's got Canyon de Chelly coming up later this year. That's a fairly hard race to get into with a lottery system. It is up on Navajo land, and the permitting and entries are fairly limited, so he'll have fun with that. But he's also running Mesquite Canyon in a few weeks as well. Of course, as I mentioned, John, one of the few, the proud, the Barkley finishers. So congrats to him, as well as Mallory and Emily, who just finished as well. We're going to keep an eye on the finish line here. If we've got cameras out in the field, we can probably flash every so often just to keep our eyes fresh here in the studio. This is the Doe Spring Cam. This is Dr. Stephen Crawford hanging out as these runners are preparing for the final home stretch, that final 3.6 miles to the finish. I have to admit, now granted, I was a lot slower and I did not hit this aid station until about the 16:04 mark, but that was bib number 136. That one I did see. So our next finisher here on the lower side of your screen, that was Michael Wood. Congratulations to Michael. Running that last section really quick. But when I was at Doe Spring, the two times that the route or the race route put me through there, I was in and out because I was just about done. Runners, pacers. I have to admit, I've seen a few people with poles, and maybe it was just my quote upbringing in the sport, but I wouldn't think that Black Canyon would be the kind of course where you'd want to carry poles, at least personally, especially with the change in the course. You definitely don't need it for you don't need pulls for the first half at all. In fact, I would think that they're probably somewhat of a hindrance because there's only one mild climb in the first half. In the second half, maybe, but I don't think it would necessarily be a huge benefit. But excuse me, that's just me. I'll see if we can get updates on our more recent finishers. Looks like Matthew Luff, bib number 69, nice. 13:56:42. We are children. Michael Wood. Okay, Michael Wood must have been in wave 1, 14:25:17. We are normally with this race, we would actually be halfway through the halfway through the Western States Lottery Golden Hour. Because of the delays in the start of the race, we had a 2.5 hour delay. We're not there yet. We're really only at about the 13.5, 14 hour mark at this point. And so we're going to be hanging out here until the end of the race, which, oh boy, which was originally supposed to be 3:30 in the morning, but has now been pushed back to 6 a.m. So just shy of daybreak is when our coverage is going to draw to a close. Looks like Ethan Jordan. Actually, okay, so we have a few more Wave 2 finishers that have come through. Ethan Agritelli, 13:57:08. Benjamin Dixon, 13:57:09. Travis Tung, 13:57:37. Ken Krogsrud, 13:57:52. And Ethan Jordan, 13:58:04. Congratulations to those finishers. What did he say? No, because we can't have the music louder. If we were to get popped on YouTube, then... Oh, I mean, I know. Sorry. There are certain licensing details that we have to adhere to. Otherwise, live stream go bye-bye. Congratulations to Justin Kraft finishing just a shade under 14 hours, 13:59:43. Looking for a couple of friends of mine here to probably finish here fairly soon. Keeping an eye out for them. So we're at just a shade over 250 finishers to this point. Our most recent finishers, Aubrey Reichel, 14 hours and 6 seconds, and Tyler McCabe, 14 hours and 22 seconds. And we've still got, if I were to just kind of eyeball it, I'm going to keep it to runners who have at least hit Black Canyon City. I personally would think that they would have needed to hit Cottonwood Gulch by now, but it looks like we could have as many as almost 4 480 runners still on course at this point. But if I'm being honest, I think that it's more likely that it's maybe about 400. And we'll do what we can to try and ID everybody as they come through the finish line. But there's a lot of runners, and we'll do our best, though. I'm Chris Warden. For those of you just tuning in, welcome. This is the Black Canyon 100K finish here, presented by HOKA and Aerovipa Running. We are on the Mountain Outpost channel. You know that because you're here. We are following runners as the 14-hour mark has elapsed. That's Table Mesa right there. Yeah, I know that. Is that, and you said that's the Rob Cam? Shout out Rob Martin for filming. So Table Mesa is about 10 and change from the finish. These runners have just crossed their last river crossing, and they're grateful because the Agua Fria is no joke on that final crossing. They're probably smelling the barn at this point. I know I am. Like, when I get here, I feel good, knowing full well that I've got about 10 miles to go. A couple of gnarly climbs, but at the same time, you know, you're just about there. You got plenty of time. 14 hours from here. You've got 3 hours to break under that Western States cutoff for the lottery. You can get it done from there in 2.5 hours, and so these runners are actually going to be, if the ones that are moving well, will be well under 17 hours. The ones who are struggling might make it interesting. So we'll keep tabs on that, though, for sure. You can see some visibly limping and hurting runners, but it's part of the game here when you're talking about 100K. So. And this is the Doe Spring Camp. These runners are only 3.6 miles from the finish line, so they're all feeling good. But again, if I'm at Doe Spring, I'm in and out of that aid station very quickly. I think that I've only spent maybe a grand total of about 3 minutes in that aid station in the 2 times that I've gone through it myself. Not anything against the people at Doe Spring. I've actually had friends that have been working that aid station when I came through, and I love them, but you just got to go. Looks like we've got another finisher here. It's a little bit tricky for me to ID them immediately when they've got their bib on the side. I kind of have to just rely on the runner tracker at that point. We'll share who that is. Looks like Yoshihiko Ishikawa was did not start this morning. Current Badwater course record holder. I was expecting him to run, but just was not to be. Following up on some of our 100-mile challengers, looks like a notable drop would be Cole Crosby at Bumblebee. Looks like his day drew to a close fairly early. And I'll be honest, I'm kind of curious to see where in or how many of these 100-mile challengers actually answer the challenge tomorrow morning, simply because the turnaround time, the later it gets, just gets more and more brutal. As we mentioned, there are going to be hypothetically, there could be runners who are looking at 45 minutes to an hour of rest in a car. Yeah, on a shuttle, basically, is where their rest is going to take place. I mean, I'm here for it. That's the kind of inspiring carnage that I want to see. Somebody who's going to leave it all out there like that. But man. Yeah, I tried to catch a peek as well. see if we could figure out who that was, but we shall see. Thanks for still hanging out with us here. We've obviously we've gone well past the golden ticket pass outs and the elite fields, but we're still here, hanging out and trying to call the remainder of the race. I know that my next broadcast colleagues are going to be joining us here shortly. Scott Traer and Callie Vincent, and I'll be honest, I'm just gonna kind of sit back and watch them do their thing, because those two have a lot of energy, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the two of them basically just talk about trail and ultra running and about the Black Canyon 100K and their enjoyment. And I wonder what they're going to be wearing. The last time they were on the live stream, they were Ken and Barbie, which was fantastic. But one of the things that Scott and Callie have been known to wear are onesies. And given the temperatures, I could totally see them wearing like a couple of onesies, of some sort of animated character, simply because it's cold out now. I mean, it might say 46, it might say 41, but it's a dry cold. That's kind of how we roll here in Arizona. Another finisher, given a fist pump. Congratulations. We will see if we can ID who that was here as well. Hey, Anthony, thanks for tuning in. I mean, we're not doing these live streams without without the audience being interested and engaged. And not to get too into the editorial weeds, we do our best to try and cover everything. I know that people have their specific wants, and if they don't get what they want, they let us know, and we do our best, and we try. Anthony Kumita, our most recent finisher, finishing in just over 14 hours and 9 minutes. Congratulations to him. But, I found it a little bit interesting when, we try our best to cover everybody and give, especially in terms of this race, the men and women equal coverage. And we had interviewed the men, the top three men that had come through and collected their golden tickets. And when we cut to Corinne Malcolm and Katie Asmuth interviewing the three women, there was a little bit of pushback. I mean, we're doing what we can. We want to give equal representation, but we hope you're still willing to roll with us as we broadcast this race. Jan in the chat. Jan, are you at Table Mesa, Aid? Are you out there with Rob Martin? Does that mean Andre Lee has hit Table Mesa? I'll be interested. I'll hang up and listen for your answer. Looks like we might have a bit of a lag on my runner tracker, so we're going to peep the field a little bit. That's Table Mesa right there. I'll be honest, like, I know that Table Mesa is huge, but like when I'm running the race, like it feels like I'm underwater. It's so hard for me to like actually like wrap my head around what's going on. And I've been out there like to kind of tailgate and watch and enjoy, but yeah, you can see, I mean, this is the final crew aid station on the Black Canyon 100K course, and look at how many people are out there. It's a ton of people. Like, yeah, and it's almost midnight. And Table Mesa itself is a kind of a cool area. These runners have come out of the Agua Fria for the last time about 1.5 miles, 2 miles prior, a slight uphill climb to get to Table Mesa Aid. And when they leave Table Mesa, it's flat for a little bit, and then they've got their last climb up the mesa, and then they make their way down into Doe Spring. At Table Mesa, they've got about 10 and change left. Okay, so Jan said that Andre Lee, Coconona, inaugural Coconona DFL, is about 40 minutes out from Table Mesa, so he's fine. He's doing what he needs to do. But Table Mesa, through necessity and by accident, both, if that makes sense, became a party zone. So this race back in, up prior to 2020, actually including the 2020 year, because I ran it that year, Table Mesa was, still the last aid station where you could hit your crew. But it was all business. You were in and out. They had like two tents, and it was about getting things done. So in 2021, with COVID protocols that were enforced by Yavapai County. Yavapai County is where Black Canyon City is at the previous big stop on the course at mile 36. We got a finisher coming in. David Wallace, bib number 867. Congratulations. Looks like we have a dabber that just came in as well. Yeah, my feed is not updating with the names, so we'll have to do our best to. Is that 508? No, I mean, I appreciate what you're doing. I mean, we can only ID people that we can see. No, that was not 508 because that bib has dropped. But, hopefully our tracker will update here shortly. Looks like it might be a couple minutes back, but I'm keeping an eye on it. So as I was saying about Black Canyon City, the aid station at mile 36, which was previously the big quote party station on the course, Yavapai County was not allowing large gatherings at that time. So we had to tell crew that they could not meet their runner at that point, which meant the first aid station excuse me, the first aid station where a runner could either pick up a pacer or even meet their crew was at mile 51 at Table Mesa. And the accidental side effect of that was Table Mesa became like the most happening party imaginable. This race has been, pushing 1,000 for years, and that year, 2021, Table Mesa just exploded into a party. The music was loud. There were so many people tailgating, hanging out, having a good time. And now 3 years later, as you could see at our videos there that Rob Martin had been sharing with us, the Table Mesa is a hopping place at the Black Canyon 100K. So it's definitely been a lot of fun. Most recent finishers: David Wallace, 14:13:33. Caitlin Kreutz, 14:13:39. Bib number 105. Doug Lynch. That would make sense. Doug Lynch left Doe Spring about 40 minutes ago. So congratulations to Doug Lynch for finishing the Black Canyon 100K. Doug Lynch from Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Enjoys long walks in the woods outside Jamestown, Tennessee. No Business 100. He's run that. Run Georgia Death Race last year. Looks like Doug is no stranger to Arizona, having run the Javelina 100 back in 2021 and running a sub 24. So congratulations to Doug for having a solid day out at the Black Canyon Ultras. Hopefully he's going to exercise his opportunity to enter the Western States Lottery. And with a little luck, maybe he'll get in. Yeah, we've got 260. So Doe Spring is the last aid station before the finish line. We have over 60 runners who have hit Doe Spring but have not hit the finish. Yeah, we're going to have a runner a minute or so for the next hour, maybe longer. It's going to be bonkers. Actually, yeah, we've got a few in the 100-mile challenge, a handful there, and then what was it? Bib number 797. Let's see if we can ID that runner. That would be Brian Smeech of Pennsylvania. Congratulations to Brian. Bib number 655. Andrew Coleman of Virginia. Which one? Oh. Is that 463? That would be Sarah Robertson of Cranbrook, British Columbia. So we've had about 270 finishers so far. We'll have to keep an eye out for the Doe Spring Cam. Sounds like Stephen Crawford has let us know that their Starlink went down. So, okay, that's fine. The only thing I like about having the thing I like most about having other cameras, rather, is that then I don't have to be on camera. Like, nobody needs to see me. We What we need is a static aid station cam. We can watch people cook quesadillas. Like that's far more interesting to these fans of the race than me in the chair, especially like before the dashing trail running power couple, Callie Vinson and Scott Trayer come through. You know, once they come in, yeah, you can put the big screen on them, and I'll take one 8x10, two 5x7s, and how many wallet size. But in terms of me being on camera, ain't nobody got time for that. But we're all having fun out here, and we're all out here to celebrate the efforts of these amazing runners here. I think I might go over and knock on Andy Klink's head to see if we can verify that my runner tracking is up to date. We got a couple more coming in. We need to tell them to come in on that side or on this side. Maybe Eric Todd was one of our recent finishers. Oh, is that Aaron Berger? I think that's Aaron Berger. Can you keep the full screen there for a moment? I'm going to see if I can get him to come on. Hey, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to adjust myself here and get out of the way so the next members of our broadcast team can take over the joint, and we're going to come back here in just a minute, and we'll catch up on the finishers as well as do a quick little interview with a close personal friend of mine as the Black Canyon 100K continues here, presented by HOKA. All right, thanks for sticking with us here at the Black Canyon 100K. I am Chris Warden, and we've got a full studio, and I'm really excited about this. And we're going to do our propers here in just a moment, but congratulations to our most recent finisher, Mateo Pacheco, in a time of 14:24:07. Now, this is something I've been excited about ever since I found out about it. And I have to pat myself on the back a little bit because I was really like, why have we not done this yet? So we're going to be joined, and the car is going to be like, you guys have the wheel now. Scott Traer and Callie Vinson hanging out here in the Finish Line studio for the remainder of the Black Canyon 100K. But I also wanted to bring somebody else in who literally just crossed the finish line, didn't even need to sit down, didn't even need to take a minute, kind of like you in that regard, like ready to go. And this is a friend of mine, Aaron Berger. First of all, Scott and Callie, welcome to the studio.
Yeah,
thank you for having us. We'll do our thing in a little bit, but Aaron, welcome to the studio here.
Thanks, Chris.
Have we ever had you on before?
In the studio for Cocodona, we did a little.
We did?
Yeah.
Why? So thanks for joining. First of all, Aaron, congratulations on your finish here. You want to hold it up a little bit closer? We actually do want to hear you.
Yeah.
I joke that we don't, but we definitely do. So you mentioned that over there. I didn't realize it. So this is your fourth or fifth finish?
Well, it's my fifth Black Canyon 100K finish,
Nice.
fourth in a row, and fourth in a row sub 14. So I got my seventh wind at about 7 miles to go, and we booked it for 7 straight miles to break it by just a few minutes. So I was at the 10 o'clock start, so we got in just under 14.
So you were in the 10 o'clock start, so your race was delayed by 3 hours.
2. I was supposed to be the 8.
Why?
I don't know.
Like
I asked for wave 2 and I got 3, but doesn't matter.
If you're breaking 14 hours, you should have been in that first, maybe the second wave. But then they consolidated the waves. So describe your experience this morning. Like you're waking up, maybe making a cup of coffee or, maybe putting some toppings on a bagel. And all of a sudden you get the word that, oh wait, we're delayed 2 hours.
Yeah.
And
I think it ended up being probably better, even though I didn't think so at the time. Just a quick frustration early and rethinking, okay, when am I going to eat this? When am I going to eat that? When am I going to leave to go catch the shuttle? So it takes a few minutes to gather that. And I tried to take a little bit of an extra nap, but by that time I was wide awake, so it wasn't going to happen. But I did lie down and close my eyes for half an hour just to not stare at my phone for an extra 2 hours.
Oh, I can imagine. Congratulations to our most recent finishers, Alexander Barassa and Simon Gerard, and Honora Einhorn, all 14:31:05, 14:31:56, and also 14:31:56. Yeah, I was a little bit concerned. Now, you're in a little bit of a different situation, kind of a home field advantage, because you probably live closer to the start line than darn near anybody else.
Yeah, and I know a couple guys in Anthem that are going to run home afterwards. And yeah, these are kind of my home trails, and a number of people from out of state that I talked to today all said, I told them all, I'm up to about 650, 700 miles lifetime on the Black Canyon Trail.
Mm-hmm.
Between the 60K once, the 500Ks, and then endless training runs. Yeah, so. Yeah, the finish line is very close to my home.
How was it coming through the river before Table Mesa? Obviously, it's getting pretty cold out. That water must be ice cold. And then, so you're basically going into a deep, fast-moving river, and then you got to come out to the ice-cold weather, getting up to Table Mesa. I know they have a fire going. What was that like? How was it getting out of the river and then trying to stay warm?
Yeah, that was the fourth and final big river crossing, creek crossing.
Yep.
The first 3, I decided I'm going to go through all of them, go through Black Canyon, go through that third one, and then on the side of the trail is when I'm going to finally change socks. I did that, sat on the rock for a couple minutes, and that felt great. And then I kind of remembered that there was probably another one before Table Mesa, but I couldn't remember if it was usually, I think it's usually not anywhere near like it was today.
Sure.
So yeah, it was, it wasn't the cold that bothered me. I was fine the rest of the way. It was just kind of that little bit of a shock that this one is raging pretty good.
Yeah.
But you just step right in and get past it.
And you didn't feel cold getting out?
cold. It always felt
You warm
cold
up,
going through
yeah.
all of those crossings, but not bad enough. I felt I was pretty warm all day for the most part.
I guess if you stay upright, that's gonna be a positive in that river. But if you take a fall and all your clothes get wet, that's gonna be a tough trip up to Table Mesa.
And your phone and car keys. And
Yeah, right.
Good stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think about that aspect of it. But no, with regard to your experience in this trail, were you surprised at how sloppy things were on the high country? Because I was on the coverage. Like when I saw the amount of mud and blood, really, that a lot of the runners were coming in, even into Antelope Mesa, I was a little bit freaked out. I didn't realize that the first few miles were going to be as bad as they were. I mean, I don't know about you, but I had brief flashbacks to 2017.
Yeah, I did 2 of my 60K and 1 of the 100Ks. I went through the high water, reroute, high mud, all that stuff. And the first 8 miles rivaled that. But I think the next 54 miles were better than either of those other 2 years. So it was really confined to that first 8 miles. And it was pretty dry the rest of the way, other than a couple puddles here and there. So it wasn't that bad. It was welcoming that the rest of the course, because that was probably my slowest time ever through the first 8 miles, and I probably did better than I ever had the last 25, which was a little surprising.
That's a good way to finish.
Yeah,
it's always good to finish fast.
So you obviously are going for one of the reasons you're here is for that Western States Lottery ticket. What year is this going to be for you?
5 years, 16 tickets for this coming December.
How do you like your chances?
Getting better.
That's true.
Good luck. Good
It's
luck.
not getting worse.
What are you looking forward to most about potentially running Western States in the future?
I've done the camp, so I've done the last 71 miles of it. Seeing the first 29 would probably be what I'd look forward to the most, and going out there again and doing the camp at some point, and experiencing the crowds. I know coming into Bumblebee, I feel like that has kind of that Western States feel with people lined up all the way to the aid station, just from what I've seen on coverage. So just experiencing that and getting to see the first 29 miles, I guess.
Well, these two can verify that for you.
That's a great analogy, and I always tell athletes and people coming to this race that coming into Bumblebee is such a cool experience. It's both sides of the trail are littered with hundreds of people streaming, and it's such a cool experience. There's a few aid stations in our sport that are very well known like that, and Bumblebee is definitely one of them.
Well, and Deep Canyon added some element of that today too. That was welcome, because you never really had that going into Black Canyon City before. So this kind of replacing that, you kind of had that same feel, because you run along everybody to get into the aid station and come back out running alongside everybody. Didn't have the cars parked all along both sides, but I think it had that same kind of feel, a better feel than Black Canyon City.
Yeah, when we were watching at home, it almost had that feel of Forest Hill when you're coming up that road, and there's just that energy, and it's the first energy that you see of the day. But yeah, with this, it's just kind of nice because it's new. It's new to everyone.
It's interesting that you all kind of look at it that way, because I was going to say that I think, and I harp on this, that Table Mesa's become like one of the big party stations now.
Callie and I did say that watching the stream, like, wow, there's a lot of people there. I remember 2 years ago when I ran Black Canyon, I just don't remember many people at Table Mesa. Like, I just didn't remember.
Well, you were there fairly early, to be fair.
I was going to say.
It's easy to get to, and there's a lot of parking.
That's true.
Yeah, there is
easy
a lot
to get
of
to from the valley, especially.
But even the setup, it just looked much bigger on the stream than what I remembered.
There are a lot more tents out there now, for sure, because it used to be just like 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And now they've got kind of like some ancillary tents set up as well. So, well, what else is coming up on the docket for you? Do you have anything else planned, or
a lot that I can't really decide between? I know that if I recover quickly, I've always wanted to do Whiskey Basin 90K. That's the end of April, so it's a little close. I do have a big interest in possibly doing Man Against Horse 50 miler. I did the 25 miler a year and a half ago, whenever that was. And now that they moved it back a week away from Javelina again, I've definitely got that on my radar. But then, I've got Michael Versteeg's race, the saddles on the
Synergy.
I've got that on the brain a little bit too, because I just got the email that if I had volunteered last year to reach out to him, because he was offering race credits or something for that, and I did volunteer at Saddles last year. So but there's so much that are all bang, bang, bang in October now with saddles and Man Against Horse and Javelina. And it's a popular rim to rim to rim month and all that. So it's October could be stacked, but
Yeah, you do have a lot of you have a crew that you tend to adventure around the state with for sure. And if you're not running or pacing Javelina, you're at doing a rim to rim to rim or.
yeah, and I've got one other one on the radar, and that's the Lost Souls Ultra up in Canada. I've got a good running buddy who's one of the race directors. He's a snowbird, so he's here half the year. And shout out to Dean. He's I thought it'd be neat to go up there and turn it into a week where you do that race and then go hike all the beautiful Lake Louise and Banff from that whole area. That's been on my bucket list for a long time. That'd be a great way to combine the two. So, but that's September. So again, it's just adding to the list of possibilities.
So this is like your off season.
Yeah. Yeah. This is just some small miles for you.
No, I had a big block. I started a run streak in October, and so I run this today's day 117, or now it's 118. 10 minutes after midnight. Oh, I haven't run yet. It's after midnight, but
And what are the parameters on the run streak? How far do you have to go in
I
a
just
day?
tell myself 5K a day, and I can walk.
Oh, that's a decent amount.
Yeah,
that's not a mile a
hear
day.
1 mile. Yeah, 1 mile. I hear 5K. That's a commitment a day.
Tomorrow will probably be a walk.
Yeah, that works.
But and I did no rest November and the first 10 days of sudden death December. So that kicked off this block, and then I had a 74-mile week in December with nothing over 12 miles. It was like 11 to 12 miles every day, and then I did a 74-mile week mid-January that included the 26-mile loop around Skull Mesa for the training run on Saturday, followed by the third segment of this, 25 miles on Sunday. So that was my last big back-to-back about 4 weeks ago, I think.
Sure.
Okay. Well, Aaron, I just wanted to bring you over. I mean, you're pretty all right for a Green Bay Packer fan, so wanted to at least welcome you to come in and hang out with us and talk about your experiences. You're obviously well versed in the Black Canyon Trail. You probably logged darn near more miles than darn near anybody as far as whether it be training, running, whatever. So I appreciate your perspective, and congratulations on yet another solid finish, and
Thank you.
Good luck with the Western States Lottery.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Congrats, Aaron.
Yeah, congrats.
Folks, that is Aaron Berger, a local runner here that I wanted to kind of spotlight. And now we're gonna talk about what we're gonna talk about here, and I'm so excited about this. For those that are just tuning in, I'm so honored to be passing the responsibilities and the duties over to the two of you. Scott Traer, Callie Vincent, welcome to the live stream.
Thank you. We
Thank
are
you for
so
having us
happy to
here.
be here.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, like the prep work and the outreach that the two of you have done have made me feel like I need to step my game up.
No,
No, everyone did a great job getting all the info.
Yeah, so the two of you are, I don't know. Explain how this all came to be, because I only know that I said, hey, I think that Scott and Callie would be good. I don't know if I was the first person to say it or the last person, but obviously you're here now. Can you talk about how this all came to be?
Well, I remember you and I talking about it at Desert Solstice this year, or this past year, and it was something that has kind of been on the mind. And to me, I felt like it was just a natural fit, just because I'm around the Aravaipa races all the time and in the running community, and I guess kind of represent a different side of running, the mid to back of packers. And I thought, well, maybe there's an opportunity where the live stream extends, into that time when, most of us are sleeping. But like me, I'm usually still out there. Case in point, 2022, finishing Black Canyon in 18 hours, 10 hours after Scott did. So,
Yeah.
I can't remember how it actually came to fruition, though, the idea of us.
Yeah, I think we were just talking about it. We both wanted to come. We weren't sure what we were going to do or what we would do last year. We followed the back of the pack with a little project cheer that we were doing. We were dressed up in costumes, following the back of the pack, cheering them on, waiting for the aid stations to close so we could actually cheer for every participant. And that was great because, Kelly always would say, is like, those last participants, they don't get the big crowds that the front of the pack get. So it's great to just show them some love. And yeah, I think it was mainly Kelly's idea, but we both thought, all right, let's go in there. Let's try to add some excitement to the night and reach out to anyone we thought might finish during that time.
You brought something up that I want to circle back around to in just a minute. As soon as we give the proppers and their due for our most recent finishers, Vahan Michaelian, 14:32.24. Craig Ashley, 14:37.04. Pamela Fisher, 14:38.10. Cody Van Rokel, 14:40.10. Kaylin Wilson, 14:40.17. Rob Wilkins, 14:41.03. Scott Goretzi, 14:41.05. Nathan Clifton, 14:41.48. And Alex Daniels, 14:43.11. We're at like 300 finishers so far, and we're like potentially not halfway through.
Which is insane. Absolutely
You two are going to
insane.
have a lot of names to rifle through.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we were looking at it when we were driving in, and it was just like, looking at Doe Springs, and okay, there's 20 runners within 10 minutes of one another, and it's like, it's going to be tough to keep
originally we were
track of
thinking,
everybody.
we could name, every single person who comes through, and then we were going through that list and thinking, absolutely not. Otherwise,
It's tough.
Yeah, there's no way. There's just so many people out on this course right now
A
still.
little bit ago, I counted 60 runners between Doe Spring and here.
Wow.
Which is
gosh.
just 3.6 miles for those that aren't sure.
Yep.
So I was wondering how the two of you were going to dress today. Like, I didn't, like, that was one of the things, obviously at Haviland 100, you two stole the show with your Ken and Barbie costumes there. And you talked about I said, it's cold out. They could show up in onesies.
Yeah, we thought about it.
Because talk about that, where you were actually following part of the race wearing onesies.
Yeah, last year that was part of Project Cheer. It was
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We showed up at Bumblebee. We showed up at Bumblebee to see the start runners, and then we went and got our run in on that road, and then we were like, let's stay for the last person. And so that's when we changed into our onesies. We played some music. We had some signs made. And we stayed there at Bumblebee until, maybe there were a few cars left in the parking lot, but there were still some runners coming through. And it was so fun just to see their faces being like, oh my gosh, you guys are cheering for me. Like, I'm barely making the cutoff right now. And I know that feeling where you feel seen. You don't feel like, oh, I'm, just an inconvenience to the volunteers. But yeah, it was awesome to do. And so it's always fun to support those people.
Yeah, I have to say I admire that concept, and I guess you kind of answered the question for me. I was going to say, why did you make this such an important thing to the two, or why did it become such an important thing to the two of you? And part of it is you speaking from personal experience.
Oh, yeah.
Trust me, I'm right there with you. We dig the same dirt. As far as when Scott is, and to your credit, and I want to circle back to this as well. Like you're done, and we're coming in 10 hours later, but one of the most amazing things about your 2022 Golden Ticket run was, so we were doing the coverage, and I went to Table Mesa to hang out, and I wanted to come into the finish line and congratulate you, but then I thought, no, Scott's probably long gone. And so I didn't come to the finish line to congratulate you. What people might not realize is that Scott was the second place finisher that year, ran the race in 8 hours, got his Western States Golden Ticket, and stuck around to see every finisher come through.
Yeah, that was a long day.
That was a long day.
It was great. Yeah, I finished the race, and I stayed here till the end. It was great to see Callie come in. After we went and camped at Table Mesa and went to the 60K and cheered on those runners. Black Canyon 2022 for me was such a great little period of my life. That's shortly before is where I met Callie. I was working on that Chase and Gold series for Black Canyon,
You were
interviewing
crushing
some
it
of the
that year.
runners. It was just a wild time, and 2022 Black Canyon. That's definitely a special place in my heart. But it was fun. It was fun to stay here. Literally seeing friends that would come in later, just chatting with everyone. It's awesome. I love staying at races. I love seeing people finish. It's just as hard for the last person as it is for the first person. So
I was honestly surprised that he was standing there when I finished, because I'm like, okay, I can see the lights of the finish line, and he's probably like waiting in the car or sleeping or something. He was standing there with a blanket over him, and in my mind, I'm like, has he been waiting right there for 10 hours? But no, he was doing other stuff. But it was still a cool moment.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, I think that's just amazing, and it speaks to the appreciation that the two of you have for not only the sport, but a very specifically, I don't want to say ignored, but maybe overlooked section of the sport. You know, those of us who don't, finish in the golden ticket chase. Those of us who, maybe, we can look at the numbers on the live streams and not to deter or discourage anybody, but, there are fewer viewers watching. But at the same time, we're here to convey our appreciation for these runners. And what has that been like for you? Because we've been doing it on the live stream. You've been doing it in real life. You've been doing it like on boots on the ground, like out at these aid stations in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night, getting behind these runners and showing them that that their efforts are appreciated and acknowledged. I mean, has there been, I would think that brings a huge reception. Am I right in that?
Oh
in
yeah,
thinking
you can
that?
see it in their eyes as soon as they see you and they see why you're there, and that in itself is just worthwhile to go and keep doing.
Yeah, it's almost addicting, right? You're definitely brightening up their day. And I always like to think, like, we've all been in spots in a race where maybe you're not in a good spot mentally or physically or whatever it could be. And sometimes it only takes that one little moment, whatever that moment is, to change your whole race. And I hope maybe we do it for one runner. If we do it for one runner, it's definitely worth it. Because I know it's happened to me where I've seen just a random act of kindness when I'm out running, and I'm like, it just completely changes how I feel, how I'm running. So yeah, hopefully we're out there not cheering people on and helping them get to that finish line.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. And, the way that I've been kind of rolling the last few hours is that every so often, meaning every 3 to 4 minutes, I'll go and I'll take a look and see who's come across the finish line and just kind of give them their props. So, I guess kind of in a very small way, emulating what you two are doing out there, in person for these runners. So congratulations to our most recent finishers, Aaron Yanker, 1446, Brian Flink, 1450, and D Woo, 1450. With you two have spent have been out at some of the other aid stations today of significance? Or?
No, that was our plan to be out there, and we were just kind of thinking, should we just save our energy and save it for tonight? We also had, some errands to run, but it ultimately came down to let's preserve the energy to make sure that we have it to last till the sun comes up.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on the fact that we had to change the start time so significantly? How would that affect you two as runners? Having very different race prep experiences in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it was actually, I had mentioned yesterday at the expo, I saw they were supposed to get some snow, and I had told Cal, because Kelly and I were going to go to the start, and I said, if it snows, it's probably not worth going up there. And then having, a little bit of a race director past, I had mentioned to Kelly, I said, the buses might not be willing to drive at that hour, so that could be the biggie. And I think that's what it really turned out it was. But I think I heard Chris Myers say it, at least when you have that first, hey, it's a 2-hour delay, personally, I don't think it's the end of the world. Everyone knows, all right, it's a bummer if you're already on the way. But then I think, and like Chris said, I think it was a challenge for them to get to the start line and then have that extra half-hour delay.
Yeah.
Because then it's like, all right, I've now got here, I've warmed up, I'm ready to go, I'm at the start line. So that delay for the to push it back to 9:30 was probably, in my opinion, probably more challenging than the 2-hour delay for most runners.
Yeah, I guess from my perspective, had I been running this year, I would have been very thankful to see the news update from my hotel room. Because then I would have been like, all right, we're going back to sleep. Nutritionally, I don't think it would have affected me just because I know that I'm going to be moving at such a slow pace. So I don't know, I can eat while I'm running. Whereas if you're moving at his pace, it's like, this is calculated. For me, it's like, meh. But yeah, I think I would have felt a little bit better knowing that it would have been slightly warmer start. And maybe a little bit more sun out there. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, I think to your point, the biggest bummer was probably the ones who were standing there ready to go and then realized they had 30 more minutes to wait. Because even we were laying in bed, in our warm bed, and panicking for them. and they were the ones standing there, so I couldn't even imagine what they were going through. But we were like, is it this time? Is it 30 minutes? Is it? I don't know. There was a lot of confusion, and we had devices in front of us, so I can only imagine what they were going through.
Well, both of you have run this race, so you know that when you go up to Mayor, once you get there, you can't go inside the school.
Yeah.
Like there's only
You're
one way.
outside.
Yeah, you're outside unless you're gonna basically commandeer a porta potty. Like,
Yeah.
that's literally the only way. And I've
Hey,
heard
who hasn't done that?
I've heard stories at that start line. I'm not gonna point fingers, but I've heard people take their sweet time.
Yeah,
you know, and multiple trips just simply for the interest of staying warm. Because there is no shelter up there. And on a day like today, where it was like 25 degrees and people showing up in tank tops and race kits.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah, that's cold. And I think, people in the race, people at home, Aerovibe did an excellent job with everything. You know, it's always going to be about safety, right? If the bus is uncomfortable transporting 1,000 people, then you wait an hour or two. At the end of the day, it's just running, right? And we need to get the runners to the start line and have a safe event. So while there could have been a little bit of frustration, I think it's important to remember it's just a race. It's just running. Your race got delayed 2 hours. You're still going to be able to get out here, have a great day. So it's just a good reminder to all the runners, fans, crews, everyone watching. I think Aerovibe did a great job, and delaying a start for safety is always a good reason.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Our most recent finishers here, Sam Burt, 1450, Scott Gordon, Jesse Kaluka, Clayton Kelly, all 1452, Tyler Lopez, 1453, Jonathan Jaworski, 1454, and Karsten Bonke, 1455. So this question is for Callie because you're long done and standing there in a blanket at this point in the race. So, you and I, like I said, we've chewed the same dirt over times. When you're 15 hours into a 100K Western States qualifier type of race, and we're probably, I don't know, maybe like Table Mesa and like getting ready for that final, actually we're hopefully past Table Mesa because
hopefully.
that's pretty tight.
Yeah.
But, just, trying to grind it out, what's your mindset when, the minutes are ticking off? I mean, and in this race, it's especially cruel because you can see that start line from 2+ miles out at night. When you're out there in the dark, you see this whole setup taunting you. What's it like for you, Callie, to be out there at that point and just like, realizing you got to get it done?
Mm-hmm. I think the hardest part is knowing that everyone else is asleep right now. Everyone else is warm in their bed. They're having their dinners. They're having their sweet dreams, and you're out there because you chose to do this. But it's in those moments that I just remind myself, like, oh my God, I get to do this. And I know that sounds so cheesy, but it's that little bit of a positive mind shift change that can make such a difference.
Nobody's happy with the
Energy is wild this year.
It's great.
You'd think this was Old Town Scottsdale right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I usually, if I'm coming into a low moment, that's when I start to put music in. So I'll lean on music to put me in a good spot. And I also have no problem running in the night. Sometimes it gets a little scary when you hear spooky noises, but that's why you put music in so you can't hear them.
That's true. Jan Rice in the chat brings up something that is going to actually open up a little line of questioning. Jan asking about a shout out for the crews. She's freezing her butt off at Table Mesa apparently. And Table Mesa, if the weather is not cooperative, it can get sloppy out there on that road. But Jan brings up a point. She is obviously crewing somebody we know, a friend of ours, Andre Lee, her partner. Have either of you crewed one another, and what's that like? And I had Corinne and Graham Chalvoy on earlier, and as a husband and wife couple, they talked about their experiences crewing / pacing one another. What's it like when you're crewing, your partner, and when things are going well, I'm sure things are going well, but things are going bad. It's like, start just grabbing pillows and heading for the couch.
Yeah, we've definitely both crewed each other. I feel bad currently because the races or events that he's crewed me for have been multi-day races, where the ones I've crewed him in before bedtime. Well, no, I'm minus Desert Solstice.
But that's very structured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're never too far. So I know what's going on. But the first time I crewed him was Western States. And that was my first time at Western States. I've never been to that area before. I didn't know the course. I mean, as much research as one could do. He knew it in and out. But I was so scared. I was terrified. I was shaking in my boots at Forest Hill because that was the first time that you see your runner with like 30-something miles in. And I was like, do I know the right order of things to hand him? Is he going to be mad? Is he going to be happy? Is he going to be dancing into the aid station? I don't know. But it went as smooth as possible. He was in a great mood. And so from then on, I was just like, okay, let's just hope this keeps going. But I've also crewed him when he was not dancing and singing into the aid station couple times, actually.
Yeah, it can go both ways. And it's unique, like Kelly said. She's crewing me, and my crewing is usually, it's the pit stop crew.
It's
where
calculated.
It's like, we're in there for 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Give me the bottles, give me the ice bandana, and I'm gone. So it's like, up until Western States, I actually generally never use crew. Like when I got a golden ticket here at Black Canyon, I didn't have a crew, I didn't have a pacer. And a lot of it is because I would just feel so bad. Like you're asking someone to drive around all day, and you're gonna see me for 3 seconds.
Yeah.
You're gonna see me for 3 seconds every couple hours, and you're literally. So I'm like, really, just to hand me bottles that are full. But at the end of the day, when you think of it, I mean, if that's here, 3 aid stations, I mean, that can save a few minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, and sometimes that's what separates a golden ticket and not a golden ticket.
It literally did today. Under 4 minutes between third and fourth.
Yep, that's right.
So if you were sitting at an aid station, waiting for those bottles to get filled at 3 crew points, that can, I mean, even if they fill fast, that's a minute per. Whereas when I crew Kelly, it's usually the opposite situation because she's doing Cocodona, she's doing these 200+ mile events, and people are at the aid station for an hour. Sometimes they're sleeping for 4 hours.
Hey.
Because they have to go multiple nights. So it's like I get there and it's like, it's very relaxed for me. It's obviously a lot of work because you're doing it for multiple days, but it's like, Kelly's taking a nap for an hour. Okay, I'll go fill her pack, get all this stuff sorted. So it's definitely a little different atmosphere.
It's definitely
crewing.
different. And it's funny because he was originally going to go to Western States without crew because he felt bad about asking anyone. I was like, are you kidding me right now? Like, you're going to be on this stage competing at this level and you don't want someone to help save or shave those seconds for you? Like, I want to go. And I was telling him, like, people would, save all their PTO days to help you crew this race. And I'm glad that he did because it went well.
It's an honor to crew somebody at Western States. I'm sure.
Big time.
I was actually
and a top
asked,
runner too.
Yeah, and I was asked by a top runner one time if I'd be interested in helping crew, and I said, I just genuinely like it would be a huge honor, but I was like, what if I'm standing in the wrong place at the wrong time? What if I lose track of what I'm doing? What if I drop and spill something? Because you don't want to be responsible for somebody else's race going sideways. It's very nerve-wracking, but also it's still just as important in an entirely different fashion for you to be crewing her in a situation where if she's running a 200+ mile race, she needs sleep, but she only needs this much sleep.
Yeah.
and trying to, hey, you need to get up after maybe 21 hours of running and an hour and 40 minutes of sleep. That's got to create its own set of circumstances.
Yeah. And I like him, I also have I'm used to no crew, no pacers, and I was trying to go that way for Cocodona, but he was also like, no, I want to help you. I want to help you get through this.
This is so romantic, folks. What can I say?
And I mean, him being there at Moab was truly the difference between me finishing and not finishing, because I was ready to call at mile 70. I mean, I was having stomach problems from the get-go. It was the same problems from Cocodona. I was like, it's not going to go well. I'm going to be doing this race on, little to nothing in my stomach. And he was like, just take a nap. Just take a little nap in the car. And Think about it then. And I'm like, okay, but I'm done. Like, I'm already looking at hotels to reserve once we leave here right now. He's like, just take a nap, just take a nap. And so I take my little 2-hour nap. I wake up. He's packing my pack as I'm waking up. He's like, okay, I got this. You've got this ahead till the next aid station. I'm like, I'm done. I'm done right here. I'm still done. And he was like, you know what? Just go like 2 miles up this road. And if you truly are done, then you can come back. And so I went up the road, and he was parked there at the corner. And he was like, are you done? And I was like, nope. And I went for another, how many more miles?
140,
170 more miles.
170 more.
You got the thing done.
Yeah, it's obviously a good lesson for everyone listening. Never quit an event sitting in a chair or laying in a bed. It's always get back out on course. And if it's not your day, you can always turn back around. But I feel like that can save many, someone that DNFs where the next day they're like, I shouldn't have done that. Where it's just like, just don't quit in the chair. Just go out on the trail. And I always tell athletes, even if you just go a half mile out, if you really don't want to do it while you're out there, you just turn back around, you can come back in, but never, ever, ever, ever quit in the chair.
No, you're absolutely right about that. I mean, I think that that's so important. I've kind of become a little bit of a Sherpa when it comes to the Javelin 100 discussion on social media. And the one thing that I do try and convey, I don't know much about how to finish that race because I haven't done it myself yet. I've had a couple DNFs, but the one thing I could tell people was the lesson learned from one of my more ridiculous failures, and I've had a few, but the fact that I DNF'd that race at mile 76 with 9 hours to go because my feet hurt. Yeah. And I was like, there was no excuse for me to call it at that point. Figure it out, troubleshoot, problem solve. And, I had a pacer. I'm not going to blame my pacer for my inability to get past. My feet hurt, but I was kind of in uncharted territory. So I've tried to tell runners, don't, and especially in Javelina, because of the nature of that race, don't quit. Get timed out.
Yeah.
That's where it's at. Like if you get timed out, you get timed out.
Yeah.
But there's no reason to quit that race unless you're genuinely, legitimately injured.
Yep.
So
yeah, especially it's a looped course for those that don't know. Looped course, fairly flat. It does get hot, but yeah, I agree. It's just keep finding a way. You just keep going forward a little bit. You'll get to the next aid station. You'll get to the next one. But yeah.
So I want to pivot a little bit here, and this is where I'm gonna bequeath the wheel to the two of you. You two have been doing a lot of prep, and you kind of downplayed it, but I'm not going to let you downplay it because, it got so big that I got involved. Did he tell you about this?
No.
Yeah. I showed you the card. The card?
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. So you two have been crowdsourcing information on these runners, and it got to the point where somebody handed an envelope to somebody from Aravaipa, and it got to me, and I handed it over to Scott.
That's so funny.
So talk about this process and what these viewers are in for here tonight.
Sure. Yeah, we Kelly, I always like to say I just play a supporting role on Kelly's Instagram. I'm the best supporting actor in an Instagram series.
No.
So Kelly came up with a nice reel for us to do. We did it, just kind of asking people, hey, it's easy to get some information on elite athletes, because there's write-ups and stories about there. But with middle of the pack runners, it's tough to get. So we just said, hey, if you want to get a little shout out, just shoot us your bib number, shoot us a little bit about you and what you wanna say, and then we just kind of made a list, numerically by bibs of the people that did give us those numbers. And now I'm realizing it's going to be a challenge to keep up with all of them because these names just keep coming quick and we have to. So it'll be a challenge, but it's good to get all the info. And we are excited to share that with everyone.
Yeah.
This evening.
And it was important to us just because there's so many great stories out there. Stories at the front of the pack, the middle of the pack, the back of the pack. But the trouble, like you were saying, with the mid to back of packers, that information isn't out there. Yeah. And it's also like, how are you going to find it? It's like a needle in a haystack sometimes. So we put out this post asking people, share your story, tell us your why for running, for running Black Canyon. We want to share those stories, and we want this moment from now until last call to be about you, because how often does that opportunity come around, and what a great way to, help people shine out here and show all the hard work that they're doing, pushing through the night when all of us are sleeping.
Well, I mean, we're kind of on a fast, loose schedule with how long I'm going to be here, but this is really cool to me, and I think it means a lot. So I'm going to do my best to try and help you guys out. Like, I'll pop in and out of the studio. You two are in charge, and I am totally cool with just kind of laying back and enjoying and watching everything happen. But if I can help you, like, for instance, maybe pulling bib numbers on people as they cross the finish line that you might not be able to get or something like that, I'm happy to help with that. I'm really excited to see where this night goes because, this is something that I've been talking up, not because, for the sake, not just for the sake of talking it up, but frankly, because I think you two are awesome and what you bring to the sport in terms of your excitement and appreciation for like I said earlier, the segment that it occasionally goes underappreciated, like the elites. People like you, you're fun to watch, but we pay the bills.
Yeah,
you keep the lights on.
100%. 100%.
But you've always been that way, though. So, when you're in your time as a race director for Aravaipa, you conveyed that to me as you talked about, like, the campfire culture type things that you wanted to instill at some of the races and having me hang out and get to know runners as a host. And that was really cool. Like meeting runners from, what's really weird is that the stretch that you were doing in RD, a lot of random runners come from Canada. And, like people would come up to me, where are you from? Oh, I'm from Nova Scotia. Like, really? You're running past Mountain Punisher?
Yeah, right.
Which is like a fairly small race, like maybe across all distances, like
Doesn't
80
sell
people.
out. Yeah.
No, not even close. But getting to know those people and hear their stories. That poor Nova Scotia couple who came out and visited Arizona in a rainstorm.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's been important to you even before this initiative.
Sure.
So I think that this is cool that it really just kind of puts a label on it more. So I think that that's awesome. And I'm here to, first of all, I'm like I said, I'm sliding things over, and I'm just here to help you guys and enjoy riding in the car where it goes. So the only thing that I do have is a potential group interview with a friend of ours, Noel Kingston.
Oh yeah, he should be coming in soon.
He should be coming in soon. We were following him on the way here.
Whenever he is, rip roaring and ready to go, I figure we'll just grab him on the couch and riff. But,
definitely.
I'm so excited to see where this goes tonight, guys.
All right, let's call out our recent finishers. We've got Tyler Lopez, Jonathan Jaworski, Karsten Bonke, Sarah Booth, Brad Timmerman, Mark Hicks, Michael Fifsman, Ryan Berkemeyer, Timothy Bukiewicz, and Nick Boswell. You are all Black Canyon 100K finishers. Congratulations.
You just got hit with a lot of syllables there.
I did. That was tough.
That was tough.
Especially after just waking up from a nap. There was a lot of Z's and PFs in there, but we pulled it off.
Whew.
Yeah, also one of the things as well, like if there's somebody that you want to interview, like you let me know and I'll just grab them over to the couch. I've been following kind of loosely the 100-mile challenge because you have to pull it up on a different screen. And some of these runners, I'm just thinking about the fact that their turnaround time sucks.
It's tough. Yeah, I know. There's definitely a few people that are concerned that they're going to be chasing a cutoff here, and then how are they going to get to the start line, to start the next one. Let's see. How many people do we have in this 100-mile challenge? There is a lot.
There are like 40 that are still remaining.
Brave souls.
Yeah. And we joked, and Zach Marion, our live stream producer, said that he would be happy to give those people rides to the start line, but hope his car's big enough.
Yeah, right.
People cutting it real close. So.
You're going to have to take one of the shuttle buses and drive it up there.
But we did have Jubilee come on earlier and say that they would ensure that any runner who finishes the 100K in time that wishes to continue on in the 100-mile challenge, they'll get them to the start
Yeah,
line.
I'm
So
sure.
that's cool.
Yep, that's what I had said coming in. I said, I'm sure Jubilee has something planned, even if it's just a event crew person waiting in a pickup truck to drive them up there.
Absolutely.
They will get to that start line.
And the weather conditions will be much nicer.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
Although it
Compared
is
to
supposed
this
to be pretty cold tomorrow up there to
Yeah, what did
start.
we see? 15 degrees
I
or
saw.
so?
I thought I saw.
Wait,
yeah.
what?
I thought I saw. Yeah, 19 for the overnight low, or
Oh my lord.
I might have to double check. But yeah, at least yesterday I saw that the overnight low is 90, but then it gets nice throughout the day.
Yeah, but it still starts at
Still
19.
at 19.
Yeah.
I haven't seen
That's
those
cold.
temperatures
But that
since
means
Chicago.
that the temperature's going to go up like 50, 60 degrees for them over the course of the race.
Woo.
Yeah, into
That's
the
a
mid
set
60s.
of difficulties.
That's an outfit change.
Yeah.
Yeah, it truly is. Well, guys, I'm gonna slide away a little bit. I'm gonna mill around the finish line. You guys know how to get a hold of me if you need anything. Let me know. But I am so excited. I'm closing my laptop.
Yeah, bring out pal Nolan here whenever he's ready.
You
Noel
got it.
Kingston.
All right, have fun, guys. I'm gonna be following along.
All right,
yeah.
thanks, Chris. Awesome. Here we are, Callie. You and I about to call the shots here. How do you feel about that?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, usually I'd be sleeping right now, but this is probably way better. So
Let's get it going with the stand.
I was just gonna say, I feel like I could use a little coffee right now.
Yep. We're gonna have a
Yeah.
little coffee talk.
Little coffee talk. I got my mug all ready with my creamer in it.
Oh,
This
me,
is
I'm going black coffee always.
You're pouring it in this little thing?
No, I got a mug somewhere.
Oh, okay. This is an original.
It's steaming. This is pro move.
This is an original Stanley. This isn't the Target Stanley.
26, it says it's going to be in the morning.
26. All right,
26.
so it went up a little bit.
And to go back to Jan Rice for the shout out on the cruise, Jan, we feel you. It is cold out there, but you can always tell Mr. Andre, just get moving a little quicker, Andre. You're waiting for him.
Woo. This might be a little too hot, but that's all right. How do you think those trails are looking right now? I mean, pretty muddy at the start.
Yeah.
Getting into some lower temps right about now. Probably hardening up those trails, I would say, right?
Yeah, all those footsteps that the athletes took today in those first 10 miles are probably made some big footprints, which are going to freeze overnight. And it's going to make it for some interesting footing to start the race for those 60Kers. Frozen footprints in the dirt. But they're all trail runners. They're tough enough. They'll be okay.
What kind of mug you got going here?
It's a dog mug.
They got little sweaters on. I love it.
Callie, tell the people, how do you drink your coffee? What do you got in there? What kind of
I
cream?
put it's a non-dairy. It's non-dairy something from Sprouts. I don't know, but I probably do more creamer with a little bit of coffee these days.
Yeah, you do.
Hey.
Give me a splash of coffee in there.
Hey, opposites attract, you know?
All right, let's take a look. Who do we have?
Once I get this
coming
going in me,
up?
I might be a little bit more chatty.
We got runners coming in now.
So
this finish line, there are at least 100 people here yelling and screaming. It's great to see.
I just saw a tear being wiped away. Yeah, rightfully so.
Who do we
Wipe
have? We had
those tears.
Emily Wendt and Kevin Flieger coming in. Right behind them was Thomas Mays.
So I know we were talking about this with Chris, but like for real, if you were running this race today and you woke up at what time would you probably set your alarm for this morning? Had you thought that it was going to start at 7 a.m.?
7 a.m. You got to get that shuttle. I don't know. I'd have to see when the shuttle is.
All right, say I'm dropping you off.
If you're dropping me off, I'm usually waking up. I'm usually trying to eat 2 hours before.
All right.
So I'd probably wake up. I don't know, whatever that. I'd probably wake up at 4:30 today.
That's pretty early.
That's way too early.
You
I
never
don't.
wake
I'm
up that
usually
early.
I'm usually about an 8:30, 9 o'clock wake up. Or
Ah!
4:30 is a little early.
Just let the sun, do its thing first, and then sky rises for the day.
Yeah, there's no need to rush into the day.
No, it's gonna be there. Yeah, I think I'd probably do the same as you. Get up pretty early, give enough, digestion time, get the day going, make sure my outfit's there, all my stuff that I'm gonna carry in my vest, which I know you never wear, is
Nope.
all packed and ready to go. But yeah, waking up and seeing a message that there's a 2-hour delay, I think I would have gone right back to sleep.
Oh,
like
yeah.
not even a question if this is real about a 2 hour.
You
Say
probably
less.
weren't
I'm
sleeping
asleep.
anyway, right? It's
No.
like it's the night before. You're just gonna lay in bed, toss and turn.
Just staring into
But-
the abyss. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I can only imagine the mental roller coaster that these runners have gone on throughout this day. Not just in the race, but like before the race even started.
Mm-hmm.
They're riding that roller coaster with their hands up,
Yeah, we were getting text messages because a lot of people know that we're in Phoenix, and they were like, "Hey, do you all have some headlamps we can borrow? We put ours in this bag, and now we don't have any."
I
We got
can't
a
even-
few of
oh.
those texts.
I couldn't even imagine going through
We
that.
know that Corinne Shalvoy went to the gas station, bought a flashlight from a gas station, so people were scrambling.
Yeah. Hey, nothing
Hey,
like a
that's
good
ultra
old-fashioned
running.
ultra scramble,
Yeah, yeah. Before the race even begins, let's
Before-
get them working a little bit.
I
You know?
don't want to. Yeah. So to that point, I can only imagine the feeling of these runners seeing the finish line within reach, knowing that they finally get to get off this roller coaster and kiss it goodbye with that shiny new piece of hardware.
Yep. And they'll all tell their friends they came to Arizona for a sunny race and they got snow.
Hey, how often do you get to see snow on a cactus, right?
Yeah.
That's like a oxymoron right there.
I know we're both very excited to see some of more of Howie Stern's photos out there. He
Oh,
was praying
man.
for snow. He got his
He
wish.
got
he
his
got
snow.
his snow, and now we'll be.
And were you out last night for the sunset?
Was I out
Where was
last
I?
night? Where was I?
Oh, I was grocery shopping.
I don't even. What day are we on?
I don't know. But
Yeah, I don't know.
beautiful sunset last night, so I could only imagine what it was looking like here,
Yeah.
With the snow, you got the cactus. Oh, say less.
We had a few runners coming in to the race because they love all the cacti here. A few people reached out to us telling us, hey, we're coming down to Black Canyon. They are from British Columbia, and the big reason they were coming down to run this race, they'd done it before, is because of the cacti. For those that aren't familiar with cacti, there's a whole bunch of different varieties out there, as you can imagine. They're pretty, all different shapes, sizes. Oh,
Hold on, pause.
We've
pause
got
the cacti.
we've got a celebrity coming
conversation.
into
Oh
the
my,
studio.
Do you see what hat he's wearing?
He's got a Run Fast the hat on. This is our pal.
Wait, where's Chris? Where's
Noel
Chris?
Kingston coming into the studio on his, I
Holy
believe, his fourth Black Canyon, fifth
Five.
Black Canyon 100K finish. Welcome, Noel. You can grab that. You can grab that microphone.
Hold it
Help
close.
yourself to a floater as well. if
Do you want
like
some
one.
coffee? We've got some fresh coffee we
Really?
made this morning.
Yeah, that would be nice.
We
Coffee.
got you, Noel.
Give him a little cup. Give him a little coffee.
Oh, nice.
We got you a little cup. We'll serve you up here. Yeah.
Noel, how'd it go out there? Tell us about your day. You
I
always
want to hear it from this morning when you woke up and realized that you got 2 hours to sleep in. What was going through your head?
Well, I didn't realize I had 2 hours to sleep in.
Oh, were you
So-
one of the ones who were here?
Yeah, so
oh
I got.
my gosh.
So I
bless
got
your
up
heart.
at 4 a.m. and
earlier than you would have gotten up.
and then drove up here with Andre Lee and Jan
The
and
Dream
they-
Team.
The Dream Team. They
Dream
drove us
Team.
up, and then we got into the parking lot, and that's when we found out that they had a delay.
Yeah, our friend Patrick Kavanaugh, who we went out to dinner with last night, did the same. We texted him and he said, I'm 2 miles from the mayor parking lot. And I
Yeah.
was like, bummer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough way to start the day. So what did he do? You at least had a vehicle up there that you could stay in and stay warm.
I did, and I told you about Dean and Mike.
Oh, yeah.
Walters.
We got our eyes on them.
The guys from Prescott.
Bibs number 1 and 2.
Yeah, they're really clueless. They
Tell us how you really feel.
They weren't aware of the delay either, and so somebody in Mike's family dropped him off.
Oh no.
Yes, it dropped them off. So I called them up, and they were in the laundromat staying warm.
Wait, better than what Chris made us thought. Some people staying in the porta potty to stay
yeah.
warm. That could have been Mike.
Yeah, luckily the laundromat was open, and so we invited them over to the vehicle, and we all had a good time in there. But I'll tell you, it got into my head a little bit. I told, just the delay. I was hoping that the weather with the snow, and I was hoping it'd be icy, that first section.
Yeah.
Instead of muddy. And then, with the delay, I was like, okay, it's going to be thawed out and just miserable. But just everything, going 2 hours later, just kind of got in my head a little bit. And then I kind of just worked through it, and I just said, you can't let,
Yeah.
you can't let it bother you.
Yeah, I was wondering, and how was that? Obviously, like when a race starts out, there's obviously a lot of people at the start, and then generally, when you get to single track in any race, there can be a bottleneck, and that's, a lot of times athletes will fight to get out there. But when the big mass gets there, obviously if there's a lot of mud, if there's someone in the front of that bottleneck that's not very comfortable in mud, it can slow up the entire train of runners behind that. Did you feel like, was that going on at all? Was it tough to get in a groove because it was kind of like, I don't want to say stop go, but like the pace was so varied because you'd get to muddy sections and some people would slow, so everyone would slow? Did you have any of that?
Well, let's go back to the start of the race, because there was 2 waves. And so was it 9:30 and 10 a.m.? Yeah. And then, so it was weird because the 9:30 wave started, and then I don't know if there's people that just kept starting, in between the 9:30 and 10 a.m. wave, and whoever those people were, they were smart.
Wave 1.5.
Yeah, wave 1.5. Because when I started at 10, I was kind of in the back, and it was slow to get going, and then running around the track, and people were avoiding the lakes. And then, as far as the mud went, I knew it would be horrible just from my experience here. I kind of know how to run on it and where to run. But it was just kind of miserable.
Yeah.
You just kind of have to and I knew that after Antelope, it would be sweet. You just gotta, so you just gotta kind of deal with, with the 4 miles of messy mud. So
Sure.
You kind of have to tell those thoughts to just be quiet for a bit. We're gonna get to greener
Yeah.
pastures. You just gotta hold off for just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully not tweak anything in the mud or,
Yeah.
the stabilizing
I
muscles.
think that would be my biggest fear.
Yeah, it
is
was the
not tweaking
stabilizing
something.
muscles that I was like really concerned about, because
yeah.
you don't want to mess everything up in the first section. So
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
And how did you like Deep Canyon Ranch? You obviously, like I said, you've been here 5 times before, so you know the course well. How did you like the new aid station, the new setup there?
I thought it was fabulous. I didn't get to see it very much, but it looked like all the crews and pacers had a great time. It was gorgeous. So
Yeah.
So it's I think it's going to be a great addition for the race. And it's not that far off the course. The trail, they kind of graded, the trail that comes down. I'm sure they use it for horses and stuff too, but it was in good shape. So
Nice.
yeah. And then going back out the road, the mining road was sweet. That was all easy. So yeah, it was a nice addition.
Nice.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah.
And Noel's got his Prescott Trail Runner friends that he's hoping to see coming through here. Besides Mike and Dean, do we have anyone else that we're on the lookout for?
One of my buddies from Prescott, Jason Baum, is out there. He's done the Cocodona before, and he's out there on the 100K course. And then Kelly Weingart is. Kelly is out there. This is her first 100K.
Nice.
And I'm hoping she's crushing it. She's a real solid runner, and she was really prepared for this. So I hope she's doing well out there.
Kelly was one of the few people that reached out to us. We have some info on her, bib 176. So when she crosses that line,
yeah,
we got a little spiel for her.
Okay, nice. Yeah.
And Noel, tell the audience. I mean, now that Noel was drawn into the Western States Lottery, so Noel's in. So today he didn't have the pressure of running for that golden ticket.
I
So
know
did
the
that
pressure
take a
was
lot
on
of,
though. So
did that take a lot of angst off your plate this morning, knowing you didn't have to push for that ticket?
Yeah, I think that that after I was drawn for states, I was like, all right, I don't have to worry about coming out and shaming,
Guns
shaming some of the younger
Yeah,
runners. And,
yeah, let them have it this year.
You know, but had you actually finished in the top 3, it would have pushed the ticket down. You might have
Oh,
been doing
yeah.
somebody a favor.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
So-
you know. You
great
gotta-
thought there.
Did you guys see when Noel won the ticket, or when he found out he won the ticket, his
Were you
reaction?
there?
I did. I was in Taiwan at the
Oh,
moment.
that's
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So Noel comes across the finish line at McDowell Mountain Frenzy. I believe you ran the 50K there.
Yeah.
And he didn't know. And what's funny is that, first of all, I reached out to Meg, and like she's like, "Oh my god, that's amazing!" And I'm like, "Are you running?" Like, I didn't realize she was racing. I hadn't seen her out there in the morning, and she's like huffing and puffing, but she's so excited. I was like, "Hang up! I'll talk to you later."
Yeah.
So I, anxiously awaiting Noel coming in for the finish, and I'm filming him, and and when he crosses the finish line, I think it was Aaron Barber that
Yeah, it
let
was
you
Aaron
know
Barber,
that you crossed, and you got into Western States, and he takes off his hat and he throws his arm and fires off an expletive like loudly, like in the middle of the crowd.
It's all good.
And of course, I catch it all on film, and he looks at me and he's like, "Can we redo that?" Like,
I wish I hadn't have said that.
yeah, but you know what? It was great because it conveyed your whole emotion in the moment. Can't wait to see what you do there this year. It's going to
Yeah.
be great.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
We just had Jamie Barrett and Sarah Lear come through that finish. Congratulations. You both are Black Indian 100K finishers.
Woo! So no, you gonna check out the course before June this year? Gonna go up to either a training camp or just get on it and get some training miles in?
I think the best strategy for me is to go up over Memorial Day weekend
Mhm.
and sign up for that weekend. So
Yeah, it's a fun event. I was there last year. It's just so much good energy there every single day. It's really well organized, and it's literally the course. So it is a great taste of what you're in for.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great weekend Western States put on. And anyone, I believe it's sold out this year already.
Yep.
But for future years, if you are interested, that is a heck of a weekend to just go up there, even if you're not in the
Yep,
race.
don't even have to be in the race.
Don't even have to be in it.
Don't even have to be.
Don't even have to be in
in
it.
No.
You just go
So-
up there and have fun.
I wanted to mention that the creek crossings were kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of water in them. The crossing the Agua Fria into Black Canyon City, I got to the creek or the river kind of like by myself. Everybody was across the river already. And so there's kind of a trail marking sign right on the edge. And I just kind of like followed that. And there was a huge hole. I was lucky.
Oh no.
I went all the way up to like my shorts and I almost fell. And I'm so lucky. And they kind of laughed at me, the guys who were across. They were like, "Yeah, you went the wrong way." And I was like, "Well, thanks for telling me."
Yeah, and how about, I asked Aaron Berger, who was just in here on an interview, how about right before Table Mesa, you have a pretty deep river crossing that's moving fast, and especially now that it's night and getting cold. I mean, to me, that's concerning, like for athletes that are maybe moving slower. They're now going to get into a river, get out. It's windy, it's cold, they're wet.
You don't have the advantage of the sun to help dry your feet
Yeah.
off. Yeah.
So how is that for you at coming near Table Mesa, before Table Mesa, that last crossing?
Yeah, it was. I was actually. I had some legs and I was moving pretty good, so I stayed warm. But yeah, people are moving slow. Yeah, it's going to be cold.
Yeah.
The water's just really cold.
Yeah. Luckily, I believe they have a fire going at Table Mesa, at least what it looked like it, and I could see that being a spot people hang out at for a little bit if they're cold. Hang out by the fire, regroup, hopefully put on a new pair of socks and get going. Who do we have coming in here? We had Fan Yang just finished. Fan Yang, part of the Aravaipa community, comes to the group runs. I know he was signed up for Cocodona last year. I don't know if he is this year, but Fan, congratulations on the 100K finish. Tim Emmett just came in right behind him as well. Congrats, Tim.
Yeah, and that looked like Bobby Peavy coming right behind him.
Was it? No, Bobby's still out there. Bobby
Oh.
was definitely, he was running with the lead pack early today. He's still have him at Table Mesa, so I'm not sure what's going on, if Bobby's still in the race. Same with Tyler Fox. Tyler Fox was a golden ticket winner from Bandera 3 or 4 years ago, good friend of mine. So I'm not sure if he's still on course either. They may have pulled there. Nolan, what's the rest of your night looking like? You going home? You going to be able to get some sleep? You going to be out here for the 60K tomorrow? What are you doing?
No, I'm not going to be out for the 60K tomorrow.
You ain't coming
sleeping
out for
in.
that.
Yeah.
Sleeping it in.
Yeah, sleeping in, trying to recover.
And how do you use caffeine late in the race? Is it easy for you to fall asleep? If you go home now, you falling asleep?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no problem.
Wow,
I'm exhausted.
a treat.
Well, I was up at 4.
It's true. I'll tell you what, I finish a race, I usually can't sleep that whole night. I think I end up using a lot of caffeine late, but it's common that I'll finish a race and I won't sleep that whole until the next day, which is
You're a little faster than me.
no. we're about the same.
I was gonna say I usually fall asleep okay, after. It depends on the ultra distance, but if I'm tired,
Meg says no. Me and Meg are on the same team.
That's a lot of miles. 62 miles. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah, I might wake up in the night starving, but I'll go back to sleep.
Do you have a meal in mind that you're like, hey, I can't wait to eat this as soon as I'm hungry?
No, but typically the day after an ultra, I feel like I can't eat enough.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
it's
a day
just like
or two.
It's it's just nonstop eating. That's the fun part about.
That is the fun part.
It is part. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah, you just have a bottomless pit there. You can just keep eating and eating and eating, sitting around, and it feels pretty good.
It does.
Nice.
It's a nice hat you got on there. Where'd you get that hat from?
Well,
that's a nice hat. It is. It's the Run Faster hat. I gave that to Noel at the expo the other day. Yep.
Yeah, and can we mention how I got the hat?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Noel has asked me about coaching a few times in the past, and generally I just won't coach someone that I have a personal relationship with. And I certainly wouldn't ask them for money or anything, but Noel got into Western States. He just wants a little bit of advice, and I am more than happy to help my pal Noel on his path to Western States. So he and I are going to work together as he goes to Western States so he can get that finish.
Yeah, and we've only been together for 3 weeks, and I've really, enjoyed the 3 weeks already. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if you can turn me into a powerhouse.
We're going to get you that top 10 at States, Noel.
Easy peasy.
Oldest top 10 of all time at States. We're getting you in there.
And we talked a little bit about, strategizing your different sections of the race. And so, the first section today, I kind of, in my mind, I was just like, I knew it was going to be muddy. So I kind of like, again, I was like, I can't worry about time. It's just like, get through the muddy section and, don't hurt yourself.
Sure.
And just like we said, I was just back off a little bit, the first 20 miles, into Bumblebee. And then I told you the second section from Bumblebee on, I was having a hard time, but I kind of fell into like a mindset of like, I'm just going to take care of myself and really monitor like how I feel and my heart rate. And, my heart rate is typically pretty low. So I just kept it around, 120 to 125, and I was like really cognizant about just not overdoing it. But, when I got into Deep Canyon, I was kind of like in a little bit of a down spot.
Oh no.
Yeah. And that doesn't happen to me very often. I told Meg that. It was like, that doesn't happen to me hardly at all. And that was kind of concerning. But then once I hit Black Canyon City and I was outbound on that, it was like, I fell into the rhythm again, but it was just funny. And then it was just, it was just like, all right, how can I push myself this last, 20 miles or whatever it is, 25 miles from Black Canyon City. And I did well, I guess.
Any takeaways from today? What did you learn from today? Is there anything you can take from today that's going to help you at Western States? You might need to think on it for a day or two, huh?
Well, I really do like the idea of not planning, not trying for a time. I love that idea. It's like plan out your race, be prepared for your race, and it's just going to fall into place.
Sure.
You know, and then it's kind of at the end of the day, it's the time is insignificant, but it's a nice surprise. Even today, it wasn't as fast as I've ran this race, but I was still very pleased with it. You know, with the first muddy section, and so yeah, it was a great day. Great day out there, and the weather was fantastic for running. It really was.
Was it?
Yeah. Temperatures.
It looked cold from afar, but I'm
I
so
think
glad
the
y'all were having
temperatures were
fun.
perfect for running.
Yeah, maybe after the first 20, after it warmed up.
Yeah.
The beginning of, I guess with the later stuff too.
Even at the beginning,
it wasn't too bad.
As soon as you got out of the wind, as soon as you dropped below Antelope, it was
That's true.
gorgeous.
Yeah, you drop in there.
You drop in that canyon.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Cool, Noel. Well, thank you for coming in here.
Thanks
we
for having me.
appreciate it.
Thanks for the coffee.
Absolutely. Go get some sleep. Meg, take care of this guy.
Appreciate it.
We will see you. When will we see you next? Who knows? We'll see you sometime.
Okay.
We'll see you
All
maybe
right.
at Cocodona or who knows.
Well, thanks.
Absolutely.
Good luck staying up.
We'll be up here.
We'll be here.
Make sure to look for Mike and Dean. Give them a shout
I
out.
can't wait. Mike and Dean. I saw Mike was, I think, 45 minutes ahead of the cutoff at Black Canyon City, and Dean was, I don't know, 10 minutes ahead of him.
Okay.
So I got my eyes on him.
Okay.
I'm rooting for him.
You want to give a little history on these people for the people at home?
I think I have.
Oh, okay.
And Mike, you know, Jubes gave Mike number one.
And Dean is number
Dean
two.
is number two, yeah.
Yeah, so if I hadn't Mike, I know Chris mentioned it, Mike has ran every single Black Canyon. He's finished every Black Canyon there has. Last year he was DNF, DFL. DFL.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Getting
late. Anyway, he finished with just a few minutes left on the clock. And Dean has ran every Black Canyon except for one where he had a little medical situation where he could not run it. But those two are out here. They're both in their 50s, crushing from the Prescott Trail Runners. So we are really, really rooting for them to come in.
Both in their 50s? Is that what you said?
I thought so, wasn't it?
No, you check their ages.
Let's take a look. What? That's what I thought they were. Then we were driving. We got 63 from Mike.
Woo!
68 for Dean.
No
Dean
way.
is 68.
Yeah.
All right, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I was
And
gonna
they're
say.
fi-
I
they're
was
in their
gonna say. I
50s,
saw them. I saw them at the
50s.
Black Canyon training run. I'm like, all right, that seems about right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they're still awesome, but all right.
Dean, Mike, I tried to toss you a bone, but Noel threw me under the bus.
Yeah.
You
It's
know,
like,
in
no,
the
no,
50s,
don't give it to him.
You know,
I'm not
Noel's
giving
calling you out.
I'm not giving it to him.
No.
All right. Well, when
All right,
they finish,
thanks.
we'll get them in here to bust on you a little
Okay,
bit. Noel.
good.
All right, that's Noel Kingston, everybody.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for coming in, Noel. All right, let's see. Who did we have that just finished? We had Tim Emmett, Roger Bootler, Martin Torres. Congratulations, all.
See ya. We are all proud of you guys. I see them. I wish you guys could see this wall that we're looking at right now, but you're just seeing those row of headlamps come in right after another, and so much excitement right outside of this tent right now. It's pretty amazing. Hey, Scott, you got any more coffee over there?
We've got Janji in the chat on the East Coast giving a shout out. Howdy, Janji, an apparel company from Boston. Do we have any more coffee? Of course we have some more coffee. It's gonna be a long night, Callie. We got coffee.
Is Patty over there? Has Patty got some more coffee? Just in case. You never know. You never know. Also, I love to know that you from Boston say howdy.
Howdy.
I don't know where this southern accent comes in sometimes, but it's vibrant when it does. Ooh, that coffee's looking a little low.
It's all right. We got enough to go around. If not, we have Patty Corey Coffee over there. Patty Corey Coffee, for those that don't know, a little secret to Patty's recipe. Puts a little bit of salt
Does she?
in the coffee.
You know what
Yep.
that does? It helps to offset that acidity.
Really?
It does. I used to do the exact same thing because I'm not a high acidic coffee drinker. So you just sprinkle a little razzle dazzle on top, and it takes care of it.
Interesting. Let's give Patty Corey a little shout out. Another little piece that Patty Corey provides, and you know them well. She makes a chickpea sandwich that these trail runners can't get enough of. I mean, people fly back in to do an Aeroviper race to get a Patty Corey chickpea sandwich. I would love to put the recipe on this, but I mean, it's
It might be
basically
handed
top
down.
secret. Yeah, it's top secret.
We might have to talk to Jamil and see if he could give it to us.
So if you have never been to an Aeroviper event, or if you have and you haven't had the chickpea sandwich, make sure you go ask Patty or go ask Hannah or Jen. They'll give you one. Life-changing sandwich.
Woo.
What do we got, Cal? You
I was
keeping an
gonna
eye on all
say.
of our participants that gave us some information? I think we missed a few that came through. It's tough to keep.
Yeah,
keep
I was
tracks
just
of
going to
them all.
say, maybe we were touching on this before, but the people who are out here doing what's called the 100-mile challenge, and that means that they are not only running today, well, yesterday and today till the cutoff this morning, but then they are getting right back up from their bed or their little camp chair to approach
Some aren't
that
even going to bed.
Some aren't even closing their eyeballs.
Nope.
And walking, shuffling, crawling right over to that start line for round 2 of the 60K this Sunday, which is technically right now.
And
Tell
you
me,
ready?
tell me more.
They may have a little bad taste in their mouth from those first 9 miles. They were slipping and sliding. Now
and
they
they
say,
gotta
now
go
I gotta
right
go back to it.
back.
I just dealt with this
Okay.
morning, and now I'm going back to it, and I'm gonna do it again. That could.
Okay, so you know how we're talking about a roller coaster of emotions this morning? Okay, so say you're not doing the 100-mile challenge and you're one of the 100K people. As soon as you get to that area, what I would do in my mind is tell myself, you don't have to do this again. Once you get past this, you never have
Yeah.
to see this again. But if you're in the 100-mile challenge,
Yep.
your butt has got to do that again.
Yeah,
the next day.
Yeah, we all do that. We get
That
past this.
would crush this
Yeah.
little heart right here.
Yeah, you get past a section of a race you don't really like it. Thank God that's over. Never doing that again.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, that's not the case
for
with these
these
100-mile
people.
challenges.
And one of them happens to be Andrea Moore. She's bib number 21, and she is a badass.
She is a badass.
She's-
Cocodona
Yep,
runner.
she's doing the 100K and getting right back to the start of the 60K. And she told us this is actually perfect Cocodona training, and I 1,000% agree. Maybe should I have done this? Should I be out there right now?
Nah, you're good.
Okay.
You're good,
Okay.
Cal.
I am also one of the unfortunate ones who signed up for Cocodona.
Kelly is doing Cocodona.
I am doing Cocodona.
She's got a redemption coming at her.
I have a little bit of redemption.
Speaking of Cocodona, why don't we just rifle through the upcoming Aeroviper race calendar for those local, for those that want to come in. There's a lot of races coming up, so why don't we go through them right now for you? If you're interested in signing up, you can. Up next is going to be Jackpot.
Ooh,
out
that is
in
next
Vegas. Viva
weekend.
Las Vegas.
That is next weekend.
Viva
You haven't
Las
done that race,
Vegas.
have you?
I have not done that race.
I did that one back in 2020, actually. That was right before the world shut down, February, and it was fun. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big fan
Vegas.
of the short loops. You must be too for doing
Vegas,
desert
baby.
solstice. What? Excuse me? And I liked it. I liked the weather. Good weather. Vegas, dry, warm, a little bit too warm in the day, but all good. And you just can't beat it. Like, it's got that Vegas energy there. I don't know if they still are doing this now that Aerovipa owns the race, but this was, I think when I did it was the last year that it wasn't owned by Aerovipa, but they've got actual showgirls and an Elvis there at the
Oh, yeah,
start
that's
line.
still going on.
Okay, good.
Yep,
Whew.
that's still going
okay.
on.
Yeah, that
What
was fun.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas unless it's a PR. If
Hey.
it's a PR, you get to take it out of Vegas. It's the only thing they allow to come out of Vegas is PRs.
No,
Everything else, if happens Vegas, stays in Vegas.
Uh,
That's what they say. Anywho, coming up after Jackpot, we got Copper Corridor. That's going to be up.
Where's this twang coming from?
That's going to be up in Superior. And then a new one, Aero Viper has taken over, Mountain to Fountain, a
Ooh,
classic
I wanna do this
15K road race. If you happen to win,
This is
Kelly,
the best
do you know
part.
what the prize is?
This is the best part. You tell them.
Tell them what the prize is.
You tell
You
'em.
tell them.
You get your whole team's weight. You get your whole team's weight in beer.
Yep. So you sit on one side of the seesaw, they put the beer on the other side, and it keeps filling up until that seesaw gets level. Now that's a prize.
That's something to write home about. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie.
Unfortunately, I'm not in the best shape right now where I'd be going
Oh
for
my
that one,
gosh.
you know.
I'm pretty sure you did a workout this week. You were hitting some 5 paces.
The dogs came out.
Oh, okay.
Patrick Nozzle and the dogs came out.
Okay.
Anyway, the last couple, we have Mesquite Canyon March 9, Crown King Scramble March 23rd, Damn Good Run April 7th, and Whiskey Basin April 13th. And that's a good segue. Whiskey Basin is Jubilee Page, the director of this event. That is her next event. And if you don't know Jubilee Page, like I said, she is the race director of this event. She is the race director of Javelina. She is the race director of Whiskey Basin. The only race director who has directed 2 different golden ticket races. She does it each year. To me, she is an absolute superstar in our trail running community and does not get as much attention or as much love as she deserves. But anyway, this next event, Whiskey Basin, April 13th, is an event Jubilee's been growing over the years, and I can almost guarantee this event is going to be one of the next big events in the American trail running circuit. So get up there, Prescott, Arizona, April 13th, Whiskey Basin. There is the 10K, half marathon, 32K, 58K, 91K. Go sign up for that.
I'm not gonna lie, that is a beautiful course. And I only got a taste just because you kind of run similar area with Cocodona, but that area is just breathtaking. So if you're looking for a race that's just, right in that middle of spring, got some beautiful desert trails, scenic cactus all around you. You get a little bit of the lake. You get those big boulders that you're running by. Also, just a great community out there in that area of Arizona. It's right in the middle of Phoenix and Flagstaff.
Middle,
Okay.
in the middle, we'll call it middle.
Yeah, all right.
We'll throw it in the middle.
We'll throw it.
It's kind of up in
It's there.
north middle.
But if you have the chance to check out Prescott, and I know some people will say Prescott.
Is it Prescott?
I thought it was Prescott.
I don't know. We should ask Noel. We just had him in here.
we
He's
should've
from
asked him.
Prescott.
I'm pretty. Yeah. See, there you go. I think it's Prescott.
All right, who do we have? We just had a few more come through here. We had Aaron Campbell come through, bib 804, Michael Bach, Nick Kessling, and Marcy Beard. You're all 100K Black Canyon finishers. Take that to the bank.
Woo! Wait, can you?
You can take that to the bank. Yeah.
I just
you
want to
put
make
that
sure.
in the bank.
Yep, I like it.
And Kelly, I know we talked about this. We got a big audience here watching this. We got people on the East Coast watching.
We got John G in the chat right now.
John G's in the
Speaking
chat.
of the East Coast,
but,
yep.
we got people at home watching. They got loved ones. They got family out there. But, on the East Coast, it's now 3 a.m. They can't be jumping, yelling, screaming. They might wake up their family members.
I was like, where is this going?
They might wake
I
up
know
their
where this is
neighbors.
going.
So, any idea how these people can appropriately cheer on their fellow trail runners when it's 2 or 3 a.m. at home? Give us an example. What do you got?
I'm gonna go with the solid golf clap.
The
How's the golf clap?
Yeah,
That's
that
and
is-
it's also the waste management.
It is.
How do you,
big event going on.
happening
Phoenix
right
Waste
now in Phoenix. It's
Management Golf
always
Tournament.
around this time of year.
So we got a finisher coming in. Everyone watching the stream, let's give them a golf clap.
Don't wake up the children.
wake up the children.
But definitely give them some respect.
Who was that? He's yelling and screaming. You can yell here. You're in Arizona. You're at the race. But East Coast, golf clap that. Another.
I want to hear another one.
Another one you could do. Imagine your family sleeping upstairs. Your friend's about to cross the finish line. You can't be yelling or screaming. But, you can always kind of do, the point at the screen and, fist
Like
pump.
the boy
you can
band
be
pump?
you got to stay quiet, but you can be like. And if, you could do that if there's someone even sleeping on the couch. But
if your people are upstairs, you could do that and get animated. Like you could like get up,
Oh my god.
you point at the TV, like like that's your boy,
I would also, you can't see it, but there's fuzz going everywhere from his jacket.
There's
You
a lot
can
of ways
get
that you can
some-
cheer on these finishers,
I don't
even
know
if it's
I'm
2
a
a.m.
pointer,
or 3
but I'm
a.m.
definitely like a
If you're in the chat right
one of
now,
those.
and you're watching from an area where you can't wake up a roommate or a neighbor, please let us know, how are you cheering on these people? Best answer.
What else is there?
Best answers only. Oh, there's plenty of things.
You could do like a silent dance, like a little,
Oh,
like
yeah.
a little silent jig. I know
Yeah.
you're a dancer.
I'm a big dancer.
Big dancer.
Yeah. Who do we have coming across the finish line right now? We had Ken Saris, 48 years old. Congratulations, Ken.
Big props. Big
Coming
props.
out of Edmond, Oklahoma. Good job, Ken.
All right, let's bring it back to someone else who is running
Sam
this
Loveless
race.
just came across the finish line too. Just want to give him a shout out.
That's
He's
a great last
Yuma,
name.
Arizona. Good job, Sam.
Loveless. Proud of you, Sam.
Proud of you, Sam.
Let's bring it back to some of the people who reached out to us to tell us their running story,
Who do you
their
got?
why for running Black Canyon or in general. And we touched on this person, Kelly Weingart, bib number 176. This is her first 100K. And for Kelly, running is a part of her recovery from alcohol addiction and has been since 2017. She had a daughter late in life in 2020, so another part of her why is to be an active mom for her 3-year-old daughter. She says she loves the trail community, can't wait to get to this finish line, and also is running later this year at the Javelina 100.
Heck.
Talk about a story.
Heck yeah, Kelly.
And I love that, just knowing that person is still out there right now, fighting to get to this finish line before cutoff, to reach her goals, and to keep going with this running journey that she has been on.
Yes, Kelly, we are rooting for you.
Kelly, we are going to start tracking you again. If you're in the chat, her bib is 176 if you want to follow her along. You looking her up?
I am looking up the Arsenals because I thought I saw that they were getting pretty close along. The Arsenals reached out to us as well, and that's going to be Craig and his wife Tanya running the Black Canyon. They're running it together. Has lost 60 pounds twice in life and just turned 40. Just had a knee surgery a couple years ago, building back into this. His mom was diagnosed with brain cancer. This was her 5th cancer diagnosis in her short 64 years of life. He lost her this past September. So she is in their thoughts while they are out there on the trail. Let's get that finish. Craig and Tanya.
Yep, he said that she was the toughest person I ever knew. He's been wanting to run a Western Ultra for a bit, so I allowed the grief and pain to inspire him and register for the race. His whole training camp, he could feel her in her presence pushing him, and she was always so proud as well. So it's going to be her carrying through to the finish line tonight, this morning, however you want to phrase it.
And we just had Jared Matcham, Joni Phillips, Craig Anderson, and Kyle Carter come across that line. Let's see. It is 1:30 in the morning local time. And I believe that is going to be the cutoff at Cottonwood for Wave 1. Cottonwood is a 1:30 a.m. cutoff for Wave 1, 2 a.m. cutoff for Wave 2. So if you are in Wave 1, you have 3 minutes to get in and out of Cottonwood. So hopefully...
Chris is looking at us like, doing math. Oh. You looked like you were doing middle of the night math over there. How do we sound? Like angels to your ears? Ish. Oh,
Kelly, and how about giving a little shout out to some of the sponsors of this Black Canyon, huh? We have obviously HOKA. We're seeing them everywhere. They just continue to increase their presence at these events. They are great. Nathaniel Chan, the local rep here, he set up. You see all those pillars set up as runners are running into the finish. We also have Goo, who I know Kelly is on that Goo team. So Kelly's got a personal story with Goo. We have Satisfy Running. We have Tannery. We have Squirrel, Nut Butter, and Best Day Brewing. So a huge shout out to all the sponsors that are really helping make this event possible. Thank you for supporting our great sport.
I was going to show off my shiny new shoes, but I'm definitely not limber enough to show a leg up here. So I'm going to just keep that. No, I'll twist. I'll break something if I do.
Yeah.
But big thanks for HOKA.
And the other thing on the upcoming race calendar, let's talk about the World Trail Majors coming up in just 2 weeks.
Big deal.
The next event in the World Trail Majors is going to be the Trans Gran Canaria. That's going to be February 21st through February 25th. So if you're looking to join the excitement in the World Trail Majors, Gran Canaria is going to be your next event in 2 weeks. So a lot of excitement there.
Big excitement. And this will be something that it'll just be so exciting to follow throughout the entire year ahead, is just all of these World Trail Major events stringing together and all of the runners competing at this brand new stage established for this year. You gonna hop in?
I don't think I'm gonna hop in any. What I'm gonna do?
Yeah, we're still figuring it out.
One thing I do know is I'm getting a little hungry, and I think that can cue up a little conversation on some snacks. Right, we got a lot of runners out there. They're snacking all day long. They're out there 20 hours just snacking. So let's give a little. Let's shed some light, Kelly. What are some of your favorite snacks on the trail and at home? And you know they could be different. What do you like to munch on? A little novelty or snack on the trail, and what do you like at home?
So is it like a snack that I would bring, or like stumble upon at an aid
Let's
station?
go stumble upon, because you probably are using. I know you're a Goo athlete, so you got those waffles you're eating all the time and the chews. But if you bump it, you come into an aid station and you want something, and what is it? What are you gonna grab?
I did bring a Stroop waffle, I'm not gonna lie, because I was gonna put that on my coffee. I forgot to do it, but that's all right. You know, this is a very untraditional snack, so to speak, but one of my favorite stumbled upon little treats, was at Cocodona, actually, in 2022. And it was one of the first aid stations that me and this little pod got to. And they had fresh pot stickers. Ooh. Do you know how delicious that was at like 3 in the morning when you're freezing and you sit down in that rinky-dink little chair and you're like, there's fresh pot stickers over there?
A little fire going too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
that's the spot. I can't even.
I remember a descent at Cascade Crest one year, 2016, coming into some hot pierogies.
Ooh, pretty close to a pot sticker.
Yeah,
just
very close. And that was a nice little.
Same but different.
That was a nice little treat.
What were they filled with? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Probably solid potato cheese option.
I don't. The only thing I do remember is, and that is the part, and I think it's traditional that aid station has the pierogies at Cascade Crest, but it's right before a roped steep descent where you need a rope to descend. And I remember grabbing 4 pierogies. Only getting 2 of them down, and then the 2 that were in my hand got a little torn up by the rope. I left some pierogi on that rope, and I was only able to finish 2 of the 4 pierogies. But Cascade Crest, thank you very much for those pierogiis. What about at home? What about at home?
I'm not done. I still got more to talk.
More snacks?
Snacks that I've stumbled upon.
Out there, huh?
That's what an aid station is. You're just
what
going
an
from
aid
little
station is.
buffet table to buffet table.
That's true.
It's not an Air Viper run, so I'm very sorry about this. But the Avalon 50/50, which is always in January on Catalina Island.
California.
One of the aid stations, and I didn't know this until I got there, is known for their display of delights that they offer for their runners. And one of those, I'm sorry, my vegan plant-based friends, was these little buffalo meatballs.
Meatballs.
Or they also had an option, buffalo burgers. I also think it's kind of wrong that they do this because on the island, they're known for having just some wild buffalo. And I don't know where they got this buffalo meat from, but it was quite delicious. They also have shrimp cocktail at that aid station. I didn't know that that was going to be there.
And meatballs at the aid station. Huh?
It was late into the race when you're just like, I'm moving slow. I'm hungry. Why not? We've got a 3-mile descent ahead.
Well, let's eat a few meatballs.
Let's eat some buffalo meatballs and some shrimp cocktail with some extra spicy sauce to go with it.
That is a spicy way to finish a race.
But we're talking about unexpected snacks that you stumble
yeah.
upon an aid station. Those are probably my top. Also at Jackpot, right when I finished the race, they had cheesecake. And dairy.
Cheesecake.
I don't really do the dairy in an ultra. Steer pretty clear from it, but I had some cheesecake and it was quite also delicious.
I'm sure just about everything tastes pretty delicious when you finish an ultra.
And after you've been having the same thing over and over, you're like, I'll take anything else.
Yeah, give me anything.
Delightful. Okay, how about snacks at home? What do you got?
Snacks at home, really anything from Trader Joe's. They do Trader Joe. I mean, shout out Trader Joe. Do an excellent job on their snack aisle.
Can we talk about their Scandinavian swimmers?
Scandinavian swimmers. That's a great snack. I like the swimmers. Some people may think that those are similar to Swedish fish. They're not. They're different.
Whole different territory.
I mean, same territory. I mean,
Okay.
Scandinavian swimmers, Swedish fish, they're still like a Nordic type of...
It's the cousin.
Yeah. But, I mean, the shape's different. The flavor's different. I think the swimmers are more of... I actually call them Scandinavian lobsters because...
I think there are actually little lobsters in there.
Yeah, they wanted to get cute and call it Scandinavian
Hey, I'm all
swimmers,
for
but
cute.
yeah, to me, the Scandinavian lobsters.
Another little treat from Trader Joe's that I love, and I'll actually bring it to trailheads as like either something to eat right before running or after running, is their lentil chips.
Oh,
those little
so
curly chips. Oh, my Lord. Yeah. So if you've got a favorite snack that you love to eat either on the trail or, I don't know, after a trail run, something you like to stash in your vest on a trail run because it's portable, Chipotle burritos, like nothing's off the table. So
talk to us about your favorite snacks. Put it in the chat. We want to hear. Tell us what your snacks are on course, at home. What are you midnight snacking on right now watching this stream? Is your hand in a bowl of popcorn?
I brought a banana.
That's not a snack.
Okay.
That's a fruit.
Okay.
We can't call it. Come on. Anything.
close.
I don't know. As soon as you bring fruit into the mix, you can't even call that a snack. It's like you're like one-upping on your health. When I'm thinking snack, I'm thinking cookie, Scandinavian
That's a
lobster.
jacket I see out there.
We got a couple finishers coming in.
We got
Let's
some
see.
finishers.
We had, and if I repeat them, I'm sorry, we had Jared Matcham, Joni Phillips, Craig Anderson, Kyle Carter, Eric Peramond. Dwayne Martin just coming in. Now, Dwayne, New York. The weather today, this morning, was probably just like home. Dwayne Martin was probably out there enjoying those nice 20-degree temperatures. He came here from New York, and it was just like
and
running
probably
from
was
home.
expecting a nice desert escape too. Oh,
Dwayne, we got some good
I'm
news
sorry.
for you. We
I'm
know it's been
sorry.
cold back in New York, but tomorrow, when you're relaxing here, you're going to have a nice sunny day. You're going to get that Arizona day you came out here for. So,
are you sure?
I'm pretty sure it's
Okay.
sunny and warm tomorrow. If it's
If
not,
he stays
if it's
for
not
another-
Dwayne, I'm really sorry, but Dwayne, I'm calling sunshine for you tomorrow.
And if it's possible, stay for a week because I saw some 75s in the forecast, sunny.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that. Those are going to be some outside running days. Faux show.
And Kelly, if you don't mind, I'm going to give a little plug for a group run, a local group run coming up on Sunday. If you like what we're doing here, cheering on, and just hanging with people, Kelly and Scott have a little group run called the Mug Club. And what we do here is we invite whoever wants to come out. We bring a whole lot of coffee. We bring
do.
some local donuts from the local D, the local donut in Scottsdale.
We call it the local D.
We go for about an hour group run. All paces welcome. And then at the end,
Oh, it's the best
What do
part.
we do at the end? Tell
it's
them what
the
we do
best
at the end.
part.
What
We
do we
open
do?
the back of the car and we display all these donuts and the coffee. And it's not so much about that as it is the opportunity for all of us, no matter what pace you're running, to hang out and just chat and get to know each other and just enjoy the trail community right there in a little circle in the trailhead. I feel like great things happen at trailheads before or after runs. And so any opportunity to bring that experience together
Oh, yeah.
around a good mug of coffee and a little donut or whatever treat, but usually it's been donuts. I say why not?
Yeah.
And it's not a big pressure kind of run. It's very easy. Everyone's chill. If you don't know Abby Hall, she was running with me during our last group run, and she is a stout runner.
Shout
also,
out to Abby Hall. And
Abby
Cortis
Hall.
Hall, who was also with us, he just set a course record at the Elephant Mountain 50
Sure
mile
did.
last weekend. Shout out Cortis Hall.
So yeah, I think they're gonna be here possibly for the next one, which would be in a week.
Next
here,
Sunday.
Usury Mountain.
So, if going for a little run and then hanging in a trailhead, drinking coffee, eating donuts for an hour or so, meeting some trail runners is something you're into, go on over to Instagram and take and smash that follow button for It's Mug Club. It's
Smash
Mug
that
Club.
follow button.
We're
Who
gonna
are you?
We're gonna have a little group run at Usury Park next Sunday.
I'm looking forward to it.
Gonna be fun.
It's gonna be a little warmer than it was here, and it's once a month, so it's not something that feel pressure to go to every single weekend, but it's just a little boop in your month,
Derek Sanford, Mike Brown, you both just came across the line. You both are 100K Black Canyon finishers. Congratulations.
All right, let's talk about another one of these runners out here who were willing to share their story with us,
What do
or
you
just
got?
share a little something, I'm talking about Bethany Lannon, bib 78. She said this is her midlife crisis race after turning 40 last April.
40.
And what's her motto for today? Go big or go home. Love that.
God, it's only 40. Don't worry. You got plenty more years. Like we said, Mike Melcher's in his 60s.
In his 60s.
Still getting these things done. So don't worry. It's not really a midlife crisis that you turn 40. You're going to be good. Bethany, just get across that line, and you can come back next year and do it again at age 41.
Do it again.
It's getting a little chilly, so
I
I'm
was
going to put
gonna
on
say
my
it.
white gloves, which I like to call jazz hands.
Oh,
I got
Lord.
these
I
going.
can't even with this
So,
one.
A little cold. Got my jazz fingers going.
If you need a step up from your jazz hands, I've got some heavy-duty gloves over here just in case. I don't know.
Fashion first, function second.
I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it's cold where we're. It's not that bad. It's cold, but it's not that bad. We've got some heaters going right here.
And we mobbing. We mobbing.
We
mobbing in here. Look at these. We mobbing.
I can't. Hey, I
the
heard
problem with the jazz fingers gloves, I'm really can't use the mouse pad.
Nope, can't use.
Might have to cut off a finger. A fingertip,
Whoa,
not an
okay,
actual
okay.
finger. Just a fingertip of the jazz fingers gloves.
I don't know. I got my Janji ones. I think those might be some
No,
tip.
I'm just gonna have
Okay.
to. Maybe I'll just come with a thumb out. I can use this with the.
That's a look. That's
That's
a
a
look
look.
right there. Yeah, we heard that the mob wife style was in season, so I'm always down for a pimp coat, and why not when it's freezing outside? Oh, and I've got a little blanket right here. It's a burrito. So
Wrap up in that burrito. Yep.
I've got 2 pairs of socks on right now, 2 pairs of pants. Let's go. We're here until it reaches 0 degrees, and then I'm out of here. But
If you get really, you can do a few laps around the tent. Just kind of.
I got a long run in the morning. What you talking about?
It's all right.
Can that be my long run?
Yeah. Depending on how many laps you do around, we can maybe subtract that from the long run.
I'll get the
I
Strava
think if
segment.
we do maybe 60 laps around the tent, that's probably a mile. So why don't you go bust out a quick 60 laps?
I got 2 hours on the schedule.
All right. It's a lot of laps.
That's a lot. That's too many laps. That's too many laps. Gonna get dizzy. How's that coffee going?
We got a couple finishers coming in.
Let's talk about them. Looks like Mike Brown just came in. Also a Dan. I'm gonna butcher this one. Dan.
Do your
You
best,
take
Cal.
it.
You
Okay.
got it.
sound it out. This is gonna be. I'm so sorry, Dan.
Carria Mataro.
I was gonna go with a ch.
If you are someone
Mataro.
in Dan's hive and you're in the chat, give us a little phonetic spelling in the chat. Spell it out.
Spell
for
it
us.
out how it sounds.
We also had Paula Nago. That's probably another. NGO is the last. From Santa Fe. We recently had a trip through Santa Fe this summer. Lovely area, huh?
Did we? Oh yeah, we were up at Taos.
Yeah, we went to Taos, stopped in Santa Fe. Beautiful area. So.
Oh man, if I could, I would live there for a little chapter of my life. It's just so pretty. Great trails out there too. I'm not gonna lie.
Yep. Leah Knickerbocker
That's
just
a great
came in
last
out
name.
of Bozeman, Montana. Wonder if she runs with the Bozeman Run Club.
Is
and
she with the
Kyla
llama?
Mahutch. I don't know if she's with the llamas. Let's take a look.
What's her bib number?
789. Is 789 part of the llama squad? Let's take a look.
Yes, she is.
789, the llama squad.
So we had a person reach out and saying that there is a legit llama squad coming to Black Canyon this year, and they have a
They're wearing
gaggle
llamas.
of runners
llama
and crew
Yep.
coming out.
And Leah was one of them.
This group is from not only Minnesota, but also, like you said, Bozeman, Montana. And they have 2 returning runners for the 100K and 3 first-timers for the 100K.
Maybe next year they have to square off versus the Cowgill Collective. They can have a team competition. Llama
Llamas
squad
versus the cows.
Cowgill. That'd be a competition.
Okay.
I think I'm going with the llama. It's a faster animal than the cow, I think. Although there are a lot of cows out on course. I'm wondering if they got confused seeing all the Cowgill shorts out on course. You know, they saw the white and black patches, maybe thought it was one of
buddy.
their kin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Could have
Yeah.
happened out there. Llamas, we don't have any llamas on the course, though.
Wait, you saw there's cows out there?
There are plenty of cows out on the trail.
Oh, I never.
That hence
see,
all
I
the
ran in the
cattle
dark.
gates.
Oh, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
you know
Okay.
that-
Yeah, I didn't know what those were for, but that
That's
goes.
going to keep in the llamas
That connects.
or the cows.
The dots are connected. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
We have Chris Warden back to join us.
There are network executives right now looking at their morning shows that are like, what are we doing and why? How? What are these people's phone numbers?
We're pretty sure we're going to get an invite to the big game right after this. Someone is going to fly us into the big game.
The super big game.
Probably put us on the field to do some commentary.
I'm gonna tag ESPN and SportsCenter and everything that we post about this.
They're probably watching this because I'm pretty sure the live stream is being shown in every bar nationwide. People are seeing this.
People are saying, "Get that off my station! I need to see this Black Canyon live stream happening IRL right now."
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, I agree.
Steve Hooper just came in, the ripe age of 49. Steve coming across that finish line.
I was just gonna ask.
St. George, Utah. Congratulations, Steve Hooper. Everyone from St. George. I know it's dark there, but remember, you can always do the golf clap. If you're at home, you don't want to wake anyone, golf clap.
St. George, Utah, home of Turtle Miller, a very regular runner here in the Air Viper Trail running community. His claim to fame, if you ask him, is not his Western States runs or his Black Canyon runs. It's that he beat Jim Walmsley in the Silverton Beer Mile.
No
Heck yeah.
way.
Yeah.
I would take that to my grave.
Yeah,
Any
that's bragging
opportunity
rights
I
you
have
want.
to bring that up in a conversation, it's getting slid right in there.
Oh, absolutely.
I remember a few years ago where Jim had something up in HOKA where they filmed him doing a beer mile. He's fast at the beer mile. He's fast, period, but he's fast also at the beer mile.
But sometimes the beer aspect of the beer mile is an equalizer. Actually, one of my favorite beer miles, not to hijack anything, was the Silverton Beer Mile one year where it was filled with people like Eric Senseman and stuff like that. And the person who won it happened to be wearing loafers and khakis.
Whoa.
And was Dusty Olson.
Wow.
Dusty Olson won this beer mile against a bunch of like Western States and golden ticket type runners.
That's great.
And that was a purely amazing thing to witness.
Do
But
we know what the beer choice was? I feel like
I
that's
don't
a big
remember.
strategy
I don't think
piece.
it matters to Dusty.
No,
but-
yeah, it probably doesn't. Give me a PBR and we'll call it a day.
You
Fair
know
enough.
who's amazing at the beer mile? Nick Curry.
Nick Corey.
Really?
Nick Corey.
He's
is-
scientific. Like he is down to like.
He knows the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nick
Have you
can,
done this before?
I've never done a beer mile.
Nick can do like 6 minute, maybe 6:30.
That's impressive.
Oh yeah,
Regardless
absolutely.
what's involved in between that mile, but
Currently, 12 people have gone sub 5 in the beer mile, with the world record
I
being at
can't even-
4:28.
and you have to drink 4 beers for this, right?
Yes.
What? 4:28.
I can't even drink 4 beers and 4:28 plus. Just
I can,
add
but it's
little-
not a pretty sight.
Yeah.
It's not gonna. You step aside.
Yeah.
Step aside. I've never done a beer mile, but, and for anyone in the Midwest, you're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. I have done a Malort mile,
Oh.
and
Less.
Me there, Kelly.
yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I grew up an hour outside of Chicago. Yeah, you lost me on the
Less
Malort mile.
volume to take in, right?
But
But it's Malort.
it's
Yeah.
Malort. Do you know what Malort tastes like? I like to tell people.
It tastes like nothing and everything all at the same time.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. I like to tell them it tastes like a rotten grapefruit that's at the bottom of a urban dumpster on a hot summer day, and you're just squeezing that into a little shot glass.
It sounds pretty good. You're really
That's,
selling
that's
the
real
product.
good. Yeah, have a little lime chaser after
Shout
it.
out
Delicious.
to Chicago and all the Malort drinkers.
Well, you know that
one
Malort is
for me.
actually now available nationally.
Oh, yeah.
Is
like
it?
you can get it at reputable chain liquor stores.
Oh.
And what's funny is that I was all excited because I didn't realize they had these, but Malort shooters.
Oh.
And I brought a couple to a group run gathering. I won't say which group run, but I was really excited to like share it with people who had like talked about wanting to try Malort.
Mm-hmm.
And so I gave it to them, and I just rubbed my hands in anticipation, thinking
you
that
gotta try
they're
it.
gonna. They liked it.
Wow.
The 2 people, 2 for 2.
Wow.
That's unheard of.
I lost faith in what I
Yeah.
believed in life at that point.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You're no longer friends with them.
I'm scared of them, to be
Yeah.
honest. I think the court order is I got to go over and renew that as far as the 500
Whenever
feet
someone
thing.
does say, "I actually like the taste of Malort," I think the exact same thing. I'm like, I might need something to be afraid
Yeah.
of now. Why? What about it? Just gave you a little serotonin boost because it's the opposite for me.
I've been loving your snack talk and your aid station talk. It's really made me hungry. That's why I went back to forage for what was left at the media table, and I found a ham sandwich with hummus
Ooh.
already
How was
on
it?
it. It was legit. It worked. The bread could
Does the
have
job.
probably been a little bit less stale, but it's probably. I mean,
The bread could have been a little less sitting out there for a while.
yeah. I
The
mean,
sandwich was just
It just
sitting.
needed warmed up. That's
Well,
all. It just got a little cold.
the table was set up at like 4:30 this afternoon, and so I don't know. Like,
Wait,
that-
yesterday.
that bread could have been anywhere from like 6 to 8
It's
hours.
fine.
8 hours old,
Dust
but
it off. I will say that hummus, I learned, is also great in a race.
Yeah.
I used to think that hummus was just a little snack that you have at a dinner party, and then I get to one of these races, one of my first hundreds actually, and they've got tortillas with hummus inside of it. That thing changed me around.
you're like hummus. Like used to having hummus at a dinner party. Did you like when you walked in the aid station, you saw the hummus? You're like, oh, you must do very well.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
All right, in the chat, we have Amy Ratke, who is confirming that Lear is one of those llamas. Maybe Amy is as well. We love all the llamas that are out there having fun on course. We hopefully get to see a few more come through.
Yes, I'm gonna have to do a little double check to see.
Discount double
how
check,
many
Callie.
You love that phrase.
Discount double check.
No one
Matthew
says it but you.
Bristow just came through with Gabriel Minarek.
Woo!
Congratulations.
Oh, we just got a yep. Never
Yep.
mind.
Yep.
Yep. What you just said. Do you have a favorite LaCroix?
Without a doubt, limoncello
Oh.
LaCroix. I don't know. I actually don't believe that there's just essence. There's a creaminess that is not just water in this. I don't know what they put into
I
this
don't know.
water.
I've never
but-
been to Italy, but this brings me a little closer.
Does it?
It does, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know. I I feel like I'm on a little patio drinking this in Italy somewhere.
Yeah, it's a good beverage. I don't know how they get it that creamy.
Limoncello is the Malort of the LaCroix world.
You take that back right now.
Wow. You know who else likes that flavor? Pete Mortimer.
I saw this table cover. I saw Corinne Malcolm drinking some limoncello.
Limoncello is
earlier.
the way to go.
You gotta keep it simple. Just lime.
Just
Lime.
lime.
Wait, have you had
really?
the key lime?
I actually pass on the
I don't
key
like
lime.
the key lime either.
Okay.
It's kind of got a
doesn't
little
like
bit of
the key
that creaminess.
The vanilla,
yeah.
Oh, delicious.
Delicious.
You know what else LaCroix I really love is the coconut one. And I know that is pretty polarizing, the coconut. But you know why I love it? This is also the Florida coming out of me because it tastes like suntan lotion.
And that's a good
Yes, it's delicious.
It brings me
like
back to my
Charlie and
childhood
Always
eating
Sunny
suntan
drinking
lotion.
suntan lotion. Like-
It reminds me of being on, like, I don't know, Cocoa Beach in Florida, slathering myself in tanning oil. I should never
But
have
if
done
y'all
that.
if y'all want a real treat with sparkling water, I can tell you what I drink frequently is a cup that is half full of plain sparkling water and half full of apple juice.
That's his trick for after a long run.
I use this all the time. It's half juice, half sparkling water. The European nations call it Schorle. It's a delicious beverage. I like to have it after drink. It's almost like a little adult mocktail as well. So those nights that you're not trying to have a beer with dinner, this Schorle, or half sparkling water, half juice, is a great mocktail.
Wait, how do you spell that? Sure.
It's it's got the German spell. It's got the dots. It's got SH. A lot of consonants in a row. I can't confirm the spelling. Here we go. We have a few finishers coming across here.
Woo!
Coming across that finish line.
Woo! That looks like as soon as it bangs. Yeah, after all this talk about snacks, I'm starting to get a little hungry.
We had an earlier question in the chat from Gregory Horlatcher. Tell us your ultra running misconceptions you had when you were a complete ultra noob. How you handle the pain cave. What runner you most would want to share a pizza with, and any running food hot takes.
Wait, let's start with the 1st
Why
question.
don't
I already
you
lost
tackle the
it. I already
first one?
forgot
I'll
it.
tackle
I
the
have the
second.
memory
So
of a rock.
You're going with, tell us your ultra running misconceptions you had when you were a complete ultra noob.
I think this is going to be a pretty common one, but to me it was I thought that everybody ran this thing from
Yep.
front to finish, and
Yep.
that is definitely not the case.
Yep.
So I quickly learned as soon as I got into an ultra that we do a lot of hiking.
Yep, a lot of
And
hiking out here.
I love that. Absolutely. You maybe a little less hiking than me, but
I still do some
you
hiking
do
out
a
there.
little bit of hiking. Yeah, that's also another misconception that the top runners don't walk or don't hike, whatever you want to call it.
That's not true.
That is not true at all.
That's not true.
They're also out there conserving energy to push later in the game or to, save that gas for when you really need it. But yeah, that was probably my biggest misconception that everyone's just running this whole thing.
Thank you for that answer, Callie.
You're very
Vincent.
welcome,
Thank
sir.
you. I'll take the second one.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, coming up, the second question from Mr. Gregory Horlatcher. How do you handle the pain cave, Scott? Well, I'm actually going to steal Nick Corey. I'm going to steal his answer to this because he said it to me when we were out in Taiwan a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, that's me completely. But Nick's answer was, he doesn't handle the pain cave very well, which is why he paces these events very well, so that he's only in that pain cave for the last few hours. And I could say the same. I try to pace it pretty well so that, I'm pushing hard at the end, and I'm dealing with that pain cave for a few hours. But those athletes like Courtney, who's talking about being in the pain cave for half a race, that ain't me. I don't know if I'm a little too soft for this sport, but I'm like, pain cave, I don't want to be in there. I don't want nothing to do with the pain cave. I just like it when I'm having a good time out there. So I am not a good question.
You are one for a lot of us saw you at Desert Solstice having what I like to say, a hootenanny of a time.
I'm usually
giving the
just having
crowd
fun out
a
there.
show. Yeah.
Yeah.
You were every loop coming around, doing a little dance, singing, doing your little dance in the air with your finger, telling the crowd to, let's hear some noise. And it wasn't until those last couple hours, like you said, where that got real quiet real fast.
That got real quiet.
It got real quiet.
Speaking of Desert Solstice, I don't know if Kelly told you this story, or I don't think I conveyed it to you, but I found one of your choices of snack interesting.
The croissant.
The croissant. So I saw that and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Scott is eating croissants to represent the fact that he's going for a world team spot in France in the next world cycle. And I conveyed that to Kelly. I was like, you know what? Scott's on another level today. And she's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, he's got this snack that like somehow he's like trained his stomach to like simply so he could represent and like chasing this world spot. And she like, kind of looked at me and maybe like, he just likes croissants, dude.
That was it.
I thought that would have been really smart of you to actually
like that would have been
think
next
about it
level,
that way.
But
yeah,
and it would be something you would do too.
Oh, 1,000%.
I just really like croissants, and everyone has to remember. So in a 24-hour event, especially if the athlete's a little bit faster, it's a slower effort, right? So you can digest things a little differently than say running a 50K. And I really like croissants, and I knew it from previous 24-hour events that I can generally eat more solid foods early and then have to have some liquids or some gels and stuff late. And I was just thinking, what one real food do I like the most? And a croissant can be very easy to put down if it's not completely fresh, right? If it's not doesn't have that nice crunch that you get out of the bakery. So I went with Costco. Good store. They make a decent croissant. If I'm gonna give a 10-star rating, I mean it can't be too high because it's it's kind of like you're not getting it too fresh.
Yeah.
But it worked great for the race. And my strategy was I'm gonna cut these croissants in half, so they were 150 calories each.
Again, calculated.
It's very calculated. So I do have an amount of calories or carbohydrates per hour I try to target. So I cut these croissants, put them in baggies, and I fueled only with croissants for the first 11 hours of the race in scratch hydration mix. So the only food I put in was croissants. And then that 11-hour mark came. Scotty couldn't eat any more croissants. That was the last croissant I ate. That was done.
On croissants.
And I switched over to the Swedish fish.
You did.
Not the Scandinavian lobsters. I went with the Swedish fish.
The OG.
The OG. I had to go with the OG.
However, it was pretty cold by the time you got to those fish.
Eight of the big Swedish fish equal 150 calories for those out there. So if you're not a gel fan and you want something simple, 8 Swedish fish, 150 calories. You don't want to eat gels. Just eat those Swedish fish.
How many grams of carbs is that? About a 60?
Nah, that ain't going to be a 60 at that rate. I'm going to guess that to be about 25 to 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'd have to... You might have to fact check.
I had a lot of things on that table for you to take. I had some Cliff Bars. I had some peanut butter pretzels, which we love at home. Ooh, another great snack. Peanut butter pretzels. Addicting.
Yeah, there's not much variety in my diet when I'm racing. There's been many 100-milers where I've gone through with just using scratch hydration mix and gel, the same gel, same flavor gel for a whole 100 miles. So that has worked for me. I don't know. I'm usually like, if it's working, don't change what's working,
Don't
and I
I
usually have a few things that I know work, but if something's working, I just ride it out, and if it's not working, I change it up.
Don't fix it if it ain't broken,
Let's go through the last batch of finishers. Let's see who we had there. We had Julie Huyett, Kelsey Guess. You want to take the next one, Kel?
Again, I apologize for this. I am not very good at this job. Yusuk, maybe? Lijima?
All the way from Japan.
Love
Came here
it.
to run the race from Japan. Welcome. Very happy. Age 32. Congratulations on your finish.
I hope you're okay with the weather that you got.
I'm sure. Yeah, I feel like they have to deal with some of this over there as well.
Just want to make sure.
We had Allison Watson and Keith Kasmer. So congratulations. Y'all got that belt buckle. Y'all got that Western States qualifier. Now you can throw your name in the lottery. Coming up in 28 minutes, if you started in the Wave 1,
Very
you have
important to
28
note.
minutes to get that Western States qualifier. 27 minutes to get that Western States qualifier. It's 17 hours. So for those out here just tuning in, Western States, one of the biggest races in the world. Very small field comparatively, generally around 375-ish runners. And usually about 7,000 to 8,000 runners trying to get in. So it's tough to get in. You need to qualify with an event in the previous year. Black Canyon 100K, what I learned today, is the #1 qualifying event. So to qualify here at the Black Canyon 100K, you need to finish within 17 hours, even though the official finish is 20 hours. So if you want to get that, if you want to put in for that Western States Lottery, you have to come in under 17 hours. And like I said, that's going to be 27 minutes from now for Wave 1 and 57 minutes from now for Wave 2. That's an exciting time. It's also nerve-wracking. I know Chris has a lot of experience pushing very close to that Western States qualifier and coming in right under the cutoff.
So 3 of my 4 finishes here have been with less than 11 minutes to spare.
Wow. That's
So-
got to be nerve-wracking coming in.
Well, the first time it is. The second time...
You're now a veteran of it.
The
I
second
got
time
it.
was actually really, really good. So the first time was in 2017. I finished in 16:54. That was the out and back hell course. The second time was in 2018 with the standard course. My friend Ethan paced me, and it was his first time running at night on trail. He was training for Zane Grey, lunatic that he is. But this was his first experience doing that, and we got it done with 3 minutes to spare. I remember coming up that hill and just selling out to give it all I got. And one of the most rewarding moments of my ultra running life was seeing Jubilee and Haley Pollock looking with tears in their eyes when they realized who the final finisher to come out of the dark in time was.
Heck yeah.
The third time, I was actually being paced by Sue, or by my friend Sue, who is now Ethan's wife.
Wow.
So we hit Doe Spring at 10, and I had to be there by midnight. It was the Cinderella situation. Had to be there, done by the stroke of midnight. And I got there at 10:56. So I had 64 minutes to go the last 3.6 miles. And she's like, all right, you don't have time to stop. So just, and I said, yes, I do. She says, no, you don't have time to stop. Travis, my crew person, said, and I said, I don't give a bleep what Travis said. I said, I got here with your husband 8 minutes later, and we made it with 3 minutes to spare. So I've got time to stop.
Yeah.
And I grabbed something to eat. I went to the bathroom. I came in. We finished 9 minutes ahead of the time when her husband had paced me. And they ended up being my roommates for a little while as well. So that was
That's
kind of a
funny.
fun little thing that, Sue had beaten her husband and pacing me by just a handful of minutes. But yeah, I mean,
that can only come with someone that has done that exact thing before, because I'm pretty sure anyone else that gets there and their pacer says, you got to go or we ain't getting that qualifier, everyone else is probably like, okay, let's go.
And I was just so ingrained and so programmed in how to finish this race. Of my 5 Western States lottery qualifiers, combined 74 minutes under the gun.
Wow. That's awesome.
I get my money's worth.
Yeah,
you
you're
do.
just savoring every step. I feel you on
Savor
that
the
one.
trails.
You know what? Some of these races, they cost a pretty penny. So you just got to really, soak it up, enjoy it.
All right.
agree.
Who did we have just come across?
We had Allison Watson.
I think I got her and Keith Casmer.
Well, then there we
Someone
go.
in the chat asked to announce some of the recent finishers. That's who we had.
That's who we had. I like it. Another one who shared us their running story or just a little something about them. Rachel Hagen, bib number 52. This was also her first 100K. A lot of first 100Ks out here. And we'll definitely be chasing those cutoffs for Rachel. This is her big, scary goal of the year. I absolutely love that. Scott, do you have any big, scary goals this year? Anything that you're chasing?
I'm actually not chasing anything right now.
No?
I am just chasing, hey, I got to get fit again. And that's usually how I'll go. I'll go through a season, then I'll take a few months, and it's like, all right, it's time to get fit. I'll get myself fit, running lots of workouts, not racing for a few months, and then I enter a racing season, and I'll try to go through the season like that.
I like it.
So I have a few events that I'm registered for. Not sure if I'll 100% commit to those, but we'll see.
But definitely Desert Solstice.
100% I'll be back at Desert Solstice. I'll be at that event every year until they tell me I can't be at that event. That is an amazing event.
Speaking of Desert Solstice, do you wanna tell the people at home how we met?
We met at a we didn't
We
actually
are
meet
an
at a
Air
Desert
Vipa love
Solstice.
story.
We met at a group run the Wednesday
Okay, how about the
after
first
Desert
time we
Solstice.
saw each other?
First time saw each other, you were crewing our friend Pete Kostelnik at Desert Solstice. I was running uncrewed, and then we met up on.
I'm gonna tell the story.
Okay. I guess I'm brushing over it.
You're brushing over the good bits in there. Come on now.
And we had a few more finishers come through here, so I'm just kidding.
You're learning
Callie.
how to
right ahead.
maneuver into the in and out of discussions on an excellent basis, Scott. Let me tell you that.
We've got
Take these lessons with you when you go too.
All right, Cal, tell them
right.
how'd we meet?
A little story time here. So we first saw each other, first heard of each other, I would probably say, was at Desert Solstice here in Phoenix, Arizona. And I had no idea who you were. But I saw you walk onto the track in these gold chain sweatpants. I wish I had a picture to throw up on screen. But you were wearing gold chain sweatpants and carrying like a grocery bag of all your stuff, no crew. And I'm like, who does this guy think he is, waltzing onto this invitational track with what he's going on right now? And immediately I was struck with curiosity. Who is this just legend in my eyes?
Who is this stud?
Okay, let's settle down. And so, okay, I was like, all right. So I see you go around the track, you do your thing. I'm crewing Pete. I'm, focused on that. And then just a few days later, at Air Vipa's group run, love those group runs. If you are in
Hosted by
town,
Chris.
if you are local, definitely check them out. They are inviting and welcoming for all paces. Anyway, couple days after, you and Pete had both run a combined, 250 something, 260 something miles. I was like, okay, they're going to go to this group run. I might have a chance of sticking behind them. So I'm behind you guys. You guys are chit-chatting. I'm just, tagging on. And I take a little video and I post that on Instagram saying, these guys just ran, blah, blah, blah. So honored. So cool. So proud of them. And this is the funny part of social media. Pete shares that to his Instagram, tags you. And I was like, oh, this is who that guy was, Scott Trayer. And so I do a little investigating on your social media. I know you love the story. And find out who you are. And then a few days after that, I'm like, Pete, let's go do a hike. And we're like, yeah. And I'm like, let's invite Scott. You guys were chit-chatting. And so you come on we all organize this hike together. Hey. And Pete, last minute can't go. He's got work. Comes up. And I tell you, oh, Pete can't make it. And you're like, oh, I can still go. So, hey. So we go on this hike together. We do a little chit-chat and we get to know each other. We go on another hike together.
And the rest is history.
No, it's not. I'm telling it right now. And then we find out that we both like the same kind of music, electronic music, and you find this festival down in Tucson.
It's enough, Cal.
No.
They know the whole. They don't need the whole story.
I'm not done yet.
Better little
I'm
story
almost
on that.
done.
At that group run where Kelly and I met that Chris was hosting, Kelly put in, that is the holiday group run where Aravipa very generously, if you've never been to this, it's amazing.
Definitely go to the holiday
Very
group run.
generously, you just raffle off about 100 race entries for anyone that's there. It's
Oh.
absolutely incredible. It's so incredible. Kelly Vincent put in her tickets for the Black Canyon 100K, got her name pulled, and that's how she ran the 2022 Black Canyon 100K, getting her name pulled at that holiday party.
Which happened to be the first race that we ran together, separately but together. And our first race together as a couple, actually.
And then we went and camped after at Table Mesa.
I don't
and as
recommend
many of you
camping
know,
there.
there's a gun range there, so very romantic camping spot. Hearing some guns going off, it was
Can't beat it. can't.
It kind of
beat
soothed us to sleep. You know,
It
it was
did.
almost like
I
a white
felt
noise.
comforted. Yeah. Brought me back to Chicago.
It's a nice little white noise at 4 or 5 in the morning over there behind Table Mesa camping.
We had another finisher come through.
Who do we have, Cal?
We had
Let everyone
Keith
know.
Casmer come through the finish line just recently, and I feel like we've got somebody else.
We had
who's
Sarah Bailey, Zeke Zatgiko, Laura Renard, Julian Marlett, Autumn Middleton, and Jeffrey Slater. We'll do a discount double check, see if any of those bibs gave us some background
I'm
info
not
on
seeing
them.
what you're seeing on your screen.
I got a faster computer than yours, so it's just I don't know what to tell you. It just sees the Starlink a little quicker. Comes in here.
Okay.
I got an upgrade
I
on
trust
mine.
your laptop.
Let's see. Did we get it? Did we get any? Did we get anything from these runners? Oh, you want me to check? Huh? I'm running the show here. I'm calling the runners. I'm going
right.
back through, seeing if we got any info on them. One man show here, just like at home.
Oh, but on the couch tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I can say ain't nobody sleeping tonight. We're here till 6 a.m.
Yeah,
we ain't
we're
getting
not
home till
sleeping.
7. I'll sleep
We're
on the
not
couch
sleeping
tonight
till
when I
Sunday
get home.
night.
That's all right. Me and Cloudy will take the coach.
And if you didn't know, Cloudy is our 14, almost 15-year-old senior rescue dog at home.
Who's holding down the fort
He is-
solo tonight.
He is
you know.
sleeping somewhere.
Holding down that fort, sleeping at the house. We're proud of you, Cloud. 15 years old dog, staying at home by yourself.
Dog
tonight.
walker is going to come and see you in the morning.
We did leave him some money for pizza, though.
We
so
did.
he's going to order
He
pizza
knows-
a little
he
bit.
knows where to go.
Yep. He's got that on speed
I
dial.
hope he spends it on pizza.
Yeah, he'll probably get it. Probably get the Supreme. He likes those.
Yeah,
all
extra
the toppings and
pepperonis.
stuff,
Yeah. Chris just looks.
Scott and Kelly in the morning.
Oh, is that from Community?
Totally.
Love that show. It's a great show.
No, I was gonna say before we went off in so many different tangents that I almost forgot what I was thinking. You talking about the two of you meeting. You had mentioned, Callie, when I posted the most recent Christmas party post for our group run on social media. I took I guess you'd call it a stock photo, basically, because I'll take a lot of photos at different holiday parties.
Right.
And I posted a photo, and I didn't really think much about it. And Callie pointed out to me, she's like, that picture is probably the first time that Scott and I ever spoke to one another.
Yep. In the photo, you can see Scott and I just kind of like nestled in the background, having a conversation, and it
With
very
the choir of angels in the background.
Yeah, you could just hear it.
Yep.
It was the bedazzled hat that got me.
I was so glad to have documented that moment for posterity. So,
Just an Arabica. Do we have any other Arabica love stories out there?
If you have an
we got a
Arabica,
few
we do
Arabica
have a few.
stories, but
they may not be awake. It's 2:16 here local time. A lot of our local
you
athletes.
just had one on as a guest earlier.
That's true.
did.
They met through Arabica.
Yeah.
Noel and
Noel
Meg.
Kingston and Meg. Another Aravipa love story.
Arabica, bringing the people together.
Yep, and that's
This
what a good
community is just
community
full
does.
of love.
Yep.
Just
Come on down and visit us down at Aravipa. You can run a race, or you may find the love of your life.
Or both.
If dating apps aren't for you, Arabica.
Come to Aravipa. We're gonna set up. It's gonna be the next thing Jamil sets up, the Aravipa dating app.
Jamil, I hope you're listening.
You get on it now, $2.99 a month. Get on
That's
it.
cheap.
Yeah, we gotta get some
No,
users
we gotta get-
generated,
gotta
right?
get the launch out
no one's
there.
going on a dating site if you're the only one on there.
No, and how do you base it? Based on the pace that you run, or
I don't know. I'm pretty confident I'm on a few dating sites where I am the only person on there. So.
they've got some niche categories out there.
They
you
do.
know?
I saw there is a rave electronic dating category.
Is there really?
There is.
Wait,
I
why
wasn't
did you see
looking
that?
for it.
Why did you see this?
I happened to see it. I got fed an Instagram sponsored ad. I follow a lot of electronic. Hey, it came across my feed.
That couch is
Cut.
looking real good.
Cut. Can we cut the stream? Just give me a cut. All right. Coming across the
I think
finish line.
Netflix special is next, right? For us.
Excuse me?
A Netflix special.
What are we doing?
Stand up.
Oh, okay.
Work on
Maybe you've seen those Netflix specials with the golf. We've seen it with
No.
NASCAR. How about trail running?
I'm all for it.
You know what I mean? Those have been.
Hey, that's how I learned a lot about running, is from watching these other people go through these tough endurance races and learning the actual ins and outs about them. You know, you read stuff in magazines, but actually seeing someone go through what they're going to go through. Well,
Could be next.
Could be next.
Netflix, get in on it now. Trail running.
While it's hot.
Get in on it while it's hot. It's always hot. Except this morning at the start line. Ba-dum-bum. No good?
No.
Ah. Hey, not every joke's going to hit home, Some are going to bomb. That's what happens.
I was looking for my chat.
Autumn Middleton, congratulations. You are a Black Canyon finisher.
Who else?
From Sacramento, California. Congratulations.
See, I'm not seeing what you're seeing over there. You're logged into the fancy one.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's all.
Yep. I'm on the back end timing site where you're just on the public side. See, I got a little insider. With my timing. I got a little insider here.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Let's talk about somebody else who is out there and shared with us their running story.
Who do you got?
We have bib number 374, Kirsty, and she said, it said just like thirsty. See, I like the phonetic spelling there.
And her Instagram handle is running with thirsty.
I like that.
Kirsty Thirsty.
Give
us some
again, first attempt at 100K, first time back at the ultra distance after a DNF last year, and she is here to get some of that sweet, sweet redemption.
Yes, she is.
I will say there's nothing like some redemption to fuel you for 100K.
And Kirsty has already made her way through Table Mesa. So she's coming to us.
She's coming.
She's coming. She is from Scottsdale as well. Currently where we're residing. She could be our neighbor.
Oh, I hope so.
Yep.
All right. Well, we will be on the lookout for you, Kirsty.
Kirsty, we're looking for you. Stay thirsty, Kirsty.
What?
Huh?
Okay.
All right.
Let's go back to one of those questions that we were talking about earlier.
You want to go back to those?
I want to go back.
You're up next because I answered the last one, so I will go back to that.
I want to
Gregory
know.
Horlatcher, we're giving you another shout out for all these questions you threw in.
We like it.
What runner? Oh, you're gonna throw it at me?
I was gonna throw it at you. What runner would you most want to share a pizza with?
Well, I feel like after the few stumbles I've had on this live stream already, I'm just going to have to go with it. I'd love to share a pizza with the runner, Callie Vinson.
Oh, my God. We did that
I get to do it every Sunday. We share a pizza every Sunday.
We do. Go have a pizza dinner date every Sunday.
If I had to pick any runner to share a pizza with, who's it going to be? Hot dang. That's a tough one.
That is a tough one.
Put me on the spot having to name one.
All right. Let that one sit on the back burner.
Yeah, I might have to phone a friend or maybe use 50-50.
50-50.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? You never watched
Oh,
that?
yeah.
Probably
No,
before
I did.
your time. You could
No.
phone a friend or they could do 50-50. I don't know. Oh, look who we got. We got Julian.
Hi, Julian.
Julian's joining us.
What were the other things? You could
Who
phone
do you
a
have?
friend.
You could phone a
50-50.
friend. You could do the 50-50.
Yeah, but 50-50, you'd have to have some options already.
What was the other one? It was phone a friend, 50-50.
Audience poll. But sometimes you
That's true.
trust the audience
Oh,
because they would veer them in the wrong direction.
Yeah, you never. You know what I mean?
I can't think of who I'd want to have a pizza with. That's on the front burner, and I'm trying to push it to the back burner, but it doesn't want to go back there.
We'll circle back to that.
Okay, we'll circle back. We'll put a pin in it for now.
Put a pin in it for now.
Yeah.
What else? All right. Well, Kel, these runners are out there, right? They're going through the dark of night, and they have some options, right? Back in the old days, people used a flashlight out this ultra running game. Then we moved to the headlamp.
Ooh.
Now we have the waist lamp. We even have lights, vest lights. What are you going with when you're out there, and why are you going with it? What lighting strategy do you find helpful?
I used to use a headlamp, and I never really liked it because I don't know, I have a sensitive head, and just having something tight around your head, it always gives me a headache, or you get that tunnel vision.
Oh yeah.
But ever since switching to a waist lamp, big fan. Big fan. I've never looked back at the headlamp game again. I definitely prefer the waist lamp option. Just a little boop on the waist. You can point it down. You get a better depth of field of the rocks that you're not going to trip on right in front of you.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's off your head. So I like that. I like that a lot. What about you?
Yeah, I like the waist lamp as well, and many times I will actually use both. I'll use the waist lamp and the headlamp. I always like to describe running at night the same as driving a car at night. If you are driving a car at night and you only have your low beams on, you are going to have to go slow because you can't see far in front of you. But as soon as you throw those high beams on, all of a sudden you can see a whole lot more. You can start moving a little quicker, and the same applies to trail running. The more light you can cast out in front of you at night running, the less you're going to be affected by the night. So yeah, so if it's a technical trail, I'm going double down. I'm going waist lamp and headlamp. Back in the olden days when I was first trail running, when we didn't have the waist lamp, I would actually go headlamp and then take another headlamp and put that headlamp around my waist. So yeah, so I like having a lot of light out there.
Where are you getting all these headlamps? Out of your pockets? I put this headlamp right here.
Yeah,
I got
put this
one on
right there.
my right gun. I got
Yeah.
one on my left gun.
Yeah, it's like a light show. When I'm coming down there, it's like, they don't know if
You're hitting them with those laser beams.
Yeah, I'm hitting them with them laser beams.
Yeah, that's what
I'm doing.
Yeah, okay.
It's just coming from those electronic days. It's
I
like
know,
just
that's
light
what
it
I'm
up and
saying.
let's go.
What do you mean from those electronic days? We were at a music festival a week ago.
We were at a music festival.
Yeah, we were at a
days
music.
ago. That was a good time.
That was a good time.
We're having a good time.
We're having a good time.
We're having a good time here.
At
Shout out
2:30
Jan
almost.
Rice. Shout out to all my fellow crew peeps sitting in their warm car at Anthem watching the live stream. Jan, shout out to you. I'm
see you,
assuming
Jan.
Jan's coming at us soon because we know Andre's on his way here.
Yeah, what's the latest on Andre?
I don't know. We're gonna get Andre in this studio when he finishes, whenever that is.
If you do not know who Andre
Maybe Jan
Lee
and
is-
Andre. I don't know. Is that an Aravipa love story,
Oh,
Jan?
yeah.
If you're
Jan,
still
if you're
out
in the
there,
chat, tell us how did you guys meet in
Jan
an
and,
Aravipa race?
Jan and Andre, is that an Aravipa love story?
She's typing it out. I can feel it.
Is she?
Maybe. We'll see.
We'll
but
find out
anyway,
soon.
Andre. First time I learned about Andre was from a distance. The first year of Cocodona, I saw that he was the DFL runner coming in, and I was like, man, I already am a little interested in what this Cocodona game is all about, but just seeing that, I was so moved. And then I made the move to Arizona shortly after and was at this very underground race called is it the Circle of Death?
Circle of Death.
Circle of
July
Death
4th weekend.
held July 4th. Can you imagine the temps in July
In Phoenix.
In Phoenix around this 1 mile loop. And
Fat
that was
ass
the first-
style event.
Yep, it's amazing and horrible at the same time. But it was my first, I guess, official race here in Arizona. And sure enough, he was there with everybody else suffering in July. And it was awesome. It was good to meet someone who I had seen from afar and got to meet them in real life. I felt like I was meeting a celebrity in the ultra world. And
Certainly a celebrity in the Aravipa world.
I was going to say, I'm looking at his race schedule from 2023.
He's got
did.
over 100 Aravipa finishes, I believe.
Oh, yeah. And this was just 2023. Did the Santan Scramble 5K, Coldwater Rumble 4 mile, AZT Oracle Rumble 50 mile, Elephant Mountain 6K, Black Canyon 100K, Black Canyon 60K, Copper Quarter 5 mile, a mountain challenge. I don't know what that means. A Mesquite Canyon 8K, Crown King Scramble 50K. We're just in March. Damn Good Run 4 mile, Hapalula
He's
Half
racing a lot.
Marathon, Sedona Canyons 125, Hotfoot Hamster 6 hour, Blackout 13K, Big Pine 13K, Silverton 8 mile, Kendall Mountain 12. Could keep going, but this was just 2023. So if there's someone out there who loves racing, it is definitely Andre Lee.
I believe he is second, and I could be wrong here, second to only Jeff Foote for Aravipa finishes. Jeffrey Foote having, I believe, not many more, but those two, Jeffrey Foote and Andre Lee are absolute fixtures of this community. Two
And
great guys. We see him at almost every event.
Jan said he should be about 5 a.m. here, and they met at a Running for Brews in Tempe.
In Tempe. All right. Well, it's a running love story.
Yep.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
We'll take it.
We'll take it.
Is it getting colder in here?
No.
No. Just me. Just me. Yep.
Do you want here? You take the blanket.
I got another blanket right here.
Oh boy, which blanket do you have?
I got the zebra. Although I might have to excuse myself and go use the restroom for a minute. You think you can hold this down, Dad? 2 seconds.
Yep.
All right.
Where's the restroom?
I think there is a restroom right there, and I think there was one right as we came in. As Arnold Schwarzenegger said, "I'll be back." The jokes are getting worse, huh? Maybe I should have leave.
No, come back. Maybe when you come back, it'll be snack time. Go see if there's some more coffee. Oh my God!
Boy. Last time I left the live stream, I knocked over all the floaters at the Hard Rock live stream.
Yeah, he did. He did. Where was I during that?
Arizona. I was so low.
Oh, that's right. Ooh, boy. All right. Let's get back to some of these stories that were shared to us prior to. How much coffee did you have? Not enough. Okay. Good. Loud. All right. We've got somebody else who has shared their running story with us. Not only just running story, but running this race. Bib number 221. Name is Andrew Bott. He wanted to share his why for running. He's always been into the marathon distance, and when he signed up, his main goal was that he wanted to push his brain past the limits of what it thought that it could do, and run his first ultra. Sad part of the story is recently his dog passed away a month ago, young and super unexpected. His favorite activity was always going on runs with him. It's given him this whole new purpose to his runs. His dog tag is on him right now, and he's going to be running into that finish line this morning, in honor of his dog. So Andrew, we are thinking about you, and I'm so sorry for your loss, but I love that you shared this story with us so everyone can hear about it. Again, bib number is 221. Let's see some recent finishers. I'm going to go to his laptop, actually, where he's got the better connection going on. Nope, he doesn't. Just kidding. All right, so I don't know where we left off, but recently finished, we had Michelle Thomas, Mary Gandy, Kyle Weller, Jeff Liu, and Jeffrey Slater. Congratulations on your Black Canyon finish. I couldn't imagine running this race with the weather that you guys had this morning and that false start. 2-hour delay. 2.5 for some. Whew, that's a roller coaster. 2.5 for everyone. Yeah, you're right. I couldn't imagine waking up, having a game plan, having a plan with your drop bags too. If I had been running this race, I knew that I would have put my drop bag or my headlamp or waist lamp in a particular drop bag, and then knowing that your arrival time is going to shift by 2.5 hours guaranteed, you're like, oh man, do I have another headlamp? Do I have another waist lamp to put in another bag or to give to a friend? So I can only imagine some of these people are pretty excited that this roller coaster of emotions is ending very soon. All right, let's talk about some other runners who have shared their stories with us. We have Olivia and Jason. They are a dad-daughter duo from Missouri. They grew up, went to these dad-daughter balls, but nowadays they do races together, which I think is adorable. And it shows you that age is nothing but a number when it comes to the limits that we put on ourselves, to know that a dad and daughter are going through the Black Canyon fun together. Olivia paced her dad for 2 years for this race, but she finished her college eligibility for NCAA triathlon and decided to celebrate by doing the full thing together with him. So not just pacing now, but they are running the full thing together. Super awesome to hear that. Let's see who else we've got. Another runner out there, Manuela Arundel. I'm sorry again. I am terrible at pronouncing names. Bib number 594. Manuela, right off the bat, says she'll be chasing those cutoffs, and I totally feel you there. This is her first 100K, but it's her third ultra. She started running at 50 years old, 50, so 3 years ago. And she actually underwent cancer surgery last May and is running Black Canyon to prove to herself that she can do it. And we believe in you. We're going to be following you. Again, that is Manuela, bib number 594. I will say it's getting pretty nippy out here, and I'm in a tent with a heater next to me. How you feeling over there? Pretty cold. Yeah, we're feeling pretty cold. Yeah, I remember when I ran this in 2022. Temperatures were, 15 degrees warmer than this right now, maybe 20 degrees warmer. So that was cold to me in the night. I remember putting on my jacket at one of the aid stations, putting some gloves on, and just knowing that I had to just death march it to the finish. Trying to stay as warm as possible. You look freezing. Speaking of cold, he's coming back. He's coming back. So I can't even imagine what these runners are going through right now in the cold, especially if you've been psyching yourself up for a nice warm desert race from start to finish. Maybe a little cold in the night, but you're getting a little feel for winter, for real winter. Look at you over there.
I just got some exciting news.
I like exciting news.
I don't know that on the Cocodona finisher award. I don't think I can share that info here, but it's gonna be pretty sweet.
Wait, how did you? Who told you?
I got people all over.
Your people are my
just walk
people.
out and they give me the info.
Well, who was it?
I got a hot mic. I can't share it here.
Who was it?
Can't share it.
Can you give us a little bit more detail?
It's something I would wear.
No way.
Oh yeah.
Tell the people why that's surprising.
No.
Okay.
The people. What did I miss? Let me paint a picture.
You gotta give me a rundown of the finishers.
Let me paint a picture of what it's like here at the finish line. I just walked out there, go talk to the people. We got, I would say, there's probably, believe it or not, probably 100 to 150 people out there.
No way.
There's a bonfire blazing. People sitting around the bonfire.
Let's take
cheering
this party
people
over there.
on. It's great. It's 2:35 in the morning. There's a ton of people out there. There's a bonfire blazing. There's people cheering. What other sport do you get this in?
At 3 in the morning. That is a huge call out right there.
It did just pass 2:36. So those
who started
wave
at,
one are just missing that Western States cutoff. Let me go through the
Do we
recent
know how many
finishers.
people are still out there?
I
That
don't
was
know.
a question
I don't
in the
know
chat.
if you already called these, so I'll just call them as a little double check in case Callie missed you. We got Michelle Thomas, Mary Gandy, Kyle Weller, Jeff Liu, Jeffrey Slater. Jeffrey Slater has not came. Oh, yes, he has came in. Just gonna go back. Nope. Yeah. Nope.
Nope.
No.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does it say how many runners are still left in total?
I
know
could
that
do
was
so.
one of the
I could
questions.
figure that. People want to know. Let me take a look for the people. Let's see where
Because I
we
know
at.
when we first got here, what was that, 2.5 hours ago, a little over, maybe, I don't know, around there. Chris was saying that maybe like 300 or so had finished, so not even half had come through at that point. So there's still a large number of people out there just pushing through the night, just following wherever their waist lamp or headlamp is guiding them, going from aid station to aid station.
Just living in that 5-foot bubble of
Just-
light that you're.
And then you're back into the darkness
Yep.
before you know it. I will say that is always a little mind game that I play whenever I'm running an ultra in the dark, is just how much farther is that aid station, and is that what I'm hearing? You start to hear sounds of woos out there and cheers, and you're like, oh my gosh, there it is, and then it goes away, and you're like, man, I thought that was close. I thought
Yep.
that was close. Or you see a flicker of light, and you're like, I think that's it. I think that's the aid station, and it goes away. Yeah, that's a fun little game in ultra running. You know,
That is a fun little game, and we all get to play it. The hallucinations, auditory, visual. It's a fun little game you get. Again, what other sport do you get to have that kind of fun in?
Yep. Have you ever had some hallucinations in a race?
I'm currently trying to do some math to get that answer.
Oh,
for
okay.
you.
So we
I'm
can't do two at
crunching
once.
some numbers right now. I'm going to throw an estimate.
I like estimate.
225 runners still on course is my guesstimation right now. 225 runners still on course is a guesstimation.
Where are you seeing? What?
Hallucinations? No, never had any sort of hallucinations while running. I've had some things get a little, like I've gotten some, what do they call it? Like tracers, you know, so if you go past and you get like waves of stuff. I have gotten that from some dehydration situations.
Yeah, it's usually the dehydration or sleep deprivation
That'll
just
do
play
it.
with your mind. I have never had anything like that happen before, even during the Moab 240. Never really saw anything. Things looked weird, of course, because your brain's too tired to make it out. However, during this November's Maricopa FKT, 240-ish miles, I did see some things out there, and this was on the last night when Jackie was pacing me.
What'd you see?
Oh, I saw things. And it's one of those instances where you're like, I know that's not real, but I can't see anything but that. And there were a couple of things. One was, we were in a neighborhood area on a canal path, and in people's backyards, they have palm trees because that's the desert. A lot of palm trees here that were put here for some reason. And they had a light shining up at them, and to me, that looked like some big old teddy bears in the backyard. You ever seen teddy bears in the backyard? They were about 25 feet tall.
Never seen that.
Okay. Yeah, I saw those. And another thing that I saw out there was a little bit later after this was, you know that scene in The Little Mermaid when Ursula's talking about her unfortunate souls at the bottom and they're kind of like coming out of the ground like this? I saw those, but it was a tree. But it didn't look like a tree at the time. It looked like unfortunate. So anyway, if you have some fun what they call hallucination stories from ultra running, share them. They're always fun to talk about because it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing about ultra running. What you got over there? You're cooking up something.
I'm just cooking up. I know we have Tony Pacheco who is in the chat cheering on those Mexican runners, and I just had a very brief story. I was yesterday at the Black Canyon Expo. An acquaintance, Mr. Art Garcia, came up to me and let me know about some of his fellow Mexican runners that were coming, including Jupiter. So you heard it here. Art Garcia, yesterday at the Expo, told me that Jupiter was going to be running for a ticket, and everyone that was with him believed it was going to happen. Art told me that. I was unaware of Jupiter, so seeing him in the lead... If you were listening, great call, Art. You got it right. You were probably one of the few people that picked Jupiter to come off with that golden ticket. And I hope, let me check. I didn't even see how my pal Art did. Someone just did a flip at the finish line.
No way.
This person just did a flip.
Was it the guy over there?
You want to check
beard?
the name on that white check? See how my pal Art's doing?
Was that Jeffrey Slater?
We already announced Jeffrey
Oh,
Slater.
let's see. You've got the for real updates on your laptop.
Nah.
That's impressive to do a flip on a
It might have been.
normal
It might have been.
day.
It might have been a cartwheel. I saw. Just
That's
saw.
still impressive.
Yeah,
as an adult to do a cartwheel.
it's impressive for sure.
Oh,
946.
We got some more people coming in. I'm seeing just I'm seeing a train of headlamps behind me. Do you see them all back there?
I'm still looking at my pal. Art.
Art.
Art got the finish.
Oh,
How did he do?
good job, Art.
10:58 for the finish. Art was hoping to come in the 10-hour range. So big kudos, Art Garcia. Thanks for chatting yesterday, too.
10:58. That's impressive.
That's a good run.
That is a great run.
Would you say we had a couple finishes? Let's give him a shout out.
We
would
gotta
you?
give him a shout.
Let's take a look. Who do we have coming through there? We had. Drum roll, please.
Oh. It's late.
My computer hasn't caught up yet either.
Oh, okay.
So just need a minute.
Ooh, is it getting cold?
Is my computer getting cold?
Yeah, it goes slower when it gets cold.
I don't know.
All right. When's the last time, besides Desert Solstice, that you ran a race into the night? Maybe into the morning?
Oh, God.
A race that
I mean,
maybe...
Western States, I had a few. I mean, I probably had, I don't know, 15 or 20 minutes of night running. So that probably doesn't- but going, I actually have. I've never. Cascade Crest.
Trail
I think
raced.
I finished around 2 a.m. That was
Okay.
like an 18-hour finish. Run Rabbit Run, I've ran in that race. If you are running as a
you're running.
rabbit, you start the race at noon this year. I am signed up, and we start the race at 1 p.m. So I will be going, if I choose to take that entry at Run Rabbit Run, we will be going through the night there. Yeah.
So what are some of those strategies to get through the nighttime?
Oh, here we go. Get through the night, get through the race. One thing I'm going to tell you is mental strategies can go a very long way in this sport, but in order for that tool to be useful, you have to use that tool in training, just like any other tool that you would use. If you don't use it often, you're not going to be very good at it. So those athletes that practice some mental strategies during their training can usually hone in and use that during the race. Other things, we have some associative and disassociative techniques that runners use. Everything like you said, listening
You're
to
just getting
music,
all into the
trying to like
lingo's and-
pull themselves away from the pain. That could be something like listening to music, and you're really trying to pull yourself away from the area. What do you use out there, Cal?
I'm definitely in the disassociative camp. I like to just be like, we're not here right now, but we are, and we're having a good time. And I save races to do a lot of brainstorming. So I'll use those moments to brainstorm, I don't know, just like fun creative ideas, or brainstorm a fun adventure that we should go on. Like, I don't know, in the summer when we usually escape Phoenix, like, ooh, we could do this, and then we're going to go hike this, and then we're going to go run that. Like, I don't know, I save those fun things to brainstorm or concept or think about for the nighttime, because you really, truly only have your brain and the rest of your body, because you can't see anything else but what's going on right in front of your feet. So you might as well have something fun and exciting going on in your head. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
You know what I mean?
Not to interrupt you, we got local celebrity Patrick Bubba Kavanaugh in the chat. Came in. We went out to pizza last night with Patrick.
We sure did.
He had a stout performance today, finishing just over 10 hours. Looked like it was, I lost it, but slightly over 10 hours for Patrick Kavanaugh. Big shout out to Patrick. He leads a lot of the group runs on Mondays and Wednesdays here with Aravipa. He's also one that comes to that mug club. So if you're looking to meet another mug clubber this Sunday at Usury Park, come on out. You get to meet Patrick. And if he can come run the group run next Sunday after running 100K, so can you. Come on. Come meet us at It's Mug Club. Check him out on Instagram.
Bubba, you going to be running next Sunday?
Oh, he'll be running.
He'll be running. He'll be running at your pace probably, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
You want to tell the people a little bit about Mug Club?
I already did. What do we need?
Okay. I'll tell you. Mug Club is this little group run that we host once a month. And if you're in the area, definitely check it out. We always host them at new locations, and we provide all the coffee and the donuts from the local donut that your little heart could ask for. All you got to do is bring your own mug.
Just bring a mug.
And
That's
a
all you
chair
gotta do.
if you'd like to sit down afterwards. But it's a very casual, super chill group run. All paces are welcome. No one's getting left behind. And yeah, check it out on Instagram if you want to. Account It's Mug Club.
All right, Callie. I updated the page, and we've got some finishes to call out here.
I like it.
Let me see where did we leave off with the finishers. I may repeat a few, but that's okay. Let's give them double the credit. So if you've already got your kudos, take a double kudos. We got Bernadette Grismer, Jason Karpinski, Heidi Garner, Jeffrey Miller, Tracy Donovan, Laura Renard. You see how I'm like trying to lose the Boston accent when I'm calling out these names? Is it happening? Am I getting any success?
I think
with
this
that?
is what happens. I
like try to lose it. It's only half. I should either just go all in.
Whenever you're conscious about it, that's when. But I think it also happens when you raise your voice. You raise your voice, you start to lose the Boston. But when
we're gonna go straight Boston on these.
There we
these next
go.
couple fans. We got Laura Renard, Julian Marlett, Autumn Middleton, Derek Brower, Blake Perry, Hayden Harrell, Franciel Natter, Pedro Ambrose de Moraes, Andre Natter. Hold on, we got two Natters. We got to check on this. 503 and 504. Give me a backstory. This has got to be a husband, wife, or a brother, sister.
I'm looking in our doc that
We also had Michael Flynn, Krista McCarthy, Michelle Thomas, or Mikkel Thomas, Carson Galloway, Mary Gandy, Kyle Weller. I think we've gotten a few of these. Jeffrey Lou, Jeffrey Slater. Yes, we have gotten some of these. David Daheen. That sounds like Maria coming in.
Go, Maria!
Maria, I think
Woo!
I think Maria just used a 4-letter word coming in.
Did she?
They couldn't hear it.
Ooh, you didn't hear it. Oh, love to see the finish. They're probably. Oh, I saw a two-time finisher. Heck yeah!
I saw you said Heidi Garner. She's the artist, right? Who comes to a lot of the events and sells head wraps and things such as and hats.
Awesome.
Yeah, does some really cool art. I'm gonna hang out over by the finish line.
Yeah.
And Scott, keep your phone handy because I'm gonna text you bib numbers as I see them come in.
Perfect.
Because we're getting down to nut cutting time.
Yeah,
I mean, we're talking 10 minutes left.
2:50.
So
we
I
have
have
10 minutes.
I have a friend, my friend Kat. Her husband John is over there, and Kat hit the timing mat at Doe Spring at 2 after the hour.
Ooh, he's gonna have to hustle.
But remember, because knowing from personal experience, that gives her about 5 to 7 minutes of leeway. Hopefully she's pressing, but I'm going to head over by the finish line. And I'm going to give you the numbers as I see them.
Awesome.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, we are in, like Chris said, the last 10 minutes to get those qualifier. These people coming across the finish line now, getting that Western States qualifier by less than 10 minutes. What a moment this is
I
for
will
them.
say-
Kurt Houghton, David Heen, Jeffrey Slater.
This is a huge reason why people sign up for Black Canyon specifically, is because it is that Western States qualifier race. And you might think, oh, Western States, that's 100 miles, shouldn't 100 mile, but this is 100K, and you can qualify for that ticket to enter the lottery and get into Western States one day. Maybe with one ticket, maybe with 256 tickets. You never know. But you have 17 hours to run this race to get that ticket. After 17 hours, you cannot.
Bib 330 just came through. Charlie Gura, you are qualified for Western States. Bib 736, Rhonda Overly, you have just came through. Bib 1038, Florin Nichtian, you are a Western States qualifier. Chris is just rattling these off. They're coming through hot and heavy here. Bib 410, that is Brian Borer. Bib 234 and 233 coming in together. Eric Kalpak and Adam Kalpak. Again, maybe a brother, a couple brothers right there. 3741. In Bib 552, the last one Chris has sent over, that is Lindsay Hellberg. Good news, Lindsay. You have qualified for Western States. Put your ticket in this December. Before December. When's it drawn? It's usually October,
December.
November. It's
Yeah.
drawn the first week of December.
Yep.
We got 8 minutes for those trying to get that Western States qualifier, and Bib 770 just crossed. That is going to be Catherine Armstrong. Catherine, you have got yourself a qualifier. She is from Phoenix, Arizona.
Woo!
7 minutes to spare. Way to get it done.
Just got a little windier up in here.
I told you it was getting colder in here. You were laughing at me. It's getting colder.
You want some more gloves?
No, but when I went to the bathroom, you told me we were going to get us some snacks. All I see is this
Oh,
banana.
my bad.
Let's get them snacks going.
I've got some Monster Trail Mix.
All right.
All right, we've got Monster Trail Mix, and we've got some of those Scandinavian swimmers.
Let's go with the trail mix.
You've got the good snacks over there.
Oh, I do.
You're holding out on the snack town over there.
They're not exactly Costco, but they'll do. The Costco
They'll do.
croissants are. Would you like one? Oh, I think we got some people coming in.
Oh yeah,
There
I
we
can
go.
hear the phone going off.
Maybe the next person we interview, we'll see if they want a croissant. 471, Bib 471. Let's see who we got. That is Mike Grimm, age 63. You have qualified for Western States. Congratulations, Mike Grimm.
Heck yeah.
Mike's hauling from Los Altos Hills, California.
We have someone in the chat from Denver, Colorado. You
Denver.
are up late right now, and we are glad that you are here.
Denver, Colorado. Is it Colorado or is it Colorado?
Colorado. Because it's
Colorado
red.
does love to say it's rad.
It's
Come
rad.
on. I mean, it's a good state. I'm not
It's
gonna
a
lie.
good
I lived
state.
there. I had a house in Colorado for a few years. It was pretty rad, but I still can't call it Colorado. Croissant?
I'll take a croissant.
Let's have a croissant.
How often do you get to be chatting on a live stream eating a croissant at 3 in the morning?
I mean, it's 3 in the morning.
If this ain't living, I don't know what is.
Big dog's got to eat.
Oh my gosh. We've got a whole bunch of stuff happening back here. Who else have coming in?
5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes.
You can tell there are runners that know they are 5 minutes out. They are literally sprinting their way in.
Sprinting is a relative term after 100K. And I will say, me doing, I don't know, a 12-minute mile pace after 100K, that's a good sprint. That's some hustle.
The other landmark at 3 a.m., Table Mesa is closing, is the cutoff. Table Mesa, 3 a.m. cutoff for Wave 1, 3:30 for Wave 2. We just had another finisher come through. Woo! Within 4 minutes. Sit tight, everybody. I'm waiting on that text from Chris, and here it is. Dun, dun, dun. Everyone wants to know. Was it their runner? It was runner 924. That's got to be Stephanie Irving, age 61, out of Trout Lake, Washington. Stephanie, good news.
We have Stephanie Irving in our...
Do we? Stephanie wrote into us.
She did. Stephanie Irving
tell
wrote
everybody
into
all
us.
about Stephanie.
Bib number 924. This is her 5th year running, and she's PR'd every year.
Wow.
And will be 61 this year with the goal to meet or beat her best time of 16:16.
We've got another one coming in.
Got another one.
Hot off the presses. We got 241. Who is Bib 241? Let's take a look. 241.
Do we have them in here?
That's going to be Chad Walrod. Chad was in Wave 1. Unfortunately, that is going to be over unless he somehow started. He was listed as Wave 1.
He could have.
We don't know.
What they say, skedaddled into the second wave.
Hopefully he was late for his start, and he started in Wave 2.
Mm-hmm.
I see headlamps coming.
I hear a woo coming,
yeah,
too.
we hear a woo.
A woo's a good thing.
Woo's good. We like woo.
You can do it.
3 minutes on the
You
clock.
got
He's
this.
jogging it in.
That was a sprint. I would call that a sprint.
I hear someone breathing coming in. There's
Oh,
another one. Oh,
yeah.
yeah. We got 2 coming in.
Oh, this guy. Oh, yeah. That.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, I thought he was going to fall.
Yeah.
He just gave it everything he has.
Bib 277, William Tracy. Billy Tracy, huh? Billy Tracy out of Silver City, New Mexico.
That's a great
Was
name.
a wave 1. Same situation.
Oh.
We hate to see it. A strong finish. Let's not take that.
No,
Still
oh.
a strong finish.
If you're finishing like that, you're doing real good.
Yep. Who else do we have just coming in? That is going to be Bib 419.
I see Chris running towards us.
Bib 419. Bib 419 is Josh Ruby. 90 seconds. Chris is
Warden
yelling
has
at
left
runners,
the
letting
finish
them
line.
know
He is-
they're 90 seconds.
He is
Josh Ruby out of Winnipeg, MB. I know it's Canada, Manitoba. I'm taking a. This could be some. They might be slamming me. I'm calling it Manitoba. Manitoba.
Is that your final
I don't know
answer?
my provinces in Canada too well, but we'll call Manitoba. I'm getting a thumbs up.
I hope the people at home can hear Chris Ward.
He's less. We're less than a minute out right now.
Look at that headlamp.
And it could be one of Chris's friends who was 45 seconds out.
45 seconds to get that Western States qualifier.
We also had Bib 242 come in.
40 seconds. I'm listening. He said go.
Joe
He's right
Schrum.
there.
Joe Schrum out of Hereford, Arizona, age 54. You came in. All right, we have runners coming in under 30 seconds to go. She crosses. I don't have the bib number. Looks like we just had 1 or 2 finishers within 30 seconds of that. Give us a minute. We'll get those bib numbers over to you.
But they have their
We did just have it. Looked like 2
qualifier.
females coming across the line. I couldn't tell if it was runner and pacer. I can't even tell. It's Chris Warden texting in. Hopefully it's a bib number, or he may be telling us that we're cut off here. Not us, but the runner.
Yeah, done.
982.
Who was it? He's coming.
982. You just came in. That's going to be Kimberly Puricelli, age 52. Just making in. Let's hear it with about 27 seconds on the race clock. She got
27
in.
seconds.
Bib 214. That is going to be Lisa Hide, age 59. 23 seconds to spare out of Indianapolis, Indiana, age 59. Congratulations, Lisa Hide. You got your qualifier.
I was standing at the finish line with Scott Rokas, and I looked down and I was like, we've got 2 minutes left. I think we're done. And Scott goes, yeah. And then I looked and I saw there were 2 down in that little.
Yeah.
So I ran over.
Oh, we saw it. We heard
and I realized when I got over there, I said, just 90 seconds. You could hear me
yeah.
counting it down. I'm like screaming at them, and all of a sudden you could hear everybody.
Oh, such a cool moment.
Oh, that's, having been there and, knowing what it's like that when every second counts. One of the women came in and she's like, I just fell twice, in the last couple miles. The other woman had a bloody nose,
wow.
Full send.
Let's get them in here for an interview after they catch their breath and
I'll
get a
see if,
snack and all that.
I'll see if I can grab one or both of them.
Because they're both
Yeah,
over
have them get a
50
snack,
too.
catch their breath, and bring them on in.
They're both over 50, and I think that just speaks volumes to the ultra community. Like,
It is one of the awesome things about this sport. You can this doesn't matter your age. Come on
Sure
out
don't.
and play with us.
Yep.
Sometimes we bite. That's all right though.
I'm looking at you. If you
I'm
can't
eating
tell,
croissants.
we're eating croissants right now.
Croissants. We're currently. I'm gonna finish what's in my mouth before I comment.
Okay. I'm just gonna get a video.
I believe if any viewers have been watching the live stream from the start, could you let us know 2 croissants consumed by Callie and Scott at the moment? Is this currently leading the croissant count for commentators? I think we are.
I think we are.
No one else is eating croissants.
Ooh, oh, someone's running in right now. I'm so sorry. Oh, that was a lot of excitement. Within 2 minutes. Also, how are your toes right now? Because I can't feel mine. Mine are a little frozen.
That's cold.
Okay. Did you put two pairs of socks on?
1 pair of socks.
Oh my God! I told
3
you
pairs of
two.
pants.
You have 3 pairs of pants on.
Currently wearing 3 pairs of pants.
How do you even wear 3
Like
pairs
a
of
tights,
pants? Oh.
and then a jogging pant, and then
All right, that's
like
fair.
a pant.
That's fair.
All right, where are we at on these finishers? Who did we have come in? We had, I don't know if we called Rod Horn yet. Rod Horn, I believe, just came across that line, yes, at 3:03. Rod was in wave 1, age 57, out of Flagstaff. Congratulations, Rod.
Whew.
A lot of excitement.
A lot of excitement.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there's people out there too, because I know we're talking a lot about like Western states and
Golf clap.
Golf clap.
Golf clap for everyone that got in under that qualifier.
We appreciate you. Proud of you. Proud of you. Getting it done.
Mm-hmm.
Because I also wonder if there are people out there who are like that doesn't appeal to me.
100%.
I just want to do this race and finish. And if they finish under 17, great. If they don't, great.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm thinking just back to my experience in 2022. I think I was in that camp. But I think I was in that camp more so because, like, I was honestly right out of a medical boot. But I also was very new to trail running 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Had just moved to Arizona. Was still getting used to what it's like to hop and skip over rocks and whatnot. And so just finishing, that was the goal for me.
That looks like it was David Dickinson coming across that finish line out of Aliso Viejo, California. Good job, David.
So I'm trying to catch my breath here.
You were sprinting.
Well,
What?
it's either that or dinner. So
That's true.
those are things that'll get me moving. But I got a chance to catch up with our final 3 finishers. One guy, 2 women that all finished within like 90 seconds of the end game, and one of them he'll be coming over here in a few minutes, and he started to tell me his story about how this is his redemption run for Western States last year. So,
Wow.
So well, you're on your way back.
Heck yeah.
So we'll talk with him. That was Joe Schmall. who
Joe
mentioned
Schmall.
that. And I talked to a couple final finishers, and I think that if they're able to compose themselves and kind of get their feet back below them, they might be willing to come over and hang out on the couch with us for a little bit.
We'd love to have them.
It's warm over.
I
Warmer.
mean, obviously the race is not over.
Oh, no.
We still got a ways to go, but that for some people, and for instance, when I've run this race, that was the drop dead point. Like I had to be there by then.
100%.
Oh, by the way, my friend's wife, she made it with about 7.5 minutes.
Oh, nice.
So
Wow.
she actually
Right on
came
your
in-
timetable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Tried, tested, and true way to get your money's worth and still come in under the gun.
We might need to put you out at Doe Springs next year around 1 hour from the cut. You can tell people, you got to hurry. You got a little bit of time. You got to move.
Like,
I can tell who can hang, who's got to go.
and I mean, heading over to the edge there, and I'll be honest, I didn't like their chances.
Yeah.
I really,
Yeah.
I still wanted to try and get them to give it a shot. And maybe it helped, maybe it didn't, but at least they were fully aware of what our clock said.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it helped. Them telling
So
you, hey,
you got 90 seconds, 60 seconds, 45.
That's just another way of saying to someone, there's hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? That
Keep going, push. Yep.
If that helped give them, some hope to finish this story the way they wanted it to go, then
Right, because you never know. Maybe in their mind they were thinking it's done. Like
maybe
it's
their
already
watch read
over.
something different.
That's also
know,
true
that's
too.
Yeah, exactly.
all
You
sorts
never
of
know.
variables, and in that case, seconds mattered.
Oh yeah.
5 seconds, huge difference.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's just talk about. Just I feel like the theme of this year is just a roller coaster of emotions, in all aspects, from the start to the finish. Doesn't matter where you are in the race. We've all went on that roller coaster today.
Absolutely. And in between this finish line and Doe Springs is Callie's friend Heather Knupp, who Callie just went out to crew at the Coldwater Rumble. Heather
Yep.
is getting ready for Sedona 125
Yep.
as well.
She sure is.
Coming in from Tucson, Heather Knupp. She's still a little ways out, but she's past Doe Springs.
The story of how her and I found out about each other is me just putting out a post into the world saying, hey, I'm going after this FKT here in Arizona, the Maricopa Trail. It's about 240 something miles. And I had a flood of people reach out saying, I want to help. How can I take part of this to help you get to the finish and help you get that FKT? And Heather was one of the people who reached out and was willing to be in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night, freezing, but in a unicorn onesie, there to give me my Chipotle burrito, refill my bladder, and get me on my way again. So she was out there. And I think that just speaks so true to the ultra and trail community, how given we all are and how much we want to see everybody make it to the finish and reach their goals. And Heather sounds like she's about to reach her goal too. She's also doing the 60K tomorrow? Today?
Is she?
I think
I don't
so.
know.
I think she's also doing the 60K.
Oh yeah, she's in the 100-mile challenge.
Yep.
Oh yeah, she's in.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yep. She'll be coming in. What do we
Finish
say?
Finish it up. Get right back to the start.
Right back
Let's
out
do
there.
it again.
Just whoop.
Circle it up.
Circle it up.
Rep 2.
Yep.
It's like a workout. You just finish rep 1, get back to the start. Rep 2.
I don't wanna.
I don't want to either.
I don't wanna.
Heather's gonna.
Heather's going to. Woo. We got a
Yeah,
couple.
we still have a few, maybe looks like 9 or 10 runners in the 100-mile challenge that are still out there making their way to us.
Woo.
We've had about almost 29 finishers so far of the 100-mile challenge. 29 have finished the 100K so far. Just waiting for that start tomorrow.
Oh.
Yep.
That's rough.
One of them is Jordy Throw.
One of them is Jordy Throw.
Really?
Jordy Throw is currently right behind Heather Knupp. A minute behind at the at Doe
Is this
Spring.
Jordy's first 100-mile challenge for Black Canyon or no?
I'm not sure. I mean, he's done a lot of long stuff.
He's done a lot.
I think he's
tons.
multiple javelinas,
Yeah.
but I don't know if he's done this before.
Jordy, when you finish, you'll have to let us know. What you looking at? We could share another one of our runner stories that was shared to us. Let's see here.
When I go here, I know there's a setting that allows you to see whoever or you can let me know how you do it. I think what's happening is I'll miss some finishers because I'm just hanging out here and seeing who finishes. But I think what happens is if you're in wave 2.
I can't even see on my laptop.
Former RD, and you have access to things that I don't. Because what you're looking at is
When I saw
some
his
serious
screen, I was
back
like,
channel stuff.
He's seeing.
Pull yours up.
You're seeing the ins and outs of things. That's
Yeah,
why when I was
I'm-
calling finishers, I'm like, wait, how do you know this?
I'm using the
Air
the
Rifle Live.
live.airriflerunning.com.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, well, let's see what that is. Because I did see a few people come across the line. I didn't see their name, so I think because they were in wave 2, their gun or their chip time is 30 minutes faster than than obviously wave 1.
It's possible. I know that, when you're dealing with 1,000 runners, as Andy was, there are potential for things to get a little bit sideways. But yeah, I'm not sure as far as the stuff you have access to.
All right, I got it. Do we? David Dickinson, I believe I called him already. Did I? Dave Dickinson, 36 years old, finished at 3:04. If I didn't already call him, Dave Dickinson, congratulations.
You did it. You did the damn thing.
You did the dang thing.
All right.
Let's give a shout out back to those sponsors, Cal. Who do we got? Who's on the board? We got HOKA.
We've got HOKA.
Who else we got? We got
Do
Tannery.
you want to talk? Do we? We got Tannery?
We got Tannery. Providing everyone with
little
those
sun protection.
Little sun protection.
That's important in the desert.
We got Satisfy.
We've got Satisfy.
Satisfy running.
Heard they put on quite a show at the Bumblebee aid station this year.
They're out at Bumblebee. They also come out to Cocodona.
Yep.
Put on over at the put on quite a show at one of the aid stations there as well. I'm drawing a blank on which one it was. We got Best Day Brewing.
Have you had one of their beers before?
I have not.
Do we have any here?
That's a good question. Can we sample some of the Best Day Brewing?
We would like to know.
Do we have any of their beers here?
We're already wearing the HOKA shoes.
Yeah, just give us the beers. We'll do a whole review right now on them.
I got a mug.
I
just
don't
ready
I'll
to
take
go.
It from the can. Best Day Brewing. Let's get Best Day Brewing non-alcoholic craft beer.
Ooh. See, that's where the name comes from. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'd still like to try one.
Yeah. Hi. Scott Rokas, everybody.
Oh, okay. I
The
couldn't see.
famous and legendary photographer who loves to go, who somehow finds himself at the coldest races around voluntarily. I don't. Nope.
Oh, God. Yeah?
No way.
Wow.
So we just heard the Arrowhead,
135.
which is
Run,
just
ski,
notorious.
or bike, I believe, in that event.
Yeah, -30, -40
Minnesota,
typically
right?
race in Minnesota. Just aggressively cold race. You're saying was about the same weather. Maybe not weather. Same temperatures. Oh. So, if you
And our other sponsor, Squirrel Nut Butter.
Hey, that's
They're out here
important.
with us at every event. Squirrel Nut Butter for all your lubing needs. Squirrel Nut Butter.
Did you lube up
No.
before?
I'm not gonna.
We're just gonna stop it
For
right there.
all of your running lubing needs, Squirrel Nut Butter.
It's important. That's important. There are a lot of things
Your
that are important
endurance
to runners.
sport needs.
Woo! I like the enthusiasm out there. All right, we've got another story. Have we called? Is it Relika McNulty?
We haven't called her yet.
All right, bib 1113. She is here actually with her friend Ashley, who is bib 206, who convinced her to upgrade from the 60K to her first 100K. So
That's a good friend.
Yeah.
That's a good friend.
I mean, who else has that friend that loves to convince them into bad ideas, right?
Yep.
That's a good friend. She said the reason that she signed up for the race in the first place is to see the cacti. We got another cacti lover out there.
People
I
love
agree.
these cacti.
They're so cool.
They're
They never get old either.
Yeah, they do when they get on you.
And
When they get on you, you go into them, they get old quick.
Yeah, we don't like that. We don't like when they get on
ain't
you.
liking that at all.
And she currently lives in Vancouver, Canada, but originally is from Estonia, and has never seen cacti so big as these big boys out here. And back in September 2022, she actually had this serious fall, breaking her ankle in 2 places, had to be rescued off a mountain.
Good Lord.
Then did her first ultra last September, and now her first 100K. So
Let's get her across
talk
that
about
finish line.
perseverance. Heck yeah.
Let's see. We just had another finisher. That's Donald Collins, age 41. Woo. Donald, huge shout out to you. You are a Black Canyon 100K finisher. If you're cheering for Donald at home and have some information you want to share about him, let us know. Donald Collins, everybody, coming from Bump Ass, Virginia.
What's it called?
I'm just reading out screen. It's called Bump Ass. Bump Ass, Virginia.
Boom. I'm going to do a quick Google
Not sure if
search
I have
on
the
how to-
phonetics right. The spelling is called Bump Ass, Virginia.
I'm looking this up.
Anybody from Bump Ass, Virginia, give us the phonetics in the chat. We'd appreciate it.
Okay. It's pronounced Bumpus.
I mean, who is that? That's Bib. 9.
Moving on.
9. It looked like it was 931. Let's see. We had another finisher come across that line.
I did hear some woos out there.
Yep. Let's let the site update.
So what are we looking at? About 3 hours left for people to get across this finish line.
Yep.
3 hours. And, you know, when it's cold like this in the night and you've been moving all day, all night, the idea of moving for another 3 hours to get however many miles you have
Forget
to go,
about it.
to get however many miles to the finish line can feel so daunting. I mean, I've got a 2-hour run on the schedule tomorrow. That already sounds daunting. So for someone having to go out there for an additional 3 hours, oh, we got another one coming in.
We got a couple more coming in.
That's the kind of mental strength that you're going to find at these races.
I'd also like to cue you up. Jeffrey Schofield coming in. Ooh. I know we got some deets on him.
We
he
do
gave
have
us the beta.
We do have some deets.
Jeffrey Schofield, maybe 2 or 3 runners away from coming in.
So
Bib
finished.
981.
Oh, sad story.
Ooh.
Finished last year in 17:55. So just missed the Western States qualifying time to get the ticket. So this year's goal is sub 17. Which would put him at 2:30 if he started in wave 1. Jeff said he's always been the bigger dude in his group, but after finding the ultra community, he realized that it truly is the best. I'm sorry, Jeff, you did not get your Western States qualifying time, but we just saw you cross the finish line.
He hasn't crossed the finish line.
He's going to cross the finish line. He's coming in.
2 or 3 runners away.
You got me excited. So he's coming.
He's coming.
He's on his way.
If you're at home waiting for Jeff to come, he's coming.
He's on his way.
That's all we can tell you. He's coming. Whoo! Wouldn't you know?
What?
3:20 in the morning here.
What would you normally be doing at 3:20 in the morning?
I would obviously be sleeping.
Yeah, I'd be sleeping.
I'm pretty sure
I'd be 2.5 hours from waking up, probably.
I'm about 6 hours from waking up.
What? You waking up at 9:30? What?
All right, we had Amber Christofferson. Amber Christofferson.
No, we don't have that.
Let me see if I can get you some info on Amber. Amber Christofferson, 42 years old, coming out of. Are you ready for it?
Oh, I can't even imagine. I'm ready for this.
Cambridge, Massachusetts. Very close.
Your people.
Very close to my childhood home.
Bastin.
Amber Christofferson, probably running with TARC, Trail Animals Running Club out of New England.
Ooh, can we get someone to confirm this?
Yeah, if we have any TARC members in the chat right now, let us know. Or if you are friends with Amber Christofferson, let us know. Is she running with TARC? She's from Cambridge. Bring her in here. We'll get that Boston accent just echoing back and forth.
Wait, does it? Okay, so I've lived in multiple parts of the country, born and raised in the South, lived in Chicago for 10 years. So I have this weird mix of a Southern accent plus a little bit of Chicago. When you talk to people who are from where you're from, does your accent, what's going on? Does your accent just like amplify? Is it on steroids? Does it just?
I think it just comes. Mine is usually out. Usually if I'm doing something like this, I'm trying to lose it. But you know, if we're at home.
You're trying to lose your accent?
I don't know. No one wants to hear that.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
That's
Trust
your
me.
That's your signature.
Boston is the #2 best accent in the world.
No way.
Number one Best
Australia?
accent? Any other accent.
I gotta
Literally
go.
any other accent.
Out of here.
You're out?
No, I'm sticking around.
All right. Yeah. Stick around. All right. 3:22
How
local
long
time.
you been holding out on that joke?
What joke? I'm just going. You know what I mean? You know me.
Yeah. Goodness.
All right. If you're in the chat, just
We
give us
got
a
two
comment.
people in the chat.
Tony Pacheco still in the chat. We love you, Tony. Love you.
Stay with us.
Stay with us, brother. If you've got a runner coming in, I sure as heck hope you're watching this chat. And if you are, drop us a line. Give us something funny to embarrass your runner about. They're about to cross the line. Give us something that they would be okay with you sharing, because we're going to share it publicly. Give us something. Help us out here. We're all on the same team.
Wait.
What are we waiting on?
Wait.
Hold on. Bib, I'm pretty sure Keely Milner already came in. I hope we mentioned her. Bib 1152. She was running with her friend Sean Parsons, Bib 1153. I believe they came in a few hours ago. We were probably too busy just gabbing it up that we missed them come in. But
What Scott likes to consider doinking around.
yep, doinking the doink. Kelly. Nope. Don't even know what I'm talking about here. Who do we got?
I'm posting a link in the Instagram right now so that people can see where to go to join this chat and have a little conversation with us at 3:20 in the morning. However, if it's East Coast, that means 5:20 in the morning. So us runners are maybe getting up for the day already. People
Keely
across
finished 3 hours ago.
Oh, good
We're
job.
on the ball.
Good
Yeah,
job, Keely.
You know, we're on the ball.
We were a bit. Hey,
Basically
we were
right there.
we
Better
were-
late
yeah,
than never.
That's true. Anywho,
Anywho. Again, we got some. Jan Rice still here. We love you, Jan.
Woo!
Jan is crewing Andre. Andre, just so you know, it's
Where's
been
he
cold
at?
out there. You're gonna have some crewing duties in your future.
Mhm.
You're owed. That's how it works.
Oh gosh, that means I'm gonna owe you big time after Cocodona this year.
Yeah, you are.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
For those in the chat, let's get. So if you crew a 3-day event, does that mean that the person you crew then has to crew you for 3 one-day events?
Or is it like event for event?
Kim Maldonado. Maldonado. Kim's saying hi. Hey, Kim.
Hey, Kim.
Kim, who you looking for? Who are you cheering on? There's got to be a reason you're awake at 3:25 a.m.
That's a good point.
Let us know. And again, if you missed it, the next event coming up in the World Trail Majors in 2 weeks, Trans Gran Canaria. Going to be another stacked, stout field. We don't know if the commentators are going to be quite as good as the two that are on right now. But they have a good team.
On that note,
They might fly us over there. If you need late night commentators for Trans Gran Canaria, give us a call. We'll talk about it. We can't guarantee
on that
it.
note, I would just like to say, all day, and when I say today, I mean Saturday, all day today, we had the live stream going. We were following along. We were, getting an idea of what's going on throughout the race because we were back at home. We weren't actually here. And there were some big shoes to follow.
Oh, my goodness.
Are you kidding me?
The best in the
Corinne
business. Corinne's one of the
nails
best
it
in
every
the
time.
business.
Nails it every time.
Yep.
And I would just like to say that it
Corinne.
is an honor to follow up
Corinne.
on their performance today.
Katie. Chris. AJW.
Oh my goodness. Just legend after
Brett.
legend.
Right?
Truly an honor.
Here we are just hacking it away now, huh?
Who's hacking?
It went from a professional.
Oh, hey now.
I think
Jan
it should be.
Rye.
Yep, I'm with Jan. I am with Jan. Me and Jan are going to start a movement hour for hour. Jan, I know, has also crewed at Cocodona. Andre does some pretty long events. Me and Jan are going to start a petition for all those long course races, hour for hour. We're road the crewing. What do you think about that, Callie? Nah, that ain't how it works.
I'm
with you,
I'm
Jan.
vetoing this right away. Right away.
Kim Maldonado ran her first Ragnar with Andre Lee.
Oh, look at this.
All right, we got Ruth Taylor, moms in New Jersey waiting for first-time ultras. Anna Sevi, Chris Mutterer from New York City, estimated at 18.
Bib 688 and 687.
Estimated at 18. Any idea?
What would that be? 4?
What would that be?
Or
18.
4 or 430?
What are you talking? Oh,
18.
18.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
I gotcha.
All right. Well,
Oh, we've got some people coming in.
we got people coming in. Who was that, Cal?
You tell me.
You tell me. I asked you first.
I don't know.
All right.
Okay.
Let's take a stroll down memory lane down here. Let's see who we got.
Oh, mine.
We got Anna Sevi. Is that who we were just looking for? And Chris Mutterer. They just finished.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. Let's go back to that.
Yep.
Finishing around Ruth. There are your people. You're waiting for them. You asked. There they are. I mean,
Bada bing, bada boom. We just answer requests.
we just
left
like
and
right now. If you're waiting for your runner, call it out. We'll bring them in right now.
We'll go.
We
get
can
them.
just go get them. And boom.
We're gonna just whoop get them
Yep.
in.
Who you want?
It'll be here in 2 seconds.
Who do you want?
Tell us.
Tell us.
We'll get 'em.
You saw what we just did.
On a little red carpet too.
It's the magic we got. Ain't no other commentators can pull in people like that.
I don't. They might. I don't know.
I didn't see it.
Okay.
That was magic.
That
was
was-
David Blaine. Copperfield.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll go with Copperfield.
Okay. Keep it classic.
Keeping it classic.
Oh, yep. Ruth just saw.
Well,
Love it. Ooh.
we will continue
Heard
here until we
someone.
see the New York finish. Oh, don't leave us now, Tony. Don't leave us now.
Don't you go.
That's Anna and Chris. Yep, we got them. Thanks. Of course, Ruth.
We do what we can.
We brought them in for you, Ruth. You can tell Anna and Chris, we basically paced them into the finish from here.
Hey.
We basically paced them in from the studio.
No.
We sent them the vibes. All right. We didn't.
No, we apologize for that.
Hands above the head. We got a finisher.
Woo! That's
We-
a good feeling right there.
Yep. Couldn't see the bib because their jacket's over it, but
That's
let's
all right.
see. Let's see. Give us a minute.
We never talked about this one right here.
Who? Barbara Dow. Wow. Barbara Dow gave us. This was the handwritten card Chris was talking about earlier. Barbara Dow.
Yep.
I really hope she finishes this, Barb. This is her first 100K. Small business owner, and her husband.
Very supportive.
Very supportive.
Very
this,
supportive of
this
all
guy.
of her training and the hours.
Oh
that she
my God,
spends.
Mr. Dow. Barb wants to tell you, she can't thank you enough.
Can't thank you enough.
She's had over 50 years of continuous running in her life. I believe
And
she's
that's
62.
Something to celebrate.
Yep.
Right there.
It is.
You know, we
Miss-
all hope to be doing that. Well, I hope to be doing this for as long as I can.
Yep.
Barb, you're our inspiration.
Yep. Mr. Dow, you're a lucky guy. Let us give you an update. Let's take a look. Where's Barb at?
We're gonna find you, Barb. We're gonna bring you in.
Barb Dow, unfortunately, had
We're not
to
gonna bring
exit the race early. We're sorry to hear that, Barb.
Hey,
Hey,
you're gonna get
it takes
next
courage
time.
to try. She
Sure
came out
does.
here. She ran through the mud.
Hardest part is getting to that start line.
Hardest part is even signing up. You got to have the
That is-
courage to sign up.
That takes a lot. Takes a lot to do.
We'll see you next year, Barb. We ain't letting you get away that easy. You're coming back next year. You're getting that finish.
Yep. Let's see here.
Yeah, Barb, I believe, was running with her friend Trisha Brooks.
I was just gonna say with Trish Brooks.
So
did
Trish and
9:10.
Barb, both Peoria, Arizona. We hope we see Barb and Trisha coming back next year. Really do. I
Yep.
know they can get that finish.
Yep.
We'll
First
see you next year.
100K was last year.
Yep.
Ran the 60K actually for her 60th birthday, and now she was doing the 100K and it's her for her 61st birthday in 6 days. Still, that
Yep. They'll be back.
coming here was still something to celebrate.
Yep. They'll
Celebrate
be
that
back.
birthday next Friday or Saturday.
Who else do we got in there, Cal? Who else gave you some juicy tidbits?
Ooh, I got a lot. We've got Ariel Ruizo Trumbull. She's a nurse in the OR, which I can't even imagine the things that you've seen. So perfect mental training for ultras. She started running because volleyball wasn't for her. She dabbled in some cross country, then road running, and now she's back on trails. And she is chasing her third Western States qualifier and wants to, your favorite words, send it.
Yes.
She's sending it.
Send
I also
it, she will.
Shamefully did some snooping on her Instagram and noticed an aid station pit stop that she made at one of her races to grab Funyuns. I can't tell you the last time that I've had Funyuns, but I used to be a big fan back in my middle school days. Loved a good Funyun.
Did you say she grabbed it from the aid
Yeah.
station? That's a bold choice. I
Yeah.
can't imagine having onions in my breath for 12
But
hours. Huh?
Funyuns are so good.
They do taste good. I'm not gonna lie.
They're fun onions.
They are fun onions.
They're Funyuns.
It's probably how they came up with the name Funyun. It's a fun onion.
We just invented Funyuns.
We have Emily Donlevy coming in, Bib 85 from Auburn, California. Western States Robinson Flat volunteer coming in. She is left Doe Springs. She's on the way here any minute. John is at home watching, or he's somewhere in the stream cheering her on.
Woo! Chris, welcome back.
Thank you.
Good to have you back. How is it out there?
It's intense.
Yeah.
You know, I had a bit of a moment there, you know, watching and screaming and yelling, you know, for those sub 17 shots, as if they were my own, simply because I've been there. You know, I
absolutely
kind of rehashing what went through my mind there, but it was super inspiring to see see those last few runners get the job done, because I know how tough it is. And the thing about it is that if you miss out by a narrow margin on 100K in a certain amount of time, whether it be 17 hours, 16 hours, what have you, if that was your goal, then to be all for naught by a simple couple of minutes.
Oh, devastating.
You begin to second guess and think, what if I had just hustled a little bit more out of that aid station? You know, I didn't want these people to feel like they had missed it by, a minute or two. It's the closest thing I can think of is like when you're at an Ironman and there's the swim and you see those swimmers coming in.
That transition.
Their day comes, but like even before the transition, they have whatever it is, 2 hours and 20 minutes, I think it is, to finish that section. And if they don't finish it, their day is done right there. And you seeing that and watching those last few swimmers and, trying to eyeball whether or not they've got, the ability to cover that last few meters and the amount of time remaining, that's what it feels like out there. Obviously, if these runners don't finish in under 17 hours, their day doesn't end. They have until 20 to finish. But for a lot of them, their intent, like what they came here to do, is now no longer a thing. And I, again, speaking from personal experience, to burn a year in that chase for Western States, I'm getting older and I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I figure I got one, maybe two chances at finishing that race in my lifetime if the marbles and ping pong balls start bouncing my way.
Sure.
Now at year 6 they have not.
Yeah.
But at the same time, say if I were to get in another year or two, but The problem is you got to get in.
You got to get in.
You know,
That's
and
the hard
so
part.
I have to run those qualifiers, and these runners have to run those qualifiers. It's a big deal. It's, you know, like you said earlier, Scott, this is the largest single source of Western States lottery applicants on the planet. And there's a reason for it. It's an accessible race. It's doable. If you put together a solid plan, if you're mindful of where you're at and don't overdo things in the first half, you can finish this race in 17 hours if things go well. I don't care who you are. It just, you've got to execute, you know, on a very critical level. But again, you know, you don't have to be a rock star to do it. You don't have to be a rock star to finish Western States necessarily. I know people who have, you know, basically aggressively power hiked the entire thing to a finish. It's been done. But, but you have to plan, and you have to follow that plan. And these last few runners that who got in under the wire, you know, whatever plan they had might have gone sideways, but they executed when it mattered the most.
Plan A or Plan B or Plan C. Yeah.
I think some of these were on Plan Y at this point,
Yeah.
but they got there. So,
Creating plans on the go. Yep.
but yeah, I wanted to say, you know, also that it's been an absolute pleasure hanging out with you two tonight.
Nice.
I didn't know what to expect, other than the fact that I expected that we were going to have a lot of fun and that I was going to laugh. And frankly, like, I can't even imagine like what is to come when you guys come and hang out with us. Like, this has to be a thing, you know, like you guys
glad
are
to
just
do it.
Absolutely.
I mean, is this what dinner is like?
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically.
Dinner
Sitting on the
after
couch.
a run, coming back from a trailhead.
Shooting reels.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic. I am gonna, you know, make sure that those who didn't tune in now, like, come back later and watch. I'm sure you're going to be able to, you know, splice and dice, you know, some of the finer moments. Golf clap. You know, teaching people to cheer at a very at 3 a.m. in an
subdued
apartment
volume level.
Can't be too loud.
Yeah,
Wake the
and
neighbors.
you know, several of these discussions had me just like losing my concentration in what I was doing. So,
Same.
kudos to the two of you for you know, driving the car and you know, doing a great job. I might fall asleep before all is said and done, but I'll definitely be going back to watch what is in store for the rest of the night, and
man.
I'm going to make sure that
We'll keep it classy.
well, yeah, as
We've
classy,
already gone past that point.
as classy as it's been so far, right?
Hey, we bring class to.
You see these coats?
Did you? We bring some class.
Like Joe Namath in this thing right here, right?
Well, again, thank you very much, guys. Like, you know, for your
Absolutely.
you know, quote
Thanks for
live
having
stream
us.
debut, you straight crushed it, and
Heck yeah.
I look forward to hanging
been
with you
fun.
guys again doing this. So
Thanks for
Love
giving
it.
us the wheel to even see what we could do with it, you know?
all right, well, we'll talk soon, guys.
Heck yeah.
Thanks, Chris. We had a few finishers. I see two came through. We have Lorena Van Rain. Lorena coming to us from Sacramento, California. We had Graham Bayer. Graham Bayer coming for us from Ottawa, Ontario. A lot of Canadians coming down for this one, huh?
I hope y'all weren't disappointed in the weather.
Yeah, they came out.
apologize.
They're like, we've been freezing
I
like the last 2-3 months. We gotta go to
apologize.
Arizona.
We're gonna go.
We're gonna go down. We're gonna bake.
We're gonna get a nice Airbnb
70.
with a pool.
Yep. Sunburns. We'll just
Yeah.
get wicked sunburns.
Wicked
they came down
sunburn.
here. They're like, I can't wait to get back to Canada.
It's way better up
Get
there.
me out of here. This state is cold. I don't know I don't know how these cactus are staying alive.
I saw snow on cactus.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Again,
No.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
All right.
I know we had a few more. Here's someone crossing now. Who do we got? You know who that is? That's Marina Opatakowski. You know Marina Opatakowski?
Do I? Wait, do I?
Marina comes from New York, New York.
New York.
New York, New York. She's like, hey, let me go get a coffee.
All right, I should not be singing
I'll
on
get a
this live
coffee.
stream. You got a coffee?
Yeah, I think Marina. She's like, hey, let me get a coffee.
I could take a coffee.
She's
I mean,
going
we're
to
out.
Jersey. Get a coffee.
She's in New York, though.
She's in New York, New York.
So you don't need to go to Jersey.
She's got to get the coffee.
Okay. Have we had any more of our llama squad come in?
Oh, God. We might have missed the llama squad.
We've got.
They'll be kicking and screaming at us.
All right.
just
You
like
want
llamas
to do a bib? You want to do a bib check?
Let's do a rundown of all the names we got.
We've got a couple.
You give me the numbers. I'll go through the timesheet here, and I'll see where they at.
All right.
Who you
We've got Andrea 563.
I thought we already called that one.
Oh, did we?
563. Andrea. Oh, yeah. You kidding me?
Okay.
149.
All right.
149. Llama Squad.
How about Mike 564?
Oh, that 563. They're probably taking. Mike, 149. Right with them.
Woo! Nice. Okay, we've got Dan 565.
Dan Danucci. Danny Danucci.
Oh, Dan finished.
Danny Danucci. 128.
Nice.
So far, the Llama Squad's
They're doing
batting
good.
1,000.
We've got Chris 579.
I'll tell you what, if the Llama Squad goes everyone finishes, we're gonna have to find out what's in
What's in the Llama Squad?
Yeah.
We've
We
got
got him coming in. Chris Victor not in. He's at
Chris.
Doe Springs. Llama Squad. Get together. Get everyone together wherever you're watching.
got a llama.
We got a llama coming in soon.
We need to get that llama in.
We got to get that llama
There's a
in.
bunch of headlamps, waist lamps coming in. Might be a llama back there.
Someone saying these guys had me at bump ass. They're doing a
It's
throwback.
Bumpus.
Bumpus.
We discovered that it's Bumpus, Virginia, not Bump Ass. If you ever come across that town and you're like, how did they pronounce that? It's Bumpus.
We got some more finishers. Let's see if we can
Ooh,
grab
we
some
got a ton.
bibs here. Let's see what we got. Who do we got?
You tell me. My toes are frozen.
I don't got them.
They gone.
I believe a little, because there's people in wave 1 and wave 2. So when those wave 2 finishers finish, the 946, 936, we had 936, Mr. That's Mr. Brian Rogers. Brian Rogers, you just finished the Black Canyon 100K.
We are proud of you.
We are very proud of you.
Picked a challenging year to run this race.
Yep. You're also 68 years old from Austin, Texas. Brian Rogers, 68.
Brian Rogers, 68.
Ooh, the lolly.
One of the hardest, I will say, starts to this year.
Great job, Brian.
And got it done. Got it done.
Yeah. Good job, Brian.
I'm not gonna lie, snow is not my forte. It got me at Western States this past year. Had I seen that in the forecast for Black Canyon this year, I don't know if I probably would. I probably would have just continued on with it and just did like everyone
Power
else.
through.
You just power through.
Power through.
Just send it through the snow.
That's all we're doing in this life. Just power through.
Power through.
Just getting it done.
Just send it.
Just come on. Let's get through this thing.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, who else? Let's see. Let's make sure we don't forget anyone. Unfortunately, Bib 440 Tyler had to call it early. He wrote us in. He's getting ready for Sedona Canyons 125.
Did Heather Knupp ever come through?
Oh, boy.
That's not Heather.
We may have missed
We
Heather.
have someone who just came in, though.
There's a lot of moving parts trying to keep track of everyone.
Yeah, I appreciate you doing
You know, 100K finish, estimated 1835.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Soon.
Heather's coming in. 8-5. I think we're getting boots on the ground are telling us that number 8-5 is finishing. Let's take a look. 8-5.
Woo!
I don't know. That is Emily Donlevy coming in. Like I said, just I believe her partner's in the chat.
Yep.
Emily is a Western States volunteer. Here she is at 27, getting this 100K done. Her future in this sport is very bright.
Yep. She is from Auburn, California.
Ooh.
Robinson Flat is a heck of an aid station, so thank you, Emily, for being a volunteer there.
Thank you, Emily.
You doing the work.
Yep.
You doing the work.
We got Nesrin Senbi coming in. Maybe just arrived. Let's see.
Let's do a little check on that one.
Discount double check.
Discount double check. You can never check too many times, you know? You might be able to check too many times.
Nope. Nesrin's still at Doe Springs. Not still at
All
Doe
right.
Springs. Left Doe Springs. Somewhere in between Doe Springs in this
Soon.
finish line.
Very, very, very soon.
Yep.
I see some headlamps coming in.
Could be her.
They're coming in hot at this hour,
Coming in hot and heavy.
which is good because it's cold. Oh, we got some people coming.
Let me give you an update on let's see. So Table Mesa 3 and 3:30. Table Mesa has officially closed. If your runner has not made it to Table Mesa, unfortunately they have missed the cutoff. We have one more cutoff before the finish line. That's going to be Doe Spring. Doe Spring is going to have a cutoff of 5:30 a.m. for wave 1 and
584 just came through.
5:30 and 6. 584 just came. 584 and 286. Mark Grabowski from Winnetka, Illinois. Or is it Illinois?
It's Illinois. No
And
way.
what was the other bib? 286? 286. That was Nesrin. Nesrin Senbul just came in. Who is that? That's Tony Pacheco's. Tony Pacheco, Nesrin's in. There we go.
There you go. Nesrin has made it. We're proud
Nesrin's
of
made
ya.
it. Very proud of her. Nesrin coming in from Philadelphia, PA. Curious if potentially she's running with the Why We Run crew, which has a Thursday night meetup.
Do they?
They do. Rachel Bambrick
Yes.
leading the storm there. Rachel is also is hosting a 3 or 4 part series, Women in Ultra Running. She's trying to get more women runners in the sport of ultra running. So if you are in the Philadelphia area, look up Rachel, look up her program, Women in Ultra Running, and if you are getting new to this sport, go join that group. I believe they have a technical trail session coming up and also a night session. So
Ooh, challenging.
yeah, maybe some situations where maybe you're a little nervous to go out on your own. This way you go out with a whole group.
Definitely needed. You know, maybe you don't feel safe doing something like this by yourself, but you're with a group of people. Just makes it way more accessible. Love that.
Yep. Shout out to Rachel Bambrick and to everyone in this sport trying to grow its numbers, getting more women in the sport, and also bringing more diversity into our sport.
We love that. We're all for it.
We love it.
We love it.
This sport's big enough for everybody.
Everybody.
Come on in.
Whoever wants in, you win.
Whoever wants it, come on in.
We want you here.
We want you.
Come on in.
Mm-hmm. You come to our group run, we're even giving you free coffee and donuts.
Hey.
You're actually getting paid to come in. You
What?
Come on. We're not paid. Are you getting paid? Donuts and coffee.
Okay.
That's not bad.
I mean, that's not bad. That's a nice benefit. It's a nice little perk, if you will. Not the coffee.
We'll run for donuts. The
Yeah.
perk, not the coffee.
That was like 10 seconds later.
Wow.
That's all right. It's 4 in the morning. Yeah. I'm listening to the finish line conversation.
We had Olivia and Jason, dad-daughter duo from Missouri.
Wait, I think I talked about this. But
You
keep
already
going.
did. All
Keep
right.
going.
I wanted to make
Keep
sure we got
going.
him. Olivia paced her dad for 2 years for this race. Just finished college eligibility for NCAA triathlon. Decided to celebrate by doing the full thing with him. Did they get across that line? Do we know?
I don't know if they did.
I don't think they gave us their
You
bib
were-
numbers.
You were in the bathroom when I was checking on
Was
them.
that Olivia Hall? Is that the name we got? We didn't even get. We just got Olivia and Jason. Let me see if I can sleuth this because we have 3 Olivias in the field.
Ooh.
Let's see if
Total?
Jason is also a Hall.
Look at this investigative
Jason Hall. Here we go.
research. We found
We
you.
got them. They finished.
They finished.
They finished.
Daughter,
Where they at?
Father-daughter duo finished
Midnight 18
together.
they finished. 14-18, and they crushed it.
Yeah.
They absolutely crushed it. 14-18, she just got out of college. Paced. Boom. Done.
Jason's 53.
They got in time to get a full night's sleep.
Yeah. Come back and start the 60K tomorrow if they wanted.
There is race day sign up tomorrow. Jason
Is
Hall.
there really?
Jason Hall.
If you're listening,
Jason and Olivia, if you want to double down,
If
we're going to have
you're
race day
still
signups in the
wanting some
60K.
more,
Come on down.
we'll take you.
We'll take you. You want to do it again?
Jubilee will let you go again.
Come do it again.
If anyone's listening and they're curious,
Yep.
you could sign up tomorrow for the 60K and have some fun at this.
I don't know.
Maybe
Is
not.
it- I actually don't know if there's race day sign up.
I don't either, actually.
There's probably not.
Jubilee, can people?
If
Probably
you're
not.
listening
Probably not.
at 3:52 a.m. and figured you were going to lace up and drive to the start line for 7 and do race day,
They
check the
might let
website.
you.
Check the website. We don't know. We don't know what we're talking about here. Did we, Ashley Livingstone? Did we talk about? Oh, we did talk about Ashley, didn't we?
I believe so.
Bib 206, Ashley Livingstone. She gave us some info. Of course, she came out. No, Ashley hasn't finished yet. She's on the way from Doe Springs. Why don't you give her a plug, Cal? Give us a little something about Ashley.
She is from the Great White North of Vancouver. Second time at Black Canyon. First at the 100K. And she also is a large fan of the cactus.
People love the cactus.
I love the cacti. There's so many varieties. And they're all unique. That's, I think, what I love most about them is they all look different. You've got some tall ones, you've got some short ones, you got some with lots of arms, one with just little nibs on here. This guy's got 2 arms.
We also missed Andrew Bott came through about an hour or so ago. He was Bib 221, wanted to share his why for running this race. Has always been into the marathon distance, and when I signed up, his main goal is he wanted to push his brain past the limits of what he thought he could do. Recently, his dog passed away. That is a hard situation. A month ago, young and super unexpected. His favorite activity was with his dog was going running with it. So Andrew came out here thinking, he had his dog in mind, hoping to get that 100K finish. He did it.
Woo!
God bless you and your dog. Congratulations on the finish.
We're very sorry about your loss.
Very sorry about your loss.
We are
Can't
proud
even
of you
imagine.
for finishing. It's
very
getting
proud.
windy out there. Kind of.
We got 2 hours left in this party. 2 hours and 6 minutes to be exact there.
Woo! And
Jubes is back
Hour.
on site. Chris Warden giving us the head honcho, Jubilee Page, is back.
Jubes is back.
Look out, cook out.
Does that mean she's at the finish line right now?
She's probably, is that her there?
She's probably over there somewhere.
Tony Pacheco. Guys, when you come to Denver, they have earned food in the restaurant they want. Thank you for continuing in the cold and the wind. I don't know if they're talking to us. I thought maybe we earned the food, but I think Tony's talking to some of the runners.
Oh.
Tony, if we come to Denver, we'll take some food too. I like croissants.
I also like croissants.
Yeah,
I'll take an almond croissant.
I'll take a plain croissant black coffee, Tony.
He's been eating the almond. Don't let him fool you. He's been loving on the almond croissants
I'll
as
take
well.
an almond croissant.
Oh, there we go. Woo!
I think we
got
hit up
someone?
everyone that gave us some info on them. So thank you everyone who wrote us in. Kelly and I gave us a little tidbit of your story. We appreciate it. We appreciate sharing that with everyone. And if you're in the chat right now and your runner has not came in and you want to share something about them that they would be happy for us to share, just let us know. We'll share that information. We'll embarrass them. We'll do whatever you want. Just give us that info.
He's speaking for himself in that moment right there. But yeah, this is what it's all about. These people have been out there since the very beginning, about double the amount of time that the front pack runners.
They've been out there 18 hours.
By the time they finish this thing, it's gonna feel like they've done 100.
They are heroes.
Mile.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me confirm that real quick. 100-mile, and
they woke up early. They probably woke up early, so they've probably been awake for 24 hours.
That's what I'm saying. It's gonna feel like they've done 100-mile just because they've been awake so long. Again, it's been a roller coaster of emotions for everybody out here, and you know, when you come to Black Canyon, you have weather in mind. You're thinking a nice hot summer desert, and it's been, as Scott Rokas was saying, about the same weather as the Arrowhead race in Minnesota this year, and that is a notably freezing race.
However, Noel Kingston really enjoyed the temperatures.
He said it was nice for running.
It was nice. He's coming from Phoenix.
I may have died. It was so cold.
Are people running at 100-mile distance, just 100K? Alicia, this is a 100K race and a 60K race.
However,
fill them in, Pally. Give them a little tidbit how they can do that 100 miles.
if you're like, man, 100K is great, but I need a little bit more of a challenge, we got you.
We got you.
You can sign up for the 100K on Saturday and then the 60K on Sunday.
That's
Bada bing, bada boom.
160K.
That's
Gonna
100
get you
miles.
100 miles right there.
I think someone just fell.
Oh, I think we had a fall right at the finish. She's okay.
She's up. She's running to the finish.
She's
She's fine.
Little fall ain't gonna slow her down.
No, you got.
Nope.
Wait, was that Heather? No, it wasn't Heather.
Was that Heather?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Let's see who that was.
Well, we had Charlie Lee come in. A little bit about Charlie coming out of Gilbert.
Oh, from Gilbert.
Local. 49, Charlie Lee, Gilbert.
Great downtown area.
Oh, yeah. He
Oh,
loves that
yeah.
What do they got? Proof bread.
Ooh.
Oh, talk about a croissant.
Wait.
No, that's Mesa.
That's Mesa.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry. Gilbert, all you got to do, hop in the car, drive
just
a
go
little
straight
bit down
east.
the road to Mesa. Go to Proof. You get yourself delicious croissant.
Oh my God, good croissant. Coffee was good too.
Yeah, maybe one of
They've
the
got
best
some
croissants
good.
in the
They've
valley.
got some good breads. I'm not gonna lie. They got a good thing going there.
They got something
The
going
proof
there.
is in their pudding.
Gilbert.
Yep.
So Brewing. They got that nice downtown area. They just redid that too.
You know what
Very
trail?
walkable.
You know what
Walkable
trail
city.
goes through Gilbert?
I believe the Maricopa.
That's the Maricopa.
Maricopa.
It goes right through Gilbert.
Right through there. Callie did it. 240 some odd miles. Danced their way through Gilbert, pushing a stroller.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Forgot about that.
That's why she knows Proof is not in Gilbert. And it's
Yeah.
amazing. She went through Gilbert at 240-mile pace, so she got to take in some of the sights, and Proof was not
I
one
saw
of them.
the
Didn't see
things.
Proof?
I didn't see Proof.
Didn't see Proof.
No, I was in
Not
Gilbert. All right, we had some finishers come
Who do we
in.
have? 514. Let's see who that is. 514, you know who that is? Pete Keating, coming all the way from Oak Harbor, Washington. 52. The rain and stuff. Washington, this was basically what he's seeing every day. He was out there comfortable today.
Oh, yeah.
He was wearing his
Having a-
everyday clothes out to start this race. He was like, I
Maybe-
don't know what everyone's complaining about.
Maybe a T-shirt.
Yeah, he was like, this is nice. I love Arizona.
I'm gonna move here.
Pete Keating, congratulations. You are a 100K Black Canyon finisher. Well done.
Hey.
392 coming in. Coming in hot.
We gotta
392.
run. I gotta run to the finish. There they go.
That's
oh
Leslie
yeah.
Assel. Leslie Assel, 63, coming from Folsom, California. Congratulations, Leslie. If anyone's got any deets on Leslie, 63 finishing, fill us in the chat. What do we got?
Tell us.
Couple goals, chatting through the night and presenting the back of the pack. Great job. Thank you, Adam Muller.
Yeah.
718, coming across the line.
Tell me who it is.
I'm going to tell you.
Tell me who it is.
That's Charlene Harwood. 52, coming from the East Coast. Mount Rainier, Maryland.
Do you know where that is?
I don't know where that is. I know Mount Rainier. I know it's not in Maryland.
That's also true.
Maybe there's a city called Mount Rainier, Maryland.
Maybe they've got like a little hill that's like, that kind of looks like Mount Rainier.
Yeah, and then they just call it.
And then they're like, it's Mount Rainier.
Like, we just call it good.
Or because this is on the East Coast, was it first from Mount Rainier and
Ooh.
then I don't know.
Charlene, let us know about Mount. Someone
I
in
don't
this
know.
chat. You got to let us know. I
Where'd
mean,
that name
somebody's
come
out
from?
there. Somebody knows this information, and it is not us.
Nope.
No, definitely not.
Limited information up in this brain.
Mm-hmm.
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 You know that.
You know it.
You know it.
Yeah, I do.
How much coffee did you have when you weren't here?
1 cup black.
Oh, okay. I feel like you had maybe a little bit more. Are you sure?
I didn't.
Okay.
Although we haven't had a floater. Should we have a floater on air? You want to share one? I haven't had one.
I've never had one either.
Let's get a Floda. Floda, beverage that came out from Satisfy. It is a
It's
non-carbonated,
getting brought to us.
non-carbonated beverage. Soda is something a lot of runners. We're good with one. You want two? We'll do two. We'll do two. With cheers.
Hold on,
we got 4.
Oh my gosh.
We've got 4 floaters. Here they are. They come in the little pony size 8-ouncer.
As a writer, I have to read everything on packaging. So
All the energy of soda, none of the fizz.
copy says, nothing saves you from a mid-run bonk quite like a can of soda. The problem is, those sodas are carbonated. The bubbles build and burst in your stomachs, leaving us burping and cramping our way to the finish line. That's why we crafted the ultimate solution, introducing the first ever flat soda designed for distance and inspired by our love of running and pushing our limits on the trails. Formulated with 0 carbonation and peak levels of sugar and caffeine, it's your new secret weapon for all things endurance.
Made by one of our sponsors here, Satisfy Running.
Ooh, and if you haven't already checked out their commercial on YouTube, highly recommend it. I think it was premiered at Cocodona one year, and I don't think anyone requested anything more in the chat than seeing that commercial again. Thoughts?
It tastes like RC Cola.
Ooh, I like RC Cola.
You like RC Cola?
Yeah.
It's RC Cola without the bubbles.
I like RC Cola.
RC Cola is a great cola.
Isn't there something like from back in the 90s or 80s or something where it was like the combo of RC Cola and something else? Like
Nah, I think
moon
that's
pies or something?
And what?
And moon pies?
They're called whoopie pies.
Whoopie pies.
Famous in...
Not a moon pie?
Nah.
Is that
Whoopie
a
pies.
Southern thing?
Let me tell you about the whoopie pie. It is the state dessert of Maine. Maine, the state dessert is a whoopie pie. You go through Maine, every store you stop at, gas station, everyone has their own homemade whoopie pie. My good friend Patrick Karen, who has came on to commentate the live streams for Desert Solstice, he's a big help for Aravipa on the East Coast. Patrick puts on a whoopie pie mile. So you got to eat whoopie pie instead of the beer mile. You got to eat a whoopie pie every time you would drink a beer.
How big are these whoopie pies?
Oh, they're big. They're Maine. Patrick's in Maine. Maine knows how to do a whoopie pie. I wouldn't be surprised. Patrick could be tuned in right now. Patrick Karen, or any other Maine people. I mean, it's 6 o'clock in Maine. I mean, come on, wake up.
You're in the middle of your long run by now, right?
Middle of the long run, 6 a.m. I mean, I hope they're just... Maine girl here can confirm. Jamie Hutchinson giving me the confirmation on the Maine whoopie pie.
I need to know more about these whoopie pies.
They're delicious. I don't know what else to tell you.
Wait, so why isn't it called a moon pie?
Jamie, if you can fill in my partner here, it's clearly a whoopie pie, not a moon pie. I don't know why they're calling them moon pies. It's probably a Florida thing. They were obviously designed in Maine or on the East Coast, but, I mean...
I'm not going to lie, Florida's a little crazy, and if anyone doesn't
moon
know, I
pie.
was born and raised in Orlando.
O-Town.
Went
She's
to
an
school in
O-Town
Savannah.
girl.
10 years in Chicago, and
O-Town
found...
girl.
What are you singing right? My hand is frozen.
Yeah, I only got one glove on for everyone. See, one hand uses the mouse, one hand has spirit fingers. Do I have the
I got
spirit?
nothing.
There we go. Nothing.
I got nothing. But I do have lots of gloves in here if you need another glove.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you'd like to just wrap up. What if you do this? Look, let's get.
There you go.
Here.
I'm good.
For your other hand.
Nope.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just.
Jamie Hutchinson
trying to
agrees.
help.
Never mind moon pie. I'm hitting that like button there.
We got like buttons.
I don't know.
Oh.
Something happened. I hit something. A heart came up. It might not even have
Never
been me.
moon pie.
Charlie Lee came through. I think we got Charlie. I got to switch back over to the 100-mile challenge because our pal Heather Knupp may have been coming across that line, or she is very soon.
Very, very. That person looked familiar who just crossed.
Maybe it was Heather. That was Heather.
No.
Heather Knupp has finished in 1832. Heather Knupp, 4:02. Heather Knupp came through 3 minutes ago. Heather is one of those running that 100-mile challenge. She's got 2 hours and 54 minutes to get back up to the start line. It's about 30, 40 minutes away.
That makes me so sad.
And maybe she's excited about it.
She
Heather?
I'm scared if she's excited about it.
Well,
but
that's
I
what-
guess you know what? She's doing this for Sedona Canyon training, and that's a good idea. Like, you're gonna be out there all day in the desert on
Yep.
Saturday. You've got a short window where you
might
can
take
kind
an
of
hour or two nap.
maybe, but you've got a nice little window where you can kind of regroup, assess the damage
Assess
done
the
Saturday,
situation.
change if you want to, eat a meal, maybe have a big snack, whatever you want to call it, and then get back out there.
Get back out there.
Get back out
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
Well, we also had Mike Weiss come through. For those that don't know, Mike Weiss, 62, getting it done, coming to us from California. Great job, Mike Weiss. 62, Bib 62 came through. That's Damian Scott. He's coming out of the windy area of
I thought you
Lander,
were gonna say
Wyoming.
Chicago.
My friend Tyler Fox also coming from that area. I know Tyler came down from the race today. I don't know how it went for him. But Lander, Wyoming. If you're watching from Lander, Wyoming, I can tell you it's cold and windy there all the time.
Yeah, I guess I could see that.
All the time.
Do you want to know a little fun fact? Speaking of windy, Chicago, you know how people call it the Windy City? You know why they call it the Windy City? Why the actual term Windy City came about?
I don't know.
Because not of the weather,
Hmm.
but because they used to say that the people in the government there had wind up there, blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
And so that's when they call it,
really?
the, you know.
Wow.
It's,
learn-
it's an interesting run city.
That's
but
a good take.
it is a great place to visit in the
We got-
summer.
We got finishers coming through.
I see another conga line of headlamps and waist lamps about to stroll in here. People getting it in. Let me give a
Getting it
little.
done.
give a
Let's see. Bibbs, what do we got here? We had Bibbs 737 potentially come through. That would be Brian Ruffley, who just getting that finish. Brian Ruffley. We got a local. Phoenix, Arizona.
Woo-wee.
Shout out to Phoenix. You know the best thing about being in Phoenix when you finish this race? You know. You're a short drive to your bed.
Oh, that's a nice
Oh.
feeling.
You know what I mean? Anytime you get a
Oh.
local race, you get to go sleep in your bed after. It's huge. Wake up, you got all your stuff there.
That can
Oh,
also be a dangerous thing.
It could be.
Knowing that your bed is so close.
Yep. That could be. Not for these athletes,
Not
though.
for
There's
these
nothing
athletes.
stopping these Black Canyon runners.
Just saying, someone
we
right
go.
now charging with
Shot
their poles
right across that
over.
line.
Look at
Who is
oh,
it? We got. Looks like
good job.
Bib 10.
10.
Who is this celebrity coming into our lives at 4:10 in the morning? That's Bib 10, and that is going to be. Give me a minute. Oh, that's Jordy Throw.
That was Jordy.
That's Jordy also double downing, going back out.
Jordy,
tomorrow.
you've got a little over 2 hours to go.
Jordy,
before-
catch up with Heather Canup. She just finished. Both of y'all got to get your butt back up to that start line. Get some snacks.
Get some snacks. We have snacks if you don't have any.
If you haven't had one of those Patty Corey chickpea
Chickpea
sandwiches,
sandwiches.
go get one.
Go get one.
That'll power you right up. You'll do 60K PR tomorrow.
That's a big promise.
That's what the Patty Corey chickpea
I
sandwich
believe
has.
it. I believe it.
It's happened to me. I've done
Has
it. It's done. I've done it. Full support for that chickpea sandwich.
Is that what you had in your croissants at Desert Solstice?
I can't confirm or deny.
Hmm.
Can't give a. I mean, that's kind of top secret info. Now you want to know all my intel?
Yep.
I'm giving you some right there. Patty Corey chickpea sandwiches. You could do a Black Canyon 100K just on those.
Someone in the chat said, "Wow, it's amazing that this live is still going." I agree.
Is that what? The live stream?
Yeah.
Oh, we going, Tina.
Oh, we
Tiana.
going.
Oh, we going. Ain't nothing stopping
I'm
us. This live stream goes with the run.
amazed that they're still going. I'm amazed that we're still going. usually have a 9 p.m. bedtime every night with a 6 a.m. ish
9
alarm.
a.m.-ish alarm.
We get a good night's sleep every night. 9 to 9.
It's my greatest athletic accomplishment. Last year, I averaged nearly 9 hours of sleep nightly.
That's almost unheard of.
That was on my watch app. 9 hours of sleep. People always ask, "Hey, what's the secret to recovery?"
Sleep.
Get to bed.
Just
go to bed. You ain't
sleep.
missing anything. 9 o'clock at night ain't nothing good happening, unless you're out here. You're out here, all sorts of stuff happening.
You never know what's gonna happen.
You just sitting at your house watching TV. Just go to bed. Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
No, don't shut it down. Stay up with us.
No, yeah, tonight. No, there's no shutting it down tonight.
But on
Grab another
another
cup
night,
of coffee.
Get your
that
coffee.
What was that? 2:32. If that's not Bijan Mangoria from Mansfield, Massachusetts.
That's your boy.
But I can tell you, out at Mansfield, they don't have the accent.
No way.
No, they don't have
How's
it. But
that?
it's only about 10, 15 miles around the city. Mansfield is where the New England Patriots play. It's also where the Great Woods Amphitheater is. Caught many concerts there in my day. Bijan Magori, congratulations. And again, he could be a Trail Animals Running Club runner.
You'll have to tell us.
If you are on the live stream and you run with Tark, let us know. Let us know. Shout out Rita Kratz. We're shouting her out. Let's see where she at.
Let's find Rita.
Rita Kratz. You want to know where she is? We gonna find out.
Team early bedtime in the chat too. Yeah.
Rita Krantz. I'm sorry. She came in at midnight. That was not on our dime.
No.
But we're gonna give her a shout out.
We were just getting started.
Rita Krantz, Cresswell, Oregon.
Probably. Wait.
So that's Oregon. So that means she's got a friend at 3:13 in the morning cheering her. That's a good friend.
That's a great friend.
Rita, you got a good friend. 6:37. Let's see who this could be. Did we get all the llamas through? Stephen Stewart. Guess where? Another Canadian.
Really?
Mrs. Sahawagawa. Mrs. Agua, Ontario. Stephen Stewart. Way to get it done.
We had one more llama. It
Age
was
61.
Love it.
I'll tell you what, these 60-year-olds are out here crushing.
Yep.
Speaking of 60, let's check in on our friends Mike and Dean. The Mike and Dean
I was
show.
just gonna say. Tell
Let's
us a little
see.
bit about Mike and Dean.
Mike hit Table Mesa at 3:03.
Was that before?
I got to check.
We're checking if he made it past the cutoff.
The cutoff at Table Mesa was 3 for wave 1, but I believe it was 3:30 for wave 2, which Mike is in. So Mike is still making his way to us.
Come on, Mike.
Let's see where his pal Dean is.
Tell us a little about Dean and Mike. For the
Dean
people
and
tuning
Mike,
in.
for you just tuning in, Mike has ran every single Black Canyon 100K. The only athlete in the field, or the only athlete, period, that has ever ran every single Black Canyon. So big shout out there. Unfortunately, it looks like Dean, our last check with him was at Cottonwood Gulch. I don't know that he made it to Table Mesa. They
We'll have to-
are good friends. So I feel Mike is going to be just carrying that torch for him.
Yep, I think so too.
I can, yep, it looks like Dean has DNF'd. But Dean, Mike's going to get it done for you. They are good buddies. We have all those Prescott Trail runners rooting for Mike.
And maybe there's a chance that, maybe his bib just didn't ping. He's still moving. We'll have to see. No, okay. Doesn't look like it from
I think
Scott's
they have
face.
him listed as DNF in the.
Oh, never mind.
in
Okay.
the
All right. It's
timing.
official. It's official.
Dean,
Still,
we love you, Dean.
something.
Dean knows we love him anyway. He'll
Yeah.
be back next year. He'll crush it. Dean has completed all of the Black Canyon 100Ks except for one up to this year. He had a medical situation. He couldn't. So this will be Dean's second Black Canyon that he has not finished. The first that he has started and has not finished. But I can guarantee Dean's going to be back here next year, bigger better, stronger, faster. He's gonna get it done.
How many Black Canyons have there been?
How many have there been? He's done them all but one. Ooh, Delali, Delali, Delali.
Lally.
Anyone else supporting the announcers, especially that cutie in the green? I'm doing my best here, Adriana. I mean, you know what I mean? Trying to give her support. Guess I'm failing.
Wait, you've got green on too.
I do have green on. Hey, maybe Adriana's talking about me.
Wait a minute.
Hey, now. Hey, I'll take it.
Chris Warden, politicians. Yep.
All right. I hear someone coming. Oh yeah, she's got the East Coast grunt. I'm predicting this person is an East Coaster just from the grunting.
If it is,
it's got to be. An East Coast is a grunting thing. I do it when I'm in a tough spot. Let's see who this. Did we get a bib number? We didn't have a bib number. Let's see if was that Bree Cullimore, age 28, out of New York. Boom! Didn't even know it. I heard her grunting.
Oh my God.
Bree Cullimore.
Tell the people more about this because I have heard it only in your last race at Desert Solstice. You started grunting around the track.
I'm going to give a shout out. Josh Katzman, he and I talk about this all the time.
Gosh.
When as most of you know, in the Northeast, every mile you have to work for. That's pretty famous on the for those on the Appalachian Trail in the Northeast. Very technical, very steep, every step you work for. So a lot of times, us East Coasters on the trails, there's a lot of grunting and moaning going on. When I moved out here to Arizona, there's not much of that going on at all. No one's out there grunting and moaning. We heard someone grunting. I
Coming
made a prediction.
in here for the finish.
That's got to be an East Coaster. We just looked New York, New York. Not many times does a Bostoner like a New Yorker, but I'm going to like Bree for this one. Providing us with that East Coast grunt. We love you, Bree. If you are an East Coaster, you're in the chat. Let us know what you know about grunting while running.
It's 6:18 there, so a
6:08.
nice Sunday morning, waking up, maybe having their coffee right now or tea or whatever you're making on a Sunday morning.
Easy like Sunday morning.
Easy like Sunday morning. You know, it's not easy like a Sunday morning.
This course.
And
doing the 60K.
Yeah. That's not easy like a Sunday morning. But if it is for you, are you okay? Are you okay? Do we need to talk?
Yeah. Well, apparently we got no East Coasters on the chat. No one knows. Let me down, East Coast.
Wait, my mom is on the East Coast.
I mean, East Coast.
Your mom's on the East Coast.
For the American audience, the East Coast currently, it's the latest. It's 6:20. Really disappointed on you, East Coasters. There's got to be a few out there. Didn't know it, Sarah. Here we go. We got a couple. All right. We got a couple. Appreciate you. In New Hampshire, right? She knows. Sarah knows. She's in New Hampshire. She's doing any trail running in New Hampshire. Every step you're fighting for.
Not sure if I grunt or not.
Who?
I'm looking at Tiana.
Well, she's moved to Phoenix.
Well,
she probably grunted when she lived in New York. And now she's in Phoenix, and she just forgets. Yeah, I think she just forgets about
just
those
go quiet.
days. Yeah, she's blocked out those days.
Hey, we're trying to be quiet to evade all the critters out there, all the snakes.
What do we do when we cheer for someone we're trying to be quiet? What do we give them?
Golf clap. What else do we do?
We pump. If you can't yell because people in your house are still sleeping,
it's early.
You can do the golf clap or just point at the screen, turn your head, all that. You can do this. You can cheer on those runners even if you have people sleeping in your house. Or the golf clap.
Yep.
Here you go. Take a white glove.
Oh boy.
Let's both pretend we have golf gloves on.
Okay.
And we'll even clap into the microphone to show people you could even clap, and it's still soft.
Ready?
Golf clap. So this is not going out to those East Coasters because at 6:20 you can wake up people in your house. If you're in Central Time Zone, you may still need to use the golf clap. Mountain Time, definitely golf clap.
Definitely golf clapping.
What about West Coast? 3:20 could be a situation where a few people are out partying.
It's at that cusp where it's either people are
bars are just closing, boom, boom, boom.
However, imagine us it's p.m. and we're about to go to sleep and we hear a noise,
Yeah.
you got to shut it down.
Yeah. Yeah. If you live anywhere near Cali and Scott, it's basically golf clap from 6 p.m. till maybe 9 a.m. We don't want to hear anything.
We're
It's
trying to
constant
sleep.
golf clap. That's why we moved to Phoenix, right? It's a lot of golfing going on here. We figured people were well versed in the golf clap.
Not,
Sean Stephenson
not
calling
in-
in from the East Coast. Hopefully, maybe he's got some info on the grunt. My people will be waking up eventually, and they're going to back me on the
people.
grunting.
It's been a little quiet on the finish line front, but I do see some headlamps coming in. So if you are waiting for your finisher or just excited,
If
because
you're
people are
waiting for-
finishing this race still.
If you're waiting for
We
your
feel
finisher,
you.
tell us who it is in this stream. Give us a 1 or 2 sentences about them. Let's
Tell us.
celebrate this moment.
Tell us.
They've been out there 18 and a half hours.
Woo.
Give them some love. All right, I don't know if we've announced these, but we had Erica Tvetin come in. Erica is coming out of Philadelphia, I believe. Finished 3 minutes ago, so I didn't announce her. So, Erica, congratulations. You are a Black Canyon 100K finisher. Whee! We also had Tara Week. Tara Week from Austin, Texas, 50 years old, getting it done. Congratulations, Tara.
Heck yeah. 336 also just came through.
336
We're gonna
came
check
through.
the name there.
Oh, that's Lindsay Mastery.
Where's she from?
She's from Chandler.
She's here.
Give us something about Chandler.
I don't know.
We don't know.
I know it's not too far.
Not too far.
My friend Faith lives there.
Henry Ward.
Henry Ward lives
Henry
there.
Ward and
also
Faith. Shout
a
out.
legend of any Area Viper race.
Yep. Henry Ward, originally or coming from Boston, of course.
Yeah.
He probably knows about the grunt. Henry could also be watching.
Henry could also be watching right now.
Henry is an amazing athlete. I don't know how many Area Viper events he's finished. Absolutely great athlete. We went to his house to cheer him on, where he did, what was it?
Oh.
700. What was it?
No.
It was a treadmill challenge. He was Satan's sidewalk. I don't know. He was on a treadmill for like 3 days in a row.
Lindsay, Chris Warden just says Lindsay's coached by AJW. Look at that. Bringing it full circle.
Lindsay, did Lindsay just come through?
I think so.
I don't have a bib on her. Maybe in the chat. Good morning. 448. Let's see who 448 is. We want to shout out 448. Oh, Lindsay Massey, who just... Okay, coached
Yep.
by AJW.
There you go.
There we go.
There you
it's
go.
all coming together.
There you go. It's
Lindsay, you're in good hands with a great coach. We wanted a shout...
Chris Warden also says he lives in Chandler.
Chris
Brock
Warden also
from
lives in
Henry.
Chandler.
That's funny.
All right. Ben in Chandler. Father and son. Less than a mile left.
I just saw that.
All right. Not Chandler, the city that
No.
we're talking about.
Their
This
name
Ben
is
in
Chandler.
Whew. Delali. It's 4:25
Father
in
and
the morning.
son living together, or not living,
Everyone's
running
confused.
together.
All right. 448 for fast break in the chat. 448 was Dwayne Ediger, Phoenix, Arizona. The young age, 62.
Woo!
Out there crushing.
Woo!
Came in about 13 minutes ago. Dwayne, if you can hear us, heck of a job out there.
If you can hear me.
Good news, your bed is probably 40 minutes away. Get some sleep. Congratulations, Dwayne. Thank you, Fast Break, for letting us know that Dwayne was in.
Heck yeah. Wait, we're about an hour away from Golden Hour for Wave 2.
We are. I think we're getting into Golden Hour in 4 minutes for Wave 1, aren't we? Is that the Golden Hour sign? You just do this? 34. 34.
Yeah, I was going to say.
No, it was 9:30. 9:30 for Wave 1, which means they have 20 hours, right? Because the 10 p.m. Wave 2, math
I
is
know.
hard. Can anyone help us with some mathematics?
Who can do the math? Chris Warren's listening.
Yeah, I think we have golden hour for wave 1 beginning in 4 minutes. So at 4:30, the wave 1
No, 'cause-
starters need to finish by 5:30. The wave 2 starters need to finish by 6 a.m.
Why is math so hard?
Yeah, it's 10. The second wave starts at 10 plus 20 hours is 6. Yeah, you're right. But it didn't seem right. But it
What did we have? Was it because the finish? We're struggling with some math.
It's hard.
If everyone watching the stream, can you just tune out for a
Let me
minute?
just
This
text.
is embarrassing.
Let me text my mom. She's a high school math teacher. I'll get her. She's awake. She's in Atlanta.
Hot Atlanta.
Hot
I
Atlanta.
actually have to go to the bathroom again at this point. And that'll leave you two to solve the math riddle.
It
I'll be
might
back.
take us the whole time.
That's okay. We could also phone a friend, poll the audience. 50-50.
Jubilee, go ask Jubilee.
No, it's. I'm sneaking out. I'll be back.
Don't fall.
Oh, yep. What?
I just saw the shelf.
Ooh, there were steps here.
Oh my god. What? Someone just said, "Where are the croissants, guys?" Where'd they go? Oh. We've already had 2. They weren't the best croissants, but they did the job. They did the job. Got these from Fry's earlier last night to yesterday. I don't know where we're at right now. But can't go wrong with a delicious croissant. If you are joining us, welcome to the live stream for the Black Canyon 100K finish line. We have runners still coming in. I can see a stream of headlamps and waist lamps coming up behind me. These people, these athletes, these runners have been going all through the night, starting yesterday at 9:30 or 10 a.m. We're not sure if they're in wave 1 or wave 2. But they went all day today, or all day yesterday, all night. And now that finish line is finally in sight. However, if they are also signed up for the 60K, then that finish line is just the start line of another finish line. They have just a little bit of time, those 100-mile challenge runners, to get their composure, get a snack or a meal in, refill their vests, their bands, change if they need to, and then go back to the start line of the 60K. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds very difficult right now. And maybe that's because I'm very cozy right now in a fur jacket, and I've got a burrito. I've got a burrito blanket on my lap right now. And I'm drinking some Flota to stay awake. And so the idea of going back out for a 60K right now does not sound like the best thing, but that's what ultra running is. We are just drawn to challenge after challenge after challenge because we love to see where is that next line, where is that next limit that we can place on ourselves, and to discover that that new limit is farther than you thought it was. I mean, that just drives the curiosity to see how much farther you can go or how much faster you can go. I see a couple people coming in right now. We're going to check those bibs. Runners crossing the finish line. Hearing some woos. Yes, some people do both distances. Insanity. Am I right? Am I right?
I tell you what.
I tell
think it's
you.
cold in here? Get on out there.
I don't.
It's freezing.
That's why I'm not sipping on anything else, because I don't want to have to go to the bathroom to leave this tent.
This is how cold it is. Trying to get a little. Can you hear that?
Not in the microphone. I think that's just for sound in, not sound out.
Chris Warden, next year we're going to request heated seats for the commentators.
Oh, wait, I think I have something for you then.
You have a heated seat in your pocket?
Kinda.
506 476.
506 and 476 just coming through. 506. If that isn't Sam Pisoda, I don't know who is. Coming out of Oro Valley, Arizona, down in Tucson.
Woo!
Great run, Sam Pisoda. And what was the other number? We hit 476. That is Paula Massa, which I believe is going to be out of Quillota, Chile. I believe we have a Chile runner.
Ooh. Love to hear it.
CHL. That's my guess. Chile.
I've got some hand warmers going at the moment just for you. Because you went outside and braced the elements. My hands are okay right now. I've had them in my tortilla blanket.
No.
But
it's cold.
you look cold.
I cannot imagine going through that river near Table
Oh
Mesa
my
about 2 hours
gosh.
ago and then coming out just soaking wet.
I didn't even think about that. No.
No.
That's a hard pass. No. I'm not going to lie. When going through Crown King last year, that looks like Andre.
Was that Andre? That looks like Andre from here.
It looks like his running gait.
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't quote me. No. No.
Oh, I know. Is Andre doing the double?
Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Let me check. Two different little
Oh, I see what's going on.
694.
694 just came through. That's Craig Arsenal. We have some info on Craig Arsenal.
Do we? Hold on.
Why don't you look for the Arsenal? I believe it was
Yes, a wife and husband running together. Yep, they plan on finishing between 11 p.m. 4 a.m. A little after that, but you know what? Who's counting? They're traveling from Detroit. They got
Detroit
into
Rock
running a
City.
few years ago. Craig has lost 60 pounds twice in his life, and he just turned 40. He had knee surgery a couple years ago and has worked every day to build strength and become an ultra runner. He fell in love with the sport, and I don't blame you. His mom was diagnosed with brain cancer last April. This was her 5th cancer diagnosis of her short 64-year life. Unfortunately, lost her this past September. She was the toughest person he knew. And Craig and his wife, Tanya, just finished. Huge congrats. We are proud of you. I'm working on the hand warmers.
I couldn't tell if that was Andre. Couldn't
I
find
know.
him in there. Let's see. Jan might let us know soon enough. Jan,
Well,
if
she
that
may
was
have
Mr.
left
Andre,
Table Mesa.
where are we here?
Still working on these. Hand warmers. Warm faster.
I don't think that was Andre. I think
No, so
it looks like he's still out there.
oh,
Should be coming soon.
Should be coming soon if you're looking for Andre Lee.
Any New Mexico runners this year? Oh, we had plenty of New Mexico runners, Crystal. I can't recall all their names, but I know we had plenty. I remember calling out a few.
There's one for you.
Oh. All right. Let's see. Like I said, it's rolling into breakfast hours for some of our listeners. Kelly Vinson, tell the listeners. Everybody wants to know. If you were going to run the Black Canyon 100K today, what is your race day breakfast?
I'm pretty boring. I would probably pick a very hot and thick bowl of oatmeal with nothing in it. No brown sugar, no nothing. Just give me a lot of oats and hot water, a spoon. I'm good.
She's not lying.
No.
It's thick like sludge. There's no sweetener.
You could do
It's
the
just
blizzard challenge with my oatmeal. Just
spoon. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there.
it's delicious.
That does not seem like a flavor. There actually is no flavor.
There is no flavor.
There's nothing. It's just gruel.
It's delicious. It does the job. And I know that my stomach's going to like it. So.
That's all that matters.
If you were going to do the 60K, what would your breakfast right now?
If I was going to do the 60K?
Yeah. Oh, that just changes everything.
Oh, no, I don't even know where I'm going to go with. I am going to go with... the croissant.
Surprise, surprise. Wait, okay. Where would you want that croissant from?
Are we talking Phoenix?
Yeah. See? Oatmeal for the win. I told you.
Ooh. Where am I going to get the croissant from Phoenix? We're going to go... I've already talked up Proof. Where are we going to go?
4 till 4.
4 till 4 has a great croissant. I do not know if it's made there, though.
That's true.
So I don't know who's making that croissant. If anyone has the deets on the 4 till 4 croissant, they do have a good one there.
That's a good almond croissant.
All right. If you are watching in the chat, if you have any unusual breakfasts before race day, let us know. We would love to know. What's everybody eating?
Funyuns.
Funyuns. Yep. As we've determined, Funyuns are funny onions.
No, they're fun onions.
Oh, they're fun onions. Completely different than funny onions.
They could be funny.
They could be funny.
But I think they're just more fun.
They're just a good time.
Yeah, they're a good time.
Yeah.
It's an onion that's made more fun.
Every onion in that bag is having a good time. And they're like, we're fun onions. Like,
just call us Funyuns for short.
They're like the trail runners of the chip world. They're just in there having a good time. Right? Like the trail. Everyone's just bonding. Yeah, we have
just bopping around.
We're doing the Black Canyon. They're like, oh, we're Funyuns. Look at that guy. He's a fun onion, too.
I can't wait to watch this later just to see what you just did from that angle.
You heard it here first, people. Funyuns are the trail runners of the chip world. The Funyun personality. What chip is the personality of the trail running world to Kelly Vinson? Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
No. We're losing it.
Yeah, we're losing it. Someone cut us off here. We got an hour and 20 left. It's
Jubilee
getting
is
bad.
like, absolutely not. You guys are sticking around.
The
'cause
content
this is, awesome.
going downhill at an exponential rate right now.
The ESPN recruiters have tuned out.
Yeah,
They're
they
like, we
officially-
no longer want them anymore.
They had a draft up to get us in for the big game.
Wait, someone's unusual breakfast said salad and go breakfast burrito. Oh, or maybe not unusual, but that does
Salad
sound.
and go. I'll tell you what, that salad and go. They get you in and out of there in about 2 seconds.
That's the place that we just discovered this place because there's one right around the
Just
corner
one.
from us.
Well, let me tell you, as big salad eaters, Callie and I eat a lot
We
of
like a
salad.
big bowl.
Big old bowl of salad, like a horse trough full of salad. That's what we're eating nightly. We
Ooh.
went to Salad and Go. I'm going to shout out Salad
Yep.
and Go here. The salad's is $6.99. So when I see that, I'm like, ain't no way that's going to be big enough.
Because
for
as
me to
ultra runners, we need a lot of food and
So
a
we-
salad.
We went there and we ordered 4 salads.
We did order 4 salads.
We only
for
finished
2
2,
people.
and then we had 2 the next day. So you're hearing it here first. For $6.99, you can get a very big salad at Salad and Go, and apparently you can get a pretty good breakfast burrito, says Randy Strauss.
I'm just waiting for Salad and Go, their logo to appear next to proud sponsor.
Yep. Salad and Go. You're gonna owe us some money for next year's. You're officially a
Yep.
sponsor for next year.
Crystal M said, migas, fried corn tortillas, and scrambled eggs with cheese and Louisiana hot sauce. That also
What's
sounds
migas?
really good.
I don't know what migas is. Migas? I don't know what that is. We got a finisher.
I thought I just heard somebody.
Yeah, anything to keep us from talking about whatever we're talking about. Who is that? Who do we got coming in there? We've got who is just gracing this finish line. I hear someone else coming.
So
Look
if you
at this.
didn't know, migas is
I don't know.
like a breakfast egg scramble.
Okay.
You would love it.
Paula Massa. I don't know if we did hit Paula. Paula was from Chile. We think from Chile. There's a finisher.
Woo, coming in hot.
Let's see if we can get that bib. 161. You know who that's Dougie Miller. Good old Doug.
You know Doug?
Dougie?
You know Doug?
I know Doug.
He's lying.
Everybody knows Doug from Encinitas, California. If you know Doug and you want to give Doug a shout out, give it to him in the chat.
Where is this energy coming from?
What energy?
That's what I'm talking about.
We're at the Black Canyon on 100K.
You can't beat what we are doing right
Florida?
now.
Oh,
It's
the
from
Florida. The energy is from
You've
the
been
Florida.
sneaking floatas. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Randy Strauss. We're talking up salad ago. Breakfast burritos only $3.
What?
Probably going there on the way home from
Yeah,
this.
yeah. We were actually talking. We needed a place
Now
to
I
get
need
breakfast
to see how
on the
big
way.
a $3 breakfast burrito is. Because I feel I have to order probably 4 of them for me alone.
Yeah, you do like a good.
Do the Chipotle math. Chipotle is a big burrito.
That's a big burrito.
That's $9 to $10 for the vegetarian. If I'm getting a burrito for $3, I'm gonna have to estimate I need 3 or 4 burritos to equal one. I'm gonna have to check this out, Randy. Just so you know, you're on the line.
No, you're not, Randy.
Whew.
Don't listen to him.
I know a Randy Strauss from back in the Boston area. I don't know if
From
this is this
Woburn?
Randy because I don't think they have salad and go.
Just saw someone come flying through that finish for 4:43 a.m.
Tammy Fenstermaker. What's that last name? Fenstermaker. I like that. Is there a place to check by bib number to see runner status?
Yes.
There sure is. You can go on over to live.
Aeroviper.
Take it away, Callie.
To live.aeroviperrunning.com. You will see options for a race. Click on that Black Canyon Ultras, and you can search for your specific runner.
And that is for every Aeroviper race. So if
Every
your friend
Aeroviper
comes down for
race.
another Aeroviper race and you're like, where are they? Just check that site.
Look at that enthusiasm.
Oh, yeah.
We've got to cry. We've got to cry.
That's okay.
Or it could just be,
I don't
you
know,
know, a
she had
runny
that-
nose.
Yeah.
Loving the green hair, though.
Oh, perfect.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that link that Tammy is looking for, it's at the top of the chat. I can see it. Live.aeroviper. Just click that chat and you're gonna see everyone's bib you want to see.
Everybody.
We ain't afraid to share it.
No, we ain't. We'll share it all.
Share it all.
What do you want to know?
What you want to know?
We'll tell you.
We'll tell you.
Nothing held back. Maybe some things.
So a little something.
Maybe everything.
Not gonna tell it all.
We're pretty private people.
Yeah, basically you're not getting anything. No, we doing.
I can't.
977 coming in hot.
Oh my god.
Oh god, that's Susie O'Neill
Oh,
from Phoenix.
Would you look at that?
Susie O.
Would you look at that?
Susie O coming in. Good job on you, Susie O.
All right.
You're right.
So we have everyone from the llama squad in, right? Can we check that we have all the llamas?
Can we get Llama Squad if you're still in the chat? Can we get a check on that? We currently believe we are 5 for 5 on
We're
Llama
just
Squad
waiting
finishes.
for Chris, bib
Chris
579.
Let's see where he's at.
We will check Aeroviper Live results.
579. Christopher Victor.
Still
We're
on his
waiting for
way
him. Wait.
from Doe Spring.
He should be here any minute.
I see a
He
very
left Doe Springs about an hour and 15 ago. Christopher Victor is going to come in here any minute and complete the 5-runner sweep for the Llama Squad. All 5 runners towed the line. All 5 got to the finish line.
Here's someone coming in right now.
Oof. Llama Squad. That's a tough squad. Going. Howdy.
No, you're good.
Oh, no, you're good. Go get that finish line. 495.
Woo!
Let's hear it.
495 is coming through. Get that finish.
He might
got
want to
this.
pop in for a quick interview.
He could come back. I don't know
Who was
about that.
William Graham.
He looked very very glad to get that done.
From Kailua, Hawaii.
Wow. Oh,
A lot of good coffee in Kailua.
you're right.
Yeah, coffee.
Yeah, I had some coffee from there
Yep.
on Catalina Island.
I bet you it's cold enough. Mr. Billy Graham over there, he's probably going up to that aid station asking for a coffee right now.
Yeah, he's probably like, I would like some, and it better be the good stuff.
Yeah, he's like, if this isn't the Hawaiian beans, I'm good.
We're out of the good stuff back here. We had some earlier.
But he knows it's an Aravaiper event. They probably got the gourmet beans. You know, Patty
No.
doesn't skimp.
No.
Patty
They go
gets the best.
all out. 467.
467. Oh, that's David Goodman. Peoria, Arizona. Arizona just crushing out here.
Kirsty getting a finish line photo over there with the green hair.
Kirsty like thirsty?
Oh, is it?
Is that Kirsty like thirsty?
What's her bib number?
I don't know. She wrote in Kirsty like
374.
374. Is that her?
I don't know.
Getting a bib photo?
Yes, it is. I can see it from here.
374.
Oh, nope. Someone just stepped in front. Oh, maybe.
That's Kirsty Mulligan.
Nope.
I think it's from Scottsdale. She finished at 4. Yeah, that's Kirsty.
Oh.
Is that our gal?
Maybe.
Where's that gal?
374? I don't know.
Kirsty. What? Let's see if we can find her in here.
Someone in the chat said, before they forget, happy belated anniversary.
Oh, God.
To their favorite running couple. Oh.
What about Kirsty? Here she is, bib 374. That was her, right?
Yeah.
Kirsty, like thirsty is how she describes it. First attempt at the 100K.
Yep.
First time back at an ultra distance after DNF last year. And I believe on the run thirsty is her Instagram handle. Kirsty and Thirsty. I don't know her Instagram handle, but it ends in thirsty.
It does.
And if you want to know how to pronounce her name, she'll tell you.
It's like thirsty.
It's like thirsty.
Kirsty.
Kirsty.
We learned that today.
We did.
Yesterday.
That's the
Couple
kind of
days ago,
sleuthing
actually.
we're doing on our participants.
We do. You give us some information, we're going to go find more.
Yeah, we dig.
We dig.
We're
The
current-
FBI would hire us.
We're currently digging a hole for ourselves right now.
We are.
703 blazed through that finish line. And that was Candace Gale. Candace Gale, Window Rock AZ. Don't even know where that is, do you? Keep in mind, we're not from Arizona. We live here now.
We live. No, is that Chris Warden?
My mom is texting me.
His mom's. Hi,
My mom is texting me. Christopher Victor, that was it. Llama Squad.
The whole Llama
The whole-
Squad
we wanna
is
give a huge
officially
shout out to
in.
the Llama Squad. They're probably here. Hold on, I've got a cough. Let me get some of the photo. Llama Squad, we're going to come back to you in a second. 206, that's Ashley Livingstone. We had her too.
We did.
We already gave her some props. Ashley, you rewind a few minutes in this live stream. We gave you a shout out. We're giving you another one here. Great finish out of British Columbia. I hope you enjoyed the cacti as much as you were anticipating.
I was
Heck of a
gonna
finish.
say she probably hasn't seen the cacti in a little bit unless it was right next to her, but I'm telling you, it still doesn't get old with me. And I've been here for a while. I've seen a lot of cacti on my trail runs, and every time I see one, I'm still blown away by how unique and how interesting and pretty darn cool they look. So,
well,
just want to say that.
I just want to say, everyone.
What are you looking at?
My mom texts me and she says
Oh.
that she thinks Callie and I are doing a great job.
Oh, she's watching.
Thank you, Mom. So, number one fan, Mary Trayer, thanks for watching.
Aww.
She doesn't even have a runner in the game. She's just
I don't
watching
even-
us talk.
That's true. Because
Better be-
usually it would be to watch one of us racing, but we're both right here.
Yep. Just can't get enough of the banter.
There's a lot of it.
Yeah. A lot of bantering.
We banter.
6:16 coming through.
Coming in hot.
Erin Doherty, another Phoenix runner. It's almost like they're just teaming up out there.
Didn't we have? No, I was gonna say I thought we had that. name on our list, but I don't think we do.
But we are approaching golden hour, 9 minutes for those wave 2 starters. So if you were in wave 1, you have 39 minutes to officially finish this race. And if you are in wave 2, you have 69 minutes. As I just burped through that. Thank you. Real classy. Bib 62. That's Damian Scott. Lander, Wyoming. I thought maybe there's another Lander.
No?
Came with a buddy. Like I already told you, Lander, Wyoming. It's a windy place. Very windy in Lander.
You were there? How are the
I have
trails
been
out there?
I was passing through. It was a windy day. I used to work as an electrician in Colorado, and I worked with a few electricians, and they could only tell how windy it was there.
A lot of big cheers for the
Yeah,
runner
big
coming in
cheers
right
coming
now.
844 dancing across that line.
Woo!
Oh, that's Ben Hayes.
Ben Hayes from Gilbert, Arizona.
Not where Proof is.
No.
We already learned that.
I hope someone from Proof is watching like, man, we're really we're going to get the business today.
Yep. Yeah, driving up sales on Proof bread and salad and go.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Might be where we go on the way home.
Yep.
What do you think those runners are thinking right now?
What
they
are
are
they
doing?
thinking?
You want to talk about runner math? Talk about the runner math that you've got to be doing to know that you've got 37 minutes to get in or 67 minutes, depending on which wave you started yesterday morning.
Yeah.
And you're doing the math on how many miles you have left.
Yeah, I mean, we can't even do simple math in here. We've been awake for about 4 hours.
But we haven't been running.
Yeah, I mean,
For that
hopefully,
long.
yeah, they know they got to get moving. They got to get across this line. It's starting. They're probably those that are pretty far out are probably starting to feel a little bit of pressure.
I know that feeling.
You do know that feeling.
I do know that feeling, and sometimes then it's an exciting feeling if you know you have it in the bag, like you know you're just gonna be real close, but you know that you have it. But if you don't know that you have it and you're afraid that you might miss the cutoff, it's a scary feeling, and it makes you wonder, like, man, did I like all that I just did? Was it for waste? And it is not. No matter the outcome of today, you put so much work out there, and everything that you put out there, we are still proud of because
It's about the journey.
it's about.
What?
That sounds like a cat poster. It's about the journey.
It's about
But
the
it's
journey,
true.
everybody.
It is. It's about the journey. Not just the journey that you did starting yesterday, the journey you took to get to the starting line.
And if nobody's told you yet today, Callie, tell them.
What am I telling them?
I was going to tell them that they were amazing.
Oh, I was gonna
I don't
say-
know what you're pointing at.
To us.
Oh, no. If no one's told those runners out there, they are amazing. Y'all are amazing. You're getting it done. We're going to see those finishers come through in this last hour. It's an emotional time right now. The last hour of a race, you've poured your heart and soul not only just into the day, right? You're giving it your all the day, but you've been giving it your all probably for 6 or 8 months getting ready for this event.
Whew. And for some people, it's not just about this event, but it's the redemption of maybe another year ago when they did this event, or a couple years ago and they didn't finish, and they're coming back for that redemption. They're giving it all they have. I'm seeing some side lanes start across this start.
Oh, the lean.
The lean.
The lean.
I'm
It's
seeing
real.
a little bit of ultra lean happening about this hour.
Before we get more into the lean, let's give a shout out to Henry Kogelin from Little Elm, Texas. Just came across that line. Great job, Henry.
Woo!
Yeah, the lean. Woo.
Have you ever had I've never had the lean.
I've never had the lean either. I've seen some.
What causes it?
I don't know.
I don't either. If anyone's in the chat has experienced the ultra lean,
Experienced the lean.
Tell us what happened.
Oh, yeah. Any PTs, medical professionals, walk us through the intricacies of the ultra lean. How does it happen? Because I've seen the same person lean the same way multiple times at different events. Like they're leaning the same way every couple races.
but you know what I love? The ones who do have that lean, they're still giving it.
Oh yeah.
Like
Yeah.
even if they're still not running with that form that they expected to be finishing their, finish line with, they're still giving it everything that they have.
They're getting to that finish line.
And kind of like Chris Warden was saying earlier, like don't quit in a race, time out.
Yeah.
Keep giving it. No matter where you're at, no matter how much you have left, give everything that you have, because I promise it just might get you to the finish line.
Oh,
I don't know if I can say promise, it might just in the same sentence, but I promise it'll get you farther than you expected.
We promise it'll be good.
60% of the time, it'll work every time. I see.
Have we mentioned 735 Amy? Oh, that's a grunt.
Are you
East Coaster?
There's no.
Let's see if
Let's
this is
see
an East Coaster.
if his theory is correct. But
Let's
if
see.
someone's
This will
grunting,
be 2 for 2. Can we get a bib number on this cross? 181. If this is an East Coaster doing the East Coast grunt, I think it'll officially be official. 181.
if this is an East Coast, we can officially put
181.
this in the terminology.
Jessica Zapotechny, Brooklyn, New York. Is this these Jesse Zappo of Girls Run New York?
Is it?
Let's take a look.
I can't. I hear some 2 for 2 of Scott calling out a grunt from someone about to finish their race, saying this is an East Coast thing to hear someone grunt. Sure enough, this person is from New York.
Jesse Zappo. Great job. Met her the other day at the expo. Girls Run, New York City. Another amazing human getting more females into this sport.
Yep.
With Girls Run New York City.
Thank you for everything that you were doing.
Thank you for everything you do. Let's get more girls in this sport. Because it's the bomb.
Floater, please.
Floater.
I would also like to point out that my mom is in the chat.
Oh, boy. First my mom, now Callie's mom.
First Mary Trayer, now Vicky Vinson is in the
Vicky
chat
Vinson,
right now.
V squared.
From Hotlanta,
Hotlanta.
where it is currently
Jason Corbell
7
wants to know if
a.m..
we have snooze restaurants in Arizona. Great breakfast.
We do.
burrito.
Wait, no, we do have snooze restaurants.
I think I've been to a snooze in
There's
Boulder.
one-
Boulder, Colorado. Not my take, Jason. Didn't like the snooze.
I think there's one over in Old Town.
I also don't like sit down breakfast spots.
I don't.
Not into it.
He's
I
not a
don't like a
brunch
sit down
person.
breakfast. Give me my coffee. Give me a croissant. I'm gonna get that down, and I'm getting on with my day. Start of my day, I can't be doinking around, chit chatting over brunch for an hour or two. I got things to do.
Tell the people how long it takes you to get ready for a run sometimes.
I don't know what she's talking about. I'm out the door immediately.
He's like, all right, I'm going for my run. 20 minutes later, he's, I don't know, Windexing the bathroom mirror.
Hey,
What happened?
I get distracted.
What
from time to
happened?
time. Not at brunch though. No distractions.
President of doinking around before a run. Right here.
Yeah. I can't argue with that. I just got to make sure.
We got.
Oh, this could be another East Coaster. Listen for it. No.
I heard a little bit.
I
Of
don't
it.
know.
It was a little bit of a grunt.
125. 125 and 119 coming across.
Did we have
That's
them?
Natasha Proctor, Phoenix, Arizona.
See, I knew it.
Absolutely. Good job, Natasha. 28 years old. What was our next bib? 119.
They were together. Might be.
Eric Norling.
That name sounds familiar.
That is Eric Norling is on the Run Faster racing team.
That's your athlete.
Yes, Eric.
I was going to say that name
congratulations.
sounds familiar.
Second 100K finish. He recently had a negative split
Oh, we've
at
got
the
deep.
Javelina 100K.
Yep.
Incredible performance there. Eric was coming back. Second 100K finish. I believe he also had knee walk, but I think he finished that one a little bit after the
But
buzzer.
he did finish.
But he did finish.
Which still counts for a lot.
And I know Eric has family that live near the Western States course. They can see the course from that house. So Eric is very interested in one day getting to that Western States race. Congratulations, Eric.
Woo.
Great job out there. Way to get
You
it
did
done.
it. You endured a crazy race morning yesterday, not knowing when your race was going to start. Turns out it was 2.5 hours later. Enduring the snow, the mud, probably some falls. It was pretty crazy out there. I'm not going to lie. And we experienced it from videos and photos that we saw from the day. And now here you are. Your journey is done. You got to that finish line. We are so proud of you. I also just saw something. Ever been to Berdina's in Scottsdale? Best breakfast burrito I've had in my life. You just got Scott attention.
Say what now?
Never mind. I take that back.
Nah, I got about 6, 7 balls up in the air. I'm juggling finishers. I'm looking at, you know what I mean? All right. Berdina's in Scottsdale. Best breakfast burrito I've had in my life. Nick Wider, our relationship is on the line. I'm going to get one this week.
What?
And I will report back next year at the stream.
What?
Everybody stay tuned. 365 days. I'll give you a full report.
Is Jubilee going to invite us back? Oh, I just
Probably
saw a
not.
finish line.
I think we might be banned from Black after
I
this performance
agree.
we're putting on here. They
I
might not
agree.
even let us run.
Yeah, I just saw a couple come in. Finishing their race.
Who was it? What do we got for bibs?
Oh,
Let's take a look-see.
insane. Can only imagine the roller coaster they have
Mine
been on.
hasn't updated.
Got it.
Let's see. We had a few come through. Who do you have on yours, Cal?
Uno momento. Mine's updating.
Mine's updating also.
Could that? Nope. No. I don't know. We
That's
are.
Tanya Alsonot. 695. Let's take a look. Let's get some info on Tanya. 695. I believe that was with we had another Arsenal that just came through. Was that
Did we?
Was that the husband wife? Yeah, we have some
I was
data
gonna say,
on
I
them.
just. Oh.
And we had, who was it? The Arsenals that gave us some information. That was Craig and Tanya. Yes, his wife.
Hold on, I'm looking.
Craig and Tanya. 694 and 695. All right, everybody. We have 56 minutes left in this party. On a good note, if you're in Central Time, we're going to have to show him, Cal. Central Time, it's now 6:04. And 6 o'clock, as soon as the clock gets past 6 a.m., you get to move out of the...
Oh, hold on. 1 minute.
The official rule for cheering at home, if it's before 6 a.m., to keep everyone still asleep, you get the golf clap. But now it's past 6 a.m. Central Time. So if you are in Central...
What do you get to do now?
Oh, you're ready. Go buck wild. Go buck wild. Ain't no one's calling the cops at 6:05. You can be as loud as you want. Cheer those last runners in.
Okay.
Okay. Woo!
All right.
Let's take a look at how many runners do we have in between Doe Springs and our finish line. Actually, let me get you Doe Springs. We have a cutoff at Doe Springs. Let me get that.
Should be getting pretty close now because
So
Doe Springs is not too far from the finish line.
It was 4 a.m. So with a no, it was 3 a.m. So that would put it 5 a.m. So Doe Springs is officially closed. If you have not made it to Doe Springs,
really?
Yeah, 'cause they have 1 hour. Huh? There's a bunch of cutoffs, but that's the last aid station.
For the
That's
yeah.
First wave.
That would be the last.
So 3 a.m. So it would be, what was that? The first wave started 2.5 hours. So they would have already missed it. The second wave that started at 10, they would have the 5 a.m. And like Chris Warden said, it's around a little under 60 minutes for some folks to be getting in from there. So let's see how many we got in between Doe Springs.
What time does the 60K start today? Someone just asked.
We have 43,
we're moving on.
43 athletes between Doe Springs and the finish line. They have 53 minutes to get here. It's starting to heat up.
Starting to heat up.
424. Daniel Martin out of Knoxville, Tennessee.
So, someone just asked what time the 60K start is. It is 7 a.m. local time.
7 a.m. local.
The cutoff for the
Liam,
100K.
8 Station Fireball, about to head out to that
It's 6
60K
a.m..
start. Go get him, Liam.
Woo! And there are still some runners out there who are doing the 100-mile challenge, which means they are doing the 100K, still out there, about to finish, and are going to go right over to the start line and start the 60K at 7 a.m.
Those East Coasters are now starting to pile in. Remember I was asking for East Coasters? I got Northampton, Mass coming in. We also have someone letting us know that the breakfast burrito is near impossible to find on the East Coast. I can attest to that.
Is that true?
Yeah, you don't get breakfast burritos on the East Coast.
I was going to say, yeah,
Not
I
a
don't.
thing. I think it's until you get to like Colorado, and then it's like, all right, the breakfast burritos start.
Unless you're in Chicago,
Or
and then you can
Texas.
find
Texas,
anything delicious.
Woo!
Ooh, we've
There
got
we
a
go.
fish
We got
coming in.
someone
We're going
coming
to check
in
that
with their
bib number.
pacer.
Scott Rokas there for the glam
Getting
shot.
a shot.
Heck yeah.
Let's see. We couldn't see the bib. Let's see who we got.
What?
52 minutes left.
Dang.
Let's get these runners in.
Dang, dang, dang.
Mm-hmm. I'm about ready to go run down that trail and cheer them on, cheer them in.
Okay,
there.
you have a good time.
You hold down the studio.
I hear it's
I'll
cold
go
out
do
there.
moral support out on course.
I like that. I'm going to do it from right here.
Yeah.
Appreciate your efforts.
Appreciate you. Hear another
I
runner
hear
coming
some
in.
footsteps.
Yep. Look at this white-green combo we got
That's
going.
what I'm saying.
What else is this white-green? Like, what is that? I don't know. And the cactus matches us in the back. We're looking pretty good.
That's pretty good.
We're pretty good.
That's pretty good.
We almost,
It's like matchy, but not too matchy.
yeah, it's not
It's
over
just
the
a
top.
little like
Yeah. It's just a little something.
little something.
People just tune into the live stream like, what are these two wearing?
What is happening?
Yeah, it kind of like gets them. All right, let's take
Look,
a look.
it's
What's
cold.
going on here?
I have 2 pairs of pants on.
I got 3
have-
pairs of pants
He's got
on.
3 pairs of pants on. I have 2 pairs of socks on. I have a tank, a waffle long sleeve, a hoodie, your Leadville hoodie, and this green pimp coat on, which is very warm.
Can you say that on air?
Pimp?
Can you say that?
Pimp.
Okay. You said it twice or 3 times. I guess you can.
It's a pimp coat.
It's a pimp coat.
I guess nowadays it would be called a mob wives coat.
Yeah. 'Cause
Yeah, we
mobbing.
mobbing. I can't. We gotta go to sleep.
It's hit the Florida.
Lord. I kind of want a breakfast burrito on the way home, though. I'm not gonna lie. Everyone's talking it up.
I know. Probably got to, believe it or not, they're probably at the aid station too.
Patty. She's probably not
Nah,
over there.
Patty's at the start.
Patty Corey
Patty,
is at the
I
start.
believe is out at the start, taking care of everyone.
I bet Aid Station
We might
Fireball
have
could
Hannah here.
confirm that.
Hannah could be running the finish. I don't know. We'll have to pop. We're so busy, we can't even get out there.
I haven't left this chair since I sat down at
Yep.
just before midnight.
We might have to call over.
I don't know if my legs work.
No.
They're frozen.
You might be stuck to the chair.
I might.
Yeah, like frozen.
I legitimately have not moved this from the seat.
Like when you put the tongue on the frozen telephone.
That's my
pole,
butt.
That's you.
Yeah.
I'll pry you off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
Squirrel,
fired.
We'll get some squirrel nut butter. We'll lube.
Oh yeah,
We'll we'll lube you out. No,
I'll lube my own butt. Okay.
I didn't say butt. No, I meant lube you out. Lube you out. All right, we gotta go. It's not even PG anymore. Now,
It's Air Vibe After Dark. That's what they say.
Jamil's gonna fire us.
Yeah. It's okay. Go out with a
Jamil,
bang.
it's all her. I'm trying to keep this,
Don't listen to
trying
him.
keep this show running smooth. But good morning from Winnipeg. Let me tell you, Winnipeg, we got a lot of Canadians down here. Oh, is that? There's a heart.
I know there's a heart.
Winnipeg, MB, which we've not discovered, Manitoba. Manitoba is.
I hear a shuffle behind us.
Anyway, we've had a lot of Canadians. We love those Canadians. Thank you, Winnipeg. Nick Wider, yep. See that? Nick Wider is going to come back to watch the live stream next year just to get my report on that breakfast burrito. Appreciate that, Nick.
We'll have pictures for details.
Yeah, full detail.
Yep, full detail.
Full detail. I'm not going to leave anything out.
No, we're going to tell you all about it.
56 coming through.
56 coming in hot.
Don't think 56 finished at 11:27, so we probably
they're asleep.
Yep. 58. Benjamin Dickinson was 56. He's toes up in his bed right now.
Oh yeah,
He's loving it.
Living life right now.
58 though. 58. That's Marcel Vanderstrom, Aravipa. Working with the Aravipes.
Yep.
Marcel, excellent guy.
It's a great first name.
Yep. He and I believe his dad I've seen out at many events, just cheering. Huge fans of the sport. I remember seeing them out cheering on at when we had the Golden Trail Series at Flagstaff Sky Peaks last year. They were both out there hooting, hollering. Congrats, Marcel.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah. From
Got it done.
Tempe.
They're
he'll
not,
be
not doing
celebrating.
the 100-mile challenge, right?
He'll be celebrating in the office next week.
Yep. Aid Station Fireball said, keep thinking about people finishing now and then doing the 100-mile challenge. Just got to get a ride back to the start and then begin again. Yeah, that's a hard mindset to get into. I'm not going to lie. For me, that would take some months of preparation to be like, look, girl, you're going to do this 100K and you know you're going to finish late. You're going to get a little 1 hour car time and then get right back out there. Hard pass. Although in May for Cocodona, I will probably have to do something like that. So,
yep,
makes sense why people are doing this as their Cocodona training.
I don't think we mentioned Marsha Paul finishing.
No?
Marsha Paul, 53, coming to us from Shepherdsville, Kentucky.
Kentucky. Someone's making cocoa pancakes right now. Sorry, I know.
Oh,
I just read
who is
that.
this person? Do
In
you
Northampton.
live near the finish line? Kevin Dakota. No, you live in Massachusetts. We're apparently there. I don't know. Kevin, you're out in Northampton, Mass. You're out in like Weston, Central Weston. It's a little different out there. They could have some breakfast burritos, but I will take one of those cocoa pancakes.
I see someone coming in right now.
Yep.
Two people. It looks like two groups coming in.
Two groups just partying together.
Potty hard.
Potty hard.
Oh, are they freezing? I'm freezing for them.
Yeah. They're cold. We're cold. But we're all getting it done.
Yep.
We are all getting it done. That may have been Zane Hollenbeck and Wyatt Hollenbeck. Bibs 301 and 302. Wyatt. They're coming to us from Mesa. And we know what's in Mesa. Tell them. We've already gone over it.
Proof bread.
Proof bread.
Good croissants.
Great croissants.
One of the best croissants
There we
in the
go.
valley.
There we go.
If you want our top 10 croissant places, we might be able to dish out that information.
How about Matthew Della Bitta finishing up from New Canaan, Connecticut?
Connecticut.
East Coast, New England. Love it.
I didn't hear the grunt.
848 we got. That was Matthew Della Bitta. 850. None other than Mark Hamlin. Guess what? Another Canadian.
What?
Love it. Love it. Toronto, Ontario, Toronto. Mark Hamlin coming down here.
This weather
getting her
probably
done.
feels delightful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's loving it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm loving it. I'm not loving it. I'm cold.
Yeah.
I'm cold.
It's a little chilly. I got one of his gloves on.
I got the other. Together we have two. And we do the golf clap.
I just went for a high five and you left me hanging. Okay, there we go. But, yes.
All right.
Again. I hear some trekking poles behind us.
I hear trekking poles too.
Yep, that's a distinct sound in the night.
Yep.
Did I? Yeah, I used trekking poles when I did this race in 2022. They were a great option. This is a very rocky trail, and if you're like me, like a newborn giraffe over rocks, you'll trip on anything. You don't know how to use your limbs yet. Trekking poles are a great option.
More people crossing that finish line.
I see lots of poles coming in.
Isn't
Love
that
it.
a happy moment when you get across that finish line? That's a happy
Yeah,
moment.
I was pretty happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, just a 5.
5:47.
5.
5 and 47. Hold on. 5. Natalie Bickers doing the 100-mile challenge.
Ooh, who's giving her a ride to the start?
Ooh. Coming to us from Palmer, Alaska.
Woo. That's a challenge.
Natalie Bickers, get some food, get back to that start line.
You've got a 60K right ahead.
398. That's Todd Gyros coming from Westlake, Ohio.
Ohio.
80, they're coming in hot and heavy now.
Oh, yeah.
807. 807. Look who it is.
Andrew Hartzell.
From
Springerville,
AZ.
What's it called?
Springerville.
Springerville.
Age? Tell the people the age.
Oh my gosh.
Still in the teens.
17.
17. Andrew Hartzell from Springerville, Arizona, age 17. Potentially couldn't even drive himself here. Potentially drove himself here. Probably took a shuttle, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say. I'm going to look up to see what else this person has signed up for.
Okay. Andrew, we are very impressed. We don't know where Springerville, Arizona is.
No.
But we're very impressed that at age 17,
Yep.
you got the Black Canyon 100K done. I mean, he could potentially be going to school on Monday saying, hey, what'd you do this weekend? Black Canyon 100K.
Did a little diddly.
Imagine that at 17.
Oh, nothing's coming up. That's all right. Whew. How do you tell your friends that?
They're
gonna be like,
they don't even know what
"What?"
that is. At age 17, if your friend says I ran 100K, they don't. You know what I mean?
I didn't even know the distance of a marathon if you would have asked me at age 17.
I probably could have ballparked it.
I would have been like, it's far.
Yeah.
I'm never going to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
Hopkinton to Boston.
Yeah.
That's the marathon.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's how far it is.
That's you were born in the marathon.
Born there.
I was born there. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Here we go.
Yep.
We're just
Trucking
rolling
along.
through this. For those that don't know,
what do they not
we got
know?
a whole team commentating that 60K. So when this show wraps up, we got a fresh group of faces coming right back at you. They may not be so fresh. We have Corinne Shalvoy,
That's
who
true.
ran the 100K. Maybe not fresh, but she's going to do an excellent job here.
She did run the 100K yesterday.
I know Katie
With her
Asmith's
partner.
coming back.
Yep.
She worked all day, field reporting in the
Sounds like
studio.
Corinne Malcolm's going to be out in the field, possibly.
Corinne Malcolm out in the field, bringing smiles to everybody.
Love it.
Everyone's going to like that. AJW going out to run, commentated, worked all day. Now he's going out to run, I believe, his first race in a few years.
That's
a
something.
big weekend.
That's
He's putting a big weekend. Who else do we had on the team today? Zach Marion. He'll be doing this again tomorrow.
Yeah,
You saw
he'll be
him.
right here.
So again, I completely lied. You have no fresh
I
faces
completely
coming in.
lied.
You have a lot of very fatigued faces coming in.
But they're very excited
And they're gonna get
about
that,
what they've signed up for.
and they'll get that little coffee going. You know,
Yeah.
that coffee talk.
Oh, we should have brought them some croissants.
We got 4 or 5 left over right here.
We've got 2.
Nothing. Okay, we have 2 left. I'm sure they really want an ice cold croissant when they get here too.
I can put it in my pocket to warm it up.
Corinne Chalvoy, if you're listening in the chat, just let us know if you want some really cold croissants. Happy to leave them here for you.
Woo! We've got Deb Baker heading down right now. Okay.
We got 2 live ones about to go across that line.
That's Andre. I know that
Is that
hand.
Andre?
I know those hands. Oh, yeah.
Rumor has it it's Andre the Iron Man Lee.
And he's doing the 100-mile challenge.
Yep.
I can't speak anymore.
I actually don't even know why he might as well, like, if it's Andre, he should have just finished and then just ran back.
Yeah, I'm going to run back to the start
He could do it
other
here and
way.
back.
Yeah.
He'll do 200K instead of one. He'll do, yeah.
Maybe we can get Chris to bring him in here.
I think I'm going to bring, we got to tell Aravipa, they can do the Andre Lee challenge where you come to the, you race to the finish line and then you got to run back to the start line. Andre and Henry Ward will be the only 2 that sign up.
Okay. This could actually work. If you're a fast runner and you finish, say, by like 5 p.m., even like 9 p.m.,
It could happen.
you could run back by the time the 60K starts. You're thinking about it?
Oh, I'm not thinking about
Oh,
it.
okay. You're not
No,
thinking about
no,
it. That is
you
not
kidding
even
me?
close to what I'm thinking.
No.
Nope.
I am one of the softest ultra runners out there, and I am not afraid to say that.
Scott does not like to carry anything, so
Nope.
he says that he will never do a 200-miler because that requires carrying things like a vest, and that is no.
Nope.
That's a hard pass for Scott
All
Traer.
good.
I'm good.
Let's get off me for a moment.
Okay.
We're going to hop on to 4 finishes. I see we did have Mr. Andre Lee come through.
Sure did.
We'll talk about him in a moment. We had Aya Kuyayo, Oliver Sukup, and Nicholas Haggerty. So let me see if I can get a little bit of info about them for y'all. I'm sure their families are home watching, their friends. We're gonna get you some deets.
Sure are. Scott's gonna do that.
I am gonna do that. They're coming in fast here. Another
they're
one
in
coming in.
I could do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're here for, Cal. You're here to help me. You know, I can't be carrying this show the whole night.
I carry the team on my back. No. Wait.
I'm just kidding.
He's on the couch tonight.
665. We've already determined. I've been told I'm getting on the couch multiple times tonight.
Cloudy's taking your spot.
Kuya, another Hawaiian runner. Coming through. 2 Hawaiians have finished in the last 20 minutes.
I love it. Heck
We
yeah.
had Oliver Sukup, bib 1160. Someone asked earlier, do we have any New Mexican runners? Coming out of Portales, New Mexico, Oliver Sukup getting it done. Shout out to New Mexico and all of our New Mexico runners.
has a beautiful, beautiful state.
And now Andre Lee, we already talked about him. He's
We already
got
talked
over
about him.
100 Aravipa race finishes.
Well over 100 by now.
He's an absolute legend, a pillar of our community here.
Yep.
You
a steward of the trails, if you
do
will.
everything. I mean, just a role model.
Yep.
He's a role model for trail runners.
Not just in Phoenix.
Yeah.
All of them.
If you live in Phoenix, you know Andre Lee. I can almost guarantee that.
If you run an Aravipa race, you've probably run next to Andre Lee.
Always positive out there on the trails, encouraging others.
We'll help you with anything that you need.
Yep. Stoked. Andre Lee, another finish.
Woo!
Love it. Although, he's probably going to find out what we've determined on the new crewing rules, which is,
Jan's going to break it to him.
Yep, Jan's going to have to break him the new crew rules, which we've determined because some athletes like to do multi-day events. So we have determined if you are crewing for an athlete that's doing a multi-day, like Andre likes to do, and Jan has to crew him, Andre then needs to crew Jan for as many hours as she crewed Andre. So it's no longer a one event for one event. So if you're in the chat or you're watching this, no, these are the new rules of crewing. I am saying these out loud because sometimes I crew for someone that does 200 and something mile races. And I'm going to start tracking some hours. Me and Jan, Me and Jan
We'll
are
start clocking in and clocking out.
me and
for
Jan are going to be
these-
driving
for these races.
Yeah, me and Jan driving this movement to change how crewing is done.
Let's get Aravipa to design a punch card so that we can start clocking in, clocking out on crew
Yep.
jobs.
Deb Baker, good morning from Cottonwood. She's heading to the 60K. Go get him,
I
Deb.
bet it was cold in Cottonwood.
Thor Tess, I'm loving these coats. Let's show them our moves. Let's show them how we mob.
Seeing how we mob.
Pop it.
Seeing how we mob. I can't. I got a hoodie in the way.
Thanks for the shout out. And Aaron T wants to know, do you think those Hawaiian runners had any Hawaiian rolls? Don't know.
But if
another
they had
Hawaiian
croissants-
staple tea from my days living in Hawaii,
Coffee?
box lunch, which is
What?
where you basically go.
Oh, yeah.
It's like fast food, but it's with white rice, and you pick
It's
you pick your
delicious.
choice. That's called the box lunch.
Where were you in Hawaii?
I was in Oahu. I moved out there
If you didn't know, Scott has lived almost anywhere
summer.
around
I
this
was
world.
16. I had a brother at university out there, and for some reason, I was allowed to go move out to Hawaii. He got me a job in a warehouse. I did that 4 days a week, and I was playing golf about, I don't even know, 80 hours a week, just tuning up that golf game.
Scott is a big golf fan, and
Give a golf clap for Scott.
yeah, we'll give a clap.
Let's give me a golf clap. Yep.
Some might call him a pro in his field.
874 just came through. That's Charles Fromm out of Pleasant Hill, California, age 62. Another 60-year-old finishing this Black Hand. If you're out there watching this, you're age 50 and you're wondering, I'm too old. I'm not nope.
No.
You ain't never too old for this sport.
We've had some 60-year-olds, some 70-year-olds. Have we had any 80-year-olds out here?
Don't think so.
Don't think so. But maybe.
But yeah, I mean, we didn't
We-
get in here until maybe we couldn't have an 80-year-old blaze the course in 10 hours. Who knows? We weren't in here for that. We're not going to rule it out.
They probably did. They probably did that, actually.
They may have.
They may have.
We had someone else come through, and I think
I would also like to just say that anyone who started in wave 1 has 2 minutes to cross that finish line if they are still out there. They have less than 2 minutes.
less than 2 minutes.
If
If
they
you
were
were in
in-
wave 1, wave 1 has 2 minutes to get an official finish.
If they are in wave 2,
32.
they have 32 minutes. So 32 minutes left of the Black Canyon 100K.
Also want to point out that Shahui Awaya, bib 1083 from Marlton, New Jersey.
Say that
just
again?
finished. Jersey. And they get their coffee.
Where do you get your material?
Yeah,
I
just flowing off the tip of my tongue here.
Yep.
Aaron Ding came in. South Barrington, Illinois.
I know where that is.
Do you?
Yep.
What are they famous
Barrington?
for? South Barrington. Don't get them confused. Someone from Barrington hears you say that you're calling Barrington South Barrington. You don't. They get rivalries. You know the Thanksgiving Day football game? That's Barrington, South Barrington.
Is it?
I have no idea.
I don't
I
know
have
about
to
that.
imagine.
I don't know about
There's rivalries between Barrington and South Barrington.
that. Meh, it could be. You know?
Yeah.
I'm hearing some cheers.
We're
I'm
hearing
seeing
some cheers.
woos.
I don't know if did we get Natalia Miller? If we didn't, she came through Chula Vista, California. Like I said, people, they're coming through fast here. Nicholas Haggerty. Think I got Nick. If I didn't, Mr. Nick from El Paso, Texas. We're proud of you, aren't we?
I'm so proud.
Nick, go to bed tonight knowing that Callie and Scott are proud of your performance.
We saw you finish.
And
We
we're
saw
proud.
the effort that it took for you to get from from point A to point B. And that wasn't an easy road. We
Nope.
know what you endured.
Yep.
These last, I don't know, let's call it a day because it probably felt longer than that to you.
Call it a day.
It was about a day.
We're calling it a day.
It was a day. And now you're done. Your roller coaster is done. You can get off the ride and go to sleep. And think about your next race that you're all signed up for, probably.
It is officially 5:30.
Woo!
If we had some athletes in wave 1, if they're still out there, they're unfortunately past the cutoff. It looks like we have at least two or three that have gone past, or at least got to Doe Springs. And it seems like they are going to miss that cutoff unless maybe they missed their start and they started with wave
there's
2.
a potential that they
Let's cross our
started.
fingers for them.
You never know.
Cross your fingers, cross your toes. I don't know.
Okay.
Don't know.
Okay.
Doing my best.
Secret things happening on the laptops over here.
Yep.
You don't even want to know.
But let's take a look here. In between Doe Spring and this finish line, it looks like there is still a good amount of athletes. Let's get them in.
28 minutes left to go.
Bring them home. Bring them home, Callie.
You know what? I'm trying to in my brain power right now. The little hamster who's working that wheel up there, he is trying to just signal to them, come on home.
Is
You have
Sally
passed that last aid station. Finish line is in sight.
Kevin DeCote wants to know if Sally is running this race. Sally is not.
Mm-mm.
Sally, if you're watching, apparently Kevin's a big fan. Maybe send him one of the yellow hats.
Hey.
He's a big fan.
Big fan.
Kevin, I'm trying to get you one of them yellow hats.
Trying our best. Maybe we can get you a toasted chickpea sandwich this morning for breakfast from
Oh.
We'll put some eggs on it.
Nope.
Okay.
That Patty Corey chickpea sandwich, that's
Has
all
to
you
be
need.
kept
Yeah, I'm not.
exactly how it
I
is.
want the
Don't
original.
change the recipe.
Secret patty sauce, everything.
There's a sauce in there?
Patty Corey original recipe. I don't know what is in it. There's something. It's not just chickpeas. It's a chickpea sandwich. She ain't giving any up.
No,
she ain't
no,
giving up
no.
that recipe. But if you're watching and you're going to the start line, like who just told us, Deb Baker. Deb, when you get to the start line, go see Patty Corey. Tell her you've been hearing about these delicious chickpea sandwiches, and you just want to try one. Tell her Scott and Callie sent you. She'll get a real kick out of that.
Yeah. She'll be like, those two.
Those two.
They're up to
Always goofing, but yeah, I do have this delicious chickpea
But I
sandwich.
do. I've
Yeah.
got a couple over here.
This one they nailed on the head.
I
Yep.
see a waist lamp coming through.
Do ya?
Love the waist lamp strategy. I'm
Yeah.
a big fan of the waist lamp. And
Yep, me too.
yeah.
Yep, you're going the right way.
Just keep going forward.
You're there. 313. Let's hear it. 313. I believe
Coming in.
that is that Sarah Kondo from Ancaster, Ontario. It could have been 213. I believe that was 213. That's Pam Pham out of Murphy, Texas.
Just finished.
Was
coming in from Murphy, Texas. Probably a lot hotter there than it was today.
Potentially.
I don't know. Weather's doing some weird things.
We cannot guarantee what the weather was.
We don't know.
In Murphy, Texas today.
But it was probably things were happening.
They
I
probably
can-
didn't get snow.
I've driven through Texas when it snowed.
We're willing to gamble that Murphy, Texas didn't get snow.
Probably not. Yeah.
All right.
I see people.
We have Tish Alvarado coming from Sugarland, Texas. You know who's from Sugarland, Texas?
There's a puppy in
My
here.
pal Chad Lassiter.
Really?
He's from Sugarland, Texas.
Chad Lassiter.
Chad, if you're watching and you know Tish, she just finished.
I
When
can't
she
focus
gets-
on anything else
when
except
she-
for this puppy that's
When
now in
she
here.
gets back there, make sure you go buy her a coffee. Oh my God, there
I
is
know.
a brand new puppy in the room.
I can't focus.
Is that? It could be. It looks like a mini Labrador or a mini Doodle. What do we got?
Oh.
A Vizsla. Oh my goodness! Look at this beauty. Let's show the stream. Look at this for all of our dog lovers. We got a beautiful dog. Oh my goodness! The ratings on the stream just went up.
Do you?
Oh my God! Look at this little angel.
Look at you. I know. My dog
Wow.
is going to smell you later. Oh, what is this fur?
Yeah.
What is that microphone?
What? How old is the pup?
10 weeks.
Oh
10
my
weeks.
Gosh.
That's a beautiful
This
dog.
was all worth it for this little
Yep.
moment right here. Thank you for bringing this little belly.
Yep.
Oh, I lost it.
At least we got the ratings up. Everyone likes a puppy.
My IQ dropped to like 40 points right there.
But our ratings just went up 40 points.
There you go.
It's worth it.
All worth it.
Deb Baker, if she sees Patty, she's gonna do it.
Yes.
Ragnar's Axe talking about those Kodiak pancakes, chocolate for breakfast. Kodiak pancakes, they like pushing those power pancakes, a lot of protein in them.
Flapjacks.
Oh, they do like to call them flapjacks or power pancakes, from my understanding.
Power cakes.
Power cakes.
Mm-hmm.
Ragnar's Axe, if you're going to call them Kodiak pancakes, Kodiak would prefer.
No. You can flapjacks,
We're
whatever.
just kidding with you.
We're just joking with you.
Just kidding with you.
They are delicious, though. We did make some, actually.
Aaron Davis
recently.
just donated $4.99 to the live stream because they brought on puppies.
Yes.
We just got a donation because of the puppy. If you're anywhere in the area, bring a puppy into the studio. We're getting some funds. Thank you very much, Aaron Davis. I think we got a plan for next year.
Puppy.
That and we could maybe do like an adoption.
I was just trying to think of that, but my brain was having a hard time get there.
Right?
It was like rescue. No, another word. Adopt. Yes.
We got to get Fox. Where's Fox? Jubilee, if you're listening, you got Fox. We could probably raise another $5, right? Just by bringing Fox in the room.
Oh. Yeah.
If you don't know, Jubilee's dog Fox, small Chihuahua Poodle mix.
Is he?
I believe maybe at 9 years old, has hiked the whole Black Canyon Trail.
He has. Yeah.
And he's got very little legs.
He has very little legs, but he has got.
Those little legs can move.
He has got some spunk.
Yeah.
And
He's
they
got
do-
good ups, too.
Yeah, he loves a good adventure.
Can see him jump from floor to chair, floor to desk chair. Little
No way.
Oh, yeah. Good box jump. Fox has probably a bigger box jump than I do.
Yeah, because he used to jump in your lap all the time.
All the time.
All
Jump
the
up
time.
on my lap. I don't know if I could jump up on a chair. I could try to Tom Cruise, Tom Brady, Tom Cruise jump up on that couch like the commercial.
You could do that?
You know that Tom Brady
Oh,
commercial?
No one doesn't know about that.
And I love Touchdown Tom. Hey.
Me?
I think
Kelly.
Someone
I
could reenact that statement
Someone
right on
from
that couch.
Florida just said, "Love you both," but also,
Florida.
any idea when registration opens for 2025?
Don't know. Aaron Schmidt,
Don't know.
race director.
Well, we'll find out.
Race director for Aeroviper, race command at some of Aeroviper's
Aaron Schmidt.
biggest event, says Fox is worth at least 10. Let's see.
Jubilee
Let's-
confirm.
If you've got some small dogs, we can really get some money for this stream. Bring them in.
We see someone coming in now. 21 minutes left for all finishers to get in. 21 minutes is all they have, and we still have a number of people still
I
on
think
the
we got
course.
24, 25.
So we're going to need at least one a minute.
I'm just ballparking, just
Ballparking.
Just ballparking here. 24,
There was
25.
no R in there.
No R in there. We're just. But that was a finisher.
I'm moving
Did we happen
things.
to get a bib number on that finisher? We didn't, but we're going to track it down. Don't you worry. If you are in the Tony Pacheco still in the chat, I mean, he's MVP of the chat.
MVP of the chat.
Yep.
Hands down. April. Jubilee said
Jubilee
April is when registration for the 2025 Black Canyon race
April
will open.
Mark your calendars.
So-
You do not want to miss this one next year. We can see there's some FOMO.
Yep.
I know a few people that had already posted today. There's no way I'm missing Black Canyon next year.
Nope.
I might have been one of them.
Were you?
Was I?
I would do it again.
I'd do it again.
I would do it again.
I'm coming next year.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
Yep. Well, seeing that
Wait,
they're
you're
never
gonna do
they're
Desert
never gonna
Souls?
let us live stream again after this.
No,
so
we're
we
done.
we either can come back and run or just cheer.
They're gonna fire us. Wait, so you're gonna do Desert
I think we've already been
Solstice?
fired. They just don't have anyone to
Probably.
fill this shift.
Yeah,
right
they're
now.
like, we'll just keep them.
Yeah,
there.
just
keep
let them
there.
run this
We'll
thing out.
just pretend like they think they're on air right now, but we
Yeah.
already cut that stream a while ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
no
yeah,
one's even watching. They got bots in here talking.
Yeah,
to us.
totally.
Oh, yeah.
So you're gonna run Desert Solstice and then hop into Black Canyon. I believe you did that another year, right?
I did do that.
How'd it go for you?
You got a golden ticket.
You got a golden ticket. So
might as well do it again.
Strategy, Desert Solstice 24-hour in December, run 100 and how many miles?
That year we ran 153.
153 miles, and then what? A month and a half later, 6 weeks later, hop into a little diddly called the Black Canyon 100K.
And you know what we called that run? Shake and bake.
A shake and
We
That's where the
shake and
shake
bake.
and bake was born.
Shake and bake was born there.
That's what you got to do. That's the race strategy.
Yeah. You shake till Bumblebee. No,
And
you
then-
shake to Black Canyon City.
Yep.
And you bake it in.
Bake it in.
So basically, at the start of the day, you're preheating. Preheat that oven. And then when you get to
That's a
Bumblebee.
long preheat.
Yeah, well, it takes a while to heat it up.
That's
You
an
know, it was
old
snowing
oven.
at the start.
They might need to think
It was
about getting a
snowing at
new. That's true.
Nah.
We got some finishers.
We got some
coming
finishers.
in.
Let's get off.
Coming in
What are we
hot.
talking about here? Aaron Davis signing up for Black Canyon. Aaron, sign up April.
Heck yeah.
You'll be racing versus Callie and I. A
Yeah.
loser buys the coffee at the finish line.
All right. So what do you guys want? I got it.
All right.
We got another one coming in.
That could have been Sarah Richardson coming in.
Yup.
And do you know Sarah, where she's from?
I'm gonna say probably East Coast.
Ann Arbor, Michigan.
What?
The glove. The mitt.
The mitt.
The mitt.
Yep.
405. Even our spotter doesn't. Yeah, 405. I don't know. You can tell it's getting late here from the stream. Definitely not 405.
Definitely not. Eyes are deceiving us.
Yep. We're going to need some coffee.
Yeah, if anyone is in the area of the finish line, there's still a puppy within
There
the
is
vicinity.
still a puppy. So if you want to come to the finish line and see a puppy, there's one
Oh
right
my-
here.
Look at that little
If you don't
face.
mind bringing a light roast pour over, I'll take that, please. Right down the middle, baby. You got it. Bowl it to the finish.
What'd you say?
His strategy was, I'm going to run right down the middle just like I'm bowling. There he is. He
Knock
just
all those
finished it.
pins over.
Definitely did. Let's see if we can get a bib on him. Woo. 963.
963.
Coming from
in.
a bowling background, so he's a multi-sport athlete, Sean Tracy. Ottsville, Pennsylvania. He's got a bumper sticker on his car that says, I'd rather be bowling.
No way.
Ask him.
Okay. It's a puppy.
Sean Tracy. Curious if he's ever bowled over 220.
I'm gonna guess he has.
I think he has too. He had the strategy. He's coming in. I'm gonna go right down the middle,
Yeah,
just
he
like
knows
I'm. Yeah, he
exactly,
knows
yep.
what I'm doing. He's probably. Yep.
Yep. All right, we got.
He could have ran
7
this race in his bowling shoes. I bet. He might
That
have them on because they're
sounds
that comfortable.
Awful.
But it would be a good fashion statement.
What the little like stripe that they got going on?
Yeah.
Oh, think of the stiffness though.
Yeah, but they're probably
Oh,
broken
my
in because he's such a
toes.
good bowler.
That's probably true.
He's been bowling games since he's been
My
a kid.
toes hurt just thinking about it. All right, we've
The
got.
bowling?
Yeah, we're in bowling.
Oh,
shoes?
the bowling shoes and running in 100K. Yeah.
Goodness, we've got 16 minutes left.
16 minutes left. If I do a quick calculation,
oh my goodness,
is that
Look at all the headlamps.
are they coming in? I can't see.
Look back there.
I thought that's the Milky Way. It's just the runners just pouring into this finish line. They all might just be battling for DFL.
Ooh.
They might just. We got a lot coming in here. This is going to be a joyous moment for this running community. We officially have 16
Yeah,
minutes
look at
left.
the excitement there on the screen.
250,
Heck yeah.
just 1050, just boogied into that finish line. That's David Cornman,
He is glad to be done.
the Cornman from Tucson, Arizona.
Tucson, we were just there.
Just there last weekend,
Great
dancing our hearts out.
croissant at the Time Market.
Oh, Time Market.
Oh my God, that
Shout out to
croissant
Jesse Marmon of
for-
the Aravaipa
oh my
community.
goodness.
Gave us a croissant recommendation. Time? What was the name?
Time Market.
Time Market.
Great.
Whew.
Great croissant.
You're in Tucson. Go get a
Great.
croissant at Time Market. Thank you, Jesse, for that recommendation. Another finisher coming in.
Coming in hot.
At this point, they're all coming in hot.
Yeah, that's true.
Meanwhile, we're freezing.
Yeah,
996.
we're checking.
We're checking. Who do we got?
Duke.
Take it away, Cal. Who is it?
Duke Hong
Where from?
from Ventura, California. Age 56 years old. Coming in. Are they doing the 100-mile challenge?
Duke Hong? No.
No.
996? Was that the bib? Because we have Dukon as a withdrawn.
Uh-oh. Oh.
So let's scratch that. Sorry about a
We're
potential
gonna
error.
figure out who that
like I
was.
said, it's dark out here. We're trying to see bibs. We're doing our best, you know. We're putting in what.
Oh.
We got a whole. We got three or four runners coming in here.
I can see my breath. They are fighting the elements out there.
Yeah.
When you can see your breath.
Yeah, it's a cold night here.
I have no toes.
I can't feel anything. 8:56 though. You know what? That's Sarah Richardson.
Woo.
You know what she's feeling? That we already got. I think we got Sarah. And what was it? 8:24. 8:24. Michael Johnson.
Woo.
Snowflake, Arizona, age 62.
Good job.
We're proud of you. We're
Proud of you,
you,
Michael.
Very proud. We're proud of every runner that came here.
Everyone.
They're coming across that line now. 2:15.
Woo.
Jeff Madero from Roycerford, Pennsylvania.
Oh.
10:26. That's Andrew Pavey from Mesa.
From Mesa.
From Mesa.
Proof.
He had a choice. The Mesa Marathon was today. He could have ran a marathon. He could have ran the Black Canyon 100K.
He probably would have gone to sleep a lot sooner.
Would have been sleeping a long time ago.
Yeah.
He made the
Probably
right choice,
waking
though,
up
Andrew.
right now.
And he knows it, too, because he's holding a Black Canyon 100K belt buckle right now.
Taking that home.
Taking it home. Put it on the mantle. Don't put it on your jeans. Wear it around on the big game tomorrow.
That's true.
If
That's
you're
true.
wearing your belt buckle during the big game tomorrow, snap a photo, tag Black Canyon Ultra. We want to see those buckles tomorrow. Wear them with pride. And when you are wearing them with pride, remember, who's proud of you?
We.
Who's we?
You and I.
Scott and Callie is what I was trying to get.
Okay, got it. I got half a brain cell.
We're doing pretty good, though.
Yeah, we're doing all right.
You know, we're having a good time.
We're having a good time.
Yep. All right, let's see what's going on over in that chat. So these people doing 100K and 20, that's correct, James. They're out there.
Yep. And then some of them are going right back to the start line and starting the 60K. So 100K, 20 hours, and then we're getting right back out there to do another one, round 2.
Cosmic C coming in on the chat. Cosmic has came out to our Mug Club coffee
Yep.
runs. He can chime in.
Yep, Mug Club
It's a
coffee
good time.
runs
Next
once
Sunday,
a month.
it's Mug Club on Instagram. Give it a look. There's going to be another It's Mug Club run next Sunday. Thank you, Tom Pestula, out volunteering at a local 5K race, and he's watching the coverage. Not sure if that's allowed while you're volunteering. Looks like he's like watching TV on the job, Tom, but don't worry. Your secret's safe here.
Has the race even started
Doesn't-
yet?
We don't know. Tom's
We
just
won't tell.
Tom's doing a great job. He's volunteering.
You stay with us as long as you want.
Yep, Tom, just watch the whole thing. Because when this ends, there's going to be the 60K.
60K is coming up next.
Yep.
That starts at 7 a.m. local time. It is currently 5:49 in the morning.
Yep.
11
minutes left
for runners to
Holy
come in.
smokes.
I'm seeing still a trail of headlamps and waist lamps come through at the moment.
There's
Scott's
some right
checking.
here. I see a Kogalo light coming
I
through
definitely
here.
just saw that.
Let's see who it could be.
People are very excited to cross that finish line. I
Yep.
don't blame them. The things that they've battled out there.
What? 129. Callie, what did they battle out there?
They battled elements. They battled demons. They battled.
Demons.
Sure did.
129.
The weather.
Alex Stravos out of Chandler. Basically neighbors with Chris.
And Henry Ward.
Yep. Maybe even Andre. I think Andre
Could
too.
be.
What was the other number? 114. Oh, none other than Justin Blanchard taking a trip down here from Puyallup, Washington.
Someone asked, how much time is left for runners to finish within the 20 hours? They have
9
9 minutes left.
There's 9 minutes.
9 minutes.
540 seconds if you're going by seconds. Give or take a few.
That was way too. How?
Yep.
Why are you doing math?
I can do my multiplication tables. I can't do my addition tables. At
What?
least at this stage. Tom Pastula, I be here for the 60K as well. So Tom
Woo-wee.
Pastula, whatever race you're volunteering at, just keep watching the stream. You know, don't worry.
Yep.
Thank you for volunteering as well. And for those that like to volunteer, head on over to that Aravaipa page. You could volunteer at any of these events. I just did it last Friday
Sure
at Elephant
did.
Mountain.
Volunteered Fridays. Help setting
Great
up the
time.
race.
And you know what you get for volunteering? Besides feeling good about yourself and helping out the community,
You get some race credits.
Aravaipa is going to put a bit of race credit in your pocket.
Not a bad deal.
For every hour you volunteer, they're going to give you race credit to come run one of their events. So go over to that Aravaipa page, check for some volunteer openings, sign up, help out the community. If you haven't volunteered, get out there. It's a good time. Bryce Brooks back in the studio, none other, basically a celebrity in the Phoenix area.
I am honored to be in the same room right now.
Mm-hmm. Cosmic Sea, he's coming to Mug Club again. Once, you're coming every time.
Yeah, you're
It's
hooked.
too good of a time.
You're hooked. All right, we've got 8 minutes left for anyone
8 minutes.
who is still out on course.
We
making
still
their
have a lot
way.
of them. We
Yep.
still have a good amount out that have got past Doe Springs.
Woo.
They're pushing. Let's get them home.
I know that stretch. That is a very lonely stretch. I mean, anything in the dark at this hour, or since, the sun went down, it feels lonely. And these runners have been out there the longest of all 100K runners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're cheering for you.
We are cheering for you because I have been there.
You have?
I saw someone ask what is our experience with the race. Scott, you finished in a blistering time during a very hot year of, 8 hours, 2 minutes, I want to say?
Something like that.
I finished in 18 hours and some change. I don't know. But 10 hours later. So almost got my 20 hours worth of this course.
Yeah, someone's
And-
coming in. 7 minutes to get across that line. Here
You got
they are.
this. I heard relief in their voice
Yeah.
as they were making their way towards the finish line. Relief that they finally got there.
It's a dream.
When you see the lights of a finish line within sight, I don't know. If you haven't done an ultra, but maybe you've done a hike where you're like, oh, I'm just getting back to the car, and you get that glimpse of your car in the parking lot. That's pretty close to this feeling when you've been out there for 20-ish hours of an ultra, and then you get back and you see your car, you see the finish line.
Oh,
Oh.
Magical.
Almost all of the hard part just washes away because you finally see the end in sight.
We didn't happen to catch that bib, so sorry, I don't see it popping up. Let's see here. Do a little refresh on my page, and let's see what we got. 6 minutes. If you're
minutes
in
to
the
go.
live stream and you are cheering on an athlete, whatever you're doing in the live stream, you got 6 more minutes of this 100K. Enjoy it.
Whatever you want to ask us in the live stream, whatever you want to say to your runner.
And I hope at the end of it, everyone in the live stream is going to join us for one big golf clap to commemorate everyone's effort. We'll do that.
Have we not moved from the golf clap to full on
Actually, I guess
cheering?
at 6 a.m. at our time. Yeah,
Well, it's
the only
5
people that
a.m..
will still need the golf clap will be
our West Coast friends.
Coasters. West Coasters will still have to golf clap.
Yep.
Sorry, West Coasters. You know how strict it is over there.
You got to be so quiet.
So quiet. Those hippies don't want you making noise. Wait, what? You can't say that on air? Hippie? That's all right. Everyone knows California.
We love them.
We love them.
We are them.
We are them. We're not actually them, but there are people.
There are people.
All right.
I see one faint headlamp behind us. Yeah. Maybe two.
Yep.
Yeah. They have 4 minutes left to get here.
Before they get here, we want to do a couple little quick shout outs again to our sponsors. HOKA, we could not do it without you.
Sure could
Thank
not.
you so much. Kelly, give us a sponsor. Just name one.
I'm gonna give out Tannery.
Going with Tannery.
Yeah.
I'll go with Satisfy. Who you got?
Ooh. I'm gonna go with Great Day Brewing.
Best Day Brewing.
Best Day Brewing.
How about Squirrel Nut Butter?
Definitely Squirrel's Nut Butter.
Gotta include Squirrel Nut Butter. How about Satisfy Running?
I heard
Flota.
Oh.
Setting up the parties for us out at Bumblebee.
I heard they had a live band out there.
Oh my goodness. Look at what we're bringing. It's unbelievable what Viper Satisfy are bringing to this sport.
You get a free concert.
Free concert.
Coming into an aid station.
Yep.
You know how hard it must be to leave that aid station knowing that you had a free concert behind you?
Yep.
Everyone's having a good time.
Another thing we want to give a shout out to World Trail Majors. Take a look. Like I said, the next event, Trans Gran Canaria in 2 weeks. It's going to be hot, going to be heated, very competitive event. And like we mentioned, let me just quickly go through this. Coming up on the Viper race calendar, we have Jackpot. We have
a week from this weekend,
Copper Corridor. We have Mesquite Canyon. We have Crown King. We have Damn Good Run, all just coming right around the corner. So if you're looking to race, you're looking to volunteer, go over there, sign up for something, come join us. You see the fun we're having.
Someone said, cheering on runner 52, my amazing friend Rachel Hagen. Rachel was someone who reached out to us telling us that she is running this race.
Rachel 52. Let's check in.
Yep.
Where is Rachel? Rachel Hagen.
She's still out there?
It looks like her bib crossed a few times at Table Mesa.
We are checking.
I don't see any notes here. It looks like she got to Table Mesa in 1543, but we do not know if she left Table Mesa.
We do know that this is her first 100K, and we'll be chasing those cutoffs. This was her big, scary goal for the year. And we are going to follow up and see if we can find her on the course.
We've got
Or an
2 minutes left. Do we see any light?
I see.
Light. Someone needs to tell them they have less than they have 1 minute to get across that finish line.
And we see some headlamps in the distance.
One headlamp. Oh, that looks
One
like pretty far.
minute. Less
You've got
than
1 minute. There's one set of headlamps that looks close. And there's one set that looks a little out of reach.
Woo!
Less than a minute to go.
We have people now running out on the course to tell them that they have less than a minute if they can find it within them to run, sprint, whatever they have left.
Do whatever you got to do. Give it your all. You got less.
I see actually a trail of headlights at this point behind us.
Oh, they're coming in.
Do we have an exact countdown?
At the end of the
5,
ooh,
3, 2, 1.
That is that?
Oh.
Did we hit there? Did we hit that?
Yep, we hit the cutoff at 20 hours.
We hit 20 hours. That is not to take anything away from these runners still out on course. They are still covering 100 kilometers through some very wild weather, big river crossings. They're still getting this done 100%. They're coming in hot still. They are not quitting.
They are not quitting. One, because that would be a very bold, very terrible place to quit in a race.
If they started at...
If they started later wave, maybe. Yeah, right?
No, 10 was...
Oh, 10 right now? There wasn't a 10 wave?
No.
No.
Yeah, they got it down in 2.
I know. Woo!
Hustling in. Whew. Let's see who we got coming
About 15
in.
seconds. No, a minute 15 after the cutoff. Minute 17, 18. That is grit.
What did we catch those bibs? 61. Bib 61 looks like.
People are still giving him medals.
Huh? Lisa Dixon, 61. 413. Catherine Craven from Orting, Washington.
Woo!
They're still coming in here. They put in a heck of an effort. They had the mud to deal with, the cold weather.
A little snow at the start.
Yeah, snow at the start.
Probably were ready to go at 7:30 this morning, then realize you're starting at 9:30.
Yep. Do we see got at least a couple more headlights coming at us? Kelly, talk to us. How was it commentating this Black Canyon live stream?
I'm gonna pull one of my favorite words out of
I know it's coming.
out of my toolbox here, but I'm gonna say it was a hootenanny of a time.
Hootenanny of a time, she says. Just an absolute hoot for sure.
It was a hoot.
If she didn't have, if she was trying to be short, she had a hoot.
I had a bit of a hoot.
I gotta agree.
Yeah?
We had a good time here.
We had a good time.
You know, we saw some epic performances. We got to chat with some amazing athletes. There's nothing better.
I was gonna say, you know, these people have been out there the longest out
Let's
of
see,
all of
we
the
have another
runners.
athlete coming across that finish line right now. We'll get a bib number for you and let you know who that is.
Woo!
Bib 52. That is going to be, I think we had her, Rachel Hagen.
That's Rachel Hagen.
That was Rachel Hagen. That's who we were looking for.
Sure is.
There was Rachel Hagen. The runner was just looking out of Coatesville, PA. That was your runner. This was her big goal for the year, Black Canyon 100K. She covered that 100 kilometers. Great job, Rachel.
Woo!
Another runner coming in now. Just the pacer.
Just the pacer.
Thank you for pacing.
That's still a heck of a job. Maybe one day I could pace you.
Any day you want.
Probably not. Though, you never know. Might get some. What are you?
Getting that collar up. It's cold.
It's very cold,
babe.
It's cold.
It's cold. Well, we're only 56 minutes away from that 60K start.
Oh my gosh, I
Can
can't
you
even
believe it?
imagine.
Do you believe in magic?
Sometimes
Yeah, 60K start. It's going to be magical.
it's gonna be magic.
How you think them runners are doing? Let's get a weather check up
I
for
heard it
those
was gonna
60Kers. Weather check up in Mayer. I think when I check on AccuWeather, it's going to say it's freezing out there. Yeah, look at that, Callie. Look what I'm looking at. Look at that
my
low.
Gosh. But you know, with the
23 degrees at the moment is what I believe I just saw up there. Delali.
That's
Put on your parka.
aggressive. That's aggressive.
Feel 20 degrees at the start line right now.
Yeah, and the sun hasn't even come up, and we
Sun's
know,
not out.
like someone who just
Sun
said,
ain't coming out for a bit.
no,
What they gonna do?
I don't know.
They're gonna be cold.
Yeah, they're gonna be freezing.
Yep.
I'm hearing things.
So, yeah, we are 54 minutes from that start line. Like I said, we had some 100-mile challengers that are literally finished this race. They are on their way to the start line right now. They just finished, within a half hour ago.
Heather Canup.
Heather Canup being one of them.
Our friends. She's
Andre
one of
Lee.
them. Andre Lee. Just
another.
finished recently.
Just finished.
Going out for part 2 of their weekend.
When that vehicle gets up to that cold parking lot,
and you're getting pushed
that
out.
That first step out of that car, that's got to be tough. You got to step out of that car and be like,
I'm going to be like, just let me stay.
I don't know about this.
I'm going to be holding on to
them.
Yeah.
I might just get right back in that car.
Let's go back.
Absolutely.
Hotel. I'll pay you.
Hotel.
Bring me back.
I already did the 100K.
Oh. I can't feel my toes.
Linda K wanted to know how many total racers in the 100K. Linda, I hope you're seated. Are you seated, Linda? If not, take a seat. We had over 1,000 registered participants in the 100K.
Just in the 100K?
Just in the 100K.
We're not including the 60K.
It's a lot of participants.
That's a lot of people wanting to do a 100K on a Saturday.
I believe JFK is the biggest ultramarathon in North America, and I would actually like to see. Now with Black Canyon having over 1,000 participants, I would think it's getting close to JFK numbers. Somebody, if Chris is listening, he probably already knows these stats, but someone can fact check me. But yeah, over 1,000 runners. Or should I say, over 1,000 of your best friends here joining, doing the same sport as you.
Best buds. I don't see any headlamps coming.
Tom Pestula giving a big shout out to Ara Viper at Mountain Outpost for just doing what they do. Bringing us together to put on this little stream. We have Corinne Chalvoy here in the studio. She is going to be taking over the command pretty soon. So, Callie, we need to leave our audience with some parting words.
Ooh. How much time do I have to think about this?
You got all. I mean, 60K doesn't start for 51 minutes, so technically you could take that long. But I'd like to go get that croissant.
Yeah,
got it. Basically, they're kicking us out.
They're kicking us out right
We
now.
got to go.
We're getting kicked out.
We're getting kicked out now. We got to start a new stream, so wrap it up and give us a 2 to 3 sentence wrap up.
Wait, who's this
We
message
came
for?
to the floater.
We did.
We
And
saw
we stayed
all the runners.
for the...
We stayed for the runners. We don't know what we're doing. We're obviously delirious. Thank you, everyone, for putting up with us. It was our first live stream. I hope you enjoyed it.
I hope you had a good time. We had a great time.
And just so you know, there are some actual professionals coming on to relieve us, like Corinne.
We are not professionals.
Corinne Chalvoy, Corinne Malcolm, Katie Asmith. We have the pros coming in, so thank you for putting up with us. We're signing off. Thank you to all the sponsors. Thank you to everyone that was. We're out. We don't know how to wrap it up. Irish goodbye. See ya. Out of town.